The protagonist traverses dimensions to become Tom Riddle. The Dark Lord sounds enticing, yet he perceives the magical realm as too diminutive. He yearns to seek amusement in dominating the entire world. However, upon encountering his future subordinate, Abraxas Malfoy, at Hogwarts, his focus undergoes a significant shift. His gaze can no longer divert from this captivating figure. The world is within his grasp, but first, he must obtain Abraxas. Chapter 1. The beginning of togetherness. I have arrived in this world. The skies over London remain perpetually overcast. July 1933. Wool's Orphanage. In the attic room, the current Tom Riddle stares vacantly at the ceiling, contemplating it all. He has traversed dimensions. In his previous life, he encountered a phenomenon of spatial overlap while asleep, resulting in his soul departing from his body and leading to his untimely demise. His soul was discovered by the Spatial Management Bureau, which was tasked with addressing the spatial overlap. They presented him with two choices. The first was to erase his memories and reincarnate. The second was to inhabit a minor world where the foundational pillar had gone awry. He would live as this character, without the necessity to adhere to the plot, as the world merely required the existence of this pillar. He chose the latter option and negotiated the potential realms, the characters he could embody, and the perks of his traversal. Thereafter, the Bureau promptly dispatched him to another world. He has now become Tom Riddle, the grand antagonist Voldemort in the Harry Potter universe. He revels in this choice, having selected a template of his desire as well as the world he yearned for. He intends to wield this power to live freely in the new realm. In the original narrative, Riddle's birth date is December 31st, 1926. The timeline he negotiated for his traversal is July 1933, the year when Riddle is 7 years old in the original story. However, he refuses to transform into a child. He asserts that he has chosen a musin template, rendering age inconsequential to him. The Bureau concedes that he has a point, as they cannot truly impede him if he is determined to cause mischief. Thus, his form remains that of a youth, with the Bureau imposing no requirements upon him, save for the necessity to enroll in Hogwarts by the stipulated time. Subsequently, the restrictions on his template will automatically lift at the time of Riddle's graduation in 1945, as per the original narrative. While he is in deep contemplation, a prompt from the system reverberates in his mind. Ding. Traversal successful. Traversal gift package being deployed. Ding. Congratulations. Host has acquired the Gojo Satoru template. Ability 6 eyes. Technique limitless. World rules assimilating. Ding. Congratulations. Host has acquired the Musin Kabutsuji template. Flawless and defect-free bloodline of the progenitor of demons. World rules assimilating. Ding. Congratulations. Host has obtained the system panel and a sign-in mini program. Ding. The perfect bloodline of the progenitor of demons synergizes with the limitless curse power of the 6 eyes, resulting in an encounter between the millennia-old curse within the bloodline and the curse power, thereby enhancing the latter. Ding. The character system panel has been successfully loaded. Ding. The sign-in mini program has been successfully loaded. The system backpack has been obtained. Ding. The sign-in system is divided into daily, monthly, and annual sign-ins, which provide random rewards as needed. Ding. The rules have been successfully synchronized, and the body has been successfully adjusted. The perfect bloodline of the progenitor of demons is unafraid of sunlight, and after assimilation, the immortal form is fixed at the peak of physical appearance. The successful assimilation of curse power manifests as magical energy. Finally, I wish the host a pleasant journey. Open the system panel. Name: Tom Marvolo Riddle. Age: years. Having fused with the template of Musin, his age is... Gender: male. Constitution: 30. The maximum value for humans is 10. Humanity is not your limit. Indeed, you're no longer human. Spirit: 25. The maximum spirit for humans is 10. Dumbledore's level is 11. The 6 eyes coupled with super evolution is truly terrifying. Charm: 10. The maximum charm for humans is 10. Do you comprehend the concept of full charm? Magical power: 14. Ordinary wizards possess 5. Elite aurors 7 to 8. Professors 9 to 10. Dumbledore, with his Phoenix bloodline, surpasses this. It is proposed that this breakthrough of 10 in magical power may further increase to 15. Bloodline: perfect Slytherin bloodline. Perfect progenitor of demons bloodline. Sugawara, no Michizane's bloodline. Abilities: 6 eyes, precise curse, power manipulation, limitless techniques, reversal techniques, forward techniques, AO, reverse techniques, void technique, G, black flash, infinite void, blood curse, body mimicry, body transformation, blood demon technique, black blood thorn, medical skills, physical skills. 6 eyes, all-knowing vision and curse power insight, a 360-degree field of vision with no blind spots, ultra-long distance vision, precise curse power manipulation, curse trajectory observation, and technique analysis, passive defense mechanisms, and automatic threat perception. Precise curse power manipulation, control of curse power with atomic-level precision, allowing its usage to approach zero. Limitless technique, Achilles paradox, enabling the manipulation of spatial distances to infinite subdivisions, achieving absolute defense and offense through spatial control, including automatic obstruction of approaching objects. Reversal technique, based on the principle of negative times negative equals positive, this converts curse power into positive energy for healing oneself or enhancing bodily functions. Technique forward, AO, gravitational attack, simulating a miniature black hole, capable of attracting enemies or achieving teleportation. Technique reversal, repulsive attack with a power twice that of AO, releasing a linear shockwave. Void technique, G, a fusion of AO and He, generating hypothetical mass to slice through space. Black flash, a spatial distortion created when the discrepancy between a strike and curse power impact is within 0.000001 seconds, with an average power of 2.5 times the norm. Domain expansion, infinite void, pulls the enemy into the limitless interior, forcibly inundating their brain with vast amounts of ineffective information, paralyzing it. With the support of the 6 eyes, it can be activated multiple times a day with nearly zero curse power consumption. Blood curse, capable of transforming the human who gives blood into a demon, endowing them with abilities and allowing control over them. Body mimicry, the ability to freely alter one's appearance, gender, scent, etc. Body transformation, capable of manifesting bizarre limbs, possessing giant arms, thorn whips, multiple brains and hearts, self-splitting, the form of a stillborn, monstrous variations, etc. Blood demon technique, black blood thorn, fires toxic thorns that can ensnare or pierce the target or manifest aggressive heads to consume the opponent. Medical skills, the herbalism and modern medicine learned over millennia by Muzan Kibutsuji. Physical skills, the years of rigorous training and combat experience against foes by Satoru Gojo. He gazed intently at the character panel, absorbing its capabilities and prompts. Riddle felt these abilities coursing through him. The sensations afforded by his physical form were entirely different from those of his past life. He was imbued with power and felt extraordinarily formidable. Is this the world perceived through the 6 eyes? It felt as though the world had suddenly expanded, as if he were situated within a separate realm, with a panoramic view at his disposal. He could also sense the flow and trajectory of magical power within his body. With precise curse power manipulation and atomic-level control, he could freely wield his magical energy post-assimilation. The blood of demons, the 6 eyes, reversal techniques, limitless magical power, fleeting memories of the template's capabilities occasionally flashed through his mind. As long as he concentrated, he could wield these abilities at will. He summoned the power within him, and an unimaginable surge of energy flooded his limbs, granting him unparalleled magical might. The magical energy flowed slowly through the air, seemingly causing the atmosphere to stagnate. He sensed that the energy within him could easily obliterate surrounding structures. Based on his recollection of abilities, he felt that if he were to employ the void technique, G at this moment, he could potentially devastate half of London. This starting configuration was indeed a testament to his meticulous selection. The level of overreach was simply astounding. In the moment he fused with the template and its powers, Riddle felt exhilarated, but soon he attained composure. Years of trading experience had taught him that the most crucial aspects of any situation were calmness, restraint, and caution. Until he had truly witnessed the magical world and experienced its wonders, he could not rely on the fusion of 2 templates to presume invincibility. He was not yet proficient in the template's abilities. Their application was not fluid and required training. Although his magical power was formidable, he had not studied magic. Only through first-hand experience of the widely recognized strongest, Grindelwald or Dumbledore, could he gauge his own abilities in comparison. He relished all that he had chosen. He would embrace this identity and experience everything the magical world had to offer through it. Now, I am the entirely new Tom Riddle, he sighed after declaring this. However, the name Tom is rather commonplace. Becoming Voldemort, understanding Voldemort, endorsing Voldemort will be my pursuit upon graduation. I shall also adopt the name Voldemort, for indeed, I have Voldemort, risen above death. With that, he turned to survey his modest surroundings, then glanced outside. The sunlight outside was quite pleasant. It was afternoon. Now that he had completed the fusion of powers, Riddle intended to execute his plan to depart from the orphanage. First, I shall sign in and see what this sign-in system will provide. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 on the first sign-in. Excellent. This 100 will suffice for accommodation in the early stages. Riddle let out a hearty laugh, standing in the sunlight by the window, gazing at the dilapidated orphanage outside, for everything was destined to commence from this very place. Thus, what will become of this world? The future shall rest entirely within the realm of my thoughts. Chapter 2. Capturing Subordinates. Securing a manor in 3 days. Shortly after escaping the orphanage, Riddle found himself in a narrow, pitch-black alleyway, deep within the deserted passage. He employed the ability of physical mimicry, and then turned to exit the alley. At the threshold where light and shadow intertwined, a young man, seemingly around 20 years of age and typical of British youth, appeared. Riddle sighed, for lacking a mirror. He could only make slight adjustments by transforming into a person he had encountered by the roadside. He then stepped out of the alley and turned his attention to finding a new place to stay. As night descended, he ventured into an area warned against approaching by hotel staff, where he encountered several gang members. He interrogated them, extracting information about the underground factions in London, their various gangs, and notable figures within the city. From this intelligence, he set his sights on Oswald Mosley. The pursuit of health, longevity, and vitality was something these capitalists and prominent individuals ardently sought. The abilities of a specter, devoid of flaws, unafraid of sunlight, and requiring no sustenance from humans, positioned him uniquely. If auctioned, those yearning for life would willingly sacrifice all they possessed for a taste of it. Thus, by harnessing the essence of the undead, he could cultivate a subordinate, acquiring a pawn that would enable him to swiftly obtain the resources he desired. Furthermore, he could manipulate this pawn as a player in a grand game, orchestrating strategies to reap benefits, achieving efficiency far surpassing personal endeavors. This pawn would not only gain immortality, but also engage in enterprises that others could not. For ailing magnates, how much would they be willing to pay for a vial of elixir? What they received would be nothing short of their dreams realized. The following night, Riddle arrived at Oswald Mosley's residence, entering his study to await the arrival of his prey. The moment Mosley stepped into the room and closed the door, Riddle revealed himself, executing a reversal spell that struck Mosley to the ground. Stunned and in pain, Mosley writhed on the floor, unable to rise. Yet Riddle had already cast a barrier around the study, silencing any external sounds. Riddle took a seat at the desk and raised his right hand, which began to contort, transforming into a long thorny vine, its tip sharp and menacing. In an instant, it pierced Mosley's neck, injecting a drop of specter blood into him. Upon receiving the blood, Mosley let out a scream, but gradually regained consciousness, struggling to his feet and clenching his fists, feeling the newfound vigor coursing through him. Astonished, he looked up at Riddle, who, after confirming the successful fusion of the specter blood, regarded him coldly, his lips barely moving. Kneel. Mosley's body trembled violently, his right leg buckling and forcing him to kneel. He could feel the blood within him and his very cells compelling him to submit. His lips quivered, desperate to speak but utterly silenced. He was completely at the mercy of the figure before him. Riddle spoke again. Congratulations, you are now my new subordinate. Through the memories within your blood, you understand what you have received, do you not? You have gained power and immortality, strength surpassing that of ordinary men, formidable healing capabilities, and a lifespan approaching eternity. For now, since this individual holds little value, his abilities have been locked at the lowest tier, possessing only a trace of specter blood, devoid of magical power, as his blood lacks the genetic lineage of magical blood, precluding him from mastering blood magic. For Riddle deemed it unnecessary to endow him with more than this. He was merely a test subject, after all. These gifts are my bestowal upon you, my blood, akin to the legends of bloodlines. However, unlike those tales, I have inscribed a curse within your body, etched into every cell of your being. You must divulge nothing of my existence, nor of what you have received. Should you betray this, you will perish instantaneously. Your body is entirely under my dominion. I can transmit commands to your mind from afar, and with but a thought, I could bring about your demise. Thus, you find yourself in a duality. Your life is in my hands, yet I grant you immortality. You now have two choices. Either kneel and pledge your loyalty to me, serving my purposes, or refuse, and you may face death. Now, make your choice. Oswald Mosley, confronted by the mysterious figure who had suddenly overpowered him, felt an overwhelming dread. He acutely sensed the potency of this enigmatic individual, recognizing that all subordinates were under their control and that they possessed the ability to bestow life. Accompanied by a cryptic curse, the air around this person seemed to vibrate with a palpable force, an oppressive weight that rendered the very atmosphere of the space dense and unyielding. The overwhelming sensation of pressure made him feel as though he stood before the apex of the food chain. His instinct for survival screamed within him, urging him to submit, to beg for mercy. Mosley comprehended the gravity of his situation. This enigmatic figure was indifferent to his life or death. The mysterious entity could compel him with commands or select others to do their bidding. He was not irreplaceable, merely a feasible option. On one hand lay death. On the other, power and immortality. Mosley understood what he must do. This was an unparalleled opportunity bestowed upon him. He recognized the necessity of not only pledging his loyalty, but also demonstrating his worth. Kneeling before Riddle, he solemnly swore, "Master, I am grateful for all that you have granted me. I shall become your most faithful servant." Riddle, having read his thoughts, chose not to comment further on Mosley's intentions, simply stating, "Excellent. Your first task is to prepare a quiet residence for me by tomorrow." 3 days later, Tom Riddle acquired a luxurious manor near London, complete with a butler and other staff members, who were to serve at designated times. Should any needs arise, they were simply to inform the butler, who would arrange the necessary provisions. Subsequently, Riddle received from this diligent subordinate a bounty of gold, gemstones, and pounds. With the newfound resources, Riddle adopted the guise of an adult with distinctly foreign features and made his way to Diagon Alley. There, he exchanged gold and gems for galleons at Gringotts, selected 2 well-balanced old wands from a thrift shop, and purchased the complete book list for Hogwarts' 1st to 6th years. He also acquired a selection of magical tomes that piqued his interest, investing in a magically expandable trunk to house all his new belongings before returning to the manor. In the days that followed, Riddle's routine consisted of utilizing the abilities granted by the template, training himself to internalize these powers as instinct. He immersed himself in an extensive array of magical knowledge, exploring this wondrous world through literature, learning spells, and delving into the marvels of the magical realm. Additionally, he enlisted the butler to find private tutors for him, engaging in lessons on English, dining etiquette, and noble customs, while also indulging in various other subjects whenever boredom struck. As time gently ebbed away, Riddle immersed himself in the study and adaptation of his abilities, exploring the enchanting world of magic. Chapter 3. For years later, gradually invincible. On a July morning in 1937, within the opulent confines of a London estate, Riddle sat at his desk, resting his chin on his hands, and calmly uttered, "Sign in." Over the years, he had observed that the daily sign-ins would typically yield a modest sum of gold, ranging from a dozen or so galleons to several £100. Monthly sign-ins, however, granted substantial amounts of galleons or pounds, or even precious gems and mithril. The annual sign-ins, on the other hand, bestowed alchemical items of rare value and uncommon spellbooks. Today marked an annual sign-in, and Riddle was eager to discover the gift it would bring. Ding! Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received an alchemical bracelet. Analyzing your cerebral confinement technique. He opened the system's inventory. System inventory, galleons 412, 613, 2 pounds, 109, 348, gems 156. Mithril 46 deadly spell secrets of dark magic analysis of sinister spells. The gifts from the previous 3 annual sign-ins included an obsidian ring, a Slytherin emblem brooch, an emerald ring, and 3 spellbooks. The obsidian ring, featuring a mithril base adorned with a flawlessly cut square obsidian, served as a space ring with a capacity of 100 cubic meters. The Slytherin brooch, engraved with defensive runes on its reverse, could repel soul attacks, including the infamous soul-snatching curse, requiring a 24-hour cooldown after activation. The emerald ring, similarly set in mithril and embellished with a perfect square emerald, bore intricate defensive inscriptions that conjured a magical shield upon being attacked, rendering it impervious to all weaponry and capable of blocking any curse, including the killing curse. Also with a 24-hour cooldown post-activation. This year's annual gift was a serpentine alchemical bracelet. Its design featuring a gleaming mithril snake encrusted with diamond scales and a serpent's head set with emerald eyes, with defensive runes etched within. The Bulgari serpent allows one to select a favored design for personal use. Once clasped around the wrist, it activated, facilitating the balance of information processing and filtering out irrelevant details, thus alleviating the burden of information overload while using his abilities at will. Having completed 4 annual sign-ins, 4 years had elapsed, and the time for enrollment was approaching. Riddle dismissed further contemplation and silently recited, Open System Panel. Name, Tom Marvolo Riddle. Age, gender, male. Physique, 34. The maximum value for a human is 10. Humanity is not your limit. Nor are you merely human. Spirit, 25. The maximum for a human is 10. Dumbledore's level is 11. Charm, 10. The maximum for a human is 10. Currently at maximum charm with potential for further growth, a pure charm demon. Magic, 14. Ordinary wizards at 5. Elite aurors at 78. Professors at 9 to 10. Dumbledore at 15. Bloodline, Slytherin lineage, ancestor of the ghost, Sugawara no Michizane lineage. Abilities, 6 eyes, precise spell control, unlimited techniques, reversal techniques, forward techniques, AO, reverse techniques, he. Void techniques, black flash, infinite void, blood curses, body mimicry, physical transformation, blood demon arts, medical skills, combat, charms, dark magic, transfiguration, potions, Chinese, English, Japanese, German, noble etiquette. In the original narrative, Riddle was innately intelligent with an exceptional aptitude for dark magic. Wataru Itadori, known for his prodigious intellect, applied mathematical concepts in his abilities and had self-studied advanced mathematics before entering the high school, mastering the advanced application of AO instantaneous transfer, even delving into spatial coordinate calculations. Hence, upon merging with the templates of Wataru Itadori and Muzan Kabutsuji, Riddle's innate gift underwent a super evolution, endowing him with an augmented intellect and enhanced learning capabilities. With the 6 eyes, he could perceive the trajectories of magical energy, allowing for extraordinarily precise control over magic, making the study of spells a trivial endeavor. The abilities from the template could be mastered and enhanced through memory training. Thus, learning spells and strengthening oneself became an irresistible allure for Riddle. Enthralled, Riddle found his past life memories still vivid, yet the extraordinary power he had acquired began to dim those recollections. Initially focused on adapting his abilities, he practiced both white and black magic, honing attack spells and acquiring various useful practical spells, completing the curriculum of Hogwarts' 1st to 6th years. Riddle contemplated his forthcoming arrangements. The next phase of spell practice would necessitate a visit to Nocturne Alley in a few days to capture a few dark wizards for experimentation, particularly to practice the soul-snatching curse on those with some resistance, experiencing the sensations of using the curse against fellow wizards. With the gift of the cerebral confinement technique in hand, he resolved to learn it and practice the soul-snatching curse. Additionally, he aimed to experiment with how his ghostly blood could enhance those with magical capabilities. Riddle decided to accomplish these tasks before his enrollment next year, subsequently delving into the alchemical arts of this world. After all, he had already mastered the spells and magical books available in the market. The remaining knowledge awaited him in the restricted section of Hogwarts. The Slytherin Chamber, the Basilisk, various invaluable spellbooks, and Slytherin-s research materials were his primary motivations for attending school. In this world, magic equated to power. The path was clear. First, he would become the strongest, and then he could act freely. To do otherwise would be to acknowledge his inadequacy and strength. Riddle believed that the original Voldemort's failure stemmed from the burdens of Horcruxes diminishing his intellect, compounded by the presence of a peer rival prominently opposing him. Had he succeeded in eliminating Dumbledore, there would have been no one left to challenge his authority. Regarding alchemy, he retained precious alchemical items bestowed by the system, unmatched in this world and capable of withstanding the killing curse. The energies they contained, along with their engravings, held significant reference value. Furthermore, he harbored knowledge of unique spellcrafting techniques and sealing methods from the realm of curses. The magical system of this world is idealistic. The essence of magic lies in the fusion of magical energy with a fervent will to realize one's desires, achieving a form of manifestation. Once his template was unsealed and his magical power reached its zenith, he would attain an unimaginable strength that no wizard could fathom. Perhaps he could amalgamate these aspects to accomplish the extraordinary. Voldemort, Snape, and others had forged spells during their school days. Thus, he could do the same. What Voldemort, Dumbledore, and Grindelwald were incapable of achieving, he would accomplish. Chapter 4, Nocturne Alley. In July 1937, Riddle returned to Diagon Alley, now teeming with students and parents bustling to procure their school supplies. He first collected the reserved dragon meat and seized the opportunity to acquire potion ingredients necessary for his practice. The dragon meat was reserved because the market's offerings primarily derived from the remains of dragons that had perished in battle. After making a reservation, the shop will notify me each time fresh dragon meat arrives. Today, I received a letter from the owl. My long-term purchase of dragon meat is due to my ability to directly consume it using Muzin's power. With each absorption, my physique strengthens slightly, and I feel increasingly invigorated, filled with magical energy. Diagon Alley is currently overcrowded, so I have decided against making additional purchases and am heading straight to Nocturne Alley. Before entering, I don my hood and mask. Today, my physical mimicry resembles my adult self. Previously, while studying potions, I created an age-advancing potion, out of curiosity about my appearance and physique as an adult, which I then consumed. Thus, I came to know what I would look like in adulthood. Upon merging the two templates, my height and appearance differ somewhat from the original text. Satoru Gojo, as an adult, stands at 195 centimeters, and consequently, I also stand at the same height. Having practiced physical techniques, my adult physique possesses an exquisite proportion, akin to a masterpiece meticulously sculpted by a creator. In the original narrative, I, Riddle, was already renowned for inheriting my Muggle father's beauty, distinguished as a strikingly handsome individual. My bone structure and skin type belong to the realm of top-tier beauty. After merging with Muzin's template, I elevated my half-blood Slytherin lineage to that of a pure blood. The genetics deep within my bloodline augmented my already handsome features with the characteristics of a more ancient Slytherin heritage, rendering my visage even more noble and striking. The flawless blood of a demon has the capacity to evolve one into a perfect being, resulting in an all-encompassing evolution, including facial features. Thus, my visage has taken on a softer quality, becoming even more perfect. My bone structure is more three-dimensional, with exquisitely refined features devoid of any human imperfections, embodying perfection itself. My deep black hair and eyes, reminiscent of the finest obsidian, shimmer with a gem-like brilliance, while the contrast between my dark hair and eyes accentuates the alabaster quality of my skin. The juxtaposition of these two elements creates an almost dazzling effect, as if my skin were aglow. Together with my features, this beauty transcends human possibility. Riddle radiates an aura of beauty that is striking, flamboyant, and sharp. One glance is enough to render onlookers breathless, their focus solely on my face, oblivious to the gleaming jewels and accessories adorning my form. Observers require a moment to regain their composure and remember their previous intentions. Their minds go blank, save for the indelible impression of my stunning beauty etched into their consciousness. Of course, today's mimicry is merely a flawless simulation of my adult physique and a frequently used visage. Presenting my true adult face would be excessively ostentatious. The paths of Nocturne Alley are nearly half as narrow as those of Diagon Alley, enveloped in a grayish atmosphere reminiscent of a horror film. As I venture deeper into the alley, the light diminishes. Shadows occasionally flit by, each figure cloaked in robes, their faces hidden beneath hoods. As a commercial street, Nocturne Alley is lined with shops, their windows displaying an array of terrifying items, perfectly aligning with society's stereotypes of dark wizards. A candle shop soon comes into view, followed by Borgin and Burke's, the only establishment in Nocturne Alley with a clearly visible sign. Upon pushing open the door, the tinkling of a copper bell resonates. Inside, the chaotic assortment of items resembles that of a scene from a film. A relatively young man appears behind the counter, presumably the youthful Borgin. He scrutinizes me, sensing that my form is a new face he has never encountered, and immediately perks up when his gaze falls upon the obsidian ring on my left hand. A sycophantic smile spreads across his face. "Welcome. How may I address you?" "Tom," I reply, maintaining an impassive demeanor, seemingly providing a false name while actually disclosing my true identity. "Mr. Tom, it is a pleasure to meet you. What do you require?" "I seek alchemical items that cannot be procured elsewhere." My tone is indifferent as I remain at a distance from the counter, surveying the shop's merchandise. "Borgin and Burke's is indeed your wise choice. Before you lies the hand of glory. Place a candle within it, and only the bearer may perceive its light. It is a desiccated hand, crafted through dark magic." I regard him with a playful glint in my eye. Sounds like something a thief would use. "Do you think I am a thief? Consider this," he continues, "an opal necklace, cursed to have claimed the lives of 14 muggles. The potency of the curse is rather unimpressive, it lacks intrigue. If you are interested, I could craft one for you on the spot at a reasonable price." The vanishing cabinet, a magical item for concealment or transportation. There's only one left, and it can only vanish, not transport. Its current function is merely to hide items. Borgin presents an array of goods on display, yet I exhibit no intention of purchasing any of these products. I coldly interject, "Produce something of quality. Do you possess any ancient magical artifacts related to protection, inherited from wizarding families? That is all I desire. Borgin fell silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating, before responding slowly. Mr. Tom, such items are not easily found. They are exceedingly rare. If you have them, present them to me. Do not worry about whether I can afford them. What matters is whether they meet my satisfaction. Borgin turned to enter a back room, returning shortly with an exquisite box, which he opened and placed on the counter. He slid it toward me, revealing an ancient-looking silver ring, a traditional protective ring. I examined the ring for a while, then retrieved a pair of finely crafted dragonhide gloves from my person, methodically donning them before picking up the ring to scrutinize its inscriptions. Borgin watched silently, and once I set the ring back inside the box, he inquired, Mr. Tom, does the ring meet your requirements? Is it what you seek? It will suffice. Please wrap it up. Include the vanishing cabinet in the package. I shall take them both. Just as Borgin, brimming with excitement at the prospect of a lucrative sale, prepared to finalize the transaction, he looked up to find my pitch-black eyes fixed on him, brimming with an indescribable sharpness. From the moment I entered the shop, he sensed that I was a formidable presence. My stature and aura conveyed an air of calm confidence. The obsidian ring I wore was evidently a highly valuable alchemical artifact, among the finest of its kind. The ring I presented was not contraband. I had taken great care to don protective gloves while handling it. My masked visage and assumed name were merely a facade, cloaking a powerful and astute individual, exuding an aura of mystery and danger. He would allow me a certain degree of profit, but would never permit me to deceive him. After contemplating for a few seconds, Borgin presented me with a suitable offer, explaining, the market price for protective alchemical products, particularly high-grade ones, ranges from 900 to 1,000 galleons. Of course, if one is willing to part with a substantial sum. The finest creations of a master alchemist can fetch prices in the tens of thousands of galleons. The ring in question was previously acquired from a prodigal heir who had resorted to liquidating his possessions. It is an ancient alchemical ring, crafted by a master alchemist. Its protective properties have diminished over time and with prior usage, rendering it comparable to the high-end alchemical products available in the current market. Therefore, I have appraised this ring at a price of 1,000 galleons. The paired vanishing cabinet is a sophisticated alchemical item, yet only one remains. I have valued this cabinet at 200 galleons. Upon hearing the quotation, Riddle remarked, agreed, it's a deal. After settling the payment, Riddle diminished the size of the vanishing cabinet and, along with the box containing the ring, stored them using his seamless extension equipment. He then deliberately cradled a beautifully packaged wooden box as he exited the shop, retracing his steps along the narrow path of Nocturne Alley. Chapter 5, Fishing for Experimental Subjects. Riddle visited Diagon Alley in the afternoon before making his way to Nocturne Alley, with the intention of managing his time effectively for fishing. As he stepped out of the shop, dusk had already descended. Riddle, carefully holding the exquisitely wrapped box intended for ensnaring dark wizards, slowed his pace as he traversed the somewhat constricted path of Nocturne Alley. The alley was far more sinister at night than during the day, with scarcely a soul in sight, save for the occasional fleeting shadow. After walking for a while, Riddle nonchalantly turned into a narrow alley barely wide enough for two to walk side by side, flanked by brick walls, preparing to see if any dark wizards would take the bait. Upon reaching the next corner, Riddle halted. This was an L-shaped passageway with no exit, where two cloaked figures stood, observing him. Suddenly, a sharp sound emanated from behind. Riddle turned to see two more silhouettes emerging. The four figures began to advance slowly towards him, and as Riddle scrutinized them, they too assessed him. It appeared that all four were dark wizards, masked and shrouded in cloaks. Riddle spoke calmly. Halt. What are your intentions? The four remained silent, tightening their grips on their wands as they approached. In response, Riddle swiftly stowed the wooden box within the ring, activated his limitless power, and drew his wand, charging towards the two figures deeper in the alley. Upon witnessing Riddle brandishing his wand, the four wizards began casting spells. However, Riddle was too swift, darting around the corner, compelling the two behind to pivot in order to attack him. The two opposing wizards unleashed their incantations, Shatter, Petrificus Totalis. Yet Riddle, moving with remarkable speed, evaded their spells entirely. Concurrently, he cast a silent spell, Shatter, with his left hand while wielding his wand in his right, striking both adversaries directly. Despite the two casting the ironclad charm, Riddle's formidable force shattered their defenses, leaving them grievously injured and incapacitated on the ground. Riddle then pivoted, instantaneously reaching the corner of the alley, his 6 eyes locking onto the opponent's positions, who had yet to react. Just as he had done to the previous two, they succumbed to identical assaults and were sent sprawling, gravely wounded. Riddle ensured that each of the four was afflicted with stupefy. He then gestured, invoking the silent levitation spell to gather their wands, securing them within the ring. Subsequently, he employed transfiguration to transform all four into little white mice. then retrieved a prepared, seamless extension bag to store them for transport. Exiting the alley, he returned to the main road, retracing his steps and leaving Nocturne Alley behind. The commotion from the battle likely attracted attention, yet no one intervened during his departure. Riddle mused that he had achieved his objectives flawlessly. From the skirmish, he had observed the magical prowess, casting speed, and techniques of the 4 individuals. One exhibited a strength akin to that of an average auror, while the others merely matched the level of competent graduates. He intended to use these 4 as practice targets, commencing with the Legilimency spell, followed by the soul-snatching curse, and ultimately the mind-cloaking charm. Simultaneously, they could serve as practical opponents to test whether his limitless power could indeed shield against the killing curse. Logically, it should be feasible, as it involved spatial manipulation, preventing the spell from reaching him. After further honing his skills with these 4, he realized that facing 4 adversaries had caused a slight tension. In truth, at their level, he could easily defeat them using spells alone. As Riddle contemplated these matters, he exited Nocturne Alley and apparat back to his manor, making a beeline for his laboratory. He placed the bag containing the mice on the table, preparing to commence his experiments. Initially, he transformed all the dark wizards back into human form, then employed a healing spell for preliminary treatment before embarking on a series of experiments. Chapter 6. Preparations before enrollment. Riddle harbored no tolerance for waste. Anything deemed unnecessary was to be eliminated. On July 30th, 1938, within the opulent hall of Riddle Manor, several subordinates stood quietly, awaiting Riddle's arrival. The moment he appeared in the hall, the chorus of "Master, Master, Master" resounded, and without hesitation, they all knelt in reverence, their gazes cast downwards, their eyes brimming with awe towards Riddle, for their lives rested at his whim. Riddle approached the center of the grand hall, his icy gaze sweeping over the 5 subordinates. The 4 dark wizards and Oswald knelt respectfully, their heads bowed, awaiting commands. Yet, an undercurrent of unease flickered in their expressions. This enigmatic master seldom favored their presence, typically issuing commands through a telepathic blood bond. Now, his abrupt summons had instilled a palpable discomfort. Riddle scrutinized the 4 dark wizards and spoke slowly, his voice unusually laced with coldness. "Have I not forbidden you from contacting the outside world?" The 4 trembled slightly, responding in unison. "Master, we have not." Riddle continued. "Someone has not only attempted to make contact with the outside, but harbors discontent towards me, lacking in loyalty." His words struck like a hammer, reverberating within the hearts of the 4. In a frenzy, they began to profess their unwavering loyalty, desperate to distance themselves from suspicion. However, Riddle possessed the ability to delve into their memories and discern their innermost thoughts. Thus, the list for elimination had already been prepared. He observed their frantic justifications in silence, the atmosphere in the room heavy with tension. With a snap of his fingers, 2 of them trembled violently before exploding into oblivion, their bodies gradually transforming into ash, as if they had never existed. The remaining 2 stared in terror at the scene, their faces pale and trembling. Alec, the junior leader among them, was particularly stricken with fear, stammering, "Master, I have not betrayed you. I have never defied your commands. I am immensely loyal to you, and I am forever grateful for all that you have bestowed upon me." Yet, before he could finish, he sensed an oddity. Only he was speaking. He turned his head to glance at the individual kneeling beside him, only to find an indescribable horror and fear reflected in the person's gaze. A jolt of realization struck Alec. He immediately comprehended that the person beside him had been ensnared and was utterly incapable of uttering a word. "I am aware of your loyalty. I also know that some are not sufficiently loyal. The reason I did not eliminate him earlier was that I intend to use him for a rather intriguing experiment. This experiment is quite simple. I wish to ascertain the level of a life-draining curse that a person infused with my blood can endure before succumbing to death." Upon finishing his statement, Riddle turned to Alec and commanded, "Alec, commence. Demonstrate your loyalty to me." Alec rose, brandishing his wand. Avada Kedavra. The target did not perish, indicating that he could withstand a single Avada Kedavra. Furthermore, "Alec, your intent to kill lacks purity. Do you not desire to eliminate this traitor?" Riddle's tone became distinctly menacing. Upon hearing Riddle's words, Alec's complexion drained of color. "Master, I harbor no such thoughts. I beseech you for another opportunity." "Very well. I hope this time your performance will be satisfactory to me." Avada Kedavra. This time, the green light shone even more brilliantly, and the struck individual collapsed to the ground, their flesh gradually disintegrating into ashes. Once Alec fulfilled his task, he exhaled in relief and resumed his respectful kneeling, awaiting Riddle's next directive. "Alec, your magical prowess has been augmented by me, granting you a more formidable physique, enhanced strength, and a terrifying healing ability, nearing immortality. I have bestowed these gifts upon you. What shall you offer in return?" Alec knelt and replied, Master, I am profoundly grateful for your blessings. All that I possess stems from you. My life is yours. Any request you have, I shall endeavor to fulfill. I shall exhibit my capabilities, my loyalty, and my worth. Excellent. You are also a dark wizard emerging from Nocturne Alley, well aware of the lucrative nature of smuggling operations, illicit dealings in magical creatures, and the trade of cursed objects. Your current abilities would easily allow you to vanquish a squad of Aurors. The laws of this world dictate that magic equates to power, and you now possess this strength. I require you to seize control of the smuggling channels within Nocturne Alley. As long as you do not expose my existence, you are free to act as you wish, employing any means necessary. I seek results. Transform Nocturne Alley into your domain and subsequently present it to me. Should you accomplish this, all will be negotiable. Failure will lead to your demise. Alec, unwilling to perish, fervently promised Riddle that regardless of the cost or the challenges faced, he would execute his master's commands. Riddle then spoke slowly, Oswald. Oswald's body stiffened, and he immediately responded with reverence. Master, what are your orders? Riddle coldly stated, I will inevitably dominate the magical world. Once I have established my reign over the magical realm, I shall turn my sights upon the British government. You heard my earlier words, I demand results. I will not readily bestow my blood upon others, but you may entice those in need to our ranks through potions of various effects. I hope to see significant outcomes in a few years. In business matters, continue to develop and invest according to the future direction I have outlined for you. Oswald replied, Master, I am grateful for the opportunity you have provided, and I shall exert every effort to fulfill your assigned tasks. Riddle regarded the two of them, saying, If you cannot accomplish what I ask, you may recommend someone who can. I may grant this individual blood, but for you too, I never spare the useless. Riddle continued, The matter of ruling the magical world will likely await my graduation from Hogwarts. I will select ambitious and capable individuals from among my peers who are willing to follow me to form a small group, which we will use to govern the magical realm post-graduation. I have even devised a name, the Order of the Walpurgis Knights. Riddle sighed, finding these two rather bothersome, as they failed to grasp his subtleties and merely echoed praises of his brilliance. Master, 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 he had heard enough, feeling that meetings in the past with Voldemort must have been equally tiresome. At that moment, Riddle lost interest and chose to say nothing further. He tossed each of them an alchemical item he had created through his learning system, a talisman capable of automatically absorbing magic, which could activate a shield charm once daily, and then turned to leave the hall. Once Riddle departed, silence enveloped the hall again. The remaining two exchanged anxious glances before retrieving the talismans before them. They respectfully rose and exited the hall. The following day, Riddle awaited the Hogwarts acceptance letter that would arrive via owl. Inwardly, he mused about how fascinating it would be if the guiding professor were none other than Albus Dumbledore. As anticipated, the owl arrived, delivering the acceptance letter from Hogwarts. And in the section for the guiding professor, it boldly stated Albus Dumbledore. A faint smile crept across Riddle's lips as plans began to form in his mind. After responding, Dumbledore promptly arrived. Riddle had little interest in conversing with Dumbledore. His sole reason for inviting him was sheer curiosity regarding the intensity of his magic. When Dumbledore appeared before him, Riddle focused intently on him, scrutinizing his magical fluctuations and strength. He discerned that Dumbledore's magical power indeed measured at 15. Riddle, realizing he surpassed Dumbledore in strength, felt a disinterest toward him and merely engaged in perfunctory responses, lacking any desire for meaningful dialogue. Understanding that in the magical realm, guardians are wizards who can procure supplies from Diagon Alley, Dumbledore's impression of Riddle differed significantly from that in the original texts. He perceived Riddle as arrogant and aloof. Noticing Riddle's dismissive demeanor, Dumbledore felt a twinge of confusion but kept it to himself. He patiently relayed several points of caution regarding enrollment before preparing to take his leave. As Dumbledore turned, Riddle suddenly spoke, Professor Dumbledore, I have heard you are a formidable individual, and I have a question I wish to pose. Dumbledore halted, responding gently, Please, go ahead. What do you think of the phrase, magic is power? This statement bears truth. Yet, possessing great power also allows one to choose restraint, to protect this world, and safeguard those in need. Upon hearing the response, Riddle smirked mockingly and replied with polite acknowledgement of Dumbledore's commendable answer. Subsequently, Dumbledore bid farewell and departed from the manor. The next day, Riddle ventured to Diagon Alley, where he explored the characteristics of various wands at Ollivander's shop, ultimately selecting his wand. He chose the very one from the original text, a yew wand with a phoenix feather core, measuring 13.5 inches, remarkably powerful. Riddle found it exceptionally comfortable to wield, recognizing it as a potent wand. As for the Elder Wand, Riddle was not inclined to seize it just yet. He preferred to wait until Dumbledore had concluded his own battles before confronting him. Gellert, Grindelwald, and Albus Dumbledore would duel in 1945. Presently, in 1938, he had 7 years to build his influence within Slytherin, study the restricted texts, and learn the magic of this world. Riddle prepared to bide his time until he graduated from the 7th grade, waiting for the highly anticipated duel to conclude. He envisioned stepping into power atop Dumbledore, ensuring the world recognized him as the mightiest, seamlessly transitioning into his role as the Dark Lord post-graduation. For now, he merely wished to observe. The spectacle of a lover's quarrel culminating in a duel intrigued him. Riddle intended to seize the opportunity to witness this grand event when the moment arose. In the days that followed, he immersed himself in the study of alchemy and the principles of magic while eagerly anticipating the September enrollment. Chapter 7. Enrollment. September 1st, 1938. London, King's Cross Station. Riddle was driven to the train station in a luxurious car by his butler. Upon entering the station, he immediately spotted the entrance to platform 9 3/4. Thanks to a spell cast upon the pillar, his 6 eyes effortlessly detected the magical fluctuations above. He also noted the presence of wizards with magical auras amidst the crowd, likely Aurors on duty. Riddle did not bring a pet. Instead, he grasped his inconspicuous expanding suitcase and plunged into the pillar. As in the films, the steam train was surrounded by a cacophony of noise, bustling with wizards brimming with magical energy. Students and parents were bidding farewell, creating a lively yet overwhelming atmosphere. The surrounding clamor irritated Riddle. His 6 eyes incessantly absorbed the myriad of stimuli. Despite donning an alchemical bracelet, he found the multitude bothersome, preferring a quieter environment. He strode through the crowd, impervious to the commotion his presence incited and the whispers of those discussing him in hushed tones. With an aloof expression that discouraged any approach, he navigated through the throngs and boarded the train. Inside, he located an unoccupied compartment, took a seat by the window, and cast a locking charm on the compartment before applying an ignoring charm. He then placed his suitcase on the adjacent seat and quietly delved into a tome on alchemy. After a while, the train set off. Throughout the journey, Riddle remained absorbed in his reading while admiring the swiftly passing scenery. Upon finishing a book, he closed it and murmured to himself, opening the system panel. Name, Tom Marvolo Riddle. Gender, male. Age, physique, 35. Human maximum is 10. You are not bound by human limits, and thus you are no longer human. Mentality, 26. Human maximum is 10. Dumbledore's level is 11. 6 eyes and super evolution are fearsome indeed. Charm, 10. Human maximum is 10. Do you comprehend the essence of maximum charm? Magic power, 17. Ordinary wizard 5. Elite aura 78. Professor level 910. Dumbledore possesses phoenix blood. Abilities, 6 eyes, refined spell control, limitless techniques, reversal techniques, technique progression, cyan. Technique reversal, crimson, void style, black flash, infinite void, blood curse, body mimicry, physical transformation, blood demon art, black blood thorn, healing arts, combat, charms, dark magic, transfiguration, potions, alchemy. Rune language, Chinese, English, Japanese, German, French, noble etiquette. After studying his panel and noting the additional abilities, Riddle felt a twinge of boredom since encountering Dumbledore and realizing his magical potential had been unlocked, affirming his superiority. He longed for the arrival at Hogwarts to inject some amusement into his life. During lunch, Riddle noticed a snack cart rolling down the aisle. He opened the compartment door, cast a sophisticated confounding charm on himself, and ordered one of everything from the cart. In 1930s Britain, entertainment options were scarce and did not particularly satisfy Riddle. Aside from exploring magic, experiencing various magical shops, and acquiring enchanted items, he often indulged in ice cream at the Diagon Alley Ice Cream Parlor and purchased assorted candies from Honeydukes in Hogsmeade. After finishing his packed lunch and snacks, Riddle resumed his reading until darkness enveloped the sky, signaling the Hogwarts Express's arrival at Hogsmeade Station. I am the keeper of the grounds and the keys of Hogwarts, Hagrid. Please disembark in an orderly fashion. First years, follow me. Your luggage will remain on the train. Do not concern yourselves with it. A wizard was standing high above, brandishing a lantern and calling out loudly. Students disembarked, and the station quickly became a throng of people. Riddle, having cast an ignoring charm on himself, stepped off the train and positioned himself on the outskirts of the crowd. The first years followed the keeper for quite a distance until they reached the edge of the Black Lake. The magnificent castle loomed amidst the mountains, a breathtaking sight. Upon seeing the castle's outline, murmurs of awe filled the air. As Riddle gazed at the distant silhouette of Hogwarts, a sense of reflection washed over him. This would be the place where he would study and seek pleasure for a significant time to come. Remember, for to a boat. Riddle waited until everyone boarded before selecting a less crowded boat for himself. Shortly after, the small vessel reached the shore. The The first years disembarked and ascended the long staircase, arriving at the castle's grand entrance. Inside the great hall, the ceiling was enchanted to display the night sky, with thousands of candles floating in midair, illuminating the space. The new students formed a line and stood before a tattered hat perched on a stool. Riddle glanced at the professors seated at the staff table, but recognized only Dumbledore among them. In fact, it seemed that both the teachers and the headmaster had taken note of him, aware of his ignoring charm. Dumbledore was seated beside a bespectacled elderly man, likely the current headmaster, Armando Dippet. Riddle could surmise that the portly figure might be Professor Slughorn, yet he could not identify the others. As Riddle pondered these thoughts, the Sorting Hat began to sing, and after its performance, Dumbledore rose, clutching a scroll of names, and approached the stool. Riddle surmised that this role might belong to the deputy headmaster, as Dumbledore would soon assume the title of headmaster, a role currently held by Professor McGonagall. I will call the names of the new students. Please come forward and don the Sorting Hat. As each name was read, sporadic applause erupted from the 4 long tables. Then, Dumbledore announced a name. Tom Riddle. Chapter 8. Subordinates, Wife. When Professor Dumbledore called out his name, Riddle dispelled the ignoring charm, revealing himself, and strode forward. The gaze of the assembly gradually shifting to the figure making his way from the end of the line. Riddle walked forward with an expression of calm composure. His height now reaching 185 centimeters, his physique tall and well-proportioned, boasting a near-perfect shoulder-to-waist ratio. A sense of invincibility enveloped him, as he was already immensely powerful, destined to become the strongest being in existence. With this thought in mind, Riddle exuded a profound arrogance that seemed to permeate his very being. He walked forward with an air of calmness, his noble and haughty demeanor already captivating the attention of those around him. However, it was his appearance that left an even greater impact on the crowd. With a flawless bone structure, exquisitely defined features, raven-black hair and eyes, and skin that glowed like the purest alabaster, it seemed as though the very light surrounding him was drawn into his presence. Under the illumination, his beauty evoked a striking yet sharp allure, exuding an aristocratic elegance that felt almost otherworldly. The younger students began to murmur amongst themselves. Is he a new student? How come we have never seen him before? Was it at the station that I caught a glimpse of him? The older students too engaged in hushed discussions. Who is this? Did he suddenly appear by employing an invisibility charm? Is he capable of using such magic? But invisibility charms can only be cast by trained adult wizards. Who is he? Could he truly be a first year? He certainly possesses an air of nobility. Does anyone know the name Riddle? Which lineage does he belong to? Is he perhaps of Vila descent? Amidst these murmurs, Riddle was summoned for sorting. The Sorting Hat barely grazed his hair before it eagerly proclaimed, Slytherin. Riddle removed the hat and strode directly towards the Slytherin table, taking his place at the head of the table. All eyes turned to him. Some students attempted to greet him, while others sought to welcome him. Yet, Riddle uttered not a word, instead unleashing a wave of magic, an invisible yet overwhelmingly potent force that enveloped the entire hall. The magical energy became almost tangible, leaving the headmaster, all the professors, and every student acutely aware of an oppressive dread. Silence fell, and all gazes were fixed upon him in disbelief. Throughout this display, Riddle's handsome visage remained devoid of expression. Once the hall fell silent, he ceased his magical display. He then turned his attention to the 2 seventh-year prefects at the head of the table, who instinctively vacated their seats for him. The Slytherin table was arranged by year, and the foremost position, known as the Vortex of Power, was reserved for the chief prefect, the most influential student in Slytherin. With Riddle's entrance and the exhibition of his prowess, this position now belonged to him. As he settled into his seat, applause erupted from all the Slytherin students, and the 2 prefects warmly greeted the formidable newcomer, introducing themselves. The others at the table also extended enthusiastic greetings and self-introductions. However, Riddle remained unresponsive, merely nodding without uttering a word, as if indifferent to it all. Suddenly, he sensed a particular gaze amidst the diverse array of stares, one that bore a distinct deviation from the surrounding emotions, well-concealed astonishment coupled with a hint of anxiety and unease. Curiosity piqued, he followed this gaze to its source. He did not disguise his scrutiny. Platinum hair, gray-blue eyes. Could this be Malfoy, my future subordinate, Abraxas Malfoy? In the books, he is described as possessing Vila blood, a living embodiment of allure. Riddle felt a twinge of curiosity. What kind of visage could be described as a walking potion of attraction? He began to scrutinize Abraxas's face. The long, platinum hair cascaded over his shoulders and down to his chest, glimmering with a golden sheen under the light. His pale complexion, finely chiseled features, and gray-blue eyes radiated a proud gaze and an air of nobility. Indeed, he was both elegant and captivating. Chapter 10. The Handshake with Abraxas. Before the sorting ceremony, Abraxas was already aware of Tom Riddle. This was due to a series of dreams that had begun to manifest 2 years prior. Wizards rarely dream, and these dreams were akin to prophetic visions. Although centered around Riddle, the figures surrounding him were all genuine. The individuals he did not recognize in the dreams were later verified to exist in reality. The first dream featured the Sorting Hat announcing Tom Riddle's house, Slytherin. The second depicted Riddle as a younger student excelling in his studies, with teachers discussing his beauty, composure, politeness, and exceptional magical aptitude, effortlessly achieving top marks. The third dream showed him taller, presumably a senior, presenting himself as Slytherin's heir, demonstrating Parseltongue and delivering speeches to sway others to adopt his ideology. The fourth dream revealed a newspaper article proclaiming him as the most dangerous and powerful dark wizard in history, Voldemort. He ruled the wizarding world with brutality, and the question lingered, who could stand against him? Although the article lacked a photograph, Abraxas inexplicably felt it spoke of Riddle. The fifth dream depicted the adult version of himself, swearing fealty to him. The Malfoy family would not bet recklessly. If Riddle was indeed the Voldemort mentioned in the fourth vision, it was plausible that the Malfoys would follow him. Abraxas found himself in a state of great unease. These dreams compelled him to enhance his magical abilities, and by the start of his third year, he had already completed the entire curriculum. He was prepared to cultivate a relationship with this prophetic figure, destined to dominate the magical realm from his first year. Yet, what was happening now? The Sorting Hat had called out Tom Riddle's name, and a boy bearing the same name emerged. While there were similarities to the dream, there were also stark differences in appearance and stature, and his background seemed at odds with what he had envisioned. Abraxas felt increasingly unsettled after Riddle exerted his magical dominance. When others greeted him and he remained silent, merely nodding with an air of supreme arrogance, he appeared both mysterious and dangerous. The chasm between his dreams and reality grew too wide, igniting his anxiety. What were those dreams if not prophetic? And why had Riddle, who had previously seemed disinterested, suddenly fixated his gaze upon him, as if he had just discovered something intriguing? Riddle's unwavering attention had drawn the gaze of other Slytherins, who exchanged knowing looks after briefly glancing at Abraxas's face. In the wake of these developments, Abraxas's thoughts became muddled. He suppressed his turmoil, deciding to focus on the matter of Riddle's persistent scrutiny. The questions about the dreams could wait until he returned to the dormitory. Abraxas avoided direct eye contact with Riddle, silently waiting, yet Riddle continued to stare. He shot Riddle a warning glance, only to find Riddle's expression transformed into one of heightened interest. "Mr. Riddle, why do you persist in gazing at me? Is there something you wish to convey?" The sorting ceremony continued, yet a momentary silence enveloped the Slytherin table due to Abraxas's inquiry. All present were eager to discern how Riddle would respond, and why he had been so intently observing Malfoy. Was it as they speculated? Riddle contemplated briefly, and his first thought was that it would be inappropriate to admire Abraxas's beauty, as it might cause him embarrassment. After all, he would be his subordinate in the future. He rose and approached him, gazing intently as he spoke. "I have heard that the Malfoy family has consistently possessed platinum hair and gray-blue eyes through the generations. I must admit, I may have been a tad rude for staring a bit longer than necessary." As he drew closer, he contemplated whether to greet him. By this time, those surrounding Abraxas had gracefully stepped aside, for the little snakes always possessed an astute awareness. "Good day, Mr. Malfoy. I am Tom Riddle, and it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance today." With that, Riddle extended his right hand with perfect poise, awaiting Abraxas's response. However, Riddle's earlier audacious demeanor and his penetrating gaze made Abraxas hesitant to reciprocate the handshake. Yet, as a proper Malfoy and the rightful heir to the Malfoy lineage, he understood that it was imperative to extend goodwill towards a formidable individual, especially in the Great Hall of Hogwarts, where the headmaster and professors were observing, alongside the heirs of various pureblood families. Thus, Abraxas extended his hand and gently clasped Riddle's. Then, a flawlessly restrained smile graced his face as he elegantly replied, "Good day, Mr. Riddle. I too am delighted to meet you today. I am Abraxas Malfoy." During the handshake, Riddle's thoughts were entirely absorbed in the sensation of their touch, the indescribable delicacy of their skin meeting. Truly, the pampered Malfoy heir was deserving of the countless galleons his family possessed. The exquisite smoothness of the handshake was impeccable, and Riddle noted the faint pink hue at the tips of Abraxas's fingers. Upon concluding their handshake, Abraxas withdrew his hand, and Riddle retracted his, both standing in mutual gaze. Riddle had intended to continue the conversation, but upon meeting Abraxas's eyes, he discerned a flicker of tension and wariness in those gray-blue depths. Consequently, Riddle playfully arched an eyebrow and offered a subtle smile, his beauty strikingly breathtaking. Abraxas found himself momentarily disarmed by Riddle's visage, feeling somewhat inclined to forgive the earlier rudeness. After a graceful nod towards Abraxas, Riddle returned to his seat, quietly awaiting the conclusion of the sorting ceremony. Once seated, Riddle could still hear the occasional whispers surrounding him. Not only the little snakes of Slytherin, but even students from other houses would occasionally cast glances at the two of them before engaging in hushed conversations. They were, after all, focal points of attention. 1. The heir of the Malfoy family, one of the wealthiest pureblood families in the wizarding world, undeniably blessed with remarkable beauty. The other, a striking newcomer whose formidable magical prowess was already awe-inspiring in his first year. The combination of extraordinary strength and stunning good looks created an unparalleled allure. Two equally handsome, charming, and graceful youths together commanded the visual focus of the room. Although their exchange was merely a standard introduction, Riddle's previous behavior led others to perceive a certain mystique in their interaction. Since the moment Riddle had appeared, the only words he had spoken were directed at Abraxas, prompting curious speculation among the onlookers. As the sorting ceremony concluded, Headmaster Albus Dumbledore gradually stood, a smile illuminating his face, particularly as his gaze shifted towards Slytherin, where he beheld the two seated at the long table, one with dark hair and the other with golden locks, his smile deepening further. He addressed the assembly. "Welcome to the new academic year at Hogwarts." After speaking for several minutes, he concluded and took his seat, prompting a wave of enthusiastic applause and cheers. The feast commenced. Chapter 11. The Banquet and Abraxas in the brilliantly lit Great Hall of Hogwarts, as Headmaster Dumbledore announced the commencement of the feast. An array of delectable dishes materialized on the 4 long tables. The sight of golden brown roasted chickens and drumsticks piled high on platters, accompanied by servings of crispy potato wedges and thick-cut steaks, perfectly seared on the outside while tender within, surrounded by an assortment of sauces and exquisite new beverages, including the classic pumpkin juice, was irresistible. After sampling the fare, Riddle did not find much to critique. He understood the simplicity of British cuisine and its straightforward cooking methods. With decent ingredients, one could savor the essence of the food itself. Riddle had little expectation, thus finding the house elves' culinary skills at Hogwarts quite commendable, and the quality of magical ingredients impressive. He dined elegantly, seated at the same table as Abraxas, yet not directly beside him. Although the Malfoy family wielded considerable power, Abraxas was merely in his 3rd year, amidst older students who were also heirs of various pureblood families, each with greater prowess. The mere fact that Abraxas occupied a seat at this table attested to his exceptional status. As Riddle dined, his peripheral vision lingered on Abraxas. Observing him raise a drink to his lips, curiosity piqued. Riddle selected the same drink, delicately lifting the exquisite goblet before him, bringing it to his mouth for a taste, and then smiling for reasons unknown. While dining, Riddle pondered how he might cultivate a closer relationship, wishing to address Abraxas by the more familiar name of Ub. Before long, the main course concluded, and the table transformed into a delightful array of desserts. Riddle sampled several confections, ultimately selecting those that best suited his palate. He soon noticed that Abraxas was watching him intently. At that moment, Abraxas also chose to sample one of Riddle's final selections. Yet, he quickly realized his misjudgment. Riddle's discerning taste leaned towards sweetness, and the dessert he had chosen was exceedingly sugary. As Abraxas took a bite, he couldn't help but furrow his brow at the overwhelming sweetness. He cast a fleeting glance at Riddle and sipped some juice to cleanse his palate. Before long, the once bountiful spread of food vanished as if by magic. After Headmaster Dumbledore rose, the hall swiftly returned to a serene and solemn atmosphere. The headmaster began his address. "I trust everyone has had their fill. I would like to conclude with a few important reminders. First, first-year students. Please take note. The forest surrounding the school is strictly off-limits to any student. I mean any, including older students, so be sure to remember this. Secondly, the Quidditch player tryouts will take place in the 3rd week of this term." Having delivered his announcements, he decisively declared, "You may now disperse. Return to your quarters and rest. First years, be sure to follow your respective house prefects." With that, the first years departed the hall, trailing behind their prefects. The prefect walked ahead, with the first-year students trailing behind. A cluster of older students surrounded Riddle, who, either intentionally or inadvertently, found himself gradually walking alongside Abraxas, keeping pace with him. His peripheral vision lingered on Abraxas's expressionless yet attractive face, which appeared even more appealing under the glow of the lights. Observing a handsome visage lifted his spirits. Riddle felt inclined to prolong their journey a little longer. Before long, they began their descent into the castle's dungeons, navigating a staircase before entering a brass door situated beside the marble steps, followed by traversing a corridor. Eventually, they halted beside a stone wall, which bore a lifelike carving of a colossal serpent. Remember this, the password is ambition. Upon hearing those 2 words, the stone serpent seemed to come alive, slithering aside as the wall parted to reveal a short staircase leading downward. Although it was a basement, the space was remarkably vast, soaring over 3 meters high. with a grand window offering a view of the Black Lake. The Slytherin common room was adorned with exquisite furnishings, elegant sofas, a finely crafted fireplace that crackled with warmth. The overall decor was a harmonious blend of silver and green, strikingly tasteful to the eye. The password changes bi-weekly, with the new code posted on the public announcement board in the common room, and sharing the password outside the confines of Slytherin was strictly forbidden. The seventh-year prefect commenced by outlining the essential points of conduct. He then delivered a speech, concluding with, "Slytherin upholds the supremacy of the strong." Thus, what follows is the chief challenge. It is well known that in Slytherin, the weak have no space to exist. If one lacks strength, even if born of the sacred 28 pureblood families, respect remains elusive. Slytherin forever reveres the powerful. Upon announcing the commencement of the chief challenge, the prefect approached the center of the common room, brandishing his wand and reciting incantations. Furniture began to shift autonomously, clearing a spacious area in the middle of the room. He then transfigured a dueling platform into existence. The chief challenge begins. Chapter 12. The Dull Chief Challenge. In Slytherin House, the hierarchy is meticulously enforced, with status typically linked to bloodline, family strength, individual capability, and future potential. However, Slytherin also champions the empowered. Should someone prove sufficiently strong, respect shall be granted. In this extraordinary realm, one can achieve anything with sufficient might. The chief challenge is independently selected by each house, without the need for the headmaster's appointment, and enjoys a high reputation within qualified institutions. As per tradition, on the first day of each semester, prefects from all grades convene in the common room, awaiting the onset of Slytherin's chief challenge. The seventh-year male prefect stood beside the platform and declared, "The chief challenge begins." Students from second year and above may challenge their respective prefects. Following the establishment of positions, prefects from second to seventh year may challenge the house prefect. The competition commences with the upperclassmen, proceeding from the highest to the lowest grade. No one succeeded, and the final outcome saw the position of house prefect unchanged. The house prefect remained the seventh-year prefect, Jersey. Now, it was the turn of the first years, and the challenge for the first-year prefect was about to commence. This year, Riddle drew the most attention, having demonstrated a terrifying and formidable magical prowess in the Great Hall, even exhibiting the ability to wield the killing curse. He possessed the capability to challenge his way up from the lowest to the highest levels. Thus, after the upperclassmen's matches concluded, none took a respite. Those who had not participated gathered around the platform, eager to witness Riddle's performance. The prefect stood at the edge of the platform, addressing the first-year newcomers. "It is your turn now. Showcase your strength." Yet, the first-year students, the little snakes, hesitated, all eyes fixated on Riddle, who emerged from the crowd with polite grace, ascending the platform with an air of dignity, yet his expressionless demeanor exuded an aura of arrogance. Riddle had long understood that the magical system of this world is idealistic. The theory of magic had been elucidated. The execution of each spell encapsulated the wizard's emotions and intentions at the time. Ultimately, the essence of magic in this realm is a fusion of magical power and a fervent will to achieve one's desires, manifesting a form of wish fulfillment. Many fall short on both will and power, unable to realize their aspirations. Ordinary spells elude them. Conversely, those with sufficient will but lacking in power can only achieve minimal effects, such as causing a nosebleed with the killing curse. Those whose will and power exceed expectations, like Voldemort, can wield the killing curse as a mere basic attack. Truly powerful wizards, having thoroughly studied magic, can cast many spells without incantations or wands, employing silent and wandless magic, as exemplified by Grindelwald. Riddle, with his immense magical prowess, firmly believed himself to be the strongest in the world. He met the criteria for both power and intent, having long been capable of using unforgivable curses as basic attacks. The two templates he possessed endowed him with remarkable offensive and defensive capabilities. His limitless defenses rendered opponents' attacks ineffective, as their speed would diminish as they approached, making contact impossible. The defensive mechanism would automatically filter threats, rendering adversaries perpetually unreachable. He could instantaneously unleash attacks with suction and repulsion, as well as execute devastating spatial cuts with his ultimate move, Void. A hit would obliterate space as if erased, its force comparable to a nuclear bomb's devastation. He could have effortlessly reduced London to rubble upon his first awakening. The templates granted him infinite health and mana reserves. If he so desired, he could single-handedly annihilate an entire nation, effortlessly withstanding all nuclear strikes, with nearly limitless mana to freely unleash Void for total obliteration. However, the invincible Riddle found little desire to engage with these novices. Yet, he recognized the necessity of establishing his authority, aspiring to become the house prefect. He needed the allegiance of Slytherin and sought subordinates to aid him in his quest for dominion over the world. Thus, he was determined to display absolute power. Slytherin has always revered the strong. Slytherin yearned for an unequivocal champion, a leader of unparalleled strength to guide them toward glory in this world. Hence, standing upon the platform, Riddle prepared to stir some excitement, thinking that if he was unhappy, he might as well find some amusement. He flashed a dangerously charming smile at all those gathered below the platform. Chapter 13. Having initially intended to seek amusement, Abraxas became more significant. On the platform within the Slytherin common room, Riddle stood, his gaze playful as he wore a dangerously charming smile. He did not draw his wand. Instead, he raised his right hand and unleashed a brilliant red light into the empty space of the platform, a silent and wandless cruciatus curse that pierced to the bone. The red light continued to strike the ground, and everyone recognized the magical resonance of the cruciatus curse. Under the crimson glow, the expressions of all present shifted to one of terror as they stared at Riddle on the platform. After several moments, Riddle ceased the spell's release. Leisurely retrieving his purplewood wand, holding his wand, he performed 2 intricate gestures, as if warming up his wrist. Then he addressed everyone, stating, "Although the regulations stipulate that challenges proceed from the lower to higher years, I find it somewhat a waste of time for everyone. Therefore, I invite the prefects of the 5th, 6th, and 7th years to join me." He clarified that his earlier demonstration was merely that, and he would adhere to the rules, refraining from employing the unforgivable curses, opting instead to use only the cruciatus and bone-breaking curses. Riddle chuckled again, his demeanor exuding an unmistakable malice. Several prefects felt a surge of fear, wanting to cry out for help. The potency of Riddle's magic was palpable, especially as he was capable of employing advanced spells silently and wandlessly, which was unervingly impressive. They were unwilling to step forward to face him. Yet a first-year challenger had summoned all the senior prefects to the arena, and they understood that stepping up meant certain defeat. They feared how they would be perceived if word got out, and what it would mean for their standing in Slytherin. Nevertheless, their instincts warned them that merely losing would not be the extent of their troubles. Riddle appeared courteous, yet there was an inscrutable intent behind his gaze. The final smile he wore, along with the playful glint in his eyes, hinted at a burgeoning malice that threatened to overflow. The atmosphere was charged with his intent to assert dominance, to draw them to their knees in recognition of hierarchy. The spells he had chosen to highlight, cruciatus and bone-breaking, were clearly in his sights, and with his formidable power, the outcome was foreboding. They wished to prevent him from employing lethal spells, but they could not voice their concerns. Firstly, Riddle was unlikely to show mercy. He was plainly intent on demonstrating his supremacy, aiming to inflict pain and compel obedience, and they dared not contemplate the repercussions of provoking him. Secondly, the implications of their predicament would be equally unfavorable. A first-year challenging a group of senior prefects, while attempting to restrict the spells he could use, would invite ridicule upon them if it became known. Thus, they began casting desperate glances towards the elegant figure of the blond youth standing nearby, hoping he might interject. It was evident to all that Riddle harbored a peculiar regard for Abraxas. At the very least, Riddle's demeanor suggested a desire for camaraderie. Under the scrutiny of their peers, Abraxas turned his gaze toward Riddle. Riddle met his eyes with an expectant look. Abraxas contemplated whether to extend a favor to the prefects. Was it worth risking offense to the powerful Riddle? What words would be prudent, and would Riddle acquiesce? Yet as Abraxas perceived the mirthful glint in Riddle's eyes, he understood that Riddle would grant him this courtesy. Thus, Abraxas stepped forward gracefully, the crowd parting for him as he approached the arena. Raising his chin slightly to regard Riddle, revealing a modest smile as he spoke. "Riddle, your magical prowess is astonishing, and your spellcasting skills are extraordinary. The difficulty of wandless magic is immense, achievable only by a select few elite wizards, and your ability to accomplish it is genuinely remarkable. Given your capabilities, employing offensive spells will undoubtedly result in injury to your opponents. However, the prefects have responsibilities tomorrow, including matters of the academy and evening patrols. You stand on a different level altogether. I believe that even without using offensive spells, you could easily secure victory in this duel." Riddle regarded Abraxas with a smile, noting his proud and confident demeanor as he uttered those words. Standing on the platform, with Abraxas slightly raising his gaze towards him, illuminated by the surrounding light, his platinum hair appeared to shimmer, casting an ethereal glow. Riddle envisioned a magnificent peacock, enamored by the gold hue. He also keenly detected a hint of mischief concealed within Abraxas's gray-blue eyes, an indication that Abraxas was testing the waters. Curious to see how Riddle would respond to the somewhat challenging stipulation, Riddle's mood lifted considerably as he observed Abraxas standing there, and after receiving the praise, he felt even more buoyed. Abraxas was intrigued to see if he could provoke a reaction from Riddle. He found it rather amusing. Originally, Riddle intended to intimidate these potential future subordinates, but inflicting severe injuries was not his aim. He had planned to select a particularly unyielding contender among them for a more severe lesson, yet the Slytherin prefects were proving to be quite astute. Their expressions now revealed a keen understanding of the situation. Abraxas's suggestion was astute, and Riddle could afford to grant him this favor, perhaps paving the way for a mutual recognition of titles in the near future. Contemplating these matters, Riddle smiled at Abraxas and replied, "Very well, Senior. You will witness my victory over these prefects without resorting to offensive spells." Chapter 14. The Duel Unfolds, a Temptation. Having established his limitations, Riddle prepared for the multi-person duel. With an air of arrogance, he pointed his wand at the 6 prefects, indicating they should come forth. The prefects ascended to the arena, facing Riddle in a 1 versus 6 confrontation. They bowed in unison, 3, 2, 1. As the duel commenced, Riddle's wand first targeted one of the 7th-year male prefects. He uttered no incantation. Instead, a flash of red light surged forth. The prefect, intending to attack, hastily attempted to cast the shield charm, but Riddle's magical strength was overwhelming, and the speed of his spell was unparalleled. A disarming charm sent the prefect flying, his wand soaring toward Riddle. Riddle then turned his attention to 2 other male prefects, unleashing 2 more crimson flashes that reached them in an instant. The pair, taken aback by the swiftness of the assault, found their efforts futile. Before they could even illuminate their wands, Riddle's attack had already struck them. The sheer force of his magic rendered them utterly defenseless, and they were sent sprawling by the disarming charm. The remaining 3 female prefects then attempted to retaliate against Riddle. However, their efforts were feeble, their attacks lacked potency. Their movements were sluggish, and their intentions were glaringly obvious. Before their spells could materialize, Riddle anticipated their trajectories. He shifted his position, evading 2 oncoming spells, and casually deflected one that had come too close for comfort. With a flick of his wand, he unleashed 3 silent spells that sent the 3 female prefects hurtling backward, disarmed in an instant. Even if the prefects had managed to cast their spells, their attacks would have been ineffectual against Riddle. He not only possessed limitless capabilities to deflect spells, but could also instantaneously cast silent, wandless shield charms. As he had agreed not to inflict harm, Riddle skillfully controlled the intensity of his spells, ensuring they merely sent his opponents sprawling rather than causing serious injury. Riddle gazed coldly at the heap of individuals sprawled on the ground, none of whom had managed to rise, some even moaning in pain. At that moment, 6 wands were swiftly approaching him. Riddle was reluctant to reach out for the wands, instead casting a silent levitation charm. Several wands floated gracefully to his left side, arranged neatly in the air, parallel to his body. He then turned to face Abraxas, locking his gaze onto him. Yet, he remained vigilant, his right hand still pointing his wand at a group of individuals lying on the ground, unmoving. This posture revealed the alchemical bracelet coiled around his wrist, resembling a serpent, its diamonds sparkling brilliantly, a sight that should have drawn considerable attention. However, the focus of the onlookers was not on the ornamentation but rather on Riddle himself. Captivated by the expression on his face, only when they glanced at the wands did they also catch sight of the exquisite jewelry. The adornment was indeed striking and scintillating, drawing attention to his slender fingers that held the wand, their knuckles sharply defined. The gleam of the mithril and diamonds on the bracelet harmonizing with the luminous sheen of his skin under the lights. Without comparison, one simply noted the ethereal whiteness of Riddle's skin. In contrast, it evoked an inexplicable thirst. Having just witnessed Riddle's duel, everyone felt he shimmered under the illumination. His allure amplified, each of his movements more mesmerizing than the last. Riddle paid no heed to the gazes fixed upon him, willingly flaunting his formidable power. The triumph in the duel did not elate him. He stood there quietly, though his eyes bore a hint of pride as they met Abraxas's. A slight lift of his brow communicated a silent expectation for Abraxas to acknowledge his performance. Abraxas, while confident of Riddle's victory, was taken aback by the swiftness and elegance of the outcome, which exceeded his expectations in terms of Riddle's prowess. Yet, the more perilous something is, the more enchanting it becomes. He found himself somewhat entranced by the scene, feeling parched, momentarily at a loss for words. Abraxas regarded Riddle intently, then raised his hand in graceful applause, and soon the entire Slytherin house joined in. Whispers of awe mingled with cheers, while some, their eyes alight, huddled together in excited murmurs. The common room buzzed with liveliness. Amidst the cacophony of applause, Riddle stepped forward, elegantly retracting his wand and bowing. Although the commotion in the common room was loud, all attention remained fixated on Riddle, who could be heard distinctly. The sound of his boots striking the arena floor and the clattering of several wands, which he had released from the levitation charm, echoed in the air. All else faded into silence, leaving only Riddle's movements to be observed. Chapter 15. The Domineering Riddle. After his graceful bow, Riddle sheathed his wand and descended from the platform, raising his hand to levitate all those still lying on the ground off the stage. Although he was unaware of the reasons for their incapacitation, he chose not to concern himself with such matters. Once he had removed them from the platform, he pointed his finger to levitate several prefects directly onto nearby sofas. He then summoned the seventh-year male prefect, the head of the previous house, to his side, gently placing him down and gesturing for him to accompany him to the corridor, as he had matters to discuss. The seventh-year prefect, Jersey Gringlass, grimacing as he clutched his chest in pain, followed Riddle closely, keeping pace with him. As they walked, Riddle feigned a smile, addressing the prefect. "I am now the head, am I not?" "Indeed, sir," the prefect replied. "Then you may guide me to the prefect's dormitory. You will be residing in my former first-year prefect's quarters, Gringlass." "Of course, I shall take you there immediately," Jersey Gringlass responded respectfully. "Once I gather my belongings. Your luggage will be sent by the house elf. It is an honor for you to remember my name. You may also call me Jersey." Riddle replied, "That is acceptable. You may call me Jersey, but it is preferable that you refer to me as Headmaster Riddle or Sir. I do not appreciate being addressed by my first name." "Very well, Mr. Riddle, I shall adhere to your wishes." Upon hearing Jersey Gringlass's response, Riddle found his excessive deference somewhat amusing. He glanced at Gringlass, probing. "Will the Slytherin prefect's washroom be accessible to every first-year shadow prefect?" "No, it is strictly reserved for recognized prefects, the heads of both male and female students, and the Quidditch captains. I have no desire to share a washroom with others. I plan to prohibit them from using the prefect's facilities. What do you think of this decision?" Jersey Gringlass replied, "We shall follow your will." Riddle continued, "How should I notify these individuals?" "You may leave everything to me. I will inform and persuade them, ensuring that no grievances arise." "Why would they have no grievances?" Jersey Gringlass answered, "Because of your nobility, because of your strength. If it were merely a seventh-year prefect wishing to do so, there would undoubtedly be opposition from both the heads of male and female students and the Quidditch captains. They might even consider him mad, perceiving it as a provocation, as they believe that although a prefect is stronger, their statuses are not vastly different. You, however, are different. You have demonstrated sufficient power, and you are destined to grow even stronger. Slytherin has always obeyed the commands of the strong. The strong rightfully possess everything." Riddle's current strength was so formidable that Jersey could not help but draw comparisons to Grindelwald, the most feared dark wizard in history, wreaking havoc across Europe. Jersey began to adjust his mindset rapidly, positioning himself as a subordinate. Typically, a seventh year like Jersey would no longer have ties with Riddle after graduation. Yet, he could not suppress his inner desires, envisioning Grindelwald and contemplating the heights Riddle might reach in the future, igniting a fervent yearning to follow him. Riddle spoke, "Excellent. You are indeed talented and ambitious." Jersey Gringlass replied, "It is my honor to serve you upon witnessing your power." Riddle continued, "Then let us proceed with a few tasks. The first is that you will continue to manage the responsibilities of the head prefect. I have no interest in such matters. The second is that today or tomorrow, you should review the schedule and select another deputy prefect from the first years, who will assume the duties of the head prefect and oversee all affairs. Do not come to me with problems. Instead, seek solutions yourself. The third task is to find an opportunity in the coming days to communicate with the headmaster. I intend to pursue self-study. In the past few days, I shall demonstrate my capabilities in the first-year classes. After you have discussed my situation with the headmaster, please inform him of my desire to apply for self-study under the principal. Regarding my academic progress and proficiency, I can assure you that I possess an exceptional memory. I have independently mastered all textbooks and subjects. You have also witnessed my prowess in spellcasting, enabling me to execute advanced incantations silently and without a wand. I am currently prepared to undertake the OWL examinations for 5th year and the NEWT examinations for 7th year, both of which I am confident I can pass, likely achieving 12 outstanding grades with ease. However, my primary motivation for attending Hogwarts lies in accessing the library's vast collection of books and seeking out suitable intellectual companions. I do not possess an urgent desire to accelerate my studies. As you converse with the headmaster, please remember my two main objectives. Firstly, I wish to engage in self-directed learning, allowing me the freedom to explore the library and manage my own schedule. Secondly, I seek the liberty to audit classes from other years, as there are certain subjects I am eager to attend. Jersey, can you accommodate these requests? Jersey Gringlass, yes, sir. I will ensure it is done. Excellent. I look forward to your performance. Chapter 16. Transforming the dormitory. The two then proceeded to the opulent head boy's dormitory. After swiftly organizing his belongings with magic, Jersey elegantly levitated his luggage and exited the room. Riddle began to survey his new quarters. The dormitory was spacious, adorned with lavish decorations that exuded elegance. The interplay of green and silver created an air of sophistication and mystery. At the center of the room stood a grand four-poster bed, its posts intricately carved with exquisite designs, draped with soft velvet curtains. A towering floor-to-ceiling window, over 2 meters high, offered a view of the inky depths of the Black Lake. The sight of the profound waters felt somewhat oppressive to Riddle. Being in a basement with such darkness outside was rather disconcerting. He retrieved a collection of prepared items, commencing the renovation of his chamber. First, he suspended a dazzling crystal magical lamp from the ceiling, significantly illuminating the space. He then stowed away the original furnishings in a self-created, seamless expansion bag. Subsequently, he cast the seamless expansion charm on the room, enlarging it considerably, as he intended to carve out a dedicated area for alchemy and potion making. He began arranging magical runes upon the floor, concerned that the presence of the Black Lake might render his chamber too cold and dreary. To counter this, he implemented charms for warmth, insulation, and protective warnings. Drawing inspiration from the space ceiling charm, he established a barrier within his dormitory, restricting the entrance of house elves. Henceforth, the elves would only be permitted to operate in the washroom, where they could launder his garments and maintain cleanliness. He then summoned the bed provided by the house elf. Furnished with prepared items, along with a bedside table, a sleek black oak desk and chair set, and several luxurious wardrobes to create a walk-in closet. He also designed a reading nook with a bookcase and a fireplace. Additionally, he established a bar area meant for late-night snacks, beverages, and, eventually, drinks when the occasion arose. He adorned the space with a rug, a sofa, a round table, and an ornate wall clock, alongside various items he frequently used, including a display case for his assorted trinkets. The house elf had prepared duplicates of items he was accustomed to, which Riddle organized according to memory, delineating sleeping, dining, leisure, closet, bar, and wash areas. Upon completion, the room radiated warmth and coziness, shedding much of its medieval character. Moreover, a substantial area remained, which he partitioned to serve as an alchemical and potion workspace. After setting up the alchemical and potion workstations, both of which he had pre-prepared with protective enchantments to contain any potential explosions, he activated a safeguard ensuring that only he could access the contents therein. The alchemical workstation featured a variety of assisting functions, while the potion workstation boasted an additional capability. Riddle had studied the stasis charm, which allows an object or being to be suspended in time until the caster decides to lift the enchantment. He applied this charm to the potion workstation, enabling him to pause the brewing process for potions that required constant attention. Riddle relished the convenience of utilizing such tools. A wall lined with cabinets for storing alchemical materials and potions was fortified with protective enchantments, some even incorporating time-stopping magic, causing time within to stagnate when sealed. He placed a display case for finished potions, capable of halting time, alongside another for alchemical products, containing both his creations and reference materials. Among the displayed items were protective rings, two-way mirrors, quills, memory charms, golden snitches, and flying brooms, showcasing a diverse array of available alchemical products. However, this cabinet required no time-stopping enchantments, only protection and warning mechanisms, ensuring it remained secure unless he chose to open it. The surroundings included sofas, chairs, and an extensive bookcase, with everything meticulously arranged. Once he had completed the organization, he proceeded to freshen up. After a warm shower, enveloped in a soothing warmth, he ambled barefoot across the carpet to the bedside, extinguishing the magical lamp. He gazed at the Black Lake outside for a moment, contemplating his plans for the following day, before smiling and magically drawing the curtains across the expansive window, preparing to retire for the night. Chapter 17. Abraxas's contemplation and decision to leverage his advantages following the duel. Everyone was abuzz with excitement, observing Riddle's every move as he departed with Jersey from their line of sight. The younger students gazed at Riddle with admiration, while the older students exchanged contemplative glances, each harboring their own thoughts as they gradually dispersed from the common room. Abraxas returned to his dormitory, shedding his composed facade only once inside. Feeling parched, he poured himself a glass of water and gulped it down, though a lingering agitation remained within him. He reclined on the sofa, allowing his mind to wander through the events of the day. Once a staunch believer in prophetic dreams, he had meticulously trained his magical prowess and spellcasting abilities in anticipation of a foretold future. As a worthy heir of the Malfoy lineage and a serpent of Slytherin, he comprehended the implications of actions taken during the establishment of a new order and how they would be perceived as manifestations of dark wizardry. Originally, Riddle, as a first-year student with presumed mixed heritage and orphan status, faced considerable challenges within Slytherin. Even showcasing his talents could render him a target for pure-blood discrimination, and older purebloods might engage in tentative attempts to either ally with him or, failing that, suppress him. Abraxas had prepared to cultivate an early alliance, bestowing resources and protection, offering benefits and camaraderie to transform the Malfoy family into allies, although they would later become followers. The initial investment would ensure that the Malfoy family retained the highest status among all those who followed his lineage. Abraxas had not foreseen Voldemort's defeat in his dreams. Unaware of the cold-blooded, ruthless nature that lay ahead, he only glimpsed fragments of a future where he would be a tyrannical ruler, oblivious to the grim fate that awaited the Malfoy family and others who might follow him to the bitter end. Now, it was evident that Riddle was not quite right. His magical prowess was formidable, surpassing that of professors even in his first year, effortlessly wielding advanced spells. His attire and demeanor did not suggest an orphan. Rather, he appeared as though meticulously crafted from gold, adorned in the finest fabrics. The embellishments and alchemical items he possessed were far from ordinary. He was a figure both enigmatic and dangerous, arrogant and impudent. Abraxas understood this arrogance, acknowledging it as a byproduct of his immense power. Riddle's superiority placed him on par with figures such as Dumbledore and Grindelwald, if not slightly beneath them, yet he was undeniably of the same caliber. As a mere first-year student with such capabilities, the implications for his future were staggering. He had reached a point where no one could suppress or test him. He possessed the ability to turn the tables at any moment. His talents had already begun to attract numerous suitors seeking to invest in him. Consequently, Abraxas's previous plans were rendered obsolete. The only silver lining was that Riddle's current demeanor suggested a likelihood of future dominion over the magical world. He seemed even more formidable than in Abraxas's dreams. Should he harbor sufficient ambition, Slytherin would welcome a true leader, one who would guide them towards glory and triumph, heralding an era belonging to Slytherin in the magical realm. Should his power continue to grow, the world might witness the rise of its genuine sovereign. Contemplating this, Abraxas felt a tinge of helplessness. Riddle's talents had become apparent prematurely, prompting heirs from all families to scramble to stake their claims for the future. The efficacy of his prophetic dreams had diminished considerably. The sole piece of good news today was that Riddle had displayed a remarkably amiable attitude towards him, seemingly eager to forge a connection. Perhaps this was an attempt to leverage the Malfoy family's reputation, or perhaps Riddle simply wished to be acquainted with him. Abraxas sat quietly on the sofa, pondering. This was a point he could exploit. The Malfoy family had long been accustomed to receiving special treatment due to their beauty. Friends were a rarity. Most were mere partners in pursuit of mutual benefit. Riddle's inherent value might very well allow him to become a true friend of the Malfoy family. Certain elements within his dreams were not entirely illusory. There existed a tangible quality to the entire vision, suggesting that the old order was beginning to falter, paving the way for a new era. A sly smile crept across Abraxas's face, his eyes glinting with cunning. The Malfoy family would always stand on the victorious side, all in the name of preserving their platinum glory. Chapter 18. Reluctance for Potions Class. The following morning, Riddle awoke comfortably in the bed he had brought with him. Roused only when his alarm rang, he arose, tidied himself, and prepared to head to the great hall for breakfast. Upon opening the door, he found Jersey waiting expectantly at the side. It was clear that Jersey had something to convey. Riddle gestured for him to speak as they walked. Last night, the selection for the first-year prefect had taken place, and Avery had been appointed as the prefect. The upperclassmen had already guided the younger students through the castle, familiarizing them with the locations of classrooms, and had provided maps and schedules. Here is your schedule and map, Jersey presented them, the map meticulously labeled with various locations. As they conversed, they entered the common room, where first-year students awaited to proceed to the Great Hall. After spending the night together, they had formed several distinct groups, each congregating in their own circles. Avery had been holding the schedule and map, waiting for Riddle's emergence to present them, but Jersey had preempted him. Avery's gaze towards Jersey held a hint of resentment. As Jersey passed Avery, he introduced him to Riddle. This is Avery. Avery promptly greeted Riddle, who acknowledged him with a nod. Without pausing, Riddle walked past the new students, leading them in an orderly fashion out of the common room. Upon reaching the Great Hall, Riddle slowed his pace, casually taking his seat at the head of the Slytherin table. Jersey sat beside him. A few upperclassmen were dining at the long table, but Abraxas was nowhere to be seen. Riddle selected some food from the table and began to eat his breakfast with grace. He then glanced at his schedule. Potions on Monday morning, charms in the afternoon. Tuesday featured herbology, history of magic, and transfiguration in the afternoon. With so few classes each day, it was no wonder the young wizards were so rowdy. After finishing his breakfast, Riddle made his way to the potions classroom, settling into the front row. A few new students who had followed him attempted to engage him in conversation, but Riddle cast a Confundus charm upon himself. After retrieving the textbook for the lesson from his enchanted ring, he also pulled out an advanced potions textbook, contemplating whether to select a potion that required a lengthy preparation time. Having already completed the quicker potions, he felt drawn to concocting Felix Felicis. At that moment, class began, and Professor Slughorn entered, standing before the podium. He outlined the important points and, after explaining the textbook material, instructed everyone to prepare their ingredients for potion making. Today, we will attempt to brew the Scabbers potion, a simple remedy that can cure scabbers, but a failed potion can induce scabbers upon contact with the skin. All right, children, let us begin the brewing process. Riddle commenced his work alone, his confundus charm not only obscuring his face, but also clouding the memory of his existence from others. His movements flowed with grace as he expertly handled the powdered snake fangs and processed the various ingredients. Setting up the cauldron and igniting the flame, he followed the procedure, adding ingredients in phases, controlling the fire, and observing the potion's magical reactions with 6 eyes, waiting for the perfect moment to proceed to the next step. Finally, he infused the potion with his magical energy and stirred, producing a flawless Scabbers potion. Professor Slughorn had noticed Riddle's actions early on, among a group of clumsy novices. He stood out with a seamless series of movements, showcasing undeniable skill. Professor Slughorn held a fondness for capable individuals, especially for a prodigy like Riddle. His magical talent foretold a future of greatness. Riddle's current prowess in potion-making brought immense delight to Professor Slughorn. As Riddle had cast the confundus charm upon himself, he waited until Riddle completed his potion before approaching him for feedback. Noticing Professor Slughorn's intent to speak with him, Riddle lifted the charm and displayed his finished product for the professor to see. Slughorn picked up the potion handed to him by Riddle, scrutinizing the liquid against the light before bringing it closer to his nose, his face breaking into an expression of admiration. Marvelous. Slytherin gains 5 points. The quality of this potion is nothing short of perfection. Riddle, your technique is exceptionally refined. Is crafting potions at a lower year level no challenge for you? Are you capable of brewing advanced potions now? Indeed, Professor, Riddle replied, gesturing toward the advanced potion-making texts laid out on the table. I've successfully brewed everything in this book except for Felix Felicis. My creations have all turned out quite well. The only reason I haven't attempted Felix is that it requires 6 months of preparation, and I have yet to begin. Astounding. You are truly a prodigy. The first-year curriculum is far too simple for you. You could join my slug club and even directly enroll in the 6th-year advanced potion course. I must discuss your curriculum with the headmaster. It is an utter waste of talent to confine someone of your brilliance to lower-level potion classes. I must see the new students now. You have nothing further to learn in this class. You may leave early, and due to your exceptional abilities, there will be no homework assigned to you regarding the potion for scabies. Thank you, Professor Slughorn. With that, Riddle elegantly departed the classroom, employing a silent levitation charm to carry his textbook. Chapter 19. Classes are dull. Abraxas is more important. Having exited the classroom a bit early, Riddle made his way to the library to peruse some books. The library, situated on the 2nd floor of Hogwarts Castle, revealed itself to be quite spacious upon entry. It appeared to have employed the charm of undetectable extension, with rows upon rows of shelves brimming with an array of texts. From ancient tomes of magic to contemporary magical literature, these volumes not only numbered in abundance, but also included rare books that one would seldom encounter in the marketplace. Of course, there was also the restricted section, securely locked away at the back. Riddle had no time to delve into the forbidden tomes just yet, so he selected a few unfamiliar titles to read. After completing the borrowing process, he cast a confundus charm and an obliviate charm upon himself to quietly read in the library. As noon approached, he made his way to the Great Hall. At lunchtime, he spotted Abraxas. Although Riddle had arrived early, he had cast a confundus charm on his own face before Abraxas's arrival, lifting the charm as soon as Abraxas sat down. He then set down his cutlery and smiled demurely at his companion, his movements seemingly imbued with an enchanting allure that effortlessly drew the attention of all at the long table. As Abraxas settled into his seat, he fell victim to Riddle's captivating beauty, his gaze transfixed on him. Riddle leaned slightly forward, smiling with an innocent expression, yet his eyes sparkled with mischief. After their gaze met, Abraxas, exasperated, shot Riddle a look urging him to behave, then averted his gaze, unable to withstand the allure of Riddle's visage. Abraxas had no intention of conversing at that moment, prompting Riddle to temper his enthusiasm. The two elegantly finished their lunch before departing the Great Hall in succession. Riddle followed Abraxas out, quickening his pace to walk alongside him. Noticing Abraxas's reluctance to engage in conversation, Riddle maintained a respectful silence, stealing glances at his profile, admiring his graceful demeanor and platinum hair. As they approached the common room, just before parting ways to their respective dormitories, Abraxas spoke. I shall await you in the common room after this afternoon's classes. We can discuss matters then. A satisfied smile crept onto Riddle's lips. Very well, upperclassmen. I shall find you after class. In the afternoon, Riddle attended a charms lesson. The instructor, adhering to the syllabus, introduced the students to their first spell, the levitation charm. After explaining the necessary wand movements, precautions, and incantation, he encouraged everyone to practice. Wingardium Leviosa. Excellent. This Slytherin student has succeeded first. Slytherin gains 5 points. Riddle. Did you forget to vocalize the incantation just now? Please try again. Feeling somewhat bored, Riddle decided not to use his wand this time. With mere thought, the feather floated smoothly into the air, tracing a perfect circle. The previous dialogue had drawn the attention of the entire classroom. Witnessing this display, the commotion in the classroom momentarily stilled. The professor gazed at Riddle in astonishment. I have never seen a first-year wizard master wandless and silent casting. If you can perform other spells without a wand or words, your future is destined to be inscribed in the annals of magical history. Slytherin gains 20 points. The classroom buzzed with admiration, though the first-year Slytherins were not overly surprised. Their expressions merely swelled with pride. They thought to themselves, what is the levitation charm in comparison to last night, when we witnessed Riddle's silent and wandless piercing magic? Riddle navigated through the remainder of the charms class. Eager to leave as the lesson concluded, the instructor called out to him, wishing to inquire about his mastery of the spell. Impatient to depart, Riddle brandished his wand and began casting spells in the vacant space of the classroom. All petrified, shattered to pieces, collapsed, disarmed. Armor swiftly bind. Flames ablaze, thunderous explosions. Barrage of projectiles, flocks of birds. Vanish without a trace, silent and unseen. Restore to the original, guardian summon. After wreaking havoc in the classroom, he concluded with the restoration spell, mending the chaos he had caused. He then conjured forth his Patronus, as this was an extra credit component for the 7th-year defense against the dark arts examination. His Patronus, a long-horned water serpent, manifested as a magnificent creature, hovering majestically above the classroom. The teacher was left utterly speechless. Riddle had recited some spells aloud while others were cast silently, completing the entire sequence in mere minutes. Riddle, with his Patronus above him, summoned his textbook and prepared to leave, casually remarking, I have some matters to attend to. We can discuss my progress later. With that, he dismissed his Patronus and exited the classroom, leaving behind a stunned teacher, a group of astonished Gryffindor first years, and a proud Slytherin cohort. Chapter 20, Common Room. Wow! Upon exiting the classroom, Riddle stored his books in his spatial ring and made his way to the common room. Upon entering the Slytherin common room, he immediately spotted Abraxas. He sat elegantly on the sofa, his platinum hair meticulously styled, and his pale, handsome features complemented by striking gray-blue eyes, rendering him extraordinarily striking. Clad in a well-tailored, high-quality school uniform, beneath which was an exquisitely crafted white shirt, his pale skin contrasted with the fabric, blurring the lines of who appeared whiter. One hand held a teacup from which he sipped red tea, while the other rested casually on the sofa, his posture relaxed yet exuding an effortless elegance and pride. Dressed in perfectly tailored black trousers, his long legs were crossed, with one knee resting atop the other and one calf slightly elevated, revealing the toned musculature of his leg. Adorned with black socks and exquisite black dragonhide boots. Upon noticing Riddle enter the common room, he lifted his gaze towards him. Riddle felt a slight flutter in his heart. Riddle averted his gaze, carefully restraining it as he settled onto the sofa opposite Abraxas. With a subtle flick of his wand, Abraxas conjured a magical teapot that poured red tea for Riddle. After expressing his gratitude, Riddle delicately sipped the tea. Upon finishing, he began to cast a series of spells, silencing charm, confundus charm, and obliviate, around them. Abraxas, taken aback, inquired, what are you doing? If you have queries you wish to explore, I would gladly provide you with answers, yet I prefer to keep my secrets hidden. Certain topics necessitate discretion. Abraxas, intrigued, leaned forward, his posture reflecting his curiosity. Is there anything I may inquire about, Junior? Indeed, Senior, Riddle replied, taking another sip of tea before continuing. I hold a sincere regard for you. However, might we alter our addresses? May I call you Abraxas, Senior? The friendship of the Malfoys is built upon interests and bloodlines. Should you satisfy me, you may even refer to me as Up. In light of Riddle's desire to exchange names, Abraxas proposed a more enticing condition, hoping to lure Riddle into revealing further secrets. Yet Riddle remained indifferent to the prospect of his secrets being known. Revealing all his cards might ensnare Abraxas's fascination. He was prepared to wager everything. To attain what one desires, one must be willing to sacrifice. Riddle's current strategy was to go all in, continuing until he obtained what he sought. He set down his teacup and offered Abraxas a composed smile. You may commence your inquiries. What is your lineage? This question posed a slight challenge, not in the manner one might presume, but rather in how he might articulate his heritage. Let me ponder, Riddle mused, contemplating how best to explain. To be precise, My lineage is pure blood, and more specifically, I possess the blood of Slytherin. Indeed, just as you surmised. However, it is widely acknowledged that pure blood Slytherins are no longer extant. Only the Gunter family retains a semblance of Slytherin blood. Abraxas's keen gaze fixed on Riddle as he spoke. Thus, you were actually half-blood before. And due to your gifts, akin to a blood awakening, your lineage has evolved, making you the sole pure-blood Slytherin. Abraxas was genuinely astonished, his slate blue eyes betraying an unmistakable sense of wonder. Blood awakening? Riddle gestured for him to continue. Abraxas, already aware of Riddle's Parseltongue and Slytherin lineage, was now more eager to discern the extent of his powers and how his family contrasted with the dreams he harbored. He resumed questioning. So, is your magical prowess a result of this blood awakening? Not entirely. Part of my strength arises from the awakening of my Slytherin lineage, while another part is derived from additional gifts. These talents stem from 2 other bloodlines. Riddle began to divulge his secrets. How should I elucidate? It is as if each of the 2 bloodlines bestowed upon me a unique gift. With only my Slytherin blood, my magical capacity aligns with that of a wizard at adulthood. Presently, my power and capability are influenced by various gifts and bloodlines. Abraxas, increasingly astonished, urged Riddle to elaborate further. The abilities awakened from these 2 bloodlines, I can demonstrate one for you. Additionally, part of my prowess is due to my ability to access the memories imparted by my lineage, learning how to wield these powers. Therefore, Senior, my life experiences should surpass yours. Silence. Show me your abilities. Riddle rose and moved to sit beside Abraxas. They now shared the sofa, and Riddle extended his right hand, inviting Abraxas to place his hand atop his own. You must do so to comprehend my capabilities. Abraxas placed his hand on Riddle's. He quickly discovered an invisible barrier preventing contact. Surprised, he looked at Riddle, who then dispelled the barrier, grasping Abraxas's hand as he began to explain, "This is my gift, Limitless. There is no obstruction between us, nor is it akin to the shield charm. What lies between us is infinite space. The closer one approaches me, the greater the resistance. The slower their speed, ultimately nearing an absolute halt. No attack can ever reach me. Through my manipulation of space, I achieve absolute defense and offense. What I have demonstrated is defense, capable of automatically repelling any encroaching object. What do you think? Impressive, is it not?" As Riddle spoke, his demeanor bore no trace of arrogance, yet in showcasing his formidable ability, an innate pride surged within him, as though he were destined to be the strongest in the world. His every gesture emanated an intangible aura, imbued with an intoxicating blend of danger and allure. Riddle remained poised, holding Abraxas's hand, awaiting his reaction. As Abraxas contemplated the myriad applications of this gift, he turned his attention back to Riddle, who sat beside him. His profile an impeccable silhouette. Riddle, already strikingly handsome, now radiated an air of superiority and arrogance that magnified his extraordinary charm. Abraxas felt his heart quicken slightly. After a moment of silence, he asked, "What does your offense entail? Can it withstand the killing curse? If you wish to see my offensive capabilities, we must venture outside the castle. Its potency is considerable. Indeed, it can repel the killing curse, just as you surmised. It automatically defends against all attacks. In truth, I am invincible, Ub." As Riddle uttered this proclamation, he bore the demeanor of a deity, declaring his invincibility with a dispassionate air that imbued him with an otherworldly quality. Any onlooker would willingly succumb to his allure, even offering their lives in sacrifice. The combination of Riddle's might and the charisma he exuded left Abraxas feeling dizzy, his emotions becoming increasingly difficult to control. Abraxas trembled with excitement, his grip on Riddle's hand tightening. "To the castle grounds now? I must witness your attack." Chapter 21. Unfurl. Ethereal Veil. Riddle obediently rose, naturally taking Abraxas's hand as they made their way toward the castle's exterior. The two, hand in hand, traversed the corridors, their fingers intertwined in a strikingly vivid sensation. Abraxas distinctly felt the warmth emanating from Riddle's hand, a subtle yet profound experience. He turned his gaze to Riddle, unabashedly admiring the near-flawless contours of his profile. Their joined hands seemed to imbue him with a newfound joy. A smile graced Riddle's beautiful visage, his lips curling with uncontainable delight, while the depths of his dark eyes sparkled alluringly, and his elegantly arched brows lifted slightly, exuding a breathtaking beauty. As they reached the castle's exterior, they arrived at the edge of the Black Lake and released each other's hands. Riddle then dispelled the confusion charm surrounding them. Hogwarts is nestled by the shores of a picturesque lake, surrounded by vast mountains and dense forests. Riddle pointed towards a distant peak, his eyes gleaming with excitement as they fixated on that summit. "What do you think of that mountain?" he mused. "What kind of power should I employ? Oh, perhaps just a touch of brutality will suffice." His figure hovered in the air, sunlight casting a golden glow upon Riddle's exquisite features, enveloping him in an aura of brilliance. Virtual Violet. With a flourish, Riddle conjured a purple energy sphere in his hand, transforming it into a radiant beam of violet light. The devastating sphere hurtled towards the mountain. Upon impact, the peak exploded with a resounding roar, engulfed in a blinding radiance before it vanished entirely. As the light dissipated, Riddle descended. Standing firm as he surveyed the ruins of the obliterated mountain, a wicked and dangerous smile gracing his lips. Perhaps that was a bit excessive, he remarked. Abraxas was left awestruck by the sheer force of the attack. The mountain had not merely been blown away, but entirely erased, leaving behind a void that seemed as though it had never existed. The magnitude of this power was profoundly unsettling. Yet, rather than fear, Abraxas found himself exhilarated by Riddle's overwhelming strength, his eyes ablaze with a greedy fervor. At that moment, the professors, including Headmaster Albus Dumbledore, sensed the violent surge of magical energy and emerged to investigate. Dumbledore was the first to arrive, using apparition to appear nearby. Initially, he saw no immediate issue, but upon noticing the swirling dust in the distance, he soon realized that a mountain peak had vanished. His expression morphed into one of disbelief. Riddle paid no heed to the headmaster's arrival, instead turning and striding over to Abraxas, who was gazing at him intently. With a focused gaze and a slight smirk, Riddle seemed eager to converse. However, Abraxas silenced him with a look. Just then, Dumbledore hastened to the scene, followed by the other professors, who, following the headmaster's astonished gaze, also beheld the missing peak. The professors exchanged bewildered glances before, after a moment of silent understanding, directing their attention towards the duo standing aside, Abraxas and Riddle. In a moment of mirth, Riddle smiled at the professors, exuding an air of nonchalance as if he had no desire to elaborate. Abraxas hesitated briefly before offering no explanation. Instead, he grasped Riddle's hand and led him away towards the castle, their pace quickening until they were running. Riddle took a couple of steps forward, holding Abraxas's hand tightly. Looking at him intently, the thrill of their previous encounter had left Abraxas's heart racing, his pale cheeks tinged with a faint flush. Riddle sat beside him on the couch, holding his hand and gazing intently at Abraxas. Abraxas attempted to steer the conversation back to serious matters, making a move to withdraw his hand. Although Riddle was reluctant to release him, he merely squeezed Abraxas's fingertips before letting go. "What were you about to say?" Abraxas inquired. With a playful smile, Riddle replied, "I could unleash attacks of that magnitude all day long. I possess even greater power." Abraxas forced himself to focus, pressing Riddle on his ambitions, eager to discern whether he was a worthy strongman and leader. "What are your plans for the future?" "To dominate the world," Riddle declared. "First, the magical realm. Then to wield that power over Britain, or perhaps the entire globe. Even if ruling the world proves too cumbersome, at the very least. I intend to govern the wizarding community in Britain." He continued, "I have several individuals at my disposal, and my initial purpose for coming to Hogwarts was to seek allies and subordinates. Despite my formidable strength, I require followers. It is far more prudent to consolidate support than to annihilate all who oppose me. I shall find opportunities to eliminate dissenters in due time. Systematically, I will replace the upper echelons with my loyalists, thereby seizing control of the Ministry of Magic and, through it, dominate the magical world, eventually extending my rule over Britain. The allure of power is an unchanging law. I shall bestow unimaginable rewards upon my loyal followers, benefits derived from policies favoring my governance of the magical realm, and the profits of ruling an entire nation thereafter. The Muggle world poses considerable dangers with its myriad weapons and vast numbers. Yet I could lay waste to London in an hour, erasing it as effortlessly as that mountain was obliterated. I am the strongest. So, do you believe I can conquer the world?" Leaning casually against the sofa, Riddle spoke these words with a serene demeanor, treating the notion of world domination as an inevitability. His aura radiated an extraordinary charm, and within his dark eyes, the previous levity was replaced with a calm, resolute confidence, as though he had already glimpsed his future reign. The words dominate, power, erasure, and the strongest fell like heavy hammers upon Abraxas's heart, nearly overwhelming him with emotion. Here stood a leader who epitomized everything the Malfoy family and all pureblood families yearned for, a figure capable of leading them to greatness. Chapter 22. The Perfect Leader. Will Abraxas approve? A leader for whom all held high hopes, an unquestionable sovereign. Magic equates to power, and strength equates to authority. His magic, his talent, his might. Investing in him guarantees success, even if the entire world stands in opposition. This is no mere investment. It is his prerogative to choose who may follow him. Should a throne exist in this world, it awaits his ascension. Those who align with him shall share in the dominion over the world. Greed is a virtue. What a Malfoy desires, a Malfoy shall acquire. Abraxas had always regarded Riddle with a unique perspective. Even in the face of Riddle's earlier rudeness, he had forgiven him due to his striking visage. Having witnessed the duel and being charmed into a parched silence, the events of the afternoon had only intensified his intrigue. He had not contemplated a deeper relationship with Riddle, believing instead that his destiny lay with a family alliance. Time was too brief, and a fleeting attraction did not necessitate action. Yet, everything had changed. The values represented by Riddle had rendered further deliberation unnecessary. With Riddle's display of power today, Abraxas could no longer restrain his thoughts on how to possess him, to entwine himself with him and claim all that he had. Abraxas leaned back on the sofa, attempting to steady his emotions, then turned to Riddle. How do you intend to arrange your relationship with the Malfoy family? My plan is to have you manage my followers and oversee all subordinates as my representative. Handling all affairs, Riddle replied. Riddle reclined on the sofa, his gaze seemingly casual as it rested upon Abraxas, yet he expressed thoughts of considerable weight. The ever-elegant countenance of Abraxas was momentarily marred by a flicker of surprise at this unexpected declaration. I possess an absolute military might. The role of my subordinates is merely to manage others and execute the tasks I assign, Riddle stated with an air of calm. I abhor dealing with such matters. However, you, Abraxas, have been groomed as the heir of the family, endowed with exceptional abilities. I believe you can accomplish these tasks. The various factions and families within the magical realm must be either won over or dealt with, and ultimately, you can allocate the benefits to my followers. Those who align with my family. I envision myself as the conqueror of the world, while you shall govern it. Of course, in your absence, I would never bestow such power upon another. Riddle paused momentarily, then continued. The Malfoy family wields considerable influence and wealth within the magical community. Should they choose to ally with me, I would position them at the pinnacle among all families, tasked with managing the others. In truth, my singular ambition is to dominate the world. The specifics of execution shall rest upon your shoulders, Abraxas. There was a hint of uncertainty in Riddle's voice as he uttered these words. Originally, he had planned to cultivate his power discreetly and unveil it post-graduation. This afternoon, he had recklessly showcased his prowess before Abraxas, and while he harbored no regrets about revealing his strength prematurely, his sudden emergence in the magical community's awareness was bound to incite a series of tests. Although the outcome of his dominion over the magical realm remained unchanged, it might stir some turbulence for Abraxas in the interim. His initial strategy had merely been to gather followers at school, intending to place them within the Ministry of Magic upon graduation, subsequently replacing its personnel with his own. He had not devised a more intricate plan beyond that. Having achieved invincibility, Riddle found the world increasingly tedious, and he spoke of previous strategies as if they were mere games. He had delved into alchemy, creating charms that granted the ability to cast the shield charm once daily, as well as a disposable badge that allowed for 3 consecutive uses of the same spell. I have devised these protective items to ensure that my future subordinates do not perish too easily, he remarked, retrieving 2 samples from his spatial ring and levitating them before Abraxas. The disposable item was a serpent-shaped badge, while the reusable charm was a pendant. Abraxas reached out to examine the 2 alchemical creations. Riddle signaled for him to accept the items and spoke again. I am confident that as long as I possess reason and patience, my faction shall effortlessly triumph in all endeavors. However, there remains one crucial matter. You have yet to formally declare your intention to join my ranks and address me as your leader. Upon concluding his statement, Riddle, with a visage of exquisite allure, playfully extended his hand toward Abraxas. A more significant figure than mere games had now surfaced. Abraxas, who had been attentively listening to Riddle's plans, now regarded his playful demeanor with a hint of exasperation evident in his gray-blue eyes. With a resigned sigh, Abraxas extended his hand to clasp Riddle's, offering him a measure of consolation. Very well, my leader. Riddle beamed with satisfaction, contentedly grasping Abraxas's hand. With the serious matters seemingly concluded, the two leaned against each other on the sofa, the atmosphere between them radiating warmth and harmony. Abraxas then began to inquire about matters that piqued his curiosity. Will your magical prowess continue to grow? Indeed. It should increase by the equivalent of half an adult wizard's power each year. What accounts for your astonishing growth and power? Why, if you ask me, I can only attribute it to my bloodline. I possess 3 bloodline gifts, and their combination yields such extraordinary results. I am aware of the Slytherin gift and another, yet you have yet to disclose the nature of the remaining gift. It is akin to the ability to control others. If I so desire, I can develop subordinates and exert coercive control over them. Why the silence? I find myself disinclined to speak. Your gift is rather brazen. Abraxas replied with a hint of exasperation. Do you not wish to know what Slytherin's bloodline excels at? This particular lineage has not endowed me with any special gifts, merely an affinity for a specific spell. Isn't the Slytherin bloodline inherently capable of parcel tongue? Can it not command all serpents? Would you not deem that a gift? Perhaps so, but primarily, I have little inclination to care for animals, hence I seldom employ that ability. Please do not take offense. Shall I procure a snake for your amusement? I have a notion of where Slytherin's hidden chamber lies, rumored to house a basilisk. I could retrieve the beast and present it to you. Riddle, relishing the moment while seated beside Abraxas, felt an overwhelming sense of contentment, prompting thoughts of bestowing gifts upon him, even contemplating the idea of offering a basilisk. Abraxas engaged in casual banter, their hands still intertwined, the sensation of contact strikingly vivid. He responded nonchalantly, "Very well, should you find it, remember to deliver it to me. Rest assured, I shall not keep you waiting long." Chapter 23. A delightful dinner and rumors. Riddle and Abraxas, having concluded their afternoon classes, retreated to the common room for conversation. Subsequently, Riddle ventured outside the castle to utilize the disillusionment charm, before returning with Abraxas to continue their discourse. By now, the hour for dining in the Great Hall had arrived. During this interval, Jersey had already inquired twice in the common room about Riddle's whereabouts, wondering whether he was present in the dormitory, and if anyone knew where he might be. Yet, none spoke up, as the silencing charm and the muffling charm remained in effect. Noticing Jersey's escalating anxiety as he made a third trip to the dormitory, and realizing the common room was now deserted, having emptied out for the dining hall, Abraxas gestured for Riddle to lift the enchantments and join him for dinner. Riddle obediently dispelled the spells, and the two made their way toward the Great Hall together. Upon their entrance, they immediately captured the attention of all present, the hall becoming abuzz with chatter at the sight of their arrival. Riddle and Abraxas walked gracefully to the Slytherin table, Riddle maintaining his position to Abraxas's left. He subtly indicated for Abraxas to take the seat of honor, and with a composed demeanor, Abraxas settled into the chair, while Riddle took his place beside him. As they sat down, the myriad gazes directed at them grew increasingly complex. Unperturbed by the scrutiny, the duo commenced to savor their dinner with elegance. After a while, Jersey, having scoured the dormitories, re-entered the Great Hall and took a seat opposite them. Observing Abraxas in the seat of prominence, his expression was one of intricate complexity, though he said nothing. Instead, he regarded Riddle with a gaze laden with unspoken thoughts and proceeded to relay his report. After the conclusion of the afternoon's charms class, your prowess, head boy, began to circulate among the students, prompting the charms professor to consult Professor Slughorn regarding your progress. Professor Slughorn later approached me, seeking insight into your situation, and I conveyed your exceptional magical aptitude. I informed him of your performance in the head boy challenge, where you deftly navigated encounters with multiple upperclassmen. It is now widely acknowledged that you are the strongest in Slytherin, and that you hold the title of head boy. He continued. I also mentioned that the first-year curriculum is of little use to you, and inquired if you intended to pursue self-study. You have already demonstrated your immense strength, and your future is indeed promising, destined to lead Slytherin to unprecedented glory. It is truly unwise to allow these first-year courses to squander your precious time, esteemed head. Professor Slughorn expressed his wholehearted support for your desire to pursue self-study. He vowed that if you attend all your classes once over the next couple of days, all the professors will recognize your capabilities, and he will present this matter to the headmaster, seeking permission for you to undertake independent study. Jesse Greenglass respectfully articulated these sentiments, pausing momentarily to gauge Riddle's reaction. Noticing his impassive nod, he continued. Word has spread throughout the school that the peaks were destroyed by you. Witnesses saw you casting spells by the Black Lake this afternoon. Many rushed to witness the spectacle, myself included. Is this indeed your doing? As he spoke, Jesse's gaze burned with fervor as he looked towards Riddle. Riddle paused from his task of spearing a piece of steak, casually turning to Abraxas and inquired, should I acknowledge this incident or deny it? Abraxas elegantly continued his meal, his actions uninterrupted, merely casting a glance in Riddle's direction. It is of no consequence whether you choose to acknowledge it or not. I simply wish to avoid explaining to the headmaster and the professors. We need not disclose how you accomplished it. A true powerhouse possesses the authority to remain silent. Once we depart, they will come to terms with reality. You may choose not to respond, for you are not merely a student, but an undeniable force to be reckoned with. After stating this, Abraxas's gaze sharpened as he turned towards Jesse Greenglass. Let us discuss who witnessed this and how the information has been disseminated. Jesse began to respond earnestly. Slytherin had individuals training at the Quidditch pitch, and several in the sky saw the head standing by the Black Lake alongside you, casting spells, followed by the vanishing of the peaks after a magical assault. Members of Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff also bore witness. Gryffindor has spread the news most fervently. Some from their house were playing by the Black Lake, while others from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff either saw you cast spells from within the castle or witnessed beams of light hitting the peaks. Some observed the entire event, while others only glimpsed parts of it, yet several houses confirmed in the dining hall that it was indeed the head's doing. Having conveyed this, Jesse Greenglass had additional thoughts he wished to express, but he swallowed them down. Riddle and Abraxas had evidently taken a stroll by the Black Lake together. Riddle and Abraxas were now united. The attack had been a display of Riddle's prowess to impress Abraxas, a mere act of peacockery. These thoughts were ones Jesse dared not voice, especially upon seeing Abraxas seated at Riddle's right in the Great Hall. He felt that Slytherin had already lost. Abraxas Malfoy truly embodied the archetype of a life victor, possessing everything others covet from birth. Everyone in Slytherin, including himself, had yet to catch up, while Abraxas had already surpassed them. Jesse Greenglass resolved to cease his speculations and turned his excited gaze towards Riddle, stating, "The students of Slytherin are abuzz with excitement regarding this incident and wish to seek your confirmation, esteemed head. Slytherin has long anticipated the emergence of an unequivocal powerhouse, a formidable leader to guide us to glory." Though Jesse comprehended that it was indeed Riddle's doing, he still inquired, "Head, how shall we respond to this matter?" Riddle's reaction was rather indifferent as he casually replied, "Did they not all witness it? What is there to respond to?" Jesse Greenglass respectfully remarked, "Many in Slytherin hold you in high esteem. This incident has only intensified their desire to follow you. However, you have only just begun your studies, and while everyone acknowledges your strength, they remain unaware of your lineage, your family, and your future aspirations." Chapter 24. Watching Abraxas write letters is less interesting than observing Abraxas himself. Upon hearing this, Riddle discerned what these individuals truly sought to know, confirmation before making any investments. Yet, he regarded the domination of the magical realm as a given. Even those who wished to follow him, whether from the Sacred 28 or pureblood families, were merely beings he could easily dispose of. To him, they were unworthy of assessing their own worth. But today, Riddle felt generous and chose not to be angered. Such matters could be addressed later. For now, calm the internal sentiments of Slytherin. My strength as head will undoubtedly excite everyone, but outwardly, we must refrain from excessive arrogance, maintaining an air of elegance befitting Slytherin's dignity. Riddle carelessly dismissed the issue, unwilling to invest much thought into it. However, no sooner had Riddle's words fallen than Abraxas ceased his dining activity, his icy gaze fixed upon Jesse. His voice was steady yet laced with undeniable authority. "Riddle is pure blood. Unquestionably so. He is a noble heir. The revelation of his lineage could incite considerable upheaval, thus it shall remain undisclosed for the time being." With a cold smirk, Abraxas continued, "And as for you, Jesse, not everyone is fit to follow him, nor is everyone entitled to pose him questions. You may inform the Slytherin populace that I have confirmed his lineage. Riddle and I are allied. His ambitions and direction perfectly align with the Malfoy family's standards and interests. I shall write to my father tonight. Perhaps you shall soon hear that the Malfoy family supports Riddle." Abraxas spoke these words with an air of nonchalance and pride, leaving Jesse utterly astonished. The Slytherin students at the long table, who had been eavesdropping, were equally taken aback. Jesse Greenglass hurriedly consumed a few bites of his dinner before retreating to the Slytherin common room to relay this astonishing news. With Abraxas's defense of Riddle, the latter's spirits soared, transforming the meal before him into a delectable feast. He delightfully began to indulge in a toffee pudding, followed by a cup of ice cream. Meanwhile, Abraxas quietly sipped his juice, patiently observing as Riddle savored his dessert. After dinner, the two rose and departed the Great Hall, making their way towards the Slytherin common room. Once again, they became the center of attention. The gazes of Slytherin students shimmered with excitement and pride. Students from other houses whispered amongst themselves, speculating about Riddle's recent actions and the extent of his power, with some animatedly discussing whether the two were now together. Upon entering the Slytherin common room, the small serpents that had previously occupied the space turned their attention towards Riddle and Abraxas as they stepped inside. Amidst the myriad of thoughts reflected in their gazes, Abraxas chose not to engage in conversation and directly led Riddle back to his dormitory. Riddle was disinterested in addressing them, while Abraxas busied himself with writing. Eager to secure a strategic advantage for the Malfoy family, he intended to discuss further matters with Riddle once he had finished his correspondence. Regardless of the fact that Jersey has already conveyed certain matters, let these individuals ponder their decisions before making contact. In due time, one shall discern the choices each person has made. Abraxas motioned for Riddle to take a seat upon the sofa, while he himself settled at the writing desk, preparing the parchment and drawing forth a quill to compose a letter. Meanwhile, Riddle perched himself on the sofa, surveying the confines of Abraxas' chamber. Abraxas' room was a single occupancy, yet it was adorned with exquisite taste. A lavish crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, casting a brilliant glow that illuminated the entire chamber with an extraordinary brightness. The decor within exuded refinement and sophistication, featuring an elegant sofa alongside ornate tables and chairs. The exquisite carpet, crafted from the finest materials, showcased intricate patterns that resembled works of art. Various opulent and rare trinkets were artfully displayed throughout the space. At the center stood a grand bed, draped with verdant velvet curtains embroidered with silver thread, imparting an air of unparalleled luxury. After Riddle had thoroughly scanned the room, his gaze turned listlessly towards Abraxas' writing desk and the arrangement of various items thereupon. He then began to fixate on the silhouette of Abraxas as he penned the letter. Chapter 25. Like, love, captivation. The sensation of being scrutinized was overwhelmingly intense for Abraxas. Yielding to Riddle's gaze, he, with an exasperated expression, brought the letter and the quill to the sofa, seating himself beside Riddle to share its contents. The letter had already been inscribed with remarks on Tom Riddle's performance since enrollment, detailing the magnitude of his magical prowess, the profundity of his spells, his mastery of the silent and wandless Cruciatus curse, and how he had vanquished several upperclassmen. It also chronicled Riddle's feat earlier that afternoon when he leveled a mountain surrounding Hogwarts. Furthermore, it noted his lineage, claiming him as a descendant of Salazar Slytherin himself. Abraxas pointed at the reference to lineage with his quill, glancing at Riddle, inquiring whether he wished to include the awakening of his bloodline. Riddle leaned against him, peering at the letter's contents. Feel free to write whatever you wish, for it pertains to your father. Abraxas huffed, if I desire to write, I shall. I could detail your other bloodline awakening abilities, which enabled you to obliterate that mountain, and how within an hour you could subdue London. Go ahead, write it, Riddle encouraged. Abraxas continued, I could also delineate my ambitions, the organizations I intend to form, recruit followers, and infiltrate the Ministry of Magic, ultimately gaining control over it, the magical realm, England, and even the world. I could articulate my views on the distribution of power and my commitments to the Malfoy family. Or even fabricate promises that I have not explicitly stated but that you desire. Document it, and I shall adhere to it, he added. Initially, as Riddle suggested that Abraxas invent commitments, Abraxas shot him a glare, his gray-blue eyes flickering with ire. However, upon hearing the last phrase, document it, and I shall adhere to it, the anger dissipated instantly, replaced by delight, his eyes shining brighter than usual. Riddle, tilting his head, observed all of this with a smile. Their gazes met, and Abraxas, unable to withstand Riddle's beautiful visage so near, felt his thoughts unravel. With a resigned smile, Abraxas averted his gaze, preparing to write the letter earnestly. Yet Riddle, seated upon the sofa, began to playfully obstruct the letter with his hand, the meaning of which was unmistakable. Abraxas found himself at a loss, gently grasping Riddle's hand and casually guiding it beside his own. Riddle then settled down, playing with Abraxas' hand, relishing the delicate texture of his skin and the subtle sensations brought about by their touch. Upon their first encounter, Riddle recognized his affection for Abraxas. He had never before cherished physical contact with another so deeply, nor had he ever felt that merely witnessing someone could brighten his spirits, particularly when he sensed the other's heartbeat quicken in response. Riddle contemplated confessing his feelings, yet he acknowledged that now was not the time. Their progress had been swift, and they needed to share more experiences to gain a deeper understanding of one another. At present, Abraxas was captivated by Riddle's formidable nature, enamored by his strength, his appearance, his ambition, and the promise of the benefits and glory he could offer in the future. He understood that a rose must be nurtured. He was willing to bestow upon Abraxas wealth, power, status, strength, and even the world itself. Such things held little interest for him. The world was rather tedious, and all he desired was the rose. His platinum rose had already developed feelings for him and would eventually blossom into unconditional love, evolving from mere affection. Riddle inhaled deeply, further relaxing his grip on Abraxas' hand as he reclined against the sofa. Abraxas, in high spirits, busied himself with amending the letter's contents, detailing Riddle's extraordinary talents, his earlier act of leveling a mountain near Hogwarts, and articulating his plans to dominate the magical realm of England, including how he would allocate power and the status he would confer upon the Malfoy family. He and Riddle had forged an alliance, with Abraxas opting to join Riddle's faction, having received promises from him. Only Abraxas was aware that Riddle was the heir of Slytherin. Only he knew of Riddle's awakened bloodline, endowed with extraordinary abilities. Riddle would heed his counsel, and the Malfoy family could choose an opportune moment to reveal his identity, perhaps after establishing themselves as his earliest and most steadfast supporters. As Riddle's strength began to attract interest and investment, once he disclosed his status as heir, the entire Slytherin house would eagerly submit to him. As the first ally and supporter, the Malfoy family would ascend to an unprecedented pinnacle of power under Riddle's leadership. After Abraxas completed the revisions, he presented the letter to Riddle for review. Riddle lazily levitated the letter, glancing over its contents. It's acceptable, though there's no need for further promises. No need. Some phrases, once inscribed, will be understood by my father, and he is too astute. If the promises exceed the norm, he may grow suspicious, questioning whether it is deception or ulterior motives. That is indeed true. The mirth in Riddle's eyes was nearly impossible to conceal. He had discerned the discrepancies within the letter, yet Abraxas, caught up in the events of the day, was oblivious to the secrets it revealed. Riddle stifled a laugh, feigning indifference as he watched Abraxas' next move. Seeing Abraxas prepare to rise and fetch a new piece of parchment to transcribe the content, Riddle summoned the parchment from the desk, compelling Abraxas to remain seated on the sofa while he transcribed the contents onto the parchment at the round table before him. Once Abraxas completed the letter and glanced at the magical clock, noting it was only 8 o'clock. He felt ample time and decided to wait a while before sending the letter from the hall. Abraxas then leaned against the sofa, engaging Riddle in conversation about how to establish their organization. In Slytherin, do you have anyone in particular in mind whom you wish to recruit? I am acquainted with but one individual named Jersey, and that is solely due to my need for him to accomplish certain tasks. Beyond this, I remain uninformed. Having been raised in the Muggle world, I find myself somewhat estranged from the intricacies of wizarding society, despite the presence of subordinates with magical prowess, who undoubtedly follow the paths you might imagine. My understanding of the dynamics within pureblood families and their enterprises is woefully inadequate. Abraxas, upon hearing this, was taken aback. Realizing that what was spoken was indeed the truth, the development and recruitment of subordinates would fall to me, and I would be the one to manage affairs moving forward, representing you in diplomatic engagements. Originally, my plan was for my abilities to naturally attract certain Slytherins to my side, gradually cultivating their loyalty until graduation, after which I would secure their positions within the Ministry of Magic, ultimately leading to a duel with Grindelwald or Dumbledore. Riddle candidly articulated his rudimentary scheme. Leveraging this newfound prestige, I intended to ascend within the ministry, starting from roles such as that of a director in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, seeking opportunities to eliminate dissenters. Most of those who could have previously held the position of minister are now deceased. Thus, it stands to reason that I would soon become the Minister of Magic. Therefore, I would await their formation of a loyal following while I alone could infiltrate the ministry, dispatching adversaries at will. When Riddle uttered this, he bore a nonchalant expression. I am powerful enough that no one can withstand me. At that time, more individuals will flock to my cause. Abraxas, somewhat speechless, tightened his grip on Riddle's hand. There is a semblance of logic in what you say, yet it feels as though you have exerted little effort, and the unfolding of events seems to conform to your expectations, inciting frustration. Thus it falls to you. I am not particularly reliable, Riddle asserted with unyielding confidence, intending to offload all troublesome matters onto Abraxas. My capacity to rule derives from my strength, ensuring no one dares to oppose me. In truth, I act according to whim. Governance is too cumbersome and often ignites thoughts of simply eliminating obstacles. Therefore, if you are inclined, I am willing to entrust you with all the authority I have just described. Abraxas grasped Riddle's hand tightly, leaning closer to scrutinize Riddle's expression, his gaze almost inquisitive. So, you truly intend to grant me all this power? Chapter 26. Choose me, and my power shall become your power. Thus, you truly will bestow upon me all this authority. I will share all the rights with you, Riddle proclaimed, no longer lounging but sitting upright, his attention fixed on Abraxas. His dark eyes shimmered with fervent affection. Specifically, decisions regarding whom to recruit as followers, whom to invite into our ranks, which families to target, and with whom to form alliances will all be guided by your counsel. Appointing individuals within the ministry, governing its operations, and determining our future course within the magical realm will also heed your direction. I am one who favors my own, rather than being altruistic. As long as you provide a distribution plan for benefits that maintains the facade of propriety, I shall adhere to your scheme. Anything beyond mere negotiation will be entirely yours. Some ventures may be legally untenable, yet once we dominate the magical world, we shall embody the law. Should you take action against others, the Malfoy family will deal with rival families. Those who are wise should refrain from seeking my counsel, as my inclinations are inherently biased. Should anyone dare to challenge you, it is tantamount to challenging me. I am now capable of vanquishing Grindelwald and Dumbledore. Sweeping across this world, we can act with impunity. Upon uttering this proclamation, Riddle erupted into laughter, reclining lazily on the sofa, his mirth exuberant and unrestrained. Abraxas, already scorched by the ardor reflected in Riddle's gaze, found his usually composed demeanor faltering after hearing those words. A tempest of emotions swirled within his stunning gray-blue eyes, an undeniable stirring of heart. He recognized the depth of Riddle's affection and the significance of these promises. Though unspoken, Riddle had prepared himself for all that lay ahead. He was willing to allow Abraxas to entwine himself within Riddle's being, to draw strength from his essence, to permit Abraxas to ascend upon his shoulders, and to share power and status. He merely desired Abraxas to stand by his side. Abraxas felt as though Riddle had discerned the complexities intertwined within his affections. Yet, he chose to indulge in this unfolding reality. Abraxas would attain everything he desired under Riddle's indulgence. Within him stirred a profound yearning for power, overshadowed by another desire burning fiercely. The voice within urged him to claim Riddle, to earn his affection, to secure his love, and even to possess his very soul. Releasing their clasped hands, Abraxas leaned in and embraced Riddle. Riddle was momentarily taken aback, yet gently reciprocated the embrace, his hand gliding over Abraxas's platinum locks. Following the embrace, Abraxas naturally took Riddle's hand, their fingers entwining. They were destined to be together. Abraxas contemplated marking Riddle with the Malfoy family insignia, ensuring all would recognize the inextricable bond forged between Riddle and the Malfoy lineage. All of Riddle's glory would be shared with him and the Malfoy family. With these thoughts, Abraxas lifted his wand to gently tap the magical teapot, pouring red tea for both of them in an effort to quell his excitement. Subsequently, in high spirits, Abraxas began to inquire about Riddle's thoughts on the formation of their organization. What should we name it? What should its emblem be? Riddle's mind was in disarray. Ever since their fingers intertwined, his senses were overwhelmed by the warmth shared between them, the distinct sensations at each joint. Faced with Abraxas's inquiries, he found himself disinclined to ponder such matters, responding instinctively. I have yet to determine the specifics of the organization. The name could incorporate the term Order of Knights. As for the emblem, let's go with a serpent, for I am the heir of Slytherin. Upon hearing Riddle's response, Abraxas paused mid-sip of his tea, gazing at Riddle with a mix of exasperation. Riddle, in turn, sat obediently on the sofa, his striking visage adorned with an innocent expression as he met Abraxas's gaze. Abraxas, too weary to be angry, contemplated what steps to take next. Riddle exhibited little interest in these matters. His focus was primarily on his own satisfaction, driven by a sense of superiority, believing himself to be the strongest, destined for the world to yield to him. Allowing Riddle to take the lead would only result in delays as he awaited others to approach him willingly. Thus, every aspect of the organization, from its philosophy, member composition, task allocation, to personnel appointments, would require his active participation. Abraxas chuckled softly. At this moment, Riddle began to relinquish control, a gesture laden with sincerity, though perhaps excessively so. Yet it was commendable. Chapter 27. Abraxas's ambition, where power, interest, and love coexist. Abraxas, having contemplated these matters, began to outline the tasks he wished Riddle to undertake. He spoke of selecting followers, establishing a faction, and preparing a speech. Riddle offered no dissent to his decisions, merely nodding in agreement. Abraxas felt a profound sense of involvement in the process of reshaping this world. Forming a power base within the school would serve as the cornerstone for their future dominion over the magical realm. Abraxas had already envisioned the future. The magical world was destined to be ruled by Riddle, and through this, he would attain everything: power, status, and glory. Ambition had never been regarded as a pejorative within Slytherin. Slytherin had always encouraged the pursuit of goals by any means necessary. In a world where strength equated to power, he understood that it was only through cunning that one could ascend to greatness. Now that he had Riddle by his side, he could grasp everything and reach unprecedented heights, a testament to his abilities. With this thought, a proud expression adorned Abraxas's face. Riddle was immensely powerful, yet he exhibited little interest in the intricacies of governance. He was relentlessly ambitious, tirelessly pursuing wealth, power, and prestige. Riddle would carve out their path to dominion, while Abraxas would manage the reign itself. It was nothing short of a divine gift from Merlin. They were indeed a perfect match. It is often said that love and ambition cannot coexist, yet he cherished Riddle, who reciprocated his affections, allowing him to gain everything. In his case, love and ambition could harmoniously coexist. With this realization, Abraxas's pride swelled, his eyes betraying a sense of triumph and delight. Riddle gazed tenderly at Abraxas, observing his increasingly joyful demeanor, smiling smugly, sitting hand in hand with the one he adored. The atmosphere between them was delightful. After discussing their plans, they found themselves unable to resist the temptation to engage in idle chatter. Abraxas inquired of Riddle, "When is your birthday?" "December 31st. After the winter break? I shall prepare a gift for you." "And what of you, When is your birthday?" "November 23rd. Will you prepare a gift for me?" Abraxas replied in a light-hearted tone, "Indeed, I shall have a gift ready for you." "Will anyone accompany you on your birthday this year?" "No. I invite you to visit Malfoy Manor during the winter break. Will you come?" I shall certainly visit. It would be an honor to tour Malfoy Manor. Perhaps you will spend some days with me at Malfoy Manor after your visit. Very well. Riddle couldn't help but chuckle. He understood Abraxas's invitation implied he would stay at Malfoy Manor. He was overjoyed. It's 8:30. I must go to the hall to summon the messenger. Shall we go together, or will you return to your dormitory? Together. Abraxas rose first, tugging at Riddle's hand, prompting him to stand. Abraxas released his hand and approached the desk, organizing the letter before sealing it with wax. He activated a ring of alchemical magic on the table and led Riddle towards the Great Hall. As they exited the dormitory, Abraxas explained to Riddle, "Normally, owls reside in the Olary. The ring I just activated is one of a pair. One is on my family's owl's leg. Activating the ring sends out magical waves, prompting the owl to fly out of the Olary through an opening above the hall and await my arrival with the letter." Soon, they arrived at the hall, where a magnificent eagle owl awaited, its head adorned with feathered tufts resembling ears. Standing nearly a meter tall, it was impeccably groomed, a true testament to the Malfoy family's lineage. After delivering the letter, the two made their way to the common room as curfew approached. They agreed to meet for breakfast the following morning, and Riddle escorted Abraxas to his dormitory door, exchanging goodnights. Riddle returned to his dormitory, while Abraxas pondered whom to choose as followers, which families to ally with, and what ideologies to promote. Chapter 28. Subordinates as Beasts of Burden. After Riddle returned to his dormitory, he removed his outer robe and reclined on the sofa, reflecting on the day's progress with Abraxas. He felt an immense satisfaction, far exceeding his expectations. Riddle was filled with anticipation for each day to come at Hogwarts. He began to contemplate what to gift Abraxas the next day, deciding to present him with the Slytherin emblem pin bestowed by the system. This pin would protect against any soul attacks, including the Imperius Curse. Under the pretext that Abraxas knew his secret and he feared for his safety, the signing-in system had also granted him 2 crowns and several gemstone rings. The crowns and necklaces were too ostentatious for Abraxas to wear regularly, and the rings were too conspicuous for the time being, so he selected the Slytherin pin. The signing-in system had been a pre-arranged agreement that would cease in the year Riddle graduated, and once the system began to unlock its magical potential the previous year, he felt invulnerable in this world. Thus, he chose to uninstall it early, requesting all his rewards in one go. He had recorded and analyzed the spatial transmission fluctuations of the system, yielding valuable insights. The thought of the rings reminded him of the Resurrection Stone. Recalling his previous research on inscribing limitless talent onto alchemical items to withstand the killing curse, he had concluded it was unfeasible at that time. However, now he could utilize precious materials to painstakingly create a protective item with limitless defenses. Badges and talismans were essential for his subordinates. While he wished to provide Abraxas with something superior, creating another if it were to be utilized, he had previously contemplated producing Felix Felicis and several other valuable potions, which he could also present to Abraxas. Riddle organized his thoughts. The hour was still early. He had never felt the urgency to act during his time at Hogwarts. Yet today had been particularly eventful. Everything seemed to be accelerating. Abraxas had already contacted old Malfoy, seeking the family's allegiance and investment in him. Now, he too needed to spur his subordinates into action and expedite the establishment of his ambitions. Reclining on the sofa, he focused his mind and sensed Alec, the dark wizard in Nocturne Alley. He first gauged Alec's activities, noting there was no conflict, and he reached out through their blood bond. He conveyed a command into Alec's mind, instructing him to find a quiet place, as he had directives to impart. After a moment, he began inquiring about the smuggling channels in Nocturne Alley and how well they were established. "Master, I have preliminarily gathered some subordinates and formed a faction, engaging in several skirmishes with rival groups. Thanks to the abilities you bestowed upon me, my faction has now secured a foothold in Nocturne Alley, having eradicated a minor faction a month ago and taken over their operations. Recently, preparations have commenced to strike against a particular smuggling faction within 3 to 6 months. All smuggling channels should be consolidated. Well done thus far, yet there is room for greater ambition. I am soon to receive investment from the Malfoy family. Your objective is no longer merely to control the smuggling routes of Nocturne Alley. I shall grant you 2 subordinate positions. Select a few skilled combatants and filter out the talent for my summons. Expand the organization, which shall henceforth be known as the Death Eaters. In addition to seizing the smuggling routes of Nocturne Alley, you will also serve as my influence. Execute tasks to eliminate those I wish to see gone. Do not be frugal with finances. Consider increasing the remuneration of your subordinates, for money can buy lives. My master, I shall heed your commands." Riddle continued, issuing further orders. Investigate the Gunter family near Little Hangleton. I desire one of their rings, embedded with an obsidian stone. There is no need for bloodshed. However, once the item is secured, ensure that the entire Gunner family is subjected to the highest degree of oblivion. Use a multitude of spells to render them foolish. Nearby, there should be a Riddle family. Cast a spell upon them, compelling them to vacate this place. I will arrange for Oswald to offer them an opportunity to relocate elsewhere. Complete these tasks within 3 days. Once the item is in hand, deliver it to my manor and have the butler send me a letter. Having arranged everything, Riddle did not await a response before severing the connection. He then reviewed his inventory of potion ingredients and contemplated the concoctions he intended to brew, compiling a list. Subsequently, he transmitted a message to Alec, instructing him to procure the listed materials and dispatch them to him via the owl post once acquired. He also contacted his subordinate in England, Oswald, sending a thought to him to find a quiet place and await further instructions. After a while, he began to reach out to him. How are things progressing? Upon receiving the report, Riddle commanded him to collaborate with Alec to remove the Riddle family from Little Hangleton and to erase any records within the government. Riddle began to make further arrangements. I have permitted you to utilize potions from the magical realm to recruit individuals for various tasks. Any assets acquired by these individuals must be delivered to the manor. In 1938, Germany annexed Austria. In 1939, war is set to commence, and in 1940, Germany plans to bomb London. You must prepare accordingly. With this wealth of information, if you fail to earn the amount I desire annually, you know the consequences that await you. I will be waiting for you at the manor on December 21st. Riddle felt quite pleased, as this was merely a means to instill fear in his subordinate and encourage him to amass wealth. Abubakar is so precious. Riddle had already begun to tally his own riches. Each year, Oswald would send him some gold, gems, and pounds. Consider it as life insurance. He possessed an account at a bank with pounds, and some antiques were stored in the manor's basement. Several boxes of gold and jewels resided within his space ring. Gringotts also held a vault where he had previously exchanged a substantial amount of gold for galleons. He still had a considerable amount left, with tens of thousands of galleons remaining. His space ring also contained the funds from the system's sign-in rewards, amounting to over 1.2 million galleons, more than 5 million pounds, 395 gems, and 102 pieces of mithril. When factoring in the gold that could be exchanged for galleons, he felt a twinge of anxiety, sensing that he might not measure up to the wealth of the Malfoy family. When Oswald arrived at the manor, he planned to have the system convert the pounds into investments, then exchange them for gold. Riddle indeed yearned for dominion over the world. With only a little past 9 o'clock, he decided to rush to the alchemy chamber to craft a protective ring for Abubakar. Abubakar wore a Malfoy family crest ring, and Riddle had memorized the design well enough to replicate it flawlessly. Riddle stood by the alchemical workstation, retrieved a piece of mithril, and began the process of alchemy, refining the mithril and subsequently shaping it. He then inscribed runes within, imprinting his limitless magic flow onto the mithril, akin to crafting an ironclad spell badge. He activated his powers, channeling his magic into the mithril ring, sealing the limitless magic within it, alongside the automatically triggering runes. Thus, a meticulously crafted mithril ring bearing the Malfoy family crest was completed. Riddle glanced at the time. It was nearly 11 o'clock. Since he had arranged to dine with Abubakar at 8 the following morning, he carefully placed the ring in an exquisite box, preparing to rest. Chapter 29, The Ring, marked by Malfoy. The next day, Tuesday morning, Riddle was awakened, as usual, by the alarm clock. Ever since arriving in the magical realm, he had initially been quite diligent. But after mastering all that he could, he had grown accustomed to waking naturally. Recently, however, he had come to appreciate the alarm's chime, as it signified the opportunity to meet Abubakar. Before stepping out, he donned a fresh Slytherin robe, bearing 2 beautifully wrapped gifts. Exiting his dormitory, he made his way to the Slytherin common room. Noticing Abubakar's absence, he surmised it was still early, likely meaning Abubakar had yet to leave his quarters. Riddle approached Abubakar's dormitory and waited. Before long, Abubakar emerged, clad in a well-tailored uniform, his platinum hair gathered at the back with a headband. "Good morning, my leader. There is no need to address me as leader at all times." Abubakar did not respond but offered a knowing smile as he walked alongside Riddle toward the common room. "If not leader, then what shall I call you?" "Riddle, Jersey has made your requests known. Everyone in Slytherin is now aware. The most appropriate form of address would be Mr. Riddle or Sir. I prefer not to have others call me by my name." "Mr. Riddle," Abubakar teased. "I simply dislike being called Tom. I harbor a certain aversion to that name. However, if you were to call me Tom, I doubt I would take offense. I shall not call you Tom. You've expressed your dislike for it. So why would I use that name? Perhaps your affection for me surpasses your disdain for that name, yet your own preferences are equally important to me." Abubakar smiled as he spoke these words, his demeanor serious yet charming. Riddle, captivated by his indulgent gaze, felt as though something had struck his heart. For a fleeting moment, his pace faltered, but he quickly regained composure and walked alongside him. At a loss for words, Riddle handed the 2 boxes to Abubakar. Abubakar slowed his steps to accept them, then tossed one of the boxes back to Riddle, freeing a hand to open the remaining box. Inside lay a finely crafted mithril ring, adorned with the Malfoy family crest. Abubakar paused, astonished, and inquired meaningfully, "What is the purpose of this gift?" "This is the alchemical ring inscribed with my innate abilities, a gift for your protection. You already wear a family heirloom that resembles it perfectly. You may replace it with this one, which can withstand the killing curse. Although it is a single-use item, I can craft more for you if needed." "What troubles you?" Riddle inquired, puzzled. Abraxas did not respond immediately. He merely gazed into Riddle's eyes, his expression somewhat intricate. Then, with a light chuckle, he removed his family ring and donned the one Riddle had gifted him, tossing his discarded ring to Riddle. "Will you wear it? Am I to don the emblem of the Malfoy family now?" Upon uttering these words, Riddle sensed a glint of danger in Abraxas's gaze, prompting him to swiftly put on the ring. Now, on his left index finger rested the obsidian spatial ring, while on his left pinky was the Malfoy family heirloom. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated crafting another alchemical ring to replace the one he wore. For he was acutely aware that this ring did not possess the same formidable protective qualities as his own. Yet, he hesitated to do so, as if understanding Abraxas's reasoning for having him wear it. Upon noticing Riddle's expression of realization, Abraxas emitted a pleased chuckle. He retrieved another box from Riddle's possession, opening it as they made their way toward the common room. At that moment, they were nearing their destination. Abraxas glanced at the badge within the box. A resplendent brooch fashioned from mithril and gemstones, embodying the Slytherin crest. It indeed aligned with the Malfoy family's aesthetic, appearing as a treasured alchemical artifact. What is its function? It offers protection against any soul attacks, including the defense against the extraction of thoughts. It can be activated once per day. As the two entered the common room, they began to exit. Abraxas tossed the box to Riddle and removed his own badge, hurling it to Riddle as well. While walking, he adorned himself with the badge Riddle had given him. Riddle observed this with satisfaction, and without needing further prompting from Abraxas, he affixed the badge to his attire. A harmonious and tacit understanding enveloped the two as they exited the common room, walking side by side toward the Great Hall. In the corridor, they engaged in casual conversation, discussing their classes and arranging to dine together at noon. Upon their arrival at the Great Hall, Riddle took a seat at the head of the table, while Abraxas naturally settled beside him. After they were seated, they commenced their meal, with Riddle picking up a slice of bread to spread with jam. At that moment, a keen-eyed Slytherin student at the adjacent table had already noticed the family ring adorning Riddle's left hand. Upon closer inspection, they discerned the Malfoy family crest emblazoned upon it. Some of the more excitable young serpents could hardly contain their exhilaration, beginning to whisper among themselves. Riddle, hearing their murmurs, turned to Abraxas. He remained indifferent to the scrutiny and whispers surrounding them, his chin slightly raised, his light blue eyes radiating confidence and arrogance, the corners of his mouth curling into a subtle smile that conveyed a poised pride. Riddle mused to himself, "It seems wearing this mark has elevated my spirits." As breakfast drew to a close, the beautiful Malfoy family all swooped in. It circled once before deftly depositing a letter before Abraxas. He reached out to catch the exquisitely crafted envelope, gesturing to Riddle that his father's letter had arrived. The wax seal bore the emblem of the Malfoy family, a crest of a serpent entwined with the letter M. Chapter 30, News from Father, Meeting the Parents, Handholding. The elegant letter, its wax seal emblazoned with the Malfoy family crest, was delicately unsealed by Abraxas, who opened the envelope and began to read the contents. In the letter, his father, the elder Malfoy, first acknowledged the events transpiring at the school, Riddle's display of formidable magical prowess, his performance in charms class, and the disappearance of the mountain. He concurred with Abraxas's decision, stating that the Malfoy family would publicly express its support for Riddle and invest in him. The family's resources and certain restricted tomes would also be made available to Riddle. However, the tone shifted as he mentioned hearing some rumors regarding Riddle, the heir of the Malfoy line, whose bloodline was thought to be of dubious origin, possibly half-blood. Should the contents of this letter hold true, Riddle was not merely a half-blood of uncertain ancestry. His lineage awakened was that of Slytherin, a direct descendant of Salazar Slytherin himself. Furthermore, it was noted that he possessed an extraordinary innate ability, having effortlessly leveled a mountain at Hogwarts, and his power could easily bring London to its knees, making him formidable enough to dominate the world. Riddle was willing to heed their counsel, and the Malfoy family could choose an opportune moment to reveal his true identity. Riddle was amenable to the benefits allocated by the Malfoy family and was prepared to accept whatever status and honor they might bestow upon him. The exchange of give and take in this arrangement was far beyond the ordinary. "My dear son, you hold too many secrets," the letter concluded. "The Malfoy family stands to gain immensely. I will announce publicly that the Malfoy support Riddle. However, the nature and level of this support, and the manner in which we are bound to Riddle, necessitate a meeting with him. The letter closed with a few final lines. On Saturday morning. Bring Riddle to Malfoy Manor. I wish to speak with him personally. Naturally, I also need to have a thorough discussion with you, my dear heir. After reading the entirety of the letter, Abraxas's expression turned complex. He initially smiled with satisfaction as he acknowledged his father's agreement with him. However, as he continued reading, his brow began to furrow slightly, and a look of resignation crossed his face. Yet, upon reaching the final lines, he chuckled, a hint of schadenfreude gracing his features. Turning to Riddle, a glimmer of mischief danced in his gray-blue eyes. Abraxas gestured for Riddle to come closer to examine the contents of the letter. Riddle shifted his position, leaning in closer to Abraxas. Their shoulders brushed against one another as Riddle tilted his head to read the letter. Abraxas, with a playful grin, wrapped an arm around Riddle's neck, drawing him closer. Riddle was taken aback by Abraxas's actions, yet he yielded to the gentle pull, allowing himself to be drawn nearer. Throughout this exchange, Abraxas maintained a serious gaze, their proximity diminishing. He looked at Riddle with a sly glimmer in his eyes and leaned in, whispering in Riddle's ear. His lips barely parted. My dear Riddle, I have 2 pieces of good news to share with you. First, the Malfoy family has publicly declared their support for you. Second, on Saturday morning, my father requests that I bring you home to discuss our collaboration. Riddle leaned closer to the exquisite visage of Abraxas, a twinkle of mirth illuminating his eyes as he gazed at him. He then whispered sweetly into Riddle's ear, affectionately addressing him as my dear. In that moment, Riddle felt as though he had been rendered immobile. Upon hearing the term of endearment, the world around him seemed to come to a standstill. The voices of those nearby and the surrounding environment fading into a blurred backdrop. It was as if his mind had abruptly crashed, leaving him utterly bewildered. Eventually, he regained his faculties enough to comprehend Abraxas's words about Saturday morning, meeting with the elder Malfoy to discuss matters. The pace was far too swift, catching him off guard without any preparation. Observing Riddle's astonishment at the playful teasing, Abraxas could not help but smile with even greater pride, his grin strikingly beautiful and captivating. When Riddle finally returned to his senses and looked towards Abraxas, he was utterly taken aback by that enchanting smile, feeling as if his heart had momentarily ceased to beat. After a brief pause, Riddle's rationality reasserted itself. They would inevitably meet, and he would gladly offer Abraxas the world itself. Surely, there could be no conditions that would hinder their meeting. Steeling himself, Riddle spoke slowly. Very well, Saturday morning it is. I shall be prepared. As the two engaged in their intimate conversation, those around them were astounded by the scene unfolding before their eyes. Under the scrutiny of many, Abraxas drew Riddle closer, whispering something in his ear. The usually reserved and polite heir of the Malfoy lineage wore an expression of pride that none had ever witnessed before, a smile that was almost too exuberant. Their gestures were alarmingly intimate, the glances they exchanged laden with an unmistakable ambiguity. Some in the crowd could no longer contain their excitement, erupting into cheers. Just yesterday, speculation had run rampant about whether they were romantically involved, and now, such closeness in the great hall only fueled the fire. Although no one had overheard the tender "my dear," the atmosphere between them unmistakably hinted at something more profound. The reason no one had heard was that at the head of Slytherin's long table, only Riddle and Abraxas occupied the seats. For Riddle's formidable presence had left the upperclassmen in awe, and they were well aware of his preference to sit alone in class. Regardless of whether the rumors circulating within the school held any truth, the palpable tension between the two suggested an intimacy that others felt unable to intrude upon. The younger Slytherins, astute in their observations, respectfully vacated the table for the two of them. Since the previous night, only Jersey had dared to sit opposite Riddle and Abraxas during their meal. Following that encounter, none had mustered the courage to approach. Consequently, the gazes of those present were divided. Some Slytherins could catch glimpses of the unfolding drama, while others remained oblivious, their responses relatively muted, characterized by discreet glances and hushed discussions. Conversely, across the hall, the Gryffindor students were already shrieking with excitement. The atmosphere was electric, utterly exhilarating. The Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws, amidst the uproar, soon realized what was transpiring and joined in the fervent applause. Amidst the cacophony of animated discussions and cheers, Abraxas maintained his composure, calmly turning the completed letter in his hands to ash with a flick of his wand. Unperturbed by the surrounding clamor, he elegantly rose, extending a hand toward Riddle with his palm open, inviting him to depart the hall together. Meeting his gaze, Riddle grasped Abraxas's hand, a smile breaking forth uncontrollably, their fingers entwining. Together, Riddle and Abraxas walked with graceful strides out of the great hall, only to be met by an even louder uproar from behind. Applause and cheers erupting, accompanied by shrieks of delight at the sight of their joined hands. The following day, Riddle found himself disinterested in attending any classes. After parting from Abraxas, he made his way to the greenhouse outside the castle, preparing for his first herbology lesson. In class, Riddle's performance was commendable, leaving Professor Herbert Beasley astounded throughout the duration of the lesson. Upon its conclusion, Professor Beasley retained Riddle's attention, inquiring, "Given your current grasp of the material, it appears you are already well versed in the first-year curriculum, even familiar with all the plants in this greenhouse. I have already spoken with Professor Slughorn, and it seems you have mastered the entirety of herbology from 1st to 7th year, have you not?" With elegance and confidence, Riddle replied, "Indeed. I am prepared to undertake the 5th-year OWL examination and the 7th-year Nude examination in herbology, where I can effortlessly achieve an outstanding." Professor Beasley nodded thoughtfully, stroking his chin as he spoke. "Hogwarts possesses 7 greenhouses, each corresponding to a year of study. If the headmaster has no objections, I would endorse your self-study for the first-year curriculum. Should you wish to pursue self-study in my higher-level courses, we will need to assess your capabilities in the other greenhouses. Naturally, I doubt the headmaster will object, considering your formidable prowess." At this juncture, Professor Beasley, seemingly curious, broached a delicate topic. "Regarding yesterday's incident, I find myself rather intrigued. Could you share how you accomplished that?" It was merely an application of magical force. Perhaps I channeled too much power," Riddle responded with a polite smile. Yet his answer was notably evasive. Professor Beasley, recognizing Riddle's reluctance to divulge his secret, chose not to press further, the two tacitly concluding the discussion. At noon, the two shared lunch in Riddle's dormitory. Having grown accustomed to the adoration and awe directed at him following the morning's cheers, Riddle found the experience somewhat overwhelming. It was his first encounter with such fervent celebration, and he felt the need to adapt. Hence, he preferred to avoid the Great Hall for lunch, intending to wait until dinner to allow the excitement to subside. When the time came for them to dine together in the Great Hall, Riddle concocted an excuse for Abraxas, stating, "You haven't yet seen my dormitory, have you? I have completely redecorated it. My bedroom boasts a professional alchemical workstation, a potion-making station, and various alchemical items. Let us have lunch in my room, and afterward, you may peruse my collection for any alchemical items that pique your interest. We can venture to the Great Hall for dinner later." Abraxas, perceptive as ever, saw through Riddle's intentions. He understood that Riddle was not fond of being the center of attention, nor did he appreciate the raucous enthusiasm of others. Riddle was still adjusting to this newfound attention and preferred to delay their visit to the Great Hall, hoping that by dinner, the throngs would have settled down. However, this notion was misguided. While the excitement might wane slightly during the evening, countless eyes would still be trained on him. He was inherently the focal point in any crowd, unless he were to cast a charm to obscure himself. From the very first day Riddle graced Hogwarts, countless gazes had been drawn to him, captivated by his remarkable appearance and extraordinary talent, foreshadowing his potential to become the mightiest wizard. Without doubt, a year from now, Riddle's admirers would undoubtedly surpass a 3-digit count. Fortunately, I acted swiftly. The more I engaged with Riddle, the more I realized he was a veritable treasure. To him, Riddle appeared flawless in every regard, and his slight indulgence in sweet delicacies was akin to a simple whim. Such trifles, Abraxas would choose to permit without hesitation. Perhaps after Saturday, he could instruct the house elf to adjust the sweetness of the desserts at home, sending them to school, while also dispatching another house elf to Diagon Alley for ice cream, delivered daily by owl. Contemplating these thoughts, Abraxas smiled and suggested, "Very well, let us proceed to your dormitory." The two made their way to Riddle's chamber, where Abraxas was taken aback by the decor of the room. Riddle explained that it was styled after the Muggle world. As the head boy, he intended to summon a house elf from the Slytherin common room to deliver lunch to his dorm. Chapter 32. Embrace, Fragrance, Deep Breaths, and the Golden Snitch. Under the illumination of the bright crystal chandelier, every corner of the room was revealed. While Abraxas continued to explore the various sections of the dormitory, he approached the bar and was suddenly enveloped by the scents of lemon and citrus. Only around the dining area did a hint of incense linger. Riddle did not possess the habit of wearing perfume. The unique aroma that clung to him was a delicate blend of the faint fragrance of his clothing and his own natural scent. Curiosity piqued. Abraxas wondered what fragrance might emerge if he were to wear the same perfume as Riddle, blending it with his own essence. As he moved closer to Riddle, their proximity diminished, and the fragrances of Abraxas and Riddle began to intertwine. Abraxas found himself captivated by Riddle's distinctive scent, a subtle yet delightful aroma that he could not quite identify. Without hesitation, Abraxas stepped forward and embraced Riddle, burying his head in Riddle's shoulder and inhaling deeply against his neck. "Can you discern the scent upon me?" Riddle paused, feeling the warmth of Abraxas's breath against his neck. Stunned by the inquiry, he pondered the question, instinctively tilting his head to nestle against Abraxas's side, inhaling deeply. Cedar, a woody fragrance, geranium, and floral notes. Riddle inhaled thrice. Each time Abraxas felt the warmth at his neck, accompanied by the deeper sounds of Riddle's breaths and sighs. Yet, for the scent that eluded Riddle's recognition, Abraxas felt no desire to elucidate. Nonchalantly, he released Riddle from the embrace and strolled toward the sofa. But a closer inspection would reveal a hint of color rising to his pale cheeks, his ears tinged with a faint blush. He mused that perhaps he need not inquire if Riddle favored this fragrance, nor require the same perfume for himself. He might concoct a unique fragrance to gift Riddle. Observing Abraxas's myriad reactions, Riddle noted his proud demeanor as he settled onto the sofa, maintaining an air of indifference despite the blush gracing his ears. Riddle, ever astute, feigned ignorance of the moment's significance. Clearing his throat, he began to summon a house elf in the dormitory. He recited the name that Jersey had provided, and with a loud pop, a house elf appeared, clad in a tattered pillowcase, bowing deeply to Riddle with an expression of fervent excitement. Esteemed Mr. Riddle, how may I serve you? Tobbs is at your service. The elf, overly enthusiastic, exhibited signs of nervousness. Riddle, wishing to divert the topic, inquired, why the excitement? On the day you arrived at the castle, we house elves of Slytherin sensed your presence. Your lineage is of unparalleled nobility and purity, unlike the previous Gaunt family, resembling instead the direct bloodline of Salazar Slytherin. Oh, Riddle acknowledged casually, his mind now solely focused on hastening lunch for Abraxas. Upon hearing this, Abraxas's gray-blue eyes brightened, and he raised his chin slightly, intrigued. If he is so esteemed, would you be willing to leave Hogwarts to serve him exclusively? The little elf, tugging at its ears, eagerly acquiesced and began to explain, except for the original house elves left by Slytherin, the others have signed contracts with Hogwarts. As long as the headmaster consents, most of our lineage would gladly follow Riddle beyond the confines of Hogwarts Castle. Esteemed Mr. Riddle became the head of Slytherin on his first day, and on his second, he destroyed a mountain. The purity of Mr. Riddle's bloodline, coupled with his formidable power, assures that he shall become a great wizard, it exclaimed, then erupted into further cheers. Riddle, observing the elf's exuberance, issued a command to redirect its energy. Go to the kitchen and gather some lunch, then bring it to my dormitory. Riddle and Abraxas approached the long table, selecting intricately carved chairs to sit upon. At that moment, a variety of dishes began to materialize upon the table. Abraxas engaged Riddle in conversation about the house elves. The previously exuberant elf's ancestors must have entered into magical contracts with Salazar Slytherin. The contracts stipulated that house elves would serve wizarding families for generations. Although the contracts were ancient, the house elves could still keenly discern one's lineage, hence their immediate recognition of Riddle on his first day at Hogwarts. Shall we take them with us after graduation? Riddle inquired. Why not? After all, the headmaster is no match for you. By then, we may have already revealed that you are the heir of Slytherin. It would be quite fitting for you to take them with you, Abraxas replied with a sly smile. By this juncture, the dining table was laden with an impressive spread, indicating the house elf had diligently ensured that every dish from the kitchen was represented. Abraxas finished his meal first, while Riddle savored the freshly conjured ice cream. Appreciating the presence of a house elf who anticipated his preferences, perhaps he would summon Tobbs more frequently in the future. After indulging in dessert, Riddle led Abraxas to his alchemical potions lab. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by two opulent workstations, the left dedicated to alchemy and the right to potion making, with a corridor in between and an entire wall lined with alchemical cabinets. Abraxas was astonished, finding it far more sophisticated than Professor Slughorn's office. Did you custom make this? Or did you craft it yourself? I made it myself. My alchemical skills are quite commendable, Riddle replied. With that, Riddle guided Abraxas to his display cabinet. They settled onto the adjacent sofa, instructing the house elf to bring them tea. Leaning back, they sipped tea while engaging in conversation. Abraxas gazed at the display cabinet and asked, So, do you intend to gift me these alchemical items? Not at all. Those are for study and reference. While some are my creations, they are not particularly rare or valuable. Riddle gestured towards the operating tables and cabinets, speaking with a hint of pride. In this room, the most precious items are undoubtedly those two operating tables and the alchemical cabinet behind them, which houses rare materials. Not only are the materials valuable, but they are also inscribed with my time-stopping enchantments. The potion-making table can suspend the brewing process, while the alchemical cabinet allows for the storage of materials or finished products, pausing time to extend their longevity. I haven't created any unnecessary features for the table, but if you need me to, I can craft an initial version of the storage cabinet in a few days. Would you like it? Abracadabra couldn't help but chuckle at Riddle's antics. He had been delivering gifts since morning, and the thought made him laugh. Riddle was evidently pursuing someone in his own peculiar way, which he found rather endearing. He set down his cup of red tea and took Riddle's hand, telling him, "This Saturday, we shall visit Malfoy Manor. My father could use that time-stopping alchemical cabinet, so we should bring it along. As for the potion-making table and the alchemical workstation, I can manage using them in your room. Of course, if I desire something, I can always ask you to create it." He chuckled softly, gazing tenderly at Riddle, mischief glimmering in his expression. "What potions or alchemical items do you wish for? Are you willing to craft them for me?" "Of course," Riddle replied, rather matter-of-factly. Abracadabra's knowing smile returned. While holding hands, Riddle was captivated by the delicate sensation of their touch, answering without much thought, believing that Ab's smile indicated his approval. At that moment, Abracadabra decided he could no longer be amused by Riddle's charm. He turned his gaze to the display case and remarked, "First year's R&T allowed to bring flying brooms. Do you carry this one because of your fondness for Quidditch?" "I brought it because the display case showcases my area, and this broom is one I crafted myself," Riddle replied slyly. "Rules don't always have to be followed. If you don't get caught, what's the harm? I wouldn't say I'm particularly fond of Quidditch. Rather, I relish the sensation of flying through the sky on my broomstick. My innate talent allows me to soar effortlessly, oscillating between two extremes, a gentle glide or a sudden teleportation between two spatial coordinates. The broom offers a delightful balance of speed and fun." "Oh, I see," Ab drawled, eyeing the golden snitch within the display case. "But I have a penchant for the golden snitch." Riddle followed Ab's gaze to the exhibit, raising his other hand to open the case and summon the golden snitch. As he lifted his hand, Ab anticipated his intention and pressed down on it, securing both of Riddle's hands in his own. He held Riddle's hands together, gazing intently into his eyes, a playful smirk gracing his lips as he extended his tone with a teasing lilt. "I find myself rather fond of receiving a golden snitch in front of an audience." Riddle's reason swiftly crumbled under the weight of Ab's words, and he nodded earnestly. "I will join the Quidditch team as a seeker when the match, and present you with the golden snitch in front of everyone." Ab, thoroughly satisfied, released Riddle's hands and reclined against his shoulder on the sofa, chuckling softly. Riddle, thoroughly entertained, found Ab's reactions endlessly delightful. At that moment, he realized that Ab had been deliberately teasing him. Yet, he too had developed a fondness for the golden snitch and envisioned triumphantly winning it for Ab in front of a captivated crowd. Chapter 33 in the afternoon. The class on sleep, taught by Dumbledore, followed by a history of magic lesson, marked Riddle's first encounter with Professor Bin's history class. Seated in the last row, his fellow Slytherins were perceptive enough not to disturb him. In due course, Riddle fell asleep, lulled by the ghostly professor's hypnotic voice and cadence. Upon awakening, he realized that, in a sense, Professor Binns possessed quite a remarkable talent. His lessons seemed to belong to the realm of slumber. The sound of Binns reciting from the textbook exuded a soothing charm, and it wasn't long before students below began to succumb to drowsiness. Initially intrigued by the ghost, Riddle observed him with keen interest through his 6 eyes, yet he could not physically interact with a ghost for research purposes, so he opted to ease his own discomfort. Having memorized the material, he cast a Confundus charm and Ignoring charm, retrieving a pillow from his spatial ring, adjusting his posture to lie down on the desk, and drifted back into slumber. A brief nap would serve him well. He planned to engage in some nocturnal escapades that evening. Upon awakening, Riddle found the classroom deserted. He gathered his textbook and made his way to the Transfiguration classroom, eager to meet the future Dark Lord, the current Transfiguration professor, Albus Dumbledore. Given the events of the previous day, he imagined Dumbledore would be curious to see him. Arriving at the Transfiguration classroom, he noted that Slytherin and Gryffindor were sharing the lesson, although the animosity between the houses was not as pronounced as in Harry Potter's time. With Slytherin being associated with dark wizards and Death Eaters, the rivalry remained palpable. The atmosphere in the classroom was tense, particularly among the Gryffindors, who seemed unsure of how to react to Riddle. His astonishing display in the previous day's charms class had left them in awe, far surpassing the capabilities expected of a first-year student. By evening, word had spread throughout the school that Riddle had effortlessly obliterated a mountain. Typically, people do not harbor jealousy towards those who significantly outshine them. The Gryffindors had long ceased to envy Riddle. The disparity was so vast that comparison felt futile. Yet today, they found themselves exasperated by the Slytherin snakes. The new Slytherin students directed provocative glances at the Gryffindors, each brimming with confidence and pride, their sense of superiority inciting frustration among the Lions, who felt utterly powerless. Amidst this charged atmosphere, Riddle attended the class, aware that any conflict would be futile. The Gryffindors recognized they stood no chance and chose to endure the taunts in silence. Thus, the Transfiguration lesson commenced in this delicate ambience. Riddle calmly completed the transformation first. With a flick of his wand, he touched a matchstick, which instantly twisted and morphed into an exquisite silver needle, adorned with the Slytherin emblem, a serpent coiling around it. resembling a remarkable piece of art. Upon witnessing Riddle's transformation, Dumbledore felt a sense of inevitability and announced loudly, "Slytherin gains 20 points for Mr. Riddle's flawless transfiguration." As Riddle noticed Dumbledore approaching, he continued his display, tapping the silver needle with his wand, which transformed into a beautifully crafted goblet. Once Dumbledore had a clear view, Riddle's wand tapped the goblet again, prompting yet another rapid transformation. From an exquisitely crafted goblet, it transformed into a serpent, a colossal black python, which slithered across the long table, making its way towards Gryffindor. The young snakes, initially startled, soon became proud, even breaking into applause at the sight of their Slytherin champion, cheering as the serpent advanced towards Gryffindor. Conversely, the first-year Gryffindors were thoroughly alarmed, with some close by already letting out terrified screams. Dumbledore swiftly raised his wand, casting a spell to halt Riddle's transfiguration, reverting the snake back into a matchstick. Observing Riddle, he inquired, "You have already mastered the art of animating inanimate objects with such finesse. To what extent can your transfiguration skills reach?" "Professor Dumbledore," Riddle replied, "I have already responded to Professor Herbert Beasley this morning, and my answer remains unchanged. I am fully capable of undertaking the OWL examination for 5th-year students, as well as the nude examination for 7th-year students, easily securing an OIN transfiguration. Did Professor Slughorn not discuss your self-study and progress with you?" "We touched upon it briefly, but were interrupted by unforeseen circumstances." At that moment, a gentle smile graced Dumbledore's face as he directed an inviting gaze towards Riddle. "Mr. Riddle, might you have some time after class? We could enjoy a cup of tea and discuss your self-study and academic progress." Riddle, disinterested in engaging with the old man, though not yet as cunning as he would later become in Harry Potter's era, nonetheless harbored no inclination towards amiability. Bound by blood oaths, he could only watch as his former lover swept through Europe, contemplating how to manage his old flame while striving to maintain peace within the wizarding world. Inevitably wary of this newly emerged formidable Slytherin. Perhaps we could converse about your views on Muggles or the secrecy laws, to see if I resemble a second Grindelwald." On the surface, Dumbledore appeared as a benevolent guardian of peace, a great wizard, yet a deeper exploration of his thoughts revealed a certain distortion. Riddle perceived a significant flaw within Dumbledore's psyche, sensing a deep-seated affliction. For most, the experiences of Dumbledore's early life would have led to a path of darkness. It seemed only natural for him to join Grindelwald in revolution. Yet, following the death of his sister, he inexplicably shifted allegiances to protect Muggles. A transition he found utterly irrational. The roots of his turmoil lay in the bullying of his sister by Muggle children, leading to her eventual silence. Enraged, his father sought revenge against Muggles, landing in Azkaban, while his mother succumbed to illness from overexertion. His sister, weakened by age and unable to venture outside, prompted Dumbledore's desire to join Grindelwald's cause. Conflict arose with his brother Aberforth, who believed their sister required care, and in a moment of spellcasting, she tragically perished. A rational individual would surely recognize that the origins of their plight stemmed from Muggles. How could he reconcile his sister's death with his transformation into a saint, suddenly devoted to upholding world peace and the secrecy laws? Riddle found this ideological shift incomprehensible. Moreover, Dumbledore was not a pure altruist. True altruists would struggle with moral dilemmas. Yet he effortlessly chose the option that sacrificed fewer lives. His willingness to sacrifice himself and others for a greater good was, to Riddle, somewhat unsettling. In his eyes, Dumbledore belonged to a realm of uncommunicative individuals. Conversing with him felt like a futile endeavor. After contemplating these thoughts, Riddle scoffed, his gaze laden with disdain, and directly responded to Dumbledore, "I have no time after class. I already have an engagement, even without a prior appointment. I have no desire to partake in tea with you, as it holds no significance." Riddle ceased his words, his expression growing cold, dismissing Dumbledore and patiently awaiting the end of the lesson. Unbeknownst to Dumbledore, Riddle's animosity towards him stemmed from an unknown source, perhaps rooted in the rivalry between Gryffindor and Slytherin. As a powerful Gryffindor, Dumbledore could not fathom why Riddle, a formidable Slytherin, harbored such intense hostility. Time was of the essence, and as the other young wizards resumed their practice, he turned his attention to instructing them further in their transfiguration class. Chapter 34, The Headmaster's Office, Dumbledore's Doubts. With the transfiguration class concluded, Dumbledore made his way to the headmaster's office. Eager to discuss Riddle's reaction to his invitation with Armando Dippet, he traversed the castle briskly, soon arriving at the small tower housing the headmaster's office. Uttering the password to gain entry. Inside, the office was momentarily unoccupied. Dippet was absent. The headmaster's office radiated warmth and light, with a crackling fireplace, one wall lined with an array of books, and another adorned with portraits of former headmasters. The air was rich with the scents of burning wood, leather-bound tomes, and parchment. The portraits offered no acknowledgement of Dumbledore's presence. Familiar with the headmaster's office, Dumbledore selected a beautifully crafted chair, dragging it beside the fireplace and gazing contemplatively into the flames, furrowing his brow as thoughts whirled within him. Eventually, Dippet returned after attending to matters elsewhere, materializing beside Dumbledore, joining him in watching the flickering fire. "You seem troubled, Albus," Dippet remarked softly. "What weighs on your mind?" With a furrowed brow, Dumbledore replied, "I have long been preoccupied with Grindelwald. And now we have the emergence of Riddle in our school." "What of Riddle?" Dippet inquired gently. "My initial encounter with Riddle left a profound impression upon me. He requires no guidance, yet he invited me to his estate for a meeting." As Dumbledore spoke, his piercing blue eyes glimmered with sharp insight, as if he was retracing the events. "Upon first seeing me, he appeared intrigued, but soon lost interest, leaving me with a striking impression of nobility, arrogance, and detachment. Just before I took my leave, he posed a question: 'What are your thoughts on the notion that magic equates to power?' In retrospect, I sense a troubling implication in his inquiry. His reaction to my answer was merely a fleeting smile, devoid of any further response. If a typical student had asked such a question, it would be inconsequential. But Riddle possesses the capacity for such thoughts. At this moment, a complex array of emotions flickered in Dumbledore's eyes. The magnitude of Riddle's magical prowess exhibited on his first day, coupled with the effortless destruction of a mountain he displayed the next day, undeniably marks him as a formidable force. To hear a strong individual question the relationship between magic and power indicates he harbors significant thoughts on the matter. Curious to know how others perceive it. As Dumbledore continued, the intricate emotions within him became increasingly evident. He began to feel fear as memories of Grindelwald resurfaced. Riddle was not only more gifted, but far more perilous than Grindelwald. Dumbledore remained oblivious to Riddle's true intentions and what he might pursue. Today, I extended an invitation to Riddle, hoping to share a cup of tea after class to engage in conversation and better understand him. "What could possibly elicit such profound concern from you regarding Riddle's words?" Dippet inquired. Dumbledore hesitated, his response entangled in turmoil. "He outright rejected me. And although rejection itself is nothing to be concerned about, I find myself troubled by his demeanor, which seems rather unsettling. His hostility towards me is rather pronounced. It is abundantly clear that he wishes to avoid any form of communication with me, deeming it futile. I have been pondering what this signifies. Although I am aware that he was rather indifferent when I first encountered him, today his animosity towards me has escalated significantly compared to before school commenced. Could it be that, within just 2 days of our enrollment, the rivalry between Gryffindor and Slytherin has already fostered animosity towards me, a Gryffindor, from him, a Slytherin? Yet, something feels amiss. Dumbledore's wisdom seems to suggest that there is a deeper issue at play that has led to Riddle's current attitude. Is Dumbledore contemplating whether a member of a particular family has influenced Riddle with notions of interhouse hostility? Moreover, he is curious about the headmaster's perspective on Riddle. Suddenly, Headmaster Dippet interjected, "I believe you need not worry so much. Riddle, while seemingly arrogant, indeed possesses a certain aloofness. Unlike other Slytherin students who are aware of their strength and feel the need to assert themselves, he appears to ignore most others, as long as they do not provoke him. I even find Riddle to be of decent character, had I been as powerful as he in my first year. I cannot fathom what arrogance I might have exhibited. Currently, Riddle simply seems to dislike the attention of others. He is not engaged in any wrongdoing. To my eyes, he is rather subdued, and he is even capable of performing the Patronus charm. Albus, it is difficult to convey, but after all my years, I perceive Riddle as a good boy, especially in light of his present endeavors." As Dippet spoke, a subtle smile adorned his face. It was evident to all that he had been pursuing Abraxas Malfoy since day one. Dippet chuckled. "Albus, you missed breakfast this morning. Abraxas and Riddle are now behaving quite intimately, even holding hands openly in the Great Hall. Given that we are in the presence of a powerful wizard, a future contender for the most formidable sorcerer, it is inconceivable that the Malfoy family would refuse such an alliance. The combination of a pureblood family and a powerful wizard could undoubtedly enhance the Malfoy family's standing. However, from Dippet's perspective, having a powerful wizard associated with a family is far less perilous than one who is isolated, for the latter's unpredictable nature poses a greater threat." As Dippet contemplated this, he happily settled into the cushioned armchair at his desk, stroking his beard as he mused. "The Riddle may harbor some dangerous thoughts. Love has the power to change individuals for the better, bringing stability through emotional ties. I even hope he marries soon." Dippet continued cheerfully. "Perhaps they will invite me to their wedding after graduation. I shall certainly attend and extend my heartfelt blessings." Dumbledore, at a loss for words, wore a complex expression. "How proficient is Riddle in transfiguration?" Dippet inquired. Though he only demonstrated the transformation of inanimate objects today, he employed the nonverbal spell, given his adeptness. He likely finds 3rd to 5th year material quite manageable. He informed me that he is capable of taking the 5th and 7th year examinations to achieve an outstanding. Very well. I understand, Dippet concluded, preparing to endorse Professor Slughorn's request. All the instructors have reported Riddle's exceptional abilities in the subjects he has already studied. Riddle indeed does not require first-year courses, but he has decided to deliberate further on whether to allow Riddle to self-study or to accelerate his progression. Perhaps a conversation with Riddle is in order. Lost in thought, Dippet suddenly turned to Dumbledore and asked, "What level of wizard do you believe Riddle currently embodies?" Or, to rephrase, how do you envision a duel between you and Riddle would conclude? Dumbledore was momentarily taken aback, contemplating before responding. His offensive capabilities against that peak demonstrate a level of power that surpasses my own. Under such an assault, any individual would likely perish. Perhaps we need not worry about Grindelwald. A stronger adversary has emerged. With that, Dumbledore chuckled. Headmaster Dippet solemnly cautioned Dumbledore. Firstly, Riddle may not necessarily wish to involve himself in this matter. Why would he take action against Grindelwald? His arrogance extends not only to students, but to us as well. A mutual benefit seems improbable, as he appears disinterested in most matters. Moreover, Albus, refrain from divulging this sentiment in front of him or others. I fear it may provoke Riddle's ire. He could very well take action against you. At present, he does not exhibit a gentle disposition, while he generally disregards others. Such indifference carries a chilling undertone, and Riddle's potential for danger is indisputable. He may not initiate action unless provoked, but I suspect that if he were challenged, he might resort to lethal measures. Furthermore, he is only a first-year student, while we know the extent of Riddle's capabilities. Proposing that a Hogwarts headmaster and faculty enlist a first-year student to confront Grindelwald would surely invite scorn from the press, branding us both as lunatics. We lack the authority to make such decisions, placing students in the path of dark wizards. At this juncture, Dippet's expression turned grave. He felt he had perhaps been too stern with Dumbledore earlier and sought to offer reassurance. You need not be overly concerned about Grindelwald. This is not solely your burden to bear. It is a challenge for the entirety of the wizarding world to confront. A profound silence enveloped the headmaster's office, and Dumbledore remained unresponsive. Chapter 35. The peacock displays its feathers, pulling, straddling, embracing. Today, Riddle's afternoon classes concluded earlier than usual. Upon returning to the dormitory, he shed his outer robe and school sweater, donning instead a fitted black wizarding robe suitable for combat. Thanks to the blood of the undead, he is impervious to the cold. Even in the Arctic, he could manage with a single layer, should he desire comfort. He might choose to wear minimal clothing to insulate himself from the chill. Thus, he now wore a crisp white shirt beneath a tailored black robe. All of his custom garments were crafted from the finest fabrics, imbued with alchemical runes that provided cleanliness and subtle protective enchantments. The material of the clothing was soft yet substantial, hugging his form closely. The robe accentuated his physique, tracing fluid lines that hinted at the perfect and exquisitely crafted body concealed beneath. Riddle changed into his wizarding robe because he intended to dine and then accompany Abraxas to the room of requirement, where they might practice magic together, thus necessitating a change of attire. After changing, Riddle returned to the common room and resumed his position on the sofa from the previous day, awaiting Abraxas's arrival. In the Slytherin common room, while not overly crowded, a few upperclassmen gathered by the fireplace engaged in conversation, while lowerclassmen, having just finished their classes, returned in numbers alongside Riddle. As Riddle sat alone on the sofa, the eager serpents of Slytherin could no longer contain their desire to approach him. After all, Riddle was undeniably a formidable force, strong in the present and destined to become the strongest in the future. Even though Riddle exuded an imposing aura and wore a cold expression as he reclined on the sofa, a steady stream of students, both upperclassmen and underclassmen, sought to greet him and engage in conversation. Riddle found himself somewhat exasperated by the line of admirers, their respect for him as the head boy evident in their reverent gazes, some filled with genuine awe and admiration. He could only respond with a slight nod, accommodating their attentions. A few upperclassmen lingered nearby, waiting for the younger students to disperse so they could speak with him. At that moment, Abraxas returned to the lounge. The scene that greeted him was striking. Riddle, poised and elegant on the sofa, appeared even more refined in the glow of the overhead lights. Despite his indifferent demeanor, his beauty was breathtaking, and his commanding presence was palpable. A group of upperclassmen, scattered around the sofa, seemed to engage in conversation, yet their eyes remained fixed on Riddle, awaiting an opportunity to interact with him. Riddle, adopting a stance of noble arrogance, leaned back against the armrest, his fingertips lightly tapping the surface, disregarding their eager glances with an air of nonchalance, seemingly disinterested in the attention. Abraxas felt his heart skip a beat at the sight. Upon noticing Abraxas' arrival, Riddle's expression brightened. He rose gracefully, making his way towards Abraxas, unconcerned with the throng surrounding him, moving directly and confidently towards him. Abraxas watched as Riddle approached, his tall, lithe figure clad in a fitted wizarding robe, accentuating his broad shoulders and slender waist. Every movement seemed imbued with an enchanting allure, drawing Abraxas' gaze irresistibly. He felt a tinge of annoyance at the way others regarded Riddle with such admiration. When Riddle reached Abraxas, a joyful glimmer danced in his eyes, and he beckoned Abraxas with a subtle gesture, silently urging him to lead the way. Riddle had grown impatient amidst the crowd and had eagerly awaited Abraxas' arrival. Unfazed by the lingering gazes, Abraxas took Riddle's hand, guiding him towards his dormitory. Once inside Abraxas' room, he swiftly discarded his outer robe, casting it aside, and turned to embrace Riddle. He held him tightly, burying his face in Riddle's shoulder, breathing somewhat erratically as he grasped the back of Riddle's head, his fingers tangling in his short hair before releasing, then tenderly stroking the nape of Riddle's neck with one hand while the other caressed his back. Riddle was momentarily taken aback by this sudden embrace, his breath catching as he felt the warmth of Abraxas' breath against his neck. With a soft chuckle, Riddle reciprocated the embrace, enveloping Abraxas in his arms. His hands traced along Abraxas' spine, one hand gently caressing his back, while the other wove through his platinum locks. He buried his face into Abraxas' neck, inhaling the familiar, delicate scent that lingered in his hair and on his skin. He then lifted his face to brush against Abraxas' cheek, savoring the intimacy of the moment, feeling Abraxas' heartbeat gradually steady against his own. After a while, sensing Abraxas' earlier excitement had settled, Riddle teased, "Your heart was racing just now." Abraxas, responding in a breathy whisper, replied, "Shut up." Riddle gasped in surprise, unable to contain his excitement as laughter bubbled forth, his mirth echoing softly in the room. Abraxas, regaining his composure, gently pushed Riddle away and made his way to the sofa, lying down and directing his gaze at the ceiling. Riddle followed, sitting beside him. Taking a deep breath, he leaned back against the sofa, a radiant smile illuminating his strikingly beautiful face, his eyes brimming with tenderness. Reflecting on the earlier scene, Riddle couldn't help but laugh again, his expression reminiscent of a satisfied fox. He turned to observe Abraxas, who remained fixated on the ceiling, seemingly oblivious to Riddle's gaze. After a moment's contemplation, Riddle reached out, playfully tugging at a strand of Abraxas' platinum hair, twirling it between his fingers. Fascinated by how the silky strands contrasted against his pale skin, Abraxas, sensing Riddle's touch, turned to him, captivated by the delightful expression on his face. The smile that graced Riddle's features was irresistibly enticing. Abraxas wrestled with conflicting thoughts. Perhaps he should remain composed, yet Riddle was undeniably his. In a bold move, Abraxas rose and perched himself on the round table opposite Riddle, his slate blue eyes fixed intently on him, brimming with intensity. Leaning forward, he reached for Riddle's waist. A desire ignited when Riddle had approached him moments earlier. Riddle, allowing Abraxas the liberty of his actions, did not resist. Initially, Abraxas merely intended to gauge the slenderness of Riddle's waist. However, the sensation through the layers of clothing left him feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Observing the evident shift in Abraxas' emotions, Riddle stood, shedding his wizarding robe and casting it aside. Now clad only in trousers and a fitted white shirt, he stood confidently before Abraxas, a playful smile dancing on his lips, his gaze both challenging and inviting. As he stood, the interplay of light and shadow revealed the contours of his waist beneath the fabric. The charged atmosphere heightened as Abraxas' hands glided over Riddle's abdomen, tracing the outline of his muscles, his fingers exploring with a deliberate slowness, until they instinctively pressed against the defined lines of his physique. While the other hand caressed the narrowest part of his waist, fingers intertwining freely, exploring the lines with an enticing touch. Riddle, feeling the heat of Abraxas' exploration, instinctively halted his advance, stepping back to create some distance between them, retreating to the sofa to regain his composure. Abraxas, suddenly aware of the moment, swallowed hard and cleared his throat, intending to call out for Riddle to leave. Yet, as he beheld Riddle's serene, yet restrained demeanor, his heart swayed. Unable to divert his gaze from Riddle's captivating face, Abraxas kicked off his shoes, kneeling on the sofa, yearning to embrace Riddle once more. Hearing the movement, Riddle opened his eyes and was met with the striking visage before him, a fair neck, a chest too close for comfort, and a jawline that beckoned. His exquisite features framed by those alluring slate blue eyes. The young master attempted to place his hand upon his shoulder, his slender fingers tipped with a delicate shade of pink. This proud young aristocrat, with his haughty visage, knelt and leaned in, yearning for an embrace. In an instant, Riddle felt the blood in his veins surge as if it were flowing backward. Abraxas, somewhat awkward in his movements, hesitated, unsure of how to sit down. Riddle stood and wrapped his arms around Abraxas's waist, supporting him as Abraxas draped his arms over Riddle's shoulders, instinctively tightening his legs around Riddle's waist. Thus, Riddle held him close and settled back down. Abraxas perched atop Riddle, finally securing his hold, let out a contented sigh, wishing to remain in Riddle's embrace for a while longer. Riddle listened to Abraxas's soothing breaths, inhaling the fragrance that clung to him, feeling the warmth radiating from his body, as Abraxas nestled deeper into his arms. Chapter 36. The Room of Requirement, a Mindful Thought. The hour was still early. Riddle and Abraxas donned their outer robes, and Riddle cast the Ignorance Charm and the Confounding Charm upon them. Together, they made their way to the 8th floor, to the Room of Requirement. As they traversed the corridor on the 8th floor, Riddle spotted the tapestry depicting the giant beating the foolish Barnabas and led Abraxas toward the opposite wall. Riddle pointed to the empty wall and said to Abraxas, "It is said that if you concentrate and envision a room, then walk back and forth 3 times in this corridor, the door will appear, revealing the room we desire." "What kind of room do you think we should open?" Abraxas believed in Riddle's words about the Room of Requirement and pondered what sort of room he might need, forming some ideas. Yet, he was keen to see what room Riddle wished to conjure, curious as to why he had changed into his wizarding robes. "You go first and conjure the room you desire. Let me witness your demonstration," he urged. Riddle instructed Abraxas to step back a bit and stand near the tapestry. Focusing intently, Riddle silently murmured, "I require a spacious place for practicing spells," as he paced back and forth before the empty wall. After his 3rd repetition, a stone door materialized upon the wall. Riddle smiled at Abraxas, signaling him to step inside with him. Upon pushing the door open, they entered a remarkably vast space. An extraordinarily large room that felt immensely open. At the far end stood a row of magical targets. Riddle's eyes sparkled with excitement as he turned to Abraxas. "This is exactly what I wanted, a room for spell training." The pair walked towards the center of the room, and Riddle summoned a target using the levitation charm. Noticing a glimmer of magical energy upon it, he deduced it was protected by enchantments capable of withstanding various magical assaults. Riddle then returned the target to its original position and turned to Abraxas, his expression brimming with joy. "Initially, I intended to find a place to showcase my Patronus charm for you, followed by practicing some basic spell attacks. But now, I simply wish to show you my Patronus." With that, Riddle took out his wand and began to cast. A thick cloud of white mist emanated from the tip of his wand, which then transformed into a long-horned water serpent. As Riddle channeled more magical energy, the serpent grew into an enormous creature. After swirling in the air, the long-horned water serpent occupied nearly half of the Room of Requirement, its massive head facing Abraxas, who had to tilt his head back to behold it. Abraxas was awestruck by this magnificent beast. "Is this truly your Patronus?" he inquired, captivated. "Indeed, I had also wished to see if my Patronus could change. It is a magical creature, a long-horned water serpent." Just then, Abraxas extended his arm to touch the gem that adorned the serpent's forehead, an act that left him inexplicably moved. "Why does it change form?" he asked, feigning ignorance. "Ah, that is because the Patronus charm requires joyful memories, akin to emotional magic. The happiest moments for me recently have been spent with you," Riddle confessed subtly, revealing his affections. "I suppose my Patronus is a magical creature and thus not easily altered. Moreover, I have yet to ascertain what form your Patronus might take." Upon reflecting, Riddle realized that, while Abraxas appeared to him like a stunning platinum peacock, his subconscious perceived him as a worthy Slytherin, an enchanting, perilous serpent imbued with lethal beauty. With this thought, Riddle smiled contentedly for a moment before asking Abraxas, "Have you not yet begun learning the Patronus charm?" "Do not assume that everyone is like you. I simply learned it ahead of the 4th-year curriculum," Abraxas replied, a hint of exasperation in his tone. "That is still quite impressive," Riddle responded earnestly. "Would you like to ride it now? Or shall we venture to the Black Lake and have you ride it for a while? Perhaps you should wait a few days before causing any further commotion." "One cannot create a spectacle every day since starting school," Abraxas remarked, his expression tinged with a touch of resignation. Riddle, however, seemed to relish in stirring up excitement daily, striving to showcase himself even while disliking the attention. With this thought, Abraxas's mood lightened again, and he suggested, "Could you make your Patronus a bit smaller?" Riddle obediently shrank the long-horned water serpent, summoning a sofa and table into the Room of Requirement with his thoughts. The two then settled onto the sofa, with Abraxas cradling the long-horned water serpent as he examined it. The serpent coiled comfortably beside him on the sofa, affectionately nudging him with its head, clearly fond of Abraxas. Abraxas, feigning ignorance once more, inquired, "Why does this Patronus seem so affectionate towards me?" "Because I summoned it using memories of my time with you. It naturally harbors a fondness for you," Riddle explained, eliciting a soft chuckle from Abraxas. though he had yet to learn the Patronus charm. He was aware that it was part of the advanced curriculum for the 7th year's defense against the dark arts. He understood Riddle's implication that the form could change, and he grasped the reason behind the serpent's closeness to him. He had previously contemplated what his own Patronus might be and had a strong sense that it would manifest as a snake. Riddle need not alter the form of his Patronus. Perhaps his subconscious already recognized that his essence was that of a serpent, having observed the Patronus. Abraxas now sought to understand why Riddle had changed his attire. Although he had a hunch, a mischievous thought crossed his mind. With a playful smile, Abraxas remarked, "Did you change your clothes to demonstrate spell attacks to me?" "Indeed, I wanted to showcase my dashing side." Riddle candidly admitted his intentions. "Yet to me, you have always appeared quite dashing," Abraxas responded sincerely. Abraxas sat elegantly on the sofa, one hand playfully toying with the long-horned water snake beside him. While he regarded Riddle with a serious demeanor, his eyes brimming with admiration. Riddle could not suppress the smile that crept upon his lips. He laughed joyfully, feeling as though he had already succumbed to defeat in the presence of Abraxas. The latter always stirred an uncontrollable attraction within him, yet he found delight in this sensation, which was utterly exquisite, a feeling he wished to remain willingly ensnared in for eternity. Chapter 37, Night Excursion, Forbidden Section, Procurement. As the clock struck 9:30 p.m., Riddle prepared to embark on tonight's venture. He cast a disillusionment charm upon himself, intending to explore the library's forbidden section. Passing by Abraxas's dormitory, he glanced at the firmly closed door and felt an insatiable joy bubbling within him. Although Abraxas had instructed him to return to his dormitory after dinner and to reflect upon the organization's philosophies, Riddle was fully aware of the underlying reasons. Both of them indeed needed a moment of respite, for it was unwise to share the same space just yet. This thought brought an irrepressible smile to Riddle's face. He swiftly exited the corridor and arrived at the common room, where not a soul was present in the late hours. Approaching the stone wall at the exit of the common room, he silently slipped out. Standing in the corridors of Hogwarts, he inhaled the slightly chilly night air, which invigorated him anew. Riddle had been attending classes at Hogwarts for the past few days, memorizing the corridors and routes, forming a mental model of the castle's layout. He had firmly committed to memory the locations of every painting along the hallways, ensuring he would evade the patrolling professors and caretakers while remaining undetected by the portraits. While utilizing the disillusionment charm, he was aware that certain actions could disrupt its effects, revealing a hazy outline of his form. However, Riddle was undeterred. Upon exiting the Slytherin common room, he had already begun employing his charm, feeling as though gravity had ceased to exist, allowing him to float through the air towards the Hogwarts library. Riddle possessed the ability to see in the dark, and he swiftly navigated the corridors and stairs until he reached the library's grand entrance. During this brief passage, he keenly detected the distant sounds of patrolling professors, glimpsed several ghosts, and heard the footsteps of the castle's caretaker. Yet, he remained unseen, his footsteps silent, his breathing and heartbeat subdued to a near imperceptible level. When faced with an approaching figure, he floated above, quietly waiting for them to pass. Once he had set up a silencing charm around him, he unlocked the library's door. After entering, he gently tapped his wand, causing the door to close behind him, relocking it securely. Riddle retrieved his dragon-hide protective gloves from his spatial ring, enchanted to shield against certain dark magical artifacts. He proceeded towards the forbidden section of the library, marked by a rope barrier. Testing it, he found no enchantments guarding the passage, and thus he crossed over to begin his search for the tomes he sought. Before him stood rows upon rows of ancient magical texts, their spines adorned with enigmatic symbols and runes, titles that hinted at dark magic, poison, souls, and curses. Hogwarts's collection of forbidden texts was indeed vast. Riddle began to peruse the titles, carefully selecting volumes that piqued his interest, donning his gloves to examine the faint magical reactions emanating from them. Those exhibiting only slight reactions he would leaf through, while more potent dark magic emanations would prompt him to enclose them within his spatial ring after merely glancing at the title. After some time, he stumbled upon a tome entitled Revelations of Advanced Dark Magic. Astonished, he mused that Hogwarts's reputation for producing dark wizards was hardly unwarranted, given that such a tome was housed within the library. The management of this forbidden section appeared lax, as it seemed even upperclassmen could easily access it. Historically, Voldemort had been the singular Dark Lord. Perhaps others simply lacked the requisite power or potential to become such. As Riddle flipped through the pages of Revelations of Advanced Dark Magic, he discovered it contained not only the methods for creating Horcruxes, but also other advanced dark magical concepts, albeit mostly introductory in nature. A sense of disquiet washed over him. The book's dark magic was surprisingly mild, leading him to question its presence in the library. However, he dismissed the thought, skimming through its contents and jotting down notes of interest while bypassing those that did not capture his attention, ultimately returning the volume to its shelf. He then began searching for books on the spells of the resurrection charm, bone reanimation, and weather charms, which were buried deeper than revelations of advanced dark magic. Riddle diligently recorded the materials of interest, securing those with intense dark magical responses within his spatial ring. As he prepared to leave the library, he retraced his steps using the same disillusionment charm and methods, encountering far fewer individuals on his return journey. Successfully, he made his way back to the dormitory. Glancing at the clock to note, it was 11:38 p.m. He resolved to examine the forbidden texts the following afternoon and to contemplate the organization's philosophies later. For the most pressing matters were not these. While pondering these thoughts, Riddle engaged in his nightly routine. Even as he bathed, his mind was occupied with how to confess his feelings to Abraxas. He was certain they were destined to be together. Yet he struggled to find the right moment to express himself. After finishing his ablutions, with his hair still dripping, he used magic to dry it and donned a silk nightgown, standing barefoot by the large window, gazing out at the black lake. An idea struck him. Perhaps he could wait for an atmosphere conducive to a spontaneous confession. Within his spatial ring lay a ring gifted by the system, ready to be presented as soon as the moment felt right. Riddle felt he had unraveled the solution to this dilemma, and with a sense of satisfaction, he reclined upon his soft bed. Chapter 38, Wednesday, Abraxas, Villains, Kin, More Alluring. Wednesday morning. As was customary, Riddle awaited Abraxas at the entrance of his dormitory. The previous evening, they had not spent time together, and the lingering feelings that had arisen before bed intensified upon waking, igniting a sense of inexplicable restlessness. He yearned to see Abraxas as soon as possible. When Abraxas opened the door, he was greeted by Riddle's striking visage. Tall and elegantly leaning against the wall with an air of languor, his expression stoic as he awaited the door's opening. Yet, upon seeing Abraxas emerge, Riddle's face lit up with a radiant smile, transforming him into a picture of brilliance. Abraxas was momentarily taken aback, while Riddle often smiled at him. Today's sunny smile stirred something deep within him, sending ripples of emotion through his heart. Was it the allure of Riddle's face, or the affection shimmering in his eyes? Abraxas wished to avert his gaze, yet he found himself unable to tear his eyes away from Riddle's smiling countenance. Putting on a facade of nonchalance, Abraxas feigned a modest smile and inquired, "What brings you here so early?" "I miss you," Riddle stated earnestly, his gaze fixed upon him. Abraxas sighed in exasperation, raising a hand to his forehead before gently covering Riddle's eyes. With Riddle's sight obscured, his heartbeat steadied somewhat. However, the warmth emanating from the touch of his palm and fingers was undeniable. Though Riddle had closed his eyes, the delicate flutter of his lashes and the soft, vibrant sensation conveyed a tingling warmth that traveled from Abraxas's palm up to his forearm. Withdrawing his hand, Abraxas observed Riddle blink in confusion before breaking into a tender smile, his expression exuding a gentle affection. Cursing under his breath, Abraxas sighed internally. Riddle sometimes openly displayed his allure, such as when he changed clothes yesterday, revealing himself, while at other times, he unconsciously radiated charm. Abraxas resolved to dismiss it. His expression shifted from that of restraint to one brimming with softness as his slate blue eyes regarded Riddle kindly. "Shall we head to the hall? Is there something you wish to discuss?" Riddle, elated merely to see Abraxas, momentarily taken aback by the sudden covering of his eyes, took a moment to gather his thoughts before responding. "Last night, I ventured into the restricted section. I found the protective measures lacking. As I effortlessly located the books I desired, I failed to comprehend why Hogwarts forbids the study of dark arts while maintaining a restricted section. The books therein may be perilous, yet they hold greater value, akin to weapons. Perhaps some may not learn, yet weapons must exist." Abraxas interjected with an explanation. "Every pureblood family possesses numerous dark arts artifacts and tomes passed down through generations, all signifying a legacy of power." Riddle wished to voice his disdain for Hogwarts' role in nurturing dark wizards, yet he reminded himself that Dumbledore was not without his own darkness, and he, as the second Dark Lord, had yet to emerge. He found Abraxas's perspective quite reasonable and opted to shift the topic. "I discovered several intriguing books yesterday. They are indeed a bit dangerous, but I shall examine them further tonight." "Exercise caution," Abraxas replied, his eyes laden with concern. "While I am aware of your formidable prowess, your mastery of the Cruciatus Curse is impressive, and your ability to conjure a Patronus is commendable. It is vital to observe precautions when delving into dark arts. Do not make me worry for your safety." Riddle beamed, inching closer to Abraxas, their shoulders nearly touching as he turned to him, joy radiating from his expression. "Did I not mention that I fear no curse? My dual lineage renders me impervious to such afflictions. Thus, when I first learned the unforgivable curses, I experienced no adverse reactions. My negative emotions were unnecessary. Abraxas regarded him with a hint of astonishment. Riddle instinctively expanded on his explanation. The innate power I possess, coupled with my boundless lineage, likely deters anyone attempting to curse me. So long as their magical strength does not surpass mine, they shall not succeed. Curses based on rules will also meet with considerable resistance from me. What would be deadly to others, for me, is but a mere annoyance. Of course, this knowledge stems from my memories. The talent for controlling subordinates that you mentioned, my lineage excels in certain aspects, particularly regarding curses. My bloodline remains unresponsive to such spells. These two bloodlines have never coexisted within a single individual. I am likely immune to all curses. However, rest assured, I detest the aura of curses, and I am meticulous about my protections. I shall don dragonhide gloves with protective enchantments, ensuring curses cannot touch me. Feeling prudent, Riddle believed Abraxas need not fret for him. Curses were utterly incapable of reaching him. As they approached the common room, Abraxas contemplated sharing something, but upon noticing others present, he merely remarked, "After afternoon classes, I will conduct a checkup on you." Riddle nodded earnestly in agreement. The two resumed their conversation about their class schedules. Riddle, in a capricious mood, declared, "I absolutely refuse to attend my first herbology class this morning. I shall have the prefect excuse me. Professor Billings is well aware of my capabilities. I also plan to skip this afternoon's transfiguration class. I do not wish to see Dumbledore. I find him utterly insufferable. Should you choose to forego your morning class, remember to ask Jessie to excuse you later." "You despise Dumbledore? That is splendid. He is indeed hypocritical. It is only natural for Slytherins to resent Gryffindors," Abraxas remarked, his slate-blue eyes reflecting agreement as he listened to Riddle's disdain for Dumbledore. "Our Slytherin faction has always been embroiled in a struggle with the Gryffindor faction. Yet, it is worth noting that 90% of the Ministry's officials hail from pure-blood Slytherin stock, with a third of the Wisengamot members proudly bearing the Slytherin crest." As Abraxas spoke of Slytherin's status, pride radiated from his expression. Only in recent years has a formidable wizard emerged from Gryffindor. Yet those Gryffindors aim to accomplish things they have yet to achieve, while you have already made your grand entrance. Henceforth, Gryffindor shall not rise again. Though initially vexed by Dumbledore, Abraxas's demeanor transformed into one of pride and satisfaction as he spoke of Riddle's existence. "And we shall ascend to the pinnacle of power within this sacred temple of Slytherin, embarking on a path of glory." At this juncture, Abraxas fixated on Riddle, his slate-blue eyes ablaze with fervent ambition. Riddle beheld his reflection in those burning orbs, captivated by the ambition that threatened to overflow. Abraxas resembled an elegant and noble serpent, yearning for power, brimming with ambition, astute and cunning, proud yet unyielding, devoted to his desires, unabashedly transparent about his aspirations for supremacy, truly a figure both dangerous and beautiful. Riddle, enamored not only by Abraxas's appearance, but also by these very qualities, found them to enhance Abraxas's radiance in his eyes. He relished the essence of Slytherin, where weakness was anathema, survival of the fittest prevailed, and only the strong could endure. He was proud, lacking in empathy and patience, ambitious in his pursuit of tyranny in this world. The strong would only associate with the strong. They were akin, yet subtly different, two of a kind. Riddle felt exhilarated, almost trembling with excitement. At that moment, they reached the great hall, the tantalizing aroma of food wafting towards them. Riddle and Abraxas exchanged a glance, suppressing the emotions swirling within their eyes. Chapter 39. Classes were undoubtedly to be missed, for the subordinates had obtained the resurrection stone. Riddle and Abraxas sat together in the hall, enjoying breakfast. Riddle's spirits soared today, for he could awaken each morning to see Abraxas. Classes could be disregarded, and breakfast allowed them to converse, which brought him immense joy, particularly when Abraxas spoke of reaching the zenith of power. The ambition blazing in his eyes left Riddle utterly captivated. Riddle's mood was exceptionally buoyant today, as he began to develop particular preferences when it came to meals. Typically indifferent towards food, he would consume only as much as he found delectable, often treating meals as a mere pastime, relying on dragon meat to sustain his energy. However, today, buoyed by an overwhelming sense of joy, he approached dining with enthusiasm. Breakfast resembled his usual fare, yet he opted for a soufflé first, seeking a sweet treat to complement his elevated spirits. As he daintily savored the soufflé with a fork, his gaze fell upon a basket of croissants, and he already envisioned his next dessert. Perhaps he would slice a croissant open and fill it with a scoop of ice cream, or perhaps indulge in another filled with cream and fruit. After finishing the first cream-filled croissant, he began to cut into a second one, preparing to add ice cream. When Abraxas paused from his meal to glance over at him, Riddle quickly halted his actions and turned to face him. "Would you care to try some?" he asked, swiftly transferring the completed confection onto a new plate and pushing it toward Abraxas. taken aback by Riddle's casual offering of his dessert. Abraxas pondered for a moment before responding. I merely wanted to present you with a sandwich. It is acceptable to indulge in sweets for breakfast, but one cannot solely consume desserts. After this, you will have had 3 sweet treats. Just as Riddle was about to reply, a plate appeared before him, bearing the sandwich he had consumed yesterday. He looked up to find Abraxas smiling at him. Riddle returned the smile and began to enjoy the sandwich Abraxas had provided, finding it even more delectable than the previous day. Noticing Abraxas frowning slightly at the desserts, Riddle watched as he reclaimed the sweet treats to his side. I added too much ice cream. Given your appetite these past 2 days, it seems you can only manage a little. I shall take care of this myself. Riddle contemplated the day when Abraxas might be curious enough to take just a bite, leaving the remainder for him, but acknowledged that now was not the time. With graceful swiftness, Riddle finished the sandwich and turned his attention back to dessert. Abraxas observed Riddle's consumption with mild curiosity, wondering why he was eating so heartily today. However, seeing Riddle show no signs of being overindulged, he opted not to inquire further, silently updating his perception of Riddle's appetite. Once Riddle had completed his meal and began sipping juice, an owl arrived. Today, Abraxas had no letters, but rather, 2 owls landed in front of Riddle. He received a package along with a letter. Recognizing the delivering owl, Riddle knew the contents of the letter before even opening it. As he unsealed it, he began to converse with Abraxas. The owl belongs to my butler, Justin, who manages my estate. He has performed admirably over the past few years, and in the last 2, I've bound him with a magical contract. He oversees my daily needs and utilizes my Gringotts credentials to procure items for me. He has even sent subordinates to Diagon Alley to gather various magical supplies and custom orders for me. I am quite pleased with his service. Riddle explained as he finished reading the letter. He handed the letter to Abraxas, who glanced at its contents. Your subordinate has delivered the items you require to the estate and has informed that all your requests have been fulfilled. Abraxas noted the caution in the letter, realizing that Riddle had indeed instructed someone to carry out tasks on his behalf. Upon unwrapping the package, Riddle confirmed it contained the herbs he had requested. He looked at the letter Abraxas held and said, let us cast a silencing charm here to prevent eavesdropping. And I shall reveal to you the significance of this when we return to the dormitory. Let us discuss this later. Jersey is nearly finished with breakfast and preparing to leave, and I too must get ready for class. I shall see you at noon. After exchanging farewells with Abraxas, Riddle turned to find Jersey. Using a levitation charm, he immobilized Jersey as he walked by. Jersey, caught off guard, glanced around until his eyes met Riddle's impassive gaze at the long table. Realization dawned upon him. As their eyes met, the levitation spell was lifted, and Jersey approached Riddle, standing respectfully before him. Chief, is there something you would have me do? Riddle gestured for him to take a seat opposite him. Once Jersey settled in, Riddle began issuing instructions. I shall not attend the first herbology class this morning. You are to request an absence from Professor Billy. I will make a brief appearance for the second class on defense against the dark arts, but I also intend to skip the afternoon transfiguration lesson, so be sure to request my absence. Understood, Chief, Jersey replied dutifully. Once Riddle had finished, he continued, since you want to be attending the transfiguration lesson this afternoon, you could speak with the headmaster about your self-study. He mentioned to me last night that he wishes to discuss this with you when he has the opportunity, and he happens to be free this afternoon. Riddle contemplated his schedule for the afternoon and nodded in agreement with Jersey's suggestion. I will relay this to the headmaster. I will escort you to his office before the first class this afternoon. Additionally, regarding the matter of the prefect's washroom, I have already informed them. Riddle's interest piqued. He was curious to see who might dare object, feeling a mischievous inclination. Sensing the danger in Riddle's demeanor, Jersey quickly interjected, no one has raised any objections. All notifications were completed by Monday, and there have been no dissenters on Tuesday. You may proceed to set up the magical barriers to prevent others from entering. Riddle pondered this for a moment, realizing he could indeed enjoy the washroom during the first class. Well done, Jersey. Feeling slightly uplifted, Riddle stood and elegantly departed the hall. Jersey remained seated, hesitating to speak further as he watched Riddle leave. He wished to discuss matters further, but the change in Riddle's demeanor after Abraxas's departure had made him apprehensive. Jersey discerned that Riddle held little regard for the school or for them, acting solely based on his whims. In Transfiguration class, Riddle had shown no deference to Dumbledore. Should Riddle be provoked, there was a chance he might retaliate. Jersey sensed that Riddle was either utterly indifferent or bubbling with restlessness, eager to stir trouble. It was difficult to predict how Riddle would respond when he was not inclined to discuss serious matters. After all, he was not Abraxas, who seemed to be the only one capable of bringing out Riddle's lighter side. Chapter 40, Slytherin Washroom, or rather, My Swimming Pool. After exiting the hall, Riddle made his way toward the 6th floor of Hogwarts. The prefect's washroom, located on the 6th floor, is exclusively reserved for the heads of houses, the student council president, and the captain of the Quidditch team. On the evening of the first day of term, Riddle engaged in a duel without exerting himself, failing to impart a significant lesson to the prefects. Subsequently, he indulged in his penchant for mischief, first by commandeering the prefect's common room, then by testing Jersey and choosing to challenge several influential individuals from Slytherin, informing them that their access to the prefect's washroom was henceforth prohibited. Now that Jersey had come to report, Riddle decided to investigate further, aiming to rectify the deficiencies that Hogwarts presented in the absence of a swimming pool. Lost in thought, he arrived at the 4th floor, which housed the washrooms for the 4 houses prefects. Riddle located the entrance to the Slytherin washroom and uttered the password to gain entry. The interior was spacious, with pristine white walls and columns, reminiscent of ancient Roman architecture, featuring a grand Roman-style bathing pool and elegantly appointed private stalls, separated by screens, with several sofas situated at the back. As Riddle observed the light filtering through the stained glass windows, illuminating the marble decor and overall arrangement, he acknowledged the opulence of the Slytherin prefect's washroom. After surveying the washroom, he began to cast a subtle expansion charm, significantly enlarging the room. He commenced the construction of a swimming pool, retrieving materials from his spatial ring, employing a combination of alchemy and magic to create a vast aquatic expanse. Riddle designated one portion of the pool for a current mode, as he believed that swimming against a current would enhance the enjoyment. Having established a magical array in half of the area, he eagerly filled the pool with water. The previous size had been inadequate for swimming, but now it was ample. The sufficiency of the water was not a concern for Riddle. With magic at his disposal, he thought that if necessary, the prefect's washrooms for Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw could be deprived of water. This thought elicited a wicked smile from him. As he watched the various colors and scents of bubble bath liquids cascading from the faucet, he selected a tap that appeared to dispense pure hot water. Increasing the flow rate magically, Riddle was suddenly struck by inspiration. Perhaps he should create a fountain, but he decided to postpone that idea. He proceeded to set up a magical barrier at the entrance, restricting access to others, requiring the detection of his magical signature and that of Abraxas for the door to open. Once he finished, he turned to find that the pool was nearly full. Checking the time, he realized he had half an hour to enjoy. He removed his clothing, revealing his collarbone, pectoral muscles, abdominal definition, and bare midriff. Standing at the edge of the pool, he was bare-chested, with a perfect waist-to-shoulder ratio. His physique was slender yet not frail, with beautifully sculpted muscles. Bathed in the light that streamed from the dome above, his fair skin gleamed with a diamond-like brilliance, each muscle reflecting an alluring sheen. As steam rose from the pool, his boots and socks lay scattered beside it. Riddle leaped into the water, beginning to frolic. After some time, he activated the current mode and swam with exhilaration, navigating the waves and swimming upstream, stretching his body and moving freely. After several laps, he returned to his starting point, satisfied with his playtime. He paused to float on the water, his bare torso slightly rising above the surface, his body gently swaying with the ripples. He languidly reclined in the water, his hair damp as he casually swept it back to expose his forehead, revealing his striking features. With his deep black hair and bare form, the contrasting colors of black and white were the only elements visible in the vast pool. Chapter 41. No need for dark magic, for it is too weak. Before exiting the prefect's washroom, Riddle donned a fresh set of clothes and timely entered the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, taking his usual seat in the front row. Shortly thereafter, Professor Mellis arrived, appearing somewhat aged. He commenced the lesson by discussing the contents of the textbook regarding defense against dark magic. This subject is of paramount importance, constituting a core component of the 7 years of study at Hogwarts. The Defense Against the Dark Arts curriculum encompasses several facets, teaching the defense against dark magic, countering perilous magical creatures, as well as the study of offensive and defensive spells. It can be divided into 2 parts, understanding dark magic and learning defensive techniques. Riddle found the first-year material utterly tedious, having already mastered the incantations. The initial class was filled with theoretical knowledge, leaving him feeling quite disheartened. Thus, the period of defense against the dark arts passed rather uneventfully. At lunchtime, Riddle enjoyed his meal with delight, engaging in conversation with Abraxas along the way. He shared details about the washroom he had transformed, large enough for swimming, with the magical barrier at the door recognizing only their 2 magical signatures for access. Abraxas understood Riddle's actions well. He felt that Riddle had not exerted enough effort in the duel, as he sought to assert dominance, while simultaneously wishing to monopolize the situation. Such was his nature. Abraxas readily agreed to join Riddle for a swim whenever time permitted. He was also informed that Riddle was scheduled to meet with the headmaster in the afternoon, and he would soon be allowed to study independently. The two then made their way to Abraxas's lavish chambers. Upon entering the opulent room, Riddle inhaled the familiar fragrance. Feeling at ease as if he were in his own bedroom, he walked across the luxurious carpet to the sofa. Seating himself and using magic to brew 2 cups of red tea. Once prepared, he leaned back on the sofa, rolled up his sleeves to expose his skin, and rested his bare forearm on the armrest, palm up, awaiting Abraxas's examination. Abraxas stood opposite him, preparing to assess Riddle's condition. He lightly tapped Riddle's forearm with his wand, casting spells to determine if Riddle had been tainted by dark magic. Employing a series of intricate spells, he checked for traces of dark magic in Riddle's aura, as well as assessing his mental and spiritual state. After concluding the examination, Abraxas stowed his wand and sat beside Riddle, taking a sip from the freshly brewed tea. He set the teacup down, the porcelain clinking against the tray, and after a moment's contemplation, he looked at Riddle with curiosity and spoke. "While I trust everything you say, and I believe you are not under any affliction, having witnessed your use of the Patronus charm, the results of the assessment are indeed surprising. You can wield silent and wandless magic with such precision. It is as if you are akin to a white wizard. For the traces of dark magic are virtually non-existent upon you, as though you have never employed dark arts." Riddle, delighted, leaned closer to Abraxas, comfortably resting against him. Hearing Abraxas's inquiry, he began to explain. "Thus, as I mentioned this morning, I am not merely immune to curses. Even when I learned the unforgivable curses, I was not corrupted. The negative emotions required to channel the spells were drawn from the memories of my inherited talents. By recalling those memories, I could harness my magical power and imprint the fluctuations of that magic. Therefore, I no longer need to invoke negative emotions. I have an abundance of magical energy, which allows me to command the spells to perform as I desire. Hence, I have little need for negative emotions when casting spells, even if the emotions elicited by using the Cruciatus curse seek to invade my mind. The rich experiences contained within my inherited memories and my inherently high mental fortitude render me impervious to such emotional assaults. I find myself in no need of the unforgivable curse for the purpose of taking a life. There exists an array of methods to accomplish such a deed, whether by instructing my subordinates, utilizing my innate abilities to eliminate my adversaries, or simply employing ordinary offensive spells. Thus, the soul-corrupting essence of the killing curse does not pertain to my circumstances. For most wizards, particularly those of comparable strength, resorting to dark magic is imperative when seeking to vanquish an enemy, as the 3 unforgivable curses possess formidable power, with the killing curse capable of delivering instant death upon impact. However, I find it unnecessary to resort to the soul corruption of the killing curse when my inherent abilities and basic attacks suffice. The methods of killing ingrained in my ancestral memory are vast, and the toll they have taken upon numerous lives is substantial. While I may wield them without succumbing to malevolent thoughts, the notion of inflicting soul fractures through the killing curse is, in my estimation, exceedingly unworthy. At this juncture, Riddle's expression conveyed a palpable disdain for the killing curse. Upon hearing this, Abraxas took hold of Riddle's hand, their fingers entwined, resting his head against Riddle's shoulder. Seeking a moment of tranquility, Abraxas felt utterly drained, realizing that not everyone could articulate such sentiments. The lethargy of the unforgivable curses renders them a poor choice. Riddle, in his current state, possesses the ability to wield these curses while evading all negative repercussions, a feat unattainable by others. His innate resistance to curses far surpasses that of any other wizard. Moreover, his reluctance to employ the unforgivable curse for murder parallels the disdain wizards hold for muggles. After all, I can easily dispatch ordinary individuals with basic spells. Why resort to the unforgivable against them? The underlying arrogance is profound. To him, those beneath him in the world are akin to muggles. Yet, Riddle is his own, imbued with a power that evokes a sense of helplessness, leaving Abraxas devoid of envy. He did not wish to engage in discourse, for only he harbored such thoughts regarding the unforgivable curse's low efficacy and his own arrogance. Abraxas simply desired to hold Riddle's hand for a while, seeking solace in his embrace to quell his tumultuous emotions. Chapter 42. Informing subordinates, sending them to please Abraxas. Riddle sensed Abraxas's melancholic disposition and, thus, grasped his hand, sitting together in a serene silence. After a while, noticing Abraxas's spirits had lifted slightly, he initiated a conversation about the letter received that morning and its implications. The message conveyed that his subordinate had delivered the items he required to the manor. This was a directive I had given to procure a family heirloom of magical significance, the nature of which remained unknown to the family itself. Upon completion of the task, I instructed him to cast a memory charm, ensuring that all knowledge of the item would be forgotten. I had set a deadline and instructed Alec to bring the item directly to the manor once secured. Now, the item was in hand. Riddle, entwined with Abraxas, nestled closely. His remaining rationality urging him to keep the identity of the resurrection stone a secret for the time being. If Abraxas expressed a desire for it, Riddle would undoubtedly comply and present it to him, yet this would diminish another potential gift intended for Abraxas. Should Abraxas inquire further about the nature of the item, Riddle would readily disclose all, ultimately depending on whether Abraxas held any interest. Abraxas had already discerned Riddle's subtle intentions. His strength rendered him astute. In daily interactions, he maintained a facade of indifference toward others, but found joy in simply gazing at Riddle, his thoughts laid bare upon his visage. Observing Riddle's current expression, Abraxas understood that a gift was being prepared for him, feeling a twinge of guilt, yet not overly so. Reminiscent of the morning when he had excitedly presented Riddle with a gift, it was clear that Riddle would eventually bestow this upon him. His current reticence hinted at a desire for surprise. Choosing not to unveil his thoughts, he allowed Riddle the space to prepare. Seeing Abraxas remain silent, Riddle continued, stating, "The tasks you assigned have all been successfully completed." He elaborated on several assignments arranged, which had been accomplished within the stipulated time frame. The package delivered by the owl that morning contained the potion ingredients I had instructed him to collect from Diagon Alley, as I sought to brew some useful potions. Upon reviewing the recipe, I noted a few precious ingredients were lacking, so I provided my subordinate with a list to ensure their procurement. Alec, one of my subordinates, possessed bloodline abilities that allowed him to control others and was quite capable, able to contend with a team of Aurors. Previously a dark wizard, I had tasked him with establishing a smuggling route for the items from Nocturne Alley, an endeavor I anticipated would come to fruition in a few months. Noticing Abraxas's lack of enthusiasm, Riddle began preparing to send his subordinate on another mission. I had already instructed him to form an organization and gather personnel. Although I had yet to decide on a name for our internal faction, the external group was aptly dubbed the Death Eaters, a name I had already chosen for them to expand their ranks. Soon, I would bestow marks upon a select few elites, binding them to loyalty and ensuring their allegiance to our cause. Once we concluded our meeting with your father on Saturday, I could introduce you to Alec. We could exchange contact information, allowing you to command him as you wish. He would be obliged to heed your orders. From now on, your commands would hold the same weight as mine, and if you desired Alec to assist your father, that would be entirely permissible. Abraxas, amused by Riddle's words, chuckled, loosening his grip as he leaned into Riddle's embrace, once more entwining their hands and closing his eyes to savor the comfort of his hold. Abraxas had always known that choosing Riddle would not lead to disappointment. Perhaps it began as mere affection, but Riddle's abundant favoritism had since blossomed into something far deeper. So profound was the connection that it stirred emotions within him, granting an unparalleled sense of security, leaving him unperturbed by the prospect of loss in this relationship. As Riddle sat upon the sofa, enfolding the leaning Abraxas in his arms, the scent that enveloped him became more pronounced. Observing Abraxas with his eyes closed, relaxed in his embrace, golden strands of hair cascading over their intertwined arms, Riddle found himself moved by the serene expression etched upon Abraxas's face, reveling in the tranquility of the moment. Chapter 43, An Accidental Fright for the Slytherin Headmaster, Slughorn. The distance from the Slytherin common room to Professor Slughorn's office was not particularly great. Riddle, guided by Jersey, swiftly arrived at the office. Upon knocking, Professor Slughorn greeted them both with warmth and enthusiasm. The room was adorned with opulence, permeated by the enticing aroma of potions mingled with a hint of fruit. After closing the door, Professor Slughorn cordially invited Riddle and Jersey to take a seat. Once settled, he joined them, using his wand to summon a teapot that floated over to their table, followed by 3 teacups and a tray that appeared before them. The teapot poured red tea into each of their cups, and as he filled his own, Professor Slughorn retrieved a tray laden with various sweets and confections from his drawer, including Honeyduke's treats. He also produced a package of candied jackfruit, placing it before Riddle and Jersey, appearing in high spirits as they prepared to enjoy afternoon tea while engaging in conversation. Professor Slughorn was the first to take a piece of candied jackfruit and pop it into his mouth, subsequently inviting the two of them to partake in the sweet delicacies laid out on the table. Watching Riddle, Professor Slughorn broke into a smile and excitedly began to speak. Regarding your self-study application, the headmaster and I had a discussion last night, and he is very supportive of your independent studies. You have an astronomy class tonight, and after that, the headmaster would like you to visit his office to discuss the specifics of your self-study and assessments. The delight on Professor Slughorn's face was unmistakable. It was clear that Riddle was currently his most valued student. From the very first day of Riddle's magical display in the Great Hall to his subsequent triumphs in dueling, along with his outstanding performances in the classes of other professors, Professor Slughorn was already brimming with excitement. What thrilled him the most, however, was Riddle's formidable display of power that day. Professor Slughorn cherished the opportunity to cultivate two types of students within the school. The first comprised those from illustrious backgrounds, especially those with innate talent, who would undoubtedly achieve success in the magical realm through their family's resources. The second category was purely based on talent. Regardless of whether they were pureblood, half-blood, or muggle-born, and irrespective of whether they hailed from Slytherin or other houses, as long as their talent was exceptional, he held them in high regard. By gathering these outstanding students into his club while still at school, he established a network of connections that would serve him well in the future. Riddle, in particular, filled Professor Slughorn with an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. While others might only hope for achievements post-graduation, Riddle had barely begun his journey and was already being hailed as potentially the most powerful wizard in history. Professor Slughorn was casting a wide net, hoping that one of his chosen students could become a significant figure. Riddle was already destined for greatness, which provided a distinctly different experience. In recent days, Professor Slughorn had been boasting to various professors about Riddle's self-study, proudly declaring that Slytherin had produced a formidable talent. In the dead of night, he pondered how he could ensure that, during Riddle's future swearing-in ceremony as Minister of Magic, the media would mention him as Riddle's potions professor and head of Slytherin House. Professor Slughorn was fervently invested in Riddle's self-study and hoped to assist him in any way possible. Upon hearing the news from Professor Slughorn, Riddle smiled and expressed his gratitude to the head of house. After delivering his message, Professor Slughorn settled comfortably into his chair, grinning from ear to ear at Riddle's appreciation. In high spirits, he picked up another piece of candied jackfruit and cheerfully remarked, "Ha ha, Riddle, do you know who I currently admire the most in the entire school? It is you. With your age and your talent, I believe you will undoubtedly make your mark in the annals of magical history. What do you aspire to do in the future? Are you considering becoming the Minister of Magic?" As Professor Slughorn spoke, Riddle casually selected a sweet from the tray. When Professor Slughorn jokingly inquired about Riddle's ambition to become Minister of Magic, both he and Jersey were intently observing Riddle, curious about his reaction and whether he possessed such ambition. Riddle responded nonchalantly, "Minister of Magic? Sure, but I would rather rule the world." He chuckled lightly, leisurely picked up his teacup, sipped his Earl Grey, and then set the cup down, the porcelain clinking against the tray with a crisp sound. Leaning on the table, resting his chin on his hand, he gazed at them. Professor Slughorn and Jersey were momentarily taken aback. It is well known that sometimes, when a person appears to jest, they are, in fact, speaking the truth. They could not discern whether Riddle was joking or if he had inadvertently revealed his genuine thoughts. The two of them, recovering from the sound, found themselves under Riddle's penetrating gaze, which emanated an indescribable aura. Both men, unable to meet Riddle's eyes, began to feign busyness. Professor Slughorn stuffed more candied jackfruit into his mouth, while Jersey lowered his head to sip his tea. Observing their frantic demeanor, Riddle could no longer suppress his laughter. "Haha, don't take it too seriously. I'm just joking. Professor Slughorn, what do you think I should do if I want to enhance my reputation? Perhaps I could claim all the awards Dumbledore received, and even those he could not acquire. What do you think, Professor?" Riddle's expression was insincerely exaggerated, as he suggested elevating his status at the expense of Dumbledore. The confidence he exuded indicated his absolute certainty regarding this ambition. At that moment, Riddle's demeanor displayed an unprecedented enthusiasm. Malice radiated from his eyes and enveloped him, a palpable darkness that sent shivers down the spines of those around him. Professor Slughorn sensed this malevolence and recognized the lethal danger that Riddle posed. The weight of this ominous energy left Professor Slughorn in a state of fear, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he began to babble incoherently. "I think that could work. If there's essay competition, I'll ask the headmaster to apply for you. You can participate in the contest, right, Jersey?" Jersey, caught off guard, forced himself to respond with feigned composure, "Absolutely. The chief will certainly win the competition." Riddle, observing the palpable fear etched on their faces, chose to remain silent, allowing the two to engage in awkward conversation. "Jersey, how do you think the recent Slug Club gathering went?" "Professor, it was splendid." The reason for Professor Slughorn and Jersey's fright was rooted in Riddle's unsettling aura, which bore the essence of the Tom Riddle template. It was known that this template had previously fed on humanity, and when the depths of Riddle's malevolence seeped through, it felt akin to encountering a top-tier predator, rendering others immobile and vulnerable. In circumstances where fleeing or resisting provided no assurance of safety, the body instinctively entered a state of rigidity. When Riddle became overly excited and summoned his latent lethal intent or malice, it exuded the aura of the template. Professor Slughorn and Jersey had already been stimulated by this malevolence, their hearts racing uncontrollably, and fear rendered them tense and rigid, nearly incapable of coherent thought. Chapter 44. If I am to be frightened, so be it, but I still wish to play. Jersey followed. Riddle waited until their awkward chatter dwindled into silence before regaining his composure. He then broached a new subject. Professor, I wish to join the Quidditch team. Professor Slughorn, finally regaining a semblance of composure, focused his mind on Riddle's request and responded thoughtfully, certainly, that is not an issue. The reason first years are typically not allowed to participate is due to the inherent dangers of Quidditch, but for you, it poses no real threat. Once you complete your flying lessons, I will approach the headmaster to submit your application. Even if the headmaster does not support you, I will. You need not wait until the 3rd week to try out for the team. After your flying lesson, you can select a position you desire on the team. Professor Slughorn now regarded Riddle as an exceedingly dangerous individual, whose actions were cryptic and unpredictable, either disinterested or full of malice. The crux of the matter lies in his undeniable capability. Should he desire to dismantle Hogwarts, it would be an effortless endeavor. Even the thought of dismantling himself is within his grasp. However, the malevolence of Riddle is not to be trifled with. He cannot afford to attract Riddle's attention. Even if Riddle is excluded from the Quidditch team, that remains the headmaster's concern, not his. He is wholly supportive of Riddle, urging that any financial records should not reflect upon him. Riddle understands that he had just slightly unnerved Professor Slughorn, yet he cannot be bothered to elaborate. Instead, he simply nods and moves on to the next matter. On Saturday, Abraxas and I shall be visiting Malfoy Manor. Has Mr. Septimus made arrangements for the use of the Flu network with you? Professor Slughorn hastily confirms that everything is set. Ordinarily, students must have consent forms signed by their guardians, followed by the headmaster's approval. However, since you were engaged in that activity on your first day, the consent form serves merely to delineate responsibility and protect against external dangers. For you, it holds no real value, which is why I did not mention it. I have already granted my consent. As I was anticipating your use of the Flu on Saturday, outside Hogwarts, there are currently no dangers present within the school. The most perilous entity in existence is Riddle himself. Initially, Professor Slughorn considered Riddle's temperament to be stable and his words few, not resembling that of a troubled student despite his formidable power and calm demeanor. However, the recent display of malevolence, which neither mirrored the madness of dark wizards nor bore the intent to kill, startled him greatly. Something felt amiss. Having received a satisfactory answer, Riddle prepared to depart, not forgetting to call upon Jersey. Jersey, filled with trepidation yet devoid of options, resignedly followed Riddle out of the office. He thought to himself that although Riddle possessed a penchant for dark humor and could be ruthless, he still exhibited a semblance of rationality. As long as he did not provoke Riddle, he would likely remain unscathed. As the two traversed the corridor, they reached a corner where Riddle suddenly halted, gazing out at the courtyard scenery, and called for Jersey. Upon hearing his name, Jersey's body tensed, and he came to an abrupt stop, respectfully lowering his gaze to the ground, fixated on Riddle's boots, awaiting instructions. The oppressive atmosphere rendered Jersey breathless as Riddle remained silent for a moment. Suddenly, Riddle broke the silence. Jersey, you appear quite similar to my foolish subordinates. With a sigh, he commanded Jersey to lift his head. Jersey raised his gaze halfway, focusing on Riddle's attire, too intimidated to meet his eyes. You are indeed suited to be my subordinate, exhibiting commendable discipline. Just a few days ago, were you not eager to align yourself with me? What has changed? Riddle's tone softened as he spoke the latter half of his statement. At that moment, Jersey felt an existential threat. Beads of cold sweat formed on his brow. He instinctively crossed his arms and lowered his head in submission, promptly responding, I am willing to follow you. I was merely momentarily awestruck by your presence in the room. I formally wish to join your organization and serve you. Please, issue your commands. For the time being, there is nothing I require of you. However, as he trailed off, a chill seeped into Riddle's voice. I have long sought a fool within Slytherin or another school to establish my authority, lest you all think of me as some benevolent, unthreatening figure akin to Dumbledore. Jersey, I have yet to find someone to toy with. I await provocation. You should be aware of what lies ahead for you. I shall not disclose your aura today, Chief. Professor Slughorn is typically shrewd. He will likely only hint that you are a formidable presence deserving of respect. Very well. Riddle, having achieved his objective, turned to leave. Yet, as Jersey observed Riddle's boots shift, he hesitated, then gritted his teeth and spoke. Chief, I genuinely wish to follow you. Please assign me a task. Previously, Riddle had not taken Jersey's allegiance to heart. He was merely pressuring him. Once he had exhausted his amusement, he would no longer require secrecy. Naturally, Jersey's initial pledge of allegiance was a means to preserve his life, choosing submission during a test of obedience. To Jersey, Riddle was the most dangerous wizard. Inciting Riddle's displeasure could result in his demise, thus he opted for compliance. In the aftermath of peril, Jersey contemplated offering something in return or performing certain deeds to ingratiate himself with Riddle, allowing them to mutually forget the verbal bond of allegiance. However, in this moment, Jersey's words signified his earnest intention to join Riddle's ranks in true loyalty. What can you offer? What are your strengths? Riddle's tone softened. Chief, whatever you require, I shall fulfill. After graduation, I will comply with your directives and develop in the direction you desire. Riddle had not initially sought a seventh-year follower. But with Jersey presenting himself, Riddle resolved that if Jersey performed well this academic year, he would accept him, marking the beginning of their formal evaluation period. There were no particular arrangements within the school, primarily gathering followers and establishing an organization, but this would await the events of Saturday and the subsequent demonstration of authority. The question of who could attract whom, in terms of foolishness, was likely clear to Jersey, since he had witnessed certain things in the office. He could discern that Riddle's faction was at least militarily inclined, ready to dominate the magical community. Should they provoke me, I would not bat an eye at the prospect of taking lives. Not every fool is fit to join, and I am quite capricious. Conquering the magical realm poses no challenge for me. Do not presume me to be a wise sovereign. My happiness is paramount. Chief, you are already an exceptional leader. Your strength will ensure our victory, and that suffices. Riddle dismissed his flattery, having conveyed what he intended, and turned to depart. Jersey perceived Riddle's pure malevolence, equating him with Grindelwald in the realm of dark wizards. Yet, under Riddle's pressure in the corridor, he realized that for such a potent individual, defiance equated to death. If he must align himself, why not do so wholeheartedly? The notion that a benevolent ruler might find it challenging to dominate the magical realm should not instill fear in him. The danger of Riddle's potential rule over the magical community would inevitably cast a shadow upon him. When the day arrived for Riddle to recall his initial overtures, Jersey would be deemed unworthy. Thus, aligning himself now seemed prudent. Moreover, he observed the dynamic between Riddle and Abraxas. The latter had chosen Riddle, indicating that Riddle was not as inscrutable as he seemed. Indeed, he was not entirely mad. Consequently, as instinct and reason urged him toward this opportunity, Jersey decided to gravitate toward Riddle. Time would prove his gamble correct. In their dialogue, Riddle tacitly acknowledged certain unspoken rules, displaying an indifference toward Jersey. The more indifferent Riddle appeared, the clearer it became that his seemingly inscrutable actions stemmed from a deeper arrogance. Others simply failed to comprehend his behavioral patterns. In subsequent conversations, Riddle did not conceal his true nature. Instead, he alleviated Jersey's anxieties. At first glance, Riddle's behavioral patterns seemed unfathomable, but his declaration that his happiness was paramount provided clarity. It served as the foundation for his series of actions. He refrained from voicing certain thoughts as he sought amusement thereafter. His animosity towards Dumbledore was profound, stemming from a desire to emulate Dumbledore's prestige while deriving amusement from undermining him. Riddle was not as deranged as he might seem. As long as he was not treated as a source of entertainment, one could navigate safely around him. The survival mantra for his subordinates was clear: do not provoke him, do not incite his wrath, and do not bring displeasure upon him. Jersey believed he comprehended the essence of it all. Of course, showing due respect to Abracadabra was also a crucial rule for survival. Jersey now found himself grateful for Abracadabra's existence, for Riddle exhibited an unsettlingly human facade in his presence. The stark contrast in Riddle's demeanor within the office was quite alarming. It was hard to fathom how unhinged he might become in the absence of Abracadabra. Chapter 45. Ideology and Slogans. This was not something one could grasp merely by hearing it. Riddle glanced at the time. It was still early. As he strolled towards the lounge, he pondered his forthcoming endeavors. Last night, Abracadabra had urged him to contemplate the organization's ideology. Riddle recognized the importance of this task and resolved not to falter under Abracadabra's inquiry, although he had accomplished quite a bit the previous evening, notably crafting a limitless protective ring as a gift for Abracadabra, either for his personal use or to present to the elder Malfoy. His mind was predominantly preoccupied with the prospect of confession. Riddle now wished to avoid any interactions, realizing time was of the essence. He cast a confundus charm upon himself and made his way to the Slytherin common room. Settling onto the sofa, he employed an ignoring charm around him. Leaning back, he allowed his mind to race, contemplating the slogans and ideologies of Grindelwald and Voldemort. He was determined to finalize everything within the span of 2 hours. Not only would he conceive the ideology, but he would also devise a slogan. What, after all, was Grindelwald's proclaimed ideology? It revolved around the overthrow of the Statute of Secrecy, asserting that once they transformed the world, wizards would no longer need to hide, and muggles would learn to behave themselves. With this ideology, Grindelwald garnered followers, amassing power to dismantle the wizarding world and assert dominance over it, ultimately leveraging wizards to govern muggles. Grindelwald's ideology required the support of others. He aimed to harness their strength to topple the Ministry of Magic and, once in control, rely on wizards to contend with muggles. Riddle mused that he could potentially achieve a similar outcome without needing to emulate Grindelwald. He envisioned a wizarding world that would dominate the Muggle realm, a promotional ideology perhaps. Grindelwald's followers were motivated by the promise of immense benefits. As various families invested in this vision, should they succeed in ruling the Muggle world, unimaginable rewards awaited these families. Additionally, some followers were driven by the peril posed by Muggles to wizards, fueled by the animosity birthed from the Statute of Secrecy. These individuals sought freedom in this world, choosing to follow Grindelwald for ideological reasons. Riddle was convinced that he would undoubtedly rule the Muggle world, attracting followers through the allure of profit. The idea of dismantling the Statute of Secrecy was one he could adopt, for Grindelwald was doomed to fail, while he believed he could succeed. However, the slogan appeared elusive. For the greatest benefit was not something he could co-opt. Riddle's ambition to rule the world stemmed from his own desires. He had little need for followers, contemplating that he could simply dismantle the world if necessary. He could enforce his will through sheer force. He aspired to be a tyrant, not a benefactor. Then, Riddle contemplated Voldemort's slogan, pure blood supremacy, for the glory of purebloods. This seemed ripe for adaptation. His predecessors had already exemplified this, proclaiming pureblood glory and showcasing their Slytherin lineage, thereby enticing a cadre of purebloods to follow. Yet those who boarded the pureblood ship would end up as mere pawns. Amused by this thought, Riddle believed he could modify it for his own purposes. Grindelwald's ideology celebrated magic flourishing within the souls of a select few, while Voldemort championed pureblood supremacy and glory. To deceive the masses, he could amalgamate these concepts, promoting pureblood supremacy while secretly forming alliances. He would adopt the slogan, pureblood supremacy, perhaps to Abracadabra's liking. He would inform purebloods of his intentions to govern the wizarding world, dismantle the Statute of Secrecy, and dominate the globe, but he would require a broader coalition, including half-bloods and Muggleborns. They could manage the half-bloods and Muggleborns, while those hybrids would oversee the ordinary citizens of the world. The public-facing slogan would be to make the wizarding community great once more. He envisioned a scenario where purebloods, half-bloods, and Muggleborns would compete. Merit would determine who ascended to prominence. Regardless, he was determined to elevate the Malfoy family to the pinnacle, standing alongside Abracadabra at the zenith of glory. Was this not the essence of pureblood supremacy? The initial supporters would undoubtedly be from Slytherin, naturally gravitating toward positions of power. Riddle felt he outshone Voldemort. For those who followed him would genuinely attain status and victory, thus he felt no guilt in his ambitions. As he contemplated these matters, Riddle was no longer plagued by doubt. After assuming the role of Minister of Magic and ruling the wizarding world, he would champion the notion of magic blossoming within the souls of a select few, dismantling the Statute of Secrecy. Thus, his ideology for purebloods would be the glory of purebloods, pureblood supremacy, while externally, he would promote a vision for a greater wizarding community. Having mulled over these ideas, he felt satisfied that he would be able to articulate them when questioned. Bored, he began to scrutinize the entrance of the lounge, observing each individual that entered. Then, he spotted Abracadabra returning from class. Abracadabra was accompanied by two individuals as they entered the lounge. The moment Riddle laid eyes on Abracadabra, he lifted the confundus and ignoring charms, moving towards him. Upon seeing Riddle, Abracadabra exchanged a few words with the two behind him, retrieving their textbooks. As he turned to Riddle, a smile graced his face. Riddle stepped before Abracadabra, who introduced the two hulking companions. "This is Goyle, and that is Crabbe." The two nodded in greeting to Riddle, introducing themselves as they did. Riddle scrutinized them closely for a moment. So, these were the ancestral lackeys of the Malfoy family. Indeed, they appeared rather dim-witted. It was audacious for future science to speak back to Draco. They surely had some rebellious spirit. Perhaps a little reprimand was in order. Nonetheless, these large fellows could serve as enforcers, capable of wielding textbooks and occupying space. There was some utility in them. Goyle and Crabbe were visibly intimidated by Riddle's piercing gaze. Sensing discontent as he pondered how to deal with them, he scrutinized them further, as if preparing to dissect them, causing beads of sweat to form on their foreheads. Abracadabra gestured for them to leave, and Goyle and Crabbe hurriedly complied. Abracadabra, unfazed by Riddle's intimidation tactics, casually handed him the textbooks as he led Riddle towards his dormitory. Meanwhile, the young Slytherins had been casting glances of subtle envy and admiration towards Abracadabra ever since Riddle's arrival, particularly as they witnessed Abracadabra introducing his two subordinates to Riddle. The eyes of the young snakes had transformed into expressions of jealousy. They all perceived that Riddle could not remember their names. Despite many having introduced themselves to Riddle on 2 occasions, it was evident that he had failed to retain any of them. However, now Riddle had managed to remember the names of 2 individuals, Zeesig Greenglass, the head boy of Slytherin in his 7th year, and concurrently the male president of the Hogwarts Student Council. He was quick to align himself with Riddle, and the others held no envy towards him. What right did Crabbe and Goyle have to feel superior, merely because they were followers of Abraxas? Among the young snakes, those with ulterior motives were gnashing their teeth in frustration. They watched as Riddle, in high spirits, departed the common room, textbooks in hand, engaged in light-hearted conversation with Abraxas. Making their way towards the dormitory. Chapter 46, Startled and Confession, Seeking Reward. Riddle walked along, perusing Abraxas's textbook with great interest. Amidst their jovial banter, they reached Abraxas's dormitory. Upon entering, Abraxas began to remove his outer robe and hung it on a nearby hook. Noticing that Riddle had ceased his examination of the textbook and was instead gazing at him, Abraxas cast a playful glance in his direction and gracefully settled onto the couch, crossing his long legs and allowing one foot to rest slightly elevated. What are you dawdling for? Place my textbook on the desk and remove your outer robe. Abraxas commanded with a sense of pride, his gray-blue eyes glinting with mischief as he sought to tease Riddle, curious about his reaction. Riddle levitated the textbook onto the desk and slowly peeled off his outer robe, hanging it next to Abraxas'. He then smoothed out the wrinkles of Abraxas' robe as it hung. Abraxas watched intently, first admiring Riddle's physique, then finding it oddly endearing that Riddle was behaving in such a domestic manner. Unable to suppress a light chuckle, Abraxas patted the space beside him on the couch. Riddle sat down next to him, leaning in slightly. He took Riddle's hand, eager to chat. How did your meeting with the headmaster go this afternoon? It went quite well. After dinner tonight, the headmaster intends to discuss my self-study and assessment methods with me. That is indeed favorable. Once the assessments are complete, there will be no need for you to continually request leave. If they insist on making you attend classes instead, you might just confront the headmaster with a duel. Abraxas remarked, laughter bubbling forth. Riddle joined in the laughter, but soon resumed speaking. His desire to simply hold Abraxas's hand and be close to him overshadowing his intent to converse. Yet, he felt it imperative to disclose the events of the day before Abraxas learned them from another source. I also requested permission from the headmaster to join the Quidditch team, and he granted it. Professor Slughorn has always favored exceptional students. He likely wishes to curry favor with you, so agreeing to your request is quite reasonable. He mentioned I could choose a position on the team after my flying lesson tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Abraxas appeared somewhat perplexed, noting that it was rather unconventional. Riddle had not yet attended his flying lesson, yet he was being preemptively assigned a position. Though Riddle's flying skills were undoubtedly commendable, Professor Slughorn was likely unaware of them. Then, after exiting the professor's office, Zeesig explicitly expressed his desire to follow me. Riddle's expression turned innocent as he recounted the encounter, as if to communicate that he had done nothing wrong. However, Abraxas perceived this as an indication that Riddle had indeed engaged in some mischief while feigning innocence. Abraxas merely raised an eyebrow at Riddle, sending a knowing glance his way. Riddle, feeling the weight of Abraxas's gaze, began to explain. Initially, Professor Slughorn inquired whether I aspired to become the Minister of Magic. I replied affirmatively, expressing my ambition to rule the world. I then asked him how to enhance my reputation, recalling Dumbledore's illustrious exploits. I yearned to attain every accolade he had achieved, and even those he had not. In this process, my emotions surged with excitement, and I may have inadvertently revealed a hint of malice. Riddle began to defend himself, just a hint, only a hint. Both Professor Slughorn and Zeesig were taken aback. They likely believed Riddle to be a dark wizard. Following the professor's fright, he acquiesced to whatever Riddle suggested, including the swift agreement to join the Quidditch team. Zeesig, too, was startled. When I called out to him in the corridor, it was merely to intimidate him, as I had yet to establish my dominance over Slytherin. I had instructed Zeesig to halt, intending to scare him into silence, and he had obliged. Just as I was about to leave, he formally proposed to follow me. Upon hearing of Professor Slughorn's fright, Abraxas began to sense that Riddle had engaged in something beyond ordinary imagination. After learning that Zeesig had been both frightened and eager to follow, Abraxas pondered the underlying reasons for Zeesig's actions. He discerned the key element, the malicious intent that had startled both individuals to such an extent. He directly inquired of Riddle, "Elaborate on this malevolence of yours." At this moment, Abraxas had straightened up, no longer leaning against Riddle, and was intently scrutinizing the expression on Riddle's face. It pertains to the inheritance of memories. Initially, when I studied the 3 unforgivable curses, I did not react. It was all about invoking memories that stirred malice. This afternoon, I became overly excited and unintentionally let slip some of the malice embedded within my memories. It is akin to that bloodline that fears no curse. It does not fear curses because it has endured many, being irredeemably wicked, yet impervious to their effects. The extent of his wickedness is such that, unless Grindelwald were to kill 100 individuals daily until his dying day, he would appear virtuous in comparison to the memories of that bloodline. Riddle strained to articulate this abstract notion, hoping Abraxas would comprehend. Upon hearing this, Abraxas furrowed his brow. What manner of individual could this be? A historical figure whose very name seemed to evoke the specter of the Black Death? Now, can you manifest this malevolence for me to witness? Abraxas gazed at Riddle, eager to see what this malice entailed. I cannot unleash it upon you just yet. Wait a few days. This Saturday afternoon, I shall take you to intimidate some subordinates, to scare them, and you shall see for yourself. Riddle, in the company of Abraxas, felt such exhilaration that he was momentarily unable to summon it forth. He resolved to sacrifice a subordinate instead. After hearing Riddle's plan, Abraxas lost interest, recognizing that Riddle's confidence was unshaken, even while he could not yet unleash his malevolence. He intended to use subordinates for demonstration purposes, which seemed compliant enough. Having promised to reveal it to Abraxas on Saturday, he believed that the malice derived from his memories would not pose any danger, especially since he had recently undergone an examination for dark magic corruption. With this thought, Abraxas relaxed and leaned back again. Riddle felt it was time to showcase his ambitions. He had already devised a slogan and ideology in his mind, believing that by articulating them, Abraxas would commend him and perhaps even grant him a reward. Chapter 47. Full of confidence, yet caught, still desiring reward. Over the past few days, I have formulated our ideology and slogan, Riddle declared, his face alight with pride, as he awaited Abraxas's praise. Abraxas could not help but chuckle at Riddle's demeanor, squeezing his hand playfully. Do share. We can initially strive for pure blood supremacy, with the slogan pure blood above all. I shall showcase my Slytherin lineage and speak Parseltongue. Then we will establish a society, and once it is stable, we shall welcome half-bloods and muggle-borns. To those purebloods who have already joined, I will assert that there is a pressing need for manpower to govern the magical realm, hence recruitment is essential. They can oversee the half-bloods and muggle-borns, while the latter manage the ordinary populace. Our outward slogan will be, for a greater magical world. Once we dominate the magical community, we shall proclaim that magic flourishes within the souls of the few, overturn the statute of secrecy, and entice others with the benefits of the muggle world. Upon hearing this, Abraxas couldn't help but laugh in disbelief, finding the situation increasingly amusing. The more he pondered, the more he chuckled, unable to contain himself as he realized the blatant imitation of Grindelwald, an imitation lacking originality yet still seeking praise. Abraxas collapsed into Riddle's embrace, his laughter causing Riddle to momentarily lose his bearings. However, as Abraxas tumbled into his arms, Riddle, too, found delight in the moment and embraced him warmly. Abraxas adjusted the hands they were holding, resting his palm upon Riddle's, and inquired, "As for the latter half of your speech, I know precisely where you've borrowed it from. Now, kindly enlighten me about the earlier part concerning pure blood supremacy. Where did you derive that from?" Having witnessed others deceive pure bloods with the same rhetoric, he recognized it as mere plagiarism. Riddle, visibly uncomfortable, stammered through his explanation. He felt it was unjust to blame him. After all, Voldemort was exceedingly famous. At this moment, I embody Riddle, a Slytherin, a pure blood, a Parseltongue, and a follower. The questions are identical. Upon encountering a question that mirrored Voldemort's past responses, his mind instinctively provided the answer. After Abraxas learned of the entire imitation, he laughed until tears nearly escaped his eyes, taking a moment to jest at Riddle. Do you realize where you expose your emulation of Grindelwald and the inherently flawed notion of pure blood supremacy? Riddle, with a puzzled expression, informed Abraxas that he was unaware, eagerly awaiting an explanation. You emulate Grindelwald, albeit with a mere alteration of a few words, which is blatantly apparent. The reason I perceive an issue with your assertion of pure blood supremacy is that you are not the type to attract subordinates. When stated by a powerful individual such as yourself, it may indeed agitate others into fervently seeking your allegiance. Yet, you do not require pure bloods to follow you. You neither need nor wish to court their support. Thus, there must be some ulterior motive behind your words. Pray, share your intentions. Abraxas urged Riddle to reveal his plans. Simply put, while all others are competitors, you, I, and the Malfoy family stand at the apex. How does this not constitute pure blood supremacy? Riddle retorted with conviction, comparing himself to Voldemort and genuinely believing in his superiority. Abraxas found his audacity amusing once more. In a certain sense, the slogan held truth. For Riddle was indeed deceiving others, albeit not entirely. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, Abraxas stifled his laughter, his gray-blue eyes glimmering with unshed tears. Pure blood supremacy. Merely uttering this slogan signifies a commitment. Your suggested indirect implementation may suffice, yet the initial families to join will harbor certain expectations, anticipating your future stance to lean towards purebloods. If I were solely a pure-blood family, I would wholeheartedly embrace this slogan, as it would imply that the spoils of our eventual victory would favor purebloods. However, the fruits of victory are already mine. At this juncture, Abraxas gently tapped Riddle's hand, urging him to respond. Indeed, they are yours. Upon realizing this, Riddle understood that the concept of pure-blood supremacy was meant for Abraxas. While Abraxas believed he had already attained the highest status and the finest rewards, rendering any promise to other purebloods unnecessary. Very well. Then our slogan shall be for a greater magical world. Upon hearing this, Abraxas chuckled once more, exasperatedly remarking, "You possess the strength to dominate the world. Did you not previously believe you had little need for followers? As you await them to seek you out. You are quite astute. Once your ambition to rule the magical realm is unveiled, every pureblood will eagerly wish to board your vessel. Pureblood supremacy is unnecessary. We can subtly imply that these purebloods will attain what they desire. The slogan does not need to be so veiled. Dear Riddle, if you are sufficiently powerful, no such subterfuge is required. Did you not assert that ruling the magical world is our true slogan?" At that moment, Abraxas's expression radiated a striking beauty, and Riddle gazed at the person in his arms in astonishment. He felt that if Abraxas were to call him dear and instruct him to confront the Ministry of Magic, to obliterate England, he would willingly comply. Noticing Riddle's silence, Abraxas lifted his gaze to meet Riddle's eyes and felt his own cheeks warm slightly. He quickly turned away, yet he could still feel the intensity of Riddle's gaze. "However, you have performed admirably. Over these past few days, those who have complied have been reflecting, and they should now possess a clearer understanding of the distribution of interests among our ideological subordinates, which is indeed commendable." Abraxas shifted the topic, and Riddle eagerly took the bait. "I believe, in addition to praise, there should also be rewards." Abraxas, initially attempting to divert the conversation, found himself drawn in by Riddle's elongated call of Abu, causing his ears to flush once more. "Now, do share what sort of reward you seek." "Dear Riddle is a delightful name, but since I call you Abu, you ought to bestow a nickname upon me as well. I wish to hear you utter it." Followed by Dear. Riddle showed no restraint, expressing his desire with an elongated tone. "Abu Abu." Abraxas felt an overwhelming urge to silence him, but upon seeing the effectiveness of this name, Riddle pressed on. All right, I have thought of one. How about I call you Tommy? What do you think of this nickname?" "Dear Tommy," Abraxas affectionately uttered the words. Upon hearing this, Riddle let out a soft chuckle, drawing Abraxas in a little closer. Soon after, Riddle's gentle voice echoed, "Very well. I quite like this nickname." Chapter 48. The two facets of Riddle, successfully playing the fool at dinner. In the dining hall, Riddle gazed upon the sumptuous feast. His demeanor, however, betrayed a lack of joy. Abraxas noticed that after Riddle consumed 2 lamb chops, he hesitated to take a third, seemingly disinterested in the dessert that awaited. "Tommy, why do you seem somewhat downcast?" Abraxas inquired. Upon hearing Abraxas address him as Tommy, Riddle's expression brightened slightly, his eyes shimmering with renewed light. However, upon hearing the question regarding his unhappiness, a shadow of melancholy returned to his visage. Once dinner concluded, he would have to converse with the headmaster. And with an astronomy class looming, he realized that after his discussion with the headmaster and subsequent assessment, he would attend the astronomy lesson, meaning he would not see Abraxas again that evening. Riddle's discontent was palpable, a reluctance etched across his face. Abraxas reached out to grasp Riddle's hand resting beside his plate, offering gentle reassurance with a pat. He then pushed a plate of the lamb chops he had just cut towards Riddle. Comforted by Abraxas's gesture, Riddle found his appetite rekindled upon seeing the familiar dish prepared by Abraxas and began to eat with newfound joy. Abraxas rested his chin on his hand, observing Riddle for a while. Noticing that Riddle appeared to be in better spirits, he relaxed and began his meal, offering words of comfort in between bites. "You need to submit some assignments for tomorrow's class, and I have several essays to write tonight. If the headmaster finishes his assessments early, you can come find me. Especially if you truly wish to attend the astronomy class. Haven't you mastered the material already? Complete your studies ahead of schedule, and my door will be open for you before midnight." Upon hearing this, Riddle turned to Abraxas, his eyes sparkling with curiosity, silently questioning whether it was true. Abraxas slightly raised his chin, giving him an affirmative look. Riddle's demeanor brightened instantly. He chuckled softly and glanced at Abraxas, who gestured for him to eat quickly. Obediently, Riddle began to eat. Soon, he finished the lamb chop, feeling quite pleased, and selected a dessert, occasionally glancing at Abraxas as he enjoyed it. Abraxas indulgently pushed a glass of juice towards him. Riddle savored the dessert and juice, yet he was reluctant to rise and head to the headmaster's office. At this moment, the headmaster had already finished dinner and was watching Riddle intently. He wished to accompany Riddle to the office, but Riddle averted his gaze from the headmaster. Abraxas gently patted Riddle's hand, urging him to go and return swiftly. With some difficulty, Riddle finally stood up and followed the headmaster. Abraxas watched Riddle leave with a smile. And just before exiting the auditorium, Riddle glanced back at him. Abraxas nodded slightly, and Riddle vanished around the corner. Abraxas then rose, walking with an elegant gait, disappearing from the hall. Zachary observed the entire scene in silence, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. Riddle's dual personas were truly astounding. He thought to himself that Riddle was rather well behaved. Professor Slughorn, frightened, had skipped dinner that evening. It was indeed a pity, as witnessing Riddle's demeanor in front of Abraxas would have helped alleviate his fears. Others began to murmur among themselves, noting the evident camaraderie. Some remarked that Riddle seemed rather amiable. Could one truly have such a boyfriend simply for cutting a lamb chop? I desire that too, someone chimed in. Dream on. You'd have to be Abraxas for that to happen. Stop dreaming. Riddle hardly knew anyone in Slytherin, and one could not fathom how proud he was. Abraxas exuded a quiet arrogance, while Riddle's was overt. Someone inquired, what does overt arrogance look like? The surrounding crowd, including students from other schools, leaned in to listen. The answer came. It's like greeting upon entry, making introductions each time, and when Riddle next acknowledges him, it's as if he is looking at a stranger. Laughter erupted from those nearby, unable to contain their amusement. The conversation shifted to Riddle's temperament. He was indeed quite pleasant, though not particularly friendly to others. Did anyone see how Riddle handed Abraxas his textbook in the common room? I did. He passed it with such ease, and he looked genuinely happy. Riddle's appearance alone drew countless admirers. Even with a cold expression, he remained strikingly handsome. Hadn't anyone noticed? One responded, I noticed, but I didn't dare to look directly at him. In a crowd, I could steal glances, but when it's quiet, I can't. His presence is too overwhelming. Then, discussions regarding Abraxas ensued. No one had previously recognized how gentle he could be, even slicing lamb chops for others. Stop fantasizing. It's been said that young Malfoy embodies elegance with an air of superiority. His gaze often carries a hint of disdain, while his beauty is undeniable. He is best admired from afar. Another interjected, you've seen it before. Others have confessed their feelings to him, and you recall how that turned out, right? Remain calm. Young Malfoy wielded his sophisticated sarcasm without uttering a single vulgarity, leaving others feeling embarrassed and humiliated. The Malfoy family would even issue warnings. Abraxas, however, reserved his tenderness solely for Riddle. They seemed to possess a genuine love. The disparity in their treatment of one another was a testament to their true affection. Believe it or not, by graduation, Riddle may still not know your name. Enough, enough. That statement is utterly meaningless. Patience. There's one more. It's possible that by graduation, young Malfoy might not know your name either. Chapter 49, The Headmaster. Speak less, or I shall wreak havoc upon Hogwarts. Riddle reluctantly departed the auditorium with Headmaster Dippet. At the door, he cast one last lingering glance at Abraxas. Dippet stood beside him, beaming at the unfolding scene. They ascended to the 8th floor, arriving at the gargoyle statue. Once Dippet uttered the correct password, the statue turned, revealing a spiral staircase. They entered the headmaster's office, which was bright and warm, with a blazing fireplace. One wall was lined with various books, while another displayed portraits of past headmasters. The air was thick with the scent of burning wood, books, and parchment. Riddle found himself intrigued by the office, pondering the possibility of one day becoming a headmaster himself as he surveyed the shelves. Dippet settled into his desk chair, preparing a lovely chair beside it, indicating for Riddle to sit. The portraits on the wall seemed to turn their attention to Riddle, murmuring amongst themselves. Riddle pretended not to hear their discussions, aiming to capture their attention, and without acknowledging them, he took a seat. Dippet conjured a cup of tea and a small cake for Riddle. To Riddle's surprise, this dessert had not been present at the dinner table. Dippet explained, I noticed your fondness for sweets, and in preparation for our conversation tonight, I had the house elf prepare this cake for you. Should you have any cravings in the future, feel free to ask the house elf. Riddle nodded, glancing at the cake, his mood lifting slightly. Dippet noticed Riddle's change in demeanor, his face reflecting both joy and relief. Anything but a repeat of Grindelwald would suffice. Riddle picked up his fork and began to eat the blueberry cake. It wasn't overly sweet, but the fruit looked delightful. He gestured for the headmaster to proceed. He needed to expedite the discussion to return to Abraxas. Dippet stroked his beard and gently began, I am aware of your capabilities. The professors have provided their feedback. You mentioned you could pass the 5th and 7th grade examinations, and indeed, you can. He continued, today, I wish to discuss whether you prefer self-study or to skip a grade. While hastily consuming the cake, Riddle raised his hand to signal Dippet to continue. I have already prepared examination papers for all subjects. Regardless of your choice to skip a grade or pursue self-study, you will need to complete the first-year papers I have ready for you. Riddle nodded, finishing the last of the cake. Dippet's expression turned somewhat regretful, realizing that in his effort to foster a closer relationship with the cake, he had inadvertently left Riddle too preoccupied to respond. Nevertheless, he patiently stroked his beard, waiting for Riddle to finish. As Riddle completed his dessert, his first words were, "Where are the papers? How will the examination proceed? May I commence under your supervision now? Please bring the examination papers over. I shall endeavor to complete them within an hour." Principal Dippet was taken aback by Riddle's resolute demeanor. "I am unable to proctor the exam alone. I will provide you with the first-year examination materials from previous years. Tomorrow evening, I shall summon 2 professors to oversee your responses while you execute the necessary spells for assessment." Upon hearing that he would not need to complete the papers tonight, Riddle felt a sense of relief, realizing he could still seek out Abraxas, although his urgency diminished only slightly. "Is there anything else you require, Dean?" Principal Dippet, exasperated, pondered Riddle's frantic demeanor. "You seem rather eager to depart. Do you have other matters to attend to?" Riddle contemplated whether to be more subtle, but ultimately decided against it. "I have an astronomy class this evening, and I wish to return early to meet Abraxas. It would be lovely to see him once more before bed." Upon hearing this, Principal Dippet's expression transformed into one of indescribable joy. He was genuinely delighted, thinking that romance was indeed wonderful. "If you two ever marry, do remember to invite me." The principal's voice carried a note of elation. Riddle, hearing this, perceived the principal as quite perceptive. "Very well, I shall extend an invitation." Riddle replied cheerfully. "Do you have any further requests? Is there anything the school can assist you with?" Riddle responded, "I plan to join the Quidditch team after my flying class. Our head will approach you for permission. But since you inquired, I shall formally request to join the first-year team." Principal Dippet considered this request, finding it reasonable. Given Riddle's evident prowess, it was unlikely he would perform poorly in Quidditch. Yet, he was curious. Wasn't Riddle averse to being observed by others? Why such an enthusiasm for Quidditch? Participation is indeed feasible, though Quidditch is perilous, and thus first years are generally barred from joining. Your involvement could pose risks to others. However, I am inclined to approve. As he spoke, Principal Dippet scrutinized Riddle from head to toe, noting his composed demeanor. Riddle's breath remained steady, and his physique suggested he was well trained. One could surmise that he would not be the one to be collided with in a match. "But do enlighten me. What motivates your desire to join Quidditch?" Riddle replied, "I wish to capture the golden snitch and present it as a gift." He was reluctant to elaborate further, but the recipient was clear to Principal Dippet, who smiled and stroked his beard without probing further. "Is there anything else you wish to request?" Riddle continued, "I also intend to participate in various competitions, potion-making, dueling, alchemy, and a contest of spellcasting techniques." Principal Dippet's face registered astonishment at this revelation. "What are your intentions with such endeavors?" "I've heard of the Triwizard Tournament. Do arrange it promptly, for while I am at Hogwarts, victory is assured." Before Principal Dippet could formulate a question, Riddle had already assigned him tasks. The principal found himself both amused and perplexed, and thus inquired of Riddle, "What is the purpose behind your participation in these competitions? You do not seem to relish the limelight." Riddle pondered for a moment, contemplating his motivations. "Primarily, I am capable of achieving this, and I aspire to replicate Dumbledore's path, gaining recognition within the school, accolades, and eventually becoming a representative for the youth of Britain at Wizengamot. His subsequent fame as the greatest wizard is something I can also attain. The world will know my strength. Yet only you and the students of this institution are aware of my capabilities. It is inconsequential, but this Saturday, I find myself visiting the Malfoy estate and realize I am somewhat obscure. I desire to partake in these competitions, so the wizarding world will acknowledge my identity and commend the astuteness of the Malfoy family. Of course, there exists a more expedient method. I could issue a public challenge to Dumbledore for a duel. Should he decline, I shall invite several reporters to witness the match at Hogwarts before it is reported. Principal, please do not blame me if Hogwarts suffers in the process." Riddle's demeanor shifted, and he directly implied a threat. "I have a penchant for medals. Akin to the golden snitch, sometimes, gifting can be quite challenging." Riddle had already conceptualized what he would offer Abraxas. He felt like a dragon, urging his subordinates to earn more, yet he sensed that his prepared galleons would never suffice. He also began to ponder gifts that Abraxas would cherish. The golden snitch served as a reminder. He too sought recognition within the magical community and aspired to attain various accolades. Although his initial plan involved waiting for Dumbledore to vanquish Grindelwald before confronting him, with Abraxas observing nearby, he could not afford to wait. The upcoming meeting on Saturday heightened his urgency to challenge Dumbledore. However, the Malfoy family would likely have their own arrangements, and Abraxas would undoubtedly have his own thoughts on the matter. Thus, the duel remained a veiled threat. Should the principal obstruct his pursuit of glory, or if he were to encounter discontent in the future, Riddle would not hesitate to challenge Dumbledore and wreak havoc upon Hogwarts. Upon concluding his thoughts, Riddle fixed a serious gaze upon Principal Dippet. The principal, bemused, realized he was at a loss for how to address Riddle's threat. He knew Hogwarts possessed formidable protective enchantments. Unless Dumbledore unleashed spells directly upon the castle, it would remain unscathed. Ironically, it would likely be Riddle himself who inadvertently caused damage during a duel. Riddle's implications were clear. Should he feel thwarted, he would unleash chaos upon Hogwarts through his duel. Principal Dippet, initially curious, now found himself sighing inwardly at Riddle's intentions. I support you, and I believe your participation in these competitions will lead to victory and accolades. However, the Triwizard Tournament cannot be arranged in the immediate future. Such an endeavor would require 2 to 3 years. For the other events you wish to engage in, I will grant you the necessary permissions. How does that sound? Principal Dippet wished for Riddle to swiftly participate in competitions. He hoped Riddle would expedite his advancement, allowing Abraxas to graduate and take Riddle away, as Hogwarts could not withstand Riddle's tumult. Riddle, satisfied, smiled and nodded. It is settled then. I shall take my leave. As Riddle rose to depart, Principal Dippet instinctively reached out to detain him, but momentarily forgot his words, overwhelmed by Riddle's formidable presence. With age weighing upon him, he struggled to recollect his thoughts. As he stood to see Riddle off, he suddenly remembered, do not forget the examination scheduled for after dinner tomorrow. Be sure to visit my office. Before Riddle could exit the principal's office, he heard this remark, turned to acknowledge the principal with a gesture indicating he understood, and then ascended the spiral staircase. Once Riddle had departed, Principal Dippet began to fret, realizing that Riddle must be advanced. The school could not endure the disruption he caused and hoped for his swift graduation. This evening, a letter shall be pinned to the patriarch of the Malfoy family, Septimus Malfoy, extolling the formidable gifts of Tom Riddle. Alas, there is nowhere to lodge a complaint. Riddle, being an orphan, possesses only a guardian, a grand estate, and a steward. The thought of seeking recourse from them feels utterly futile. Should such a powerful being wish to act with impunity, the prospect of halting him is a matter for another discussion, yet it is certain that the school would be left in ruins. Headmaster Dippet is apprehensive that Septimus is too astute. Writing a letter may reveal his intentions, and he wonders whether it might backfire. However, the alternative of remaining silent weighs heavily on him. Dippet begins to pace anxiously in his office. Meanwhile, Riddle descends the spiral staircase, his spirits buoyant as he bounds down the steps with abandon, leaping with the freedom to soar if unable to land. With no one in sight, he leaps straight from the stairs to the ground floor, swiftly arriving at the Slytherin common room, moving like a gust of wind, and happily making his way to Abraxas's dormitory. Chapter 50. The Art of Deception. The bed smells divine. Abraxas is delightfully soft. After dinner, having conversed with the headmaster on the 8th floor, it is only now 8 o'clock. Riddle feels an overwhelming joy. If Abraxas does not send him away, he could linger until nearly 11 before attending astronomy class. Arriving at Abraxas's dormitory door, Riddle knocks lightly on the door, the sound resonating clearly in the stillness of the corridor. Who is it? Comes a voice, deliberately lowered, as Abraxas had been engrossed in writing an essay. It's me. Riddle replies cheerfully. Abraxas opens the door, and Riddle swiftly enters the room. Inhaling the familiar scent within, he effortlessly removes his outer robe and hangs it on a hook. He notices Abraxas moving to the desk to continue his work, and feeling ample time this evening, he approaches to keep Abraxas company while he writes. Riddle pulls up a chair and sits beside him, watching intently. As Abraxas writes, he becomes aware of Riddle's gaze upon him. With a resigned sigh, he sets down his quill, knowing exactly what this moment entails. Riddle, with his striking visage, is focused on him. Abraxas turns to face Riddle, and though he nearly speaks, Riddle's joy is evident in his smile. With a sigh of exasperation, Abraxas rakes a hand through his hair, contemplating what task he might assign Riddle. Finally, he wraps an arm around Riddle's waist, speaking tenderly. My dear Tommy, I long to be with you as well, but I must complete my essay. Go entertain yourself for a while, and once I finish, I shall join you. Riddle leans against Abraxas, feeling reassured as Abraxas's hand leaves his waist, fingers gently threading through Riddle's dark hair. I don't want to go to the sofa, Riddle murmurs, his voice softening at Abraxas's endearments, feeling cherished. Then how about playing on my bed? Abraxas suggests, his gray-blue eyes filled with fondness, his expression almost tender. Riddle responds, surprise evident in his tone. He attempts to lift his gaze to meet Abraxas's, but is gently pressed down, hearing Abraxas's soft yet firm voice. Do not look up at me. If you do, I fear I shan't be able to finish my essay tonight. Be good, go play on the bed, and I shall come to you once I am done. Riddle rises slowly, gazing at Abraxas's golden hair glimmering in the light, his perfect profile. Abraxas's beautiful gray-blue eyes are fixated on his parchment, though a fleeting glance betrays his awareness of Riddle's presence. The quill remains still, his ears slightly flushed, yet his resolve unwavering. Observing Abraxas's steadfast demeanor and the inviting bed beyond, Riddle strides toward the grand four-poster. He pauses at the bed's edge, admiring the draping green velvet curtains and the intricate silver-embroidered patterns, feigning interest in the designs. He then lowers his gaze to the carpet-esque patterns, deliberately stalling. Reluctant to climb onto the bed, turning back, he discovers that Abraxas is not watching him. With quickness, Riddle sheds his sweater, donning only a white shirt, discarding his shoes, and reclines on the bed in his trousers. As he lies on Abraxas's bed, he revels in its softness, settling himself properly under the covers, appreciating the perspective of the four-poster. Suddenly, he finds himself quite fond of this vantage point, enveloped in the familiar scent of Abraxas. The entire space, the pillow, the duvet, carries the essence of Abraxas. In this moment, Riddle indeed remains obedient, lying silently for an extended period, quietly breathing. In the stillness of the dormitory, the only sound is the quill gliding across the parchment. After some time, Riddle speaks. Abraxas, what do you think of us wearing the same fragrance? I adore this scent. It is delightful. He elongates the last syllable. Abraxas, upon hearing this, feels his ears flush even more. Be quiet. Behave yourself. Just wait a little longer, and I will come to you once I'm finished. Riddle, lying on the bed, turns his head with a smile, listening to Abraxas's initial irritation, which gradually softens into soothing words. The promise of Abraxas's company brings him immense comfort, and he stretches out, relaxing further into the bed while awaiting Abraxas's return. Though Riddle possesses books within his spatial ring, at this moment, he has no desire to read, nor does he wish to lift a finger. He simply wants to savor this tranquil time. He lies there, occasionally glancing toward the desk, observing Abraxas's focused silhouette as he writes, patiently waiting. Eventually, Abraxas completes his work, and Riddle hears the sounds of parchment being organized and the chair being repositioned, followed by footsteps approaching. Abraxas crosses the threshold, moving past the curtains, and finds Riddle obediently lying on the bed, gazing at him. His deep black hair and onyx eyes resemble the finest gems, his features exquisite, his skin luminous against the black trousers and white shirt. Lying upon the rich green bed, his elongated form slightly sinking into the soft surface. He resembles a gift elegantly placed upon a silk backdrop. Abraxas is momentarily captivated by this vision, astonishment flickering in his eyes. Riddle, noticing Abraxas standing before him, is aware of his own striking appearance. With a playful wink, he aims to tease Abraxas, yet the gesture undeniably stirs something within him. The beauty of Riddle's face, framed by long lashes, and his sparkling black eyes, fixed upon Abraxas, render him unable to look away. Abraxas leans down, pressing his hands against Riddle's chest, his gray-blue eyes intently locked onto Riddle's. After Riddle was pinned down, he began to adopt an innocent expression, gazing at Abraxas with an air of compliance. Abraxas, initially engulfed in complex emotions, found himself amused by Riddle's antics, and his teasing ceased. With a light chuckle, Abraxas tossed his slipper next to Riddle's boots, allowing it to fall to the floor beside the bed. After playfully pressing himself against Riddle for a brief moment, the two embraced once more, relishing the comfort of their closeness. Abraxas sensed that Riddle's body radiated warmth. With only a shirt separating them, the heat penetrated through the fabric, yet it felt soothing. The embrace was so comforting that Abraxas found himself slightly drowsy from the warmth. However, the thought of sending Riddle off to astronomy class prompted him to engage in conversation to shift his focus. He lazily inquired, "How did your chat with the headmaster go tonight?" Riddle, holding Abraxas close, gently stroked his back, reflecting on his time in the headmaster's office before replying softly. The headmaster asked if I was self-studying or skipping grades. I didn't respond. I plan to complete the first-year assessments tomorrow night before deciding whether to skip a grade or continue self-studying. I'd like to hear your opinion. Abraxas remained nestled against Riddle's neck, responding with a soft hum. Riddle continued. He asked if I had any other requests. I mentioned joining the Quidditch team as a first year, and he agreed. The rest involved informing him about my intentions to participate in various international awards and urging him to arrange the Triwizard tournament, which he also consented to. With a light-hearted tone, Abraxas remarked, "How does the headmaster come to heed your words so readily? Pray tell, how did you manage to persuade him?" Riddle elongated his tone, playfully complaining, "I didn't threaten him much. I merely stated that if I weren't allowed to compete, I would duel Dumbledore. If my duel were to demolish Hogwarts, he shouldn't hold it against me." As he spoke, Riddle chuckled, and Abraxas acknowledged that it was indeed a feat he could accomplish, commending him for his cleverness. After their light banter, Abraxas felt even sleepier, yet he knew he must send Riddle off to class. If he fell asleep, Riddle would undoubtedly skip. And if someone found his dormitory, it would cause trouble. Abraxas turned to lie on his side, resting his head on the pillow beside Riddle. Once settled, he felt Riddle take his hand, gently playing with it, and caressing his fingertips. What time is it? Riddle raised his other hand, gliding it through the air. And with a flick of magic, the current time materialized in the atmosphere. Just past 10. Astronomy class is at 11, and you must head to the farthest observatory. You should prepare to leave. Abraxas, unable to bear Riddle's pleading expression, closed his eyes and lay on the bed, avoiding his gaze. Not hearing a response, he knew Riddle was reluctant to depart. Abraxas squeezed Riddle's hand and softly urged, "Be obedient. I have a surprise for you on Saturday." Really? At this? Abraxas opened his eyes to see Riddle, intrigued by the surprise, sitting up and smiling down at him. Abraxas met his gaze with a confirming look. Indeed. As the moment drew near, Abraxas urged, "Time is running short. You must hurry." Riddle, taking his time, finally rose, retrieving his sweater from the bedside table. Yet, he lingered around the bed, uncertain about leaving. To Abraxas, Riddle resembled a playful puppy, circling the bed, reluctant to depart, yet undeniably endearing. He extended his hand, inviting Riddle to take it. Riddle grasped his hand and squatted by the bed, resting his face against Abraxas's palm. Noticing Riddle's lingering reluctance, Abraxas gently rubbed his cheek with the back of his hand, whispering softly, "We can meet again tomorrow. Be good." Riddle looked at him earnestly and nodded. His obedient demeanor tugged at Abraxas's heart, and as he contemplated, a glimmer of resolve flickered in his gray-blue eyes. Biting his lip, he made a decision. "Tomorrow, you shall inform the headmaster of your intent to skip a grade, and from now on, you will attend classes with me during the day." Riddle was nearly overwhelmed by this delightful news, his eyes lighting up with excitement. He knew Abraxas was susceptible to such persuasion, and joy flooded through him. Without needing to engage in further coaxing, he had achieved his wish. Remarkable, simply remarkable. Though reluctant to part, Riddle made his way to the door, donning his outer robe. He cast one last glance back before gently closing the door behind him, leaving Abraxas's dormitory. Abraxas remained in bed, merely waving goodbye as Riddle departed. Chapter 51, Astronomy Class. Reluctance to attend, a path less traveled. Upon exiting the dormitory, Riddle's mood gradually soured, his mind preoccupied with the image of Abraxas waving at him from the bed. "Must I really attend this wretched class?" he grumbled, filled with resentment as he made his way to astronomy class. The astronomy lesson took place atop the highest tower of Hogwarts, where students gathered to observe the stars. Riddle, loath to climb the stairs, exited the common room and flew towards the tower, soaring high into the sky. As he reached the pinnacle of the castle, he hovered momentarily, surveying his surroundings, and detected a surge of magical energy, spotting the first-year students at the observatory. By now, it was nearly 10:50, and most first-year students had already arrived at the observatory. The Slytherin first years were growing anxious, as their prefect was absent from the common room, and they hadn't seen Riddle when they departed together. Now that they had all arrived, the Gryffindors were also nearing, with only a few still on the stairs. Yet their prefect had not ascended. Avery, the prefect, contemplated the situation, thinking that if their prefect didn't arrive by 11, he would declare that the prefect was absent for the day. At that moment, a fellow Slytherin nudged him and pointed behind them, prompting Avery to turn and witness Riddle gracefully descending from the sky, landing atop the low wall of the observatory. Despite the surrounding noise, he distinctly heard the sound of Riddle's boots touching the stone wall. Riddle, clad in his Slytherin robes, had the hem billowing in the wind. With a stern countenance, his black hair and eyes complemented his tall figure, draped in a dark cloak, each strand of hair dancing in the breeze. Bathed in the silvery moonlight, he appeared almost ethereal, rendering the scene somewhat sacred. Avery and the other Slytherins, along with a few Gryffindors, stood in awe, momentarily at a loss for words. Their eyes widened, and the girls exchanged glances, excitement flickering across their faces. The boys and several Gryffindors were equally captivated by the spectacle. Riddle effortlessly leaped down from the low wall and strolled toward the Slytherins. "Where shall the telescope be set up?" he inquired. The Slytherins, momentarily speechless, pointed in unison toward a designated spot, where a position had already been reserved for their prefect's observation. Riddle approached the indicated area, and in the blink of an eye, retrieved his telescope from his spatial ring. He remained unconcerned about others noticing anything amiss. His inquiries were driven by magic. Now, in his hands lies a telescope of his own creation, its surface crafted from brass, yet infused with the rare alloy of mithril, bestowing it with myriad functionalities and enhanced magical effects upon its lenses. The gleam of his telescope under the moonlight radiates a distinct brilliance unlike that of others. Riddle carefully positions the telescope, aligning it to pinpoint a particular star. After a brief preparation, he anticipates what the astronomy professor intends to teach. Swiftly deducing the direction of the celestial body the professor wishes to observe, and adjusts the telescope's angle accordingly. At that moment, the astronomy professor appears on the rooftop, closing the door behind him, and begins the lesson. From this day forth, I shall impart to you the knowledge of astronomy. You will learn how to observe the stars and chart star maps. Today's task is to study the navigational star group, the Big Dipper, and utilize it to locate Polaris. As the professor elaborates on the method of locating the stars, the other students busily adjust their telescopes. Riddle interjects, "Professor, I have found it." The professor, with a tone of mild indifference, responds, "Mr. Riddle, you have yet to move the telescope, have you? I had already made the necessary adjustments before your arrival. Polaris is now centered in the lens. The positioning of the telescope is optimal for observing Polaris. Hence Riddle's foresight in presetting it." After hearing Riddle's words, the professor, albeit skeptical, approaches the telescope and peers into the lens. "Indeed, Mr. Riddle, you have accomplished it. But can you locate Venus?" Riddle gestures for the professor to step aside, a vision of the starry sky flashing through his mind. He adjusts the telescope once more, glances at the starry expanse within the lens, recalculates, and makes a final tweak. Raising his gaze to the professor, he declares, "Professor, I am ready." The professor leans in to observe, and upon doing so, his expression shifts to one of surprise. "Impressive. It seems that the first-year syllabus poses no challenge for you." "Indeed," Riddle replies. Meanwhile, the other first-year students continue to adjust their telescopes. The professor, having heard of Riddle's self-study, is curious about his progress. He assigns Riddle third-year examination material to draft a star map and label the stars' names. Upon hearing this, Riddle produces a piece of parchment and begins to draw. The professor finds the situation peculiar. Typically, one would observe and then sketch. After a moment, he cannot refrain from asking, "Why not utilize the telescope for your observations? Is it not more time efficient to draw and label?" Riddle, slightly puzzled, responds, "Isn't that common knowledge?" The professor is momentarily at a loss. To draw without observation indicates that Riddle possesses a complete mental map of the stars. Achieving such a feat suggests that Riddle truly does not need to study this subject. Moreover, how could he draw so effortlessly, knowing precisely how the star map would appear over time? The professor realizes that Riddle has surpassed his expectations. Riddle swiftly completes the drawing and labels the stars, handing the parchment to the professor. The professor examines it with a complex expression, comparing the drawing to the actual sky, confirming the accuracy of both the positions and labels. "You may exempt yourself from first-year astronomy. With your capabilities, you could easily attain top marks in third year. Mr. Riddle, would you care to write a fifth-year thesis?" "I have no desire to write a thesis. An exemption from first year suffices. Professor, I must take my leave." With that, Riddle attempts to depart, but the professor closes the door, and Riddle, unbothered, wanders toward the Slytherin common room. Approaching the wall, he effortlessly leaps as if defying gravity. Landing atop it, he raises his hand in a casual salute to the professor, then leans back, vanishing from the observatory. The professor stands in stunned silence, as do the Slytherins who have been secretly observing Riddle's every move. The professor rushes to the wall's edge, peering over, while many Slytherins gather around. They do not spot Riddle directly below. However, one Slytherin points out, "There he is." Riddle is already some distance away, making his way toward the main entrance. Hearing the voice, Riddle glances back at them before continuing on, quickly disappearing from their sight. Soon, the Slytherins and the professor disperse, with the former fiddling with the telescope when suddenly a voice breaks the chatter. "I intended to wait until after class to discuss this, but I can no longer contain myself. The head boy is incredibly handsome. Did anyone witness how he just descended?" A student whispers, "I saw it. He looked magnificent." The head boy, standing in the observatory beneath the moonlight, truly embodies a striking figure. The Slytherins begin to murmur amongst themselves. Chapter 52, Daily Life. Riddle is too well-behaved. And the more obedient he is, the more he benefits. On Thursday morning, Riddle, as usual, waits outside Abraxas's dormitory. Each morning, he eagerly anticipates seeing Abraxas. Abraxas, accustomed to finding Riddle at his door, feels a sense of unease on the rare occasion that Riddle is absent. Riddle joyfully walks alongside Abraxas toward the Great Hall. However, Riddle's gaze remains fixed on Abraxas, his adoration evident, causing Abraxas to feel somewhat overwhelmed by the intensity of his stare. "Why do you gaze at me so this morning? What is it you desire?" "I miss you," Riddle replies, his expression tinged with a hint of grievance. Abraxas finds it difficult to bear the sight of such a lovely face bearing a look of distress, and he sighs internally. He takes Riddle's hand, fingers entwined, his gray-blue eyes soft with concern as he gazes at him. "What troubles you? You were not so discontent when you left yesterday. Why this sudden longing?" "Since I left yesterday, I have felt quite unhappy, a bit vexed. Was it absolutely necessary to attend that class?" Riddle responds. After closing the door, his mind is flooded with the image of Abraxas lying on the bed, watching him leave. His memory is remarkably vivid. Recalling it evokes the scent of the room, the softness of the bedding, and Abraxas's warmth. The more Riddle thinks, the more discomfort he feels. After class, when the surroundings are empty and he returns to his dormitory, the memory haunts him, intensifying his unease. Yet, seeing Abraxas in the morning alleviates some of his distress, but when Abraxas inquires, Riddle is reminded and his unhappiness resurfaces. Abraxas, at a loss for how to alleviate Riddle's disquiet, notices the hallway is vacant and halts, wrapping his arms around Riddle's waist and resting his head on his shoulder. Riddle embraces Abraxas in return, relishing the comfort of the embrace. After a moment, Abraxas releases his hold, pats Riddle's waist to signal him to let go, and they continue hand in hand. As they enter the common room and proceed to the Great Hall, the Slytherins and upperclassmen are taken aback. Could they be holding hands every day from now on? While Riddle remains somewhat enigmatic to most, his special bond with Abraxas appears reasonable. Yet, where is the noble demeanor typically exhibited by Malfoy? Usually so poised, disciplined, and reserved, this public display of affection seems out of character for him. The onlookers are left speechless. Nevertheless, Abraxas remains unfazed by the gazes of others. In his eyes, Riddle has become so obedient and well-behaved, deserving of his affection. From the moment he became aware of Riddle's affections, it was evident that Riddle initially exhibited a sense of vulnerability towards him, ultimately laying everything he possessed on the table as a gesture of devotion. The mere thought of it brought a smile to his face, for it was a testament to Riddle's sincerity. Abraxas harbored a profound possessiveness and desire for control over people and circumstances, yet Riddle, aside from his ambition to conquer the world, cared little for anything else, even willing to relinquish his power to Abraxas. Though he was a proud individual, Riddle's arrogance reached a level that necessitated one party to yield in their relationship. In the end, it was Riddle who consistently lowered his guard, revealing a demeanor of submission and a willingness to forfeit the dominant role in their bond. Occasionally, he would test the waters, yet Riddle seemed oblivious to his own acquiescence, being overly compliant. If he did not extend his hand, Riddle would not take hold of it. His obedience was striking. It was the minutiae that dictated everything. And Riddle's actions, along with his seemingly natural demeanor in everyday matters, spoke volumes. Abraxas felt that he had thoroughly tested Riddle, who appeared utterly flawless. They could continue in this manner indefinitely. Riddle's reactions to Abraxas' probing only served to amuse him further, and he found genuine delight in their romantic entanglement. Confidently classifying Riddle as his possession, young Master Malfoy possessed not only a desire for ownership over what he desired, but also cherished his belongings once acquired. With a smile illuminating his features, Abraxas led Riddle by the hand to the dining hall, entirely unbothered by the curious gazes of onlookers, his expression radiating an incredible tenderness. The two began their meal together, gradually displaying a closer intimacy. When Abraxas desired something just out of reach, he commanded Riddle to fetch it. They enjoyed a delightful breakfast, and as Riddle prepared to indulge in dessert, he noticed that Abraxas had finished his meal and proactively pushed towards him a glass of his favorite beverage from the past few days before selecting his own sweet treats. Abraxas lightly swirled his elegant goblet, appearing in high spirits, though he had no intention of drinking just yet, opting instead to engage Riddle in casual conversation. Tom, what classes do you have today? Only one class in the morning, Transfiguration, but I want to attend since I have an assessment tonight. Everyone knows I will be self-studying. This afternoon, I have Defense Against the Dark Arts and Flying class. I will skip Defense Against the Dark Arts. Upon observing Riddle's frown at the mention of Defense Against the Dark Arts, Abraxas discerned that Professor Marathon had fallen out of Riddle's favor. Amusement danced in Abraxas's gray-blue eyes as he chuckled softly, inquiring, "What happened? How did Professor Marathon manage to irritate you?" He delivered a theoretical lecture. And unlike History of Magic, I couldn't simply doze off. It was a complete waste of my class time, Riddle complained, crossing his arms over his dessert in indignation. Abraxas, finding Riddle's demeanor amusing, chuckled quietly for a moment. All right. After today's assessment, you can advance a grade. If you're skipping class today, what do you plan to do? He asked, curiosity evident in his gaze. I don't have much on my plate lately. If I'm not attending class, aside from brewing potions or visiting the library, I can only do a couple of things: peruse the restricted books I've acquired or explore the Chamber of Secrets. Riddle's expression turned contemplative as he leaned slightly closer to Abraxas while whispering the last two activities, ensuring only they could hear. After articulating his thoughts, Riddle straightened up, exchanging a glance with Abraxas before speaking normally. However, for the second activity, I would prefer to go with you. Abraxas tapped his fingers thoughtfully on the long table, contemplating for a moment. Do whatever you wish this morning. Let us meet in the dining hall after my class. We can discuss the second activity after lunch when we return to the dormitory. Riddle nodded in agreement and resumed enjoying his dessert, while Abraxas donned a pensive expression. Before him lay not only the prospect of Riddle exploring the Slytherin chamber, but also the possibility of attending classes together after Riddle's advancement. Riddle had no interest in conversing or forming connections with younger students, and he similarly exhibited arrogance towards those in higher years. Yet, should he find himself in the same year as Riddle for third-year classes, individuals like Lestrange and Black might attempt to engage and test him. Abraxas chuckled softly, his gaze filled with disdain. Even if everyone endeavored to win Riddle over, it would prove futile. He decided to temporarily exempt Riddle from attending classes on Friday, assigning him some tasks instead, allowing them to share meals during the day and spend time together after dinner. On Saturday, they would return to the manor to finalize certain matters, and on the following Monday, they would attend third-year classes together. Abraxas was not particularly concerned about Riddle clinging to him. Riddle possessed an admirable sense of boundaries and preferred their private moments. Moreover, even if they were to spend all their time together, he relished Riddle's company immensely. The warmth in Abraxas's gaze towards Riddle deepened, and Riddle, ever observant, noticed Abraxas's expression, prompting him to smile brightly in return. This elicited an even broader smile from Abraxas, though his hand, resting on the table, unconsciously brushed against itself. He recalled the sensations from the previous day, feeling a twinge of regret that they were in the dining hall. Otherwise, he could have indulged in some intimacy with that exquisite face. After parting from Abraxas, Riddle pondered what time he would finish class that morning. With ample time at his disposal, he decided to return to his dormitory to attend to some matters first. He swiftly traversed the common room and made his way back to his chamber. Directing himself to the alchemical potions room, he opened the cabinet and began searching for materials. Methodically retrieving the necessary ingredients from the alchemical storage cabinet, he set up the cauldron, preparing to brew Felix Felicis. He had contemplated this endeavor since day one, but either his schedule had been too packed or his mind too troubled to commence brewing. Today, however, he found himself with the time to do so. Riddle initially aimed to concoct a perfect vial of Felix Felicis to present to Abraxas, and the mere thought of it made him smile, even before he began brewing. The prospect of gifting it to Abraxas filled him with joy. Removing the serpentine alchemical bracelet that shielded some of his information, Riddle felt a surge of positivity as he began preparing the materials. Once finished, he focused intently on the six-eyed potion, commencing the initial brewing phase. The flames flickered, and the potion in the cauldron began to react, bubbling audibly. Riddle meticulously monitored the heat, adding ingredients at opportune moments, observing the change in magical properties within the cauldron, and adjusting the temperature accordingly. Soon, the preliminary phase of brewing was complete. He lowered the temperature and activated the protective array for the potion, allowing it to react undisturbed. Taking the alchemical bracelet from the workbench, Riddle settled onto the nearby sofa, fastening the bracelet around his wrist. He reclined on the couch, relaxing for a moment while contemplating his next steps. Riddle did not feel fatigued. Unlike ordinary wizards who brewed potions by merely watching color and temperature reactions, he had a clearer understanding of the precise measurements required, as the potion recipes were often vague. The purity of the final product relied heavily on luck, resulting in potions that were often less effective and riddled with impurities. The master of potions possesses a keen sensitivity and tactile awareness honed through extensive experience in potion crafting. Having brewed countless potions, he gradually refines his techniques based on intuition and expertise, resulting in remarkably perfected creations. Riddle, in his meticulous approach to potion making, observes the magical reactions and, based on these indicators, judiciously adds ingredients and adjusts the heat. After several attempts with unfamiliar recipes, he finds that with a touch of diligence, he can achieve a purity rate of 90%. Earlier, he had removed his alchemical bracelet, fully engrossed in his work. Driven by a desire for the elixirs to possess an aesthetic allure, the purer the potion, the more vibrant its hue, leading to a more resplendent final product. After a brief respite, Riddle rose and approached the alchemical workstation to prepare a piece of parchment intended for recording time, a necessity when he occasionally halts the potion's brewing process. His concoction of compound tinctures is usually casual, but this time he is particularly invested, convinced that the outcome will be flawless. He swiftly inscribes various ingredients and intricate alchemical runes onto the parchment. With a flick of his wand, he notes the time, September 5, 1938, 10:30 a.m., indicating the completion of the preliminary brewing stage. The parchment's primary function now is to record and time events. It will log the start of any pauses, subsequently displaying the total duration upon reactivation. Lacking high-tech solutions, he resorts to this method to imbue the parchment with a timing function. He then set the parchment beside the potion workstation, outside the protective array, and exited the lounge, heading towards the library. Riddle arrived swiftly at the library, which was sparsely populated at this hour. He ventured into the interior, navigating through the labyrinth of countless magical tomes, seeking those that piqued his interest. He intended to methodically peruse the volumes that captivated him, beginning from this side of the library. As he scanned the titles, he levitated the books down, letting them hover beside him as he moved, selecting intriguing theories on magic and obscure spell analyses. He gathered a dozen or so books in a single foray and settled into a vacant spot, casting a Confundus charm upon himself and an Obliviate charm around him. He commenced his reading. Riddle absorbed the material with remarkable speed, devouring pages in under a minute, skimming through theories with efficiency, noting down captivating insights while dismissing less engaging content. The analyses of spells were also casually examined, as he could perceive the flow of magic through his own spells, merely seeking to understand others' methodologies. Before long, he finished his reading, closed his eyes to consolidate his memories, pondering any insights that could enrich his knowledge system. Upon completing his contemplation, he opened his eyes, gesturing in the air to activate a spell that revealed the current time, 11:35 a.m. There was ample time remaining, as Abraxas's class ended at noon. Riddle levitated the books back to their respective places, retracing his steps to return them. Exiting the library, he proceeded towards the Great Hall. Inside the Great Hall, Riddle took his customary seat, resting his chin on one hand as he awaited Abraxas's arrival. Shortly, Abraxas appeared at the forefront of the third-year line as he entered the hall. Noticing Riddle's gaze upon him, his demeanor shifted from poised elegance to a more relaxed smile, instructing Goyle to hand him his textbooks. Unlike previous instances when Goyle and Crabbe delivered the books to their dormitory, he chose to retrieve them himself this time to have a moment alone with Riddle. Goyle, surprised by the request, turned to sift through the books he and Crabbe were carrying, extracting the ones belonging to Abraxas. Before Goyle could pass them to Abraxas, Riddle reached out and took them, causing Goyle to look up in astonishment, realizing Riddle had approached without him noticing. Although the distance had been considerable, Riddle was adept at reading lips. Upon witnessing Abraxas request Goyle to find his books, Riddle could no longer remain seated. Initially intending to stand and greet him, he quickly rose and strode to Abraxas's side. Accepting the textbooks, Abraxas watched this exchange with an amused smile, then walked alongside Riddle towards the head table. This series of actions and the atmosphere between them left Goyle, Crabbe, and several other classmates in a state of bewilderment. Unbeknownst to them, a group of older Slytherins observing from the shadows were equally astonished. Initially believing Riddle was aware of their presence, they soon realized the stark contrast in his demeanor towards Abraxas. Riddle seemed entirely oblivious to their existence, disregarding them as mere background noise. Those attempting to befriend Riddle were on the verge of despair, as conversations in the hall fell flat, and opportunities to introduce themselves were met with indifference. Even when they attempted casual greetings, Riddle merely acknowledged them with a nod, often ignoring them entirely. On rare occasions, when he did react, his gaze served as a warning, daring them to persist in their attempts. Most of the time, Riddle simply continued on, treating their greetings as if they were invisible. Despite the cunning and strategic nature of the Slytherins, they found themselves stymied at the very first hurdle. They recognized Riddle, but he did not recognize them. Chapter 54, Impatience. Abraxas felt free to touch as he pleased, knowing he would reclaim whatever he desired in due time. Upon returning to the dormitory, Abraxas shed his outer robe, a self-satisfied expression gracing his features as he tossed it to Riddle, who had just entered. He removed his boots and slipped into comfortable slippers before gracefully settling onto the sofa, reclining and crossing his legs, one arm resting on the armrest while the other beckoned Riddle closer. The usual air of elegance and restraint that characterized his expression vanished, replaced by an urgent desire reflected in his pale blue eyes. Riddle accepted the outer robe, finding the gesture entirely natural, though he was puzzled by Abraxas's intense gaze. Nevertheless, he first attended to his tasks, levitating the textbooks onto the table and hanging their garments neatly. He then moved to sit beside Abraxas. Although Riddle was slightly taller, Abraxas effortlessly pulled him into his embrace, slipping his hand beneath Riddle's sweater and caressing his abdomen through the shirt, while another hand traveled along his waist, exploring the contours of his chest. Abraxas indulged in the sensation, relishing the feeling of possession over Riddle. Resting his head against Riddle's tilted shoulder, he continued to explore, sighing contentedly as he paused, momentarily overwhelmed by the desire to remove Riddle's shirt entirely. The posture was somewhat awkward. Abraxas rose to his feet, reached out, and began tugging at Riddle's sweater, forcibly pulling it off him. After a moment's thought, he decided to remove his own clothing as well, then took Riddle's hand, signaling him to stand and embrace. Riddle, initially taken aback by these unexpected developments, soon comprehended the intent behind Abraxas's gaze. He stood up, and Abraxas enveloped him in an embrace, his legs entwining around Riddle's waist. They settled back down onto the sofa, with Abraxas comfortably resting on Riddle, affectionately nuzzling his cheek against Riddle's neck, inhaling his scent, while his hands caressed Riddle's back. Riddle, bewildered by this sudden turn of events, found himself equally stimulated, overwhelmed by the intimate touches and the soft sighs whispering in his ear. He watched as the young lord shed his garments, leaving only a white shirt, their bodies now radiating warmth as they held each other close. Sensing Abraxas's desire to touch him, Riddle savored the fragrance that surrounded them, his fingers slipping beneath the golden locks to explore the contours of his back, measuring the slenderness of his waist, inch by inch. Once Abraxas had indulged his curiosity, he adjusted his position, intending to sit back on the sofa. Riddle gently grasped his waist, assisting him in settling comfortably. Abraxas now yearned to converse with Riddle, their hands still intertwined, as he leaned against the armrest of the sofa, playfully toying with Riddle's long fingers, gazing at him in an elegant yet languid manner. "What did you do this morning?" he inquired. "I began brewing the Felix Felicis and then went to the library to read," Riddle replied softly. Though he longed to continue their intimate embrace, he felt content and sensed that Abraxas harbored affection for him. "Did you brew it for me?" Abraxas teased, his tone lighthearted. "Yes, it is indeed for you," Riddle answered with a smile, eliciting laughter from Abraxas, who realized that Riddle intended to present it as a gift. "You could have kept it as a surprise for a special occasion," he remarked with a playful laugh. "I had no intention of withholding it. It was always meant to be your gift, even though it is not yet completed." Riddle briefly pondered the notion of holiday gifts, recalling the numerous exquisite items he could offer Abraxas. "I will prepare birthday gifts and holiday presents as well," he declared confidently. "Very well, ha ha ha." Abraxas chuckled, attempting to commend Riddle but only managing to laugh uncontrollably. Riddle watched the scene unfold, sharing in the mirth. Once their laughter subsided, Abraxas recalled the serious matter he wished to address regarding the Slytherin chamber. Their return to the dormitory after lunch had been prompted by this very topic. At breakfast, he had merely intended to pinch Riddle's cheek, but during their first class break, he had been tested by Walburga Black. Although he had skillfully deflected her inquiries, he still felt as though his possessions were being coveted. In the Great Hall, Riddle had appeared overly obedient, and upon returning to the dormitory, Abraxas had forgotten to pinch his cheek and neglected to discuss the matter. Clearing his throat, he resolved to speak directly. "The chamber left by Slytherin. Do you wish to explore it with me?" "Yes, I want to take you along for the adventure," Abraxas sighed inwardly, uncertain of what Riddle considered a playful exploration, as he thought of his own destructive tendencies at Hogwarts. "Where is the Slytherin chamber?" Abraxas inquired earnestly. "It appears to be beneath the Black Lake, but the entrance is located in the second-floor girls' lavatory, at a brass tap. A tap that does not dispense water. Accompanied by a serpent-shaped carving. One must speak Parseltongue to open the entrance," Riddle elucidated. Abraxas's expression shifted subtly at the mention of the girls' lavatory, but he refrained from commenting. Noticing his reaction, Riddle quickly clarified. "It was the Gunter family who did this. They modified the plumbing in the 18th century, moving the chamber's entrance to the girls' lavatory." Abraxas nodded, remaining silent as he squeezed Riddle's hand, urging him to continue. "I know the entrance now, but what lies within? There is a basilisk, and it should contain some of Salazar Slytherin's research materials, likely related to dark magic and studies on souls and bloodlines. I only know the general idea, such as the password to access the basilisk's lair, which will respond to commands in Parseltongue. So the chamber can be accessed from the lavatory, leading down to the Black Lake." Abraxas mused with curiosity. "It should be beneath the Black Lake. Once you enter through the second-floor lavatory, you will find a passage that descends into the chamber, which connects to various pipes throughout Hogwarts, allowing the basilisk to navigate within them." A glimmer of mischief illuminated Abraxas's slate-blue eyes as he contemplated the implications. "We are heading to Malfoy Manor this Saturday, so it would be prudent for you to retrieve the basilisk and the research materials beforehand. Time is of the essence. You have no classes tomorrow, so you can go during the day while others are in class, and we can venture into the chamber after curfew. I know you would never allow the basilisk to harm me, but you should scout the area first. If the basilisk proves unruly, you may need to eliminate it," he added gently, his gray-blue eyes earnestly fixed on Riddle, a hint of pleading in his gaze. Riddle found himself both amused and exasperated. Abraxas, a shrewd individual, was resorting to such feeble excuses. He had not assigned Riddle any tasks recently, and now he was hastily seeking to unlock the Slytherin chamber. However, his reasoning held merit. Should the basilisk pose a threat to Abraxas, it indeed deserved to be dealt with. Riddle resolved to handle the basilisk without letting Abraxas fall victim to petrification. With Abraxas affectionately calling him Tommy, Riddle felt a surge of determination. If Abraxas was averse to entering the girls' lavatory, he would certainly find an alternative route. If all else failed, he would use magic to carve a path. "Very well. I will go alone tomorrow and will do my utmost to discover another way into the chamber," Riddle stated tenderly, gripping Abraxas's hand. Abraxas recognized Riddle's compliance, and seeing him so agreeable brought him a measure of joy. With their conversation reaching a close, Abraxas leaned against Riddle once more, the two of them nestled together. With time still remaining before their afternoon classes, time to hold hands and savor each other's presence. Chapter 55. The poltergeist encountered trouble and became a subject of experimentation. 1:30 p.m. After escorting Abraxas to class, Riddle prepared to visit the room of requirement on the 8th floor, intending to peruse restricted texts. He aimed to absorb the knowledge contained within those books and then practice spells, conducting experiments in the conjured space. However, Riddle continued to ponder the matters of his textbook as he ascended the staircase. As he mulled over these thoughts, he soon encountered a misaligned step. But rather than trouble himself with it, he simply retraced his steps back to the 5th floor. He contemplated waiting for the stairs to realign, or, should they remain unyielding, he would simply ascend by flight. At that moment, a ghost emerged from around the corner, exclaiming with glee, "Ha! Peeves has caught a lone little wizard. Behold, Peeves' mischief." The poltergeist, Peeves, darted into view, hurling a filthy bucket towards Riddle. The murky water soared through the air, and Riddle perceived a levitation charm at work, causing both the bucket and its contents to float. Though Riddle himself was capable of limitless magic, irritation began to simmer within him. He extended his hand to unleash a gravitational assault, channeling a wave of magical energy aimed at the ghostly essence. In an instant, Peeves found himself ensnared within the grip of the spell, drawn into a swirling blue orb of gravity that compressed and spun him relentlessly. Riddle advanced, dispelling the gravitational force. And as Peeves emerged, he appeared dazed, his spectral energy considerably diminished and his form more translucent. Without uttering a word, Riddle retrieved a box from his spatial ring and sealed the poltergeist within it. With a chilling smile, he carried Peeves to the 8th floor, relishing the prospect of an experimental subject for daring to douse him with filthy water. The malevolent grin upon Riddle's face grew more dangerous, a palpable aura of menace emanating from him. Upon reaching the 8th floor, Riddle stood opposite a tapestry, contemplating what type of chamber he desired. Initially, he had intended to read and practice spells, but with the addition of an experimental subject, his plans had shifted. Disregarding his thoughts, Riddle directed his query to the room of requirement, murmuring as he walked, "Provide me with a room suitable for reading, spell practice, and experimentation." After repeating this incantation thrice, a stone door materialized on the wall, and Riddle pushed it open to enter. Inside, the space was expansive, divided into 3 distinct areas, one with bookshelves, a sofa, and a writing desk, another designated for spell practice, featuring an open area and targets, and a third, an unfamiliar experimental zone, complete with a stone laboratory table illuminated by exceptionally bright magical lamps. Riddle contemplated, ultimately deciding to engage with his experimental subject first. Approaching the laboratory table, he summoned a chair from the relaxation area and seated himself, beginning to arrange a magical formation to contain the trapped ghost. Once the setup was complete, he placed the box containing Peeves atop the table, releasing the seal and binding the poltergeist to the surface once more. Riddle sat elegantly in his chair, crossing his legs, and regarded the poltergeist with a cold gaze, contemplating which experiment to commence first. As Peeves regained consciousness and found himself lying on the table, he erupted in a cacophony of cries. "Dark magic. What sort of dark magic is this? How could you possibly capture me?" Finding the ghost's incessant noise bothersome, Riddle adjusted his magical energy to target the spirit directly and cast a silencing charm upon him. Unable to utter a sound, Peeves grew increasingly frantic, never having encountered a situation where someone could ensnare a ghost. Moreover, he was not merely a ghost. He was a manifestation of the mischief that permeated Hogwarts. As steam rose from the pool, silenced and unable to speak, he gazed at the imposing wizard before him, whose piercing eyes seemed to penetrate his very essence. Surveying his surroundings, Peeves felt increasingly like he was pinned to an anatomical table, sensing his imminent demise. As he watched Riddle raise his hand to begin casting spells, the poltergeist felt tears welling in his eyes. Unable to voice his pleas, he resorted to gesticulating, begging for the wizard to allow him to speak. Upon completing his spell to measure the ghost's energy, Riddle noticed Peeves' desperate desire to communicate and thus lifted the silencing charm, curious to hear what the poltergeist had to say. Peeves immediately pleaded for mercy. "I was merely playing a prank. Spare me. I am a ghost bound to Hogwarts, and I cannot truly harm students. I swear. I was only jesting." After uttering these words, he observed Riddle's silence, lying on the table and gazing up at the ceiling, tears nearly spilling from his eyes, wondering when Hogwarts had attracted such an unapproachable figure. "A contract? You cannot harm students? What relevance does that hold for me harming you?" Riddle's wicked words cut through the air. "Please, I beg you, release me." With a look of despair, Peeves began to weep. Riddle, witnessing this scene, struggled to suppress a laugh. The poltergeist, adorned in vibrant attire and a cap, resembled a jester as he lay weeping upon the stone table. "I might release you," Riddle mused, but should you dare to throw filth at me again, as long as you do not perish in my experiments, I shall let you go, and we will be even. Initially, Peeves felt a flicker of hope at the prospect of release, but as Riddle continued, a sense of dread washed over him. Realizing he might indeed perish here today. If I die, the headmaster will find out, and you will be expelled. Peeves made a final desperate attempt. How could the headmaster possibly know it was me? Riddle feigned ignorance, delighting in tormenting the poltergeist. The portraits in the corridors, the paintings within the castle, they are all alive and will witness your actions. They shall inform the headmaster of your deeds. In a desperate bid for survival, Peeves began to divulge the castle's secrets. Oh, so the headmaster will know? If I die, it will be you who is responsible. Indeed, Riddle replied. And your demise will be traced back to me. Peeves felt a flicker of hope, believing he might escape after all. Fine, let it be known. The headmaster will not pursue me. As Riddle rose to take action, he brandished his wand toward Peeves. The poltergeist, gripped by terror, began to scream, but after a moment, he sensed something amiss. Impossible. The headmaster will know you have slain a ghost. You will surely be expelled. Peeves could scarcely believe it, writhing upon the table in panic. You are merely a ghost within the castle, and the headmaster fears I might dismantle Hogwarts. Peeves fell into contemplation, pondering the identity of this wizard who could capture a ghost and feared not the headmaster, one who might indeed dismantle Hogwarts. The rumors he had recently overheard came flooding back. Are you Tom Riddle? The legendary Tom Riddle, the one who obliterated a mountain with a single blow? Very well, Peeves. I have two pieces of news for you, one good and one bad. Which would you prefer to hear first? Riddle's voice grew colder, his smile turning dangerously sinister, leaving Peeves feeling more threatened than before. The good news, he hesitantly replied. The good news is, congratulations on recognizing the right person, Riddle stated. I shall also impart the bad news. You have not heard enough rumors. I have informed others that I dislike being called Tom. Peeves was nearly paralyzed with fear as Riddle's wand began to glow crimson. Do you see this? But fret not. I merely wish to ascertain whether a ghost can truly experience searing pain. With that, Riddle laughed, and Peeves felt his demise nearing. Fearing that if this was merely a taste of agony, he would soon be subjected to the killing curse. He realized he must act to save himself. I can sign a contract with you. I can serve as your subordinate. I will do whatever you ask. Peeves cried out. Riddle, on the verge of casting the curse, shifted his wand slightly to the side, momentarily pausing at Peeves' desperate plea. As Pai Pai Gui beheld the crimson light rushing toward him, a kaleidoscope of images began to dance before his eyes. Moments later, he discerned that the light's trajectory culminated just shy of the stone platform upon which he lay. He watched as the crimson glow flickered beside his ear for several seconds before extinguishing, and a wave of relief washed over him. He felt as though he had narrowly escaped death. Esteemed master, we may now proceed to sign the contract, he implored, casting a furtive glance at Riddle. No longer daring to utter his name, he yearned for the contract to be finalized, for only then would he feel secure. Riddle pondered the matter, reluctant to create a contract with a mere specter, deeming it largely futile. Yet, he was equally disinclined to extinguish the ghost's existence, as Pai Pai Gui had provided him with a modicum of amusement, rendering the situation somewhat entertaining. Sensing Riddle's hesitation, Pai Pai Gui grew anxious, realizing that without a contract, he would likely become the subject of experimentation. He hastily began to tout his own merits. Master, I am of use. I can traverse walls, transport items through the ether, eavesdrop on others, and unearth their secrets. Upon hearing this, Riddle considered the potential applications of such abilities. The prospect of traversing could be worth investigating, and surveillance might prove advantageous as well. He resumed his seat, initiating the dissolution of the protective array. Once freed from the enchantment, Pai Pai Gui descended from the stone platform and hovered beside Riddle's chair, eagerly awaiting the signing of their agreement. Recognizing the ghost's compliance, Riddle opted against further intimidation. From his spatial ring, Riddle retrieved some parchment and commenced drafting the contract. He was not fond of signing agreements with others, so he devised a contract stipulating that possession of this parchment would grant him the authority to command Pai Pai Gui, ensuring confidentiality and obedience. He tossed it to Pai Pai Gui, who, upon examining the terms, noted their severity but dared not voice his concerns, sensing Riddle's reluctance to commit to the contract. Without hesitation, Pai Pai Gui affixed his signature and, upon completion, offered the parchment back to Riddle. Riddle gestured toward the stone platform, prompting Pai Pai Gui to place the contract upon it. Having indulged in sufficient amusement for the day, Riddle was disinterested in further specter studies. You may depart, but when you feel the call of the contract, you are to return immediately to await further instructions. You would not wish to discover the consequences of being captured by me again. Pai Pai Gui, terrified, hastily assured him of his compliance. Riddle, weary of such assurances, waved him off, and Pai Pai Gui fled in haste. Chapter 56. Flying Lessons. Privilege. Oh, privilege, the pinnacle of entitlement. Within the room of requirement. Riddle glanced at the time. There remained over half an hour to indulge in reading. He perused the titles on the shelves, reminiscent of a library's collection, and contemplated requesting a room filled with tomes on dark magic during his next visit to the room of requirement, curious about the potential outcomes. After a brief respite on the sofa, Riddle began to strategize for the following day. Having captured a ghost, he could dispatch Pai Pai Gui to ascertain whether anyone occupied the second-floor ladies' restroom. However, he found himself disinclined to trust the specter, even with a silencing charm. Should anyone learn of Pai Pai Gui's existence, it would be too late to eliminate him. Rumors of his peculiarities had already circulated, and the more individuals who knew, the greater the risk. As he mulled over these thoughts, Riddle's irritation mounted. He had nearly forgotten that the Gunter family was still alive, rendering the restroom anything but abandoned. The notion of visiting the ladies' restroom the following day filled him with aversion. Damn the Gunter family. Reclining on the sofa, he concentrated and established a mental link with Alec. Find a secluded spot. I have inquiries to make. Riddle observed as Alec entered an office, bowing respectfully and awaiting his master's questions. Riddle transmitted a command into Alec's mind. What is the current status of the Gunter family? Master, both men of the Gunter family have been rendered imbecilic. I have cast a muggle-repelling charm around their residence. In a few days, they will be beyond recovery. Alec demonstrated a modicum of cleverness. While he had merely induced amnesia, the outcome was undoubtedly detrimental to the Gunter family. Well done. Let the Gunter family remain as they are. Riddle was pleased with Alec's actions. He severed the connection and conveyed a new directive to Alec. Within the Riddle family, before leaving Little Hangleton, administer sterilization potions to every member of this family. And be sure to give Little Riddle a dose as well, erasing all memories from 1925 to 1926. Riddle mused that if Abraxas inquired about his lineage, he would have a response ready. The Gunter family would need no further mention, as a pure-blood family's disappearance would eventually make headlines. Yet, the situation with the Riddle family was more complex. Exterminating them outright would not be prudent, as he did not possess Voldemort's madness. However, leaving them alive posed its own complications. Subsequently, Riddle donned dragonhide gloves and retrieved a tome pulsating with dark magic from his spatial ring. Upon opening the book, it emitted a piercing scream, as though a soul were trapped within. Annoyed by the cacophony, Riddle retaliated with a surge of crimson energy, launching an attack that silenced the book, rendering it obediently still. With the noise quelled, he prepared to examine its contents, though at present, he was more intrigued by the cause of the book's outcry. Initially, he suspected that a soul had been sealed within, spurred by the earlier vision of a wailing spirit. However, upon further study, he discerned that no soul was imprisoned. Rather, the effect was a result of magic. The book had been crafted with dark sorcery, capable of sensing the magical fluctuations of a wizard and discerning their emotions and strength, exhibiting a remarkable intelligence that favored the weak. Amused by the absurdity of initially underestimating it, Riddle absorbed the spells contained within the tome before migrating to the adjacent spell practice area for some hands-on experience. Time was fleeting, and he soon exited the room of requirement, taking his flying broom to the flying lesson. Arriving swiftly at the practice field, Riddle levitated his broom beside him using the levitation charm. He stood upon the grass, idly toying with the blades, though his mood remained sour. The weather was pleasant, yet he felt a heaviness in his heart. He began to ponder the root of his discontent. Was it the release of Pai Pai Gui? No, that wasn't it. Perhaps the specter's incessant chatter had irked him, as it had been some time since anyone had dared to disturb him so. The Gunter family weighed heavily on his mind, yet he had resolved that matter without concern. It was the incessant wailing of the dark magic tome that truly vexed him, though that too seemed insufficient. Oh, he realized, his plans for the afternoon had been disrupted by Pai Pai Gui. He had intended to delve into forbidden texts, but the ghost's antics had thwarted his ambitions. Having released him today, he resolved to recapture him tomorrow, intending to use Pai Pai Gui as a servant to Abraxas. The young snakes, adept at reading Riddle's demeanor, perceived his growing impatience and stood at a respectful distance, clustered around him. From a distance, Riddle appeared at the forefront, flanked by the other serpents in a display of hierarchy, while the young lions frolicked nearby in a carefree manner. It was amidst this scene that Professor Hooper arrived at the practice field. Noticing Riddle's broom hovering beside him, he did not exchange words. Having already been acknowledged by the headmaster, he addressed the young witches and wizards. "Welcome to your first flying lesson," he proclaimed, instructing the students to stand at attention, arranged neatly, with a broom before each of them. Gazing upon a group of eager young lions and a cluster of remarkably composed little snakes, who were solemnly expounding the fundamental principles of flight. Place both feet on the left side of the broom. Extend your right hand. and recite the incantation to summon the broom to your grasp. Riddle used the levitation charm to gently set his broom down on the ground. At that moment, the little snakes and lions all turned their attention towards him. Some had successfully grasped their brooms, while others were entirely captivated by this enchanted flying object. The brand new silver broom glimmered under the sunlight, not fashioned from wood but crafted from mithril, its tail perfectly aligned, undoubtedly a luxurious alchemical item. In stark contrast, the school's brooms resembled mere cleaning implements when placed on the ground. Whispers of admiration erupted. "What a beautiful broom!" among the Gryffindor young wizards. There were murmurs of disbelief. Although he is Riddle, first years are not allowed to possess flying brooms. Riddle paid no heed to them, while Avery, noticing the chatter, interjected loudly. "The head boy has received permission. The headmaster has authorized it. Did you not notice Professor Hawk's silence on the matter?" The Slytherin young wizards joined in with their mocking remarks, for everyone in the common room had already learned that Riddle had been approved to join the Quidditch team. The Gryffindor young wizards flushed with indignation, casting glances at Professor Hawk. Professor Hawk turned to the Gryffindors. "Riddle has received special permission from the headmaster." The Gryffindors fell silent, each feeling a sense of frustration as they began their practice. Although they were still somewhat unconvinced, they had no choice but to comply with the headmaster's decree. As the lesson continued, the young wizards began to attempt summoning their brooms. At that moment, Riddle spoke up. The broom obediently soared into his hand. Once all the young wizards had their brooms in hand, Professor Hawk commenced the next phase of instruction. "Mount your brooms, grip the handles firmly, and do not take off until you hear my command. Remember, no one is permitted to ascend without my order." After outlining the flight techniques, Professor Hawk issued the command, 3, 2, 1, take off. The young wizards began to ascend, most of them flying in a clumsy manner. Meanwhile, Riddle merely tapped his toes on the ground, slightly lifting his broom, which immediately propelled him into the air with remarkable agility. Gradually, Riddle soared higher, surpassing the altitude set by Professor Hawk, and with no young wizards obstructing his path, he commenced high-speed flight. Riddle's broom, crafted by himself, exceeded any conventional speed, reaching a maximum velocity of 350 kilometers per hour. With no limits in sight, Riddle began to fly at breakneck speed, ascending straight into the sky. Below, some young wizards had already spotted him. The Slytherin snakes gazed up in admiration as Riddle soared high above, erupting into cheers. After ascending, Riddle swiftly circled Hogwarts before diving towards the ground, drawing the attention of an increasing number of young wizards who watched in awe. Amidst the screams of the Slytherin and Gryffindor young wizards, he executed a dazzling feint. The maneuver was incredibly stylish. He only halted the dive just before nearing the ground, immediately altering direction, skimming the grass, then gliding swiftly along the lawn, before abruptly changing his flight path and shooting back into the sky. He then reveled in the air, casually performing several tactical maneuvers. After indulging himself, Riddle descended, landing near the Slytherin contingent, where the snakes erupted into applause and cheers. Excitement buzzed as they speculated about the head boy's performance in this year's Quidditch matches. At that moment, Professor Hawk approached Riddle, calling out from a distance. "No wonder Professor Slughorn and the headmaster insisted on allowing you to join the Quidditch team. You truly possess the makings of a remarkable player." Riddle merely smiled and remained silent. The more Professor Hawk observed Riddle, the more satisfied he became. Riddle's speed, astonishing feints, audacity, and exceptional mental fortitude suggested that this year's Quidditch matches were bound to be even more thrilling. Chapter 57, Captain, Fool, Attempting to Kill. Quidditch practice commenced at 5 o'clock. Once the flying lesson concluded, the Quidditch team would pass by the playground en route to their training field. After completing his flying lesson, Riddle did not depart the playground. He awaited the arrival of the Quidditch team. At that moment, Jersey approached, accompanied by another individual, with a few scattered team members donning their uniforms trailing behind. Soon, Jersey stood before Riddle, respectfully introducing the person behind him. "This is Andre Shafik, the current Quidditch captain in his 5th year, serving as the team's keeper." "Head boy, I am Andre Shafik," the captain stated. Riddle scrutinized the individual. Shafik hailed from a pureblood family, but bore a somewhat Middle Eastern appearance, standing approximately 6 feet tall and appearing rather robust. However, Riddle felt a twinge of aversion towards him, sensing an abundance of ulterior motives in his gaze, and found his demeanor lacking in respect. Riddle disregarded Andre entirely and turned his attention back to Jersey, curious if he had anything further to convey. Jersey, eager to establish his presence, had no specific directives from Riddle, yet he was keen to prove himself. Noticing Riddle's gaze upon him, Jersey immediately understood and began to inquire. "Head boy, do you have any further instructions? If not, I shall take my leave." Riddle shook his head, recalling that Abraxas had already concluded his lessons while he remained at the Quidditch training grounds. With a trial looming ahead, he felt no inclination to engage in conversation. Perceiving Riddle's demeanor, Jersey sensed the atmosphere was turning tense. Recognizing Riddle's indifference, he quickly bowed and retreated a few steps before hastily departing. Riddle remained silent, looking towards Andre, slightly tilting his chin to indicate that Fanfic should proceed. However, Andre Fanfic appeared oblivious to the subtle cues or perhaps wished to engage Riddle in conversation. Launching into an incessant monologue about the Slytherin team, the matches, and their historical performances. Riddle inwardly cursed, contemplating who had the time to stand there listening to such drivel. Urging Andre to expedite the conversation as he was anxious to return. Turning away, he made his way towards the training field. Fanfic, noticing Riddle's disregard, felt puzzled, sensing a somber aura about him, having not exchanged a single word since their encounter. Andre Fanfic hastily caught up with Riddle, walking alongside him, attempting to kindle Riddle's interest. He began to introduce the players, inquiring about Riddle's desired position for the trial. In our team, head boy, what position are you aiming to try out for? Seeker. Riddle replied coldly, as he stepped outside and caught sight of the training field. Andre Fanfic sensed Riddle's apparent disinterest in Quidditch, feeling that he would only respond to matters directly concerning himself. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him, and he asked, Head boy, Jersey mentioned that you forbade everyone from entering the prefect's bathroom. Is that true? Riddle inhaled deeply, halting his steps to turn and face Andre. A sudden wave of terrifying magical energy surged toward the individual before him, coalescing into a palpable form that distorted the very air surrounding it. Andre felt his body contorted under the weight of this malevolent force, every muscle and bone aflame with agony, as he collapsed onto the ground, curling up and beginning to wail. Riddle inhaled slowly, taking a deep breath to regain some composure, easing the oppressive magical pressure slightly. Andre could not comprehend the abruptness of this situation, yet he sensed the diminishing restraint of the magical force and began to struggle, turning to kneel on the ground. Hands braced as he attempted to rise. In an instant, Riddle intensified his magical suppression once more. The overwhelming pressure bore down on Andre, causing his bones to ache severely. He felt as though he could scarcely breathe, hearing the ominous cracking of his own skeleton under the strain. He struggled to lift his gaze toward Riddle, his face a mask of terror. However, upon meeting Riddle's icy and tranquil stare, his pupils constricted, and a profound sense of dread surged within him. Riddle regarded him with a chilling calmness, as if observing a mere lifeless object. Do you think I am not a formidable force? Riddle spoke, a hint of exasperation lacing his voice as he looked at Andre. Andre, too frightened to meet his gaze, averted his eyes, lowering his head in mute response. Beads of cold sweat trickling down onto the grass. Why would I jest with you? Must I take your life for you to understand that I am not to be trifled with? Riddle's tone had softened, devoid of anger. He genuinely contemplated whether to eliminate Andre, his disdain for the man growing alongside his irritation at Andre's probing demeanor. Andre's attitude had unwittingly placed himself on the same level as Riddle, audaciously questioning whether Riddle was jesting, as if seeking validation for an answer he should not even be entitled to. Riddle sensed Andre's contempt and testing of his limits. The world ought to bow before him, and Andre was nothing more than an insignificant being unworthy of such inquiries. As he spoke, an aura of cold, unadulterated malice enveloped the space, casting a tangible shadow over Andre. A chill coursed through Andre as he perceived the world around him shrouded in crimson, the scent of blood thick in the air. The breath of death encroaching upon him as his body lay paralyzed on the grass, the terror rendering him breathless. Riddle pondered how to deal with the situation without overtly committing murder on school grounds. Just then, several figures clad in Quidditch training gear entered the scene, immediately sensing Riddle's oppressive aura and the chilling malice that surrounded him. Their instinct for survival halted their movements, rendering them silent and immobile. The sound of the wind the only accompaniment to the tension in the air. Upon noticing their arrival, Riddle reined in his magical energy and the deadly intent. Although a residual edge of menace lingered as he regarded the newcomers, the individuals, already stiff with fear, bowed their heads under Riddle's gaze, paralyzed by dread. Their breaths quickening and shallow, hands trembling uncontrollably. Since you are here, let us attend to business. Who is the vice captain? A lean figure stepped forward, the others retreating slightly. It was Boleskine, who timidly raised his eyes to meet Riddle's robe, his voice quavering as he spoke. Chief, I am Boleskine, the vice captain of the Quidditch team. Seeker position. It is a tremendous honor to meet you. His voice crescendoed at the end, almost a shout. Riddle found amusement in this interaction, realizing that there were still some members of the team capable of eloquence. Approach, he commanded. Boleskine hurried over, not daring to glance at the crumpled form of Andre lying nearby, as if he had emerged from the depths of drowning, desperately gasping for air. Chapter 58. Fools are relatively few, Seeker acquired. Boleskine dared not look at the gasping Andrei Shafik beside him. Yet Riddle was reminded of the presence of something else in the vicinity. He felt disturbed by Andrei's labored breaths and turned his gaze toward him, sensing the weight of emotion behind his stare. Instinctively, Andrei began to crawl toward where the team members stood, making feeble attempts to rise but failing, eventually scrambling over to clutch one of their robes. The individual caught in Andrei's grasp stood frozen, his eyes pleading for help, while the others silently distanced themselves, their gazes shifting to Boleskine. Observing the scene, Boleskine feigned ignorance, lowering his head in focus, awaiting Riddle's commands. Riddle found their reactions amusing, pleased that they were finally demonstrating the appropriate level of respect. However, the thought of Andrei, this foolish wretch, filled him with annoyance. Riddle addressed the individual whose robe had been seized, his voice icy. "Take that wretched thing and remove it from my sight." Drake, sensing Riddle's displeasure, swiftly dragged Andrei toward the door, hastily extricating him from Riddle's field of vision. Riddle then turned his attention back to Boleskine. "Go retrieve the golden snitch. Let us compare skills." Boleskine understood immediately, hastening to lead Riddle to the training grounds. "Chief, I shall fetch the golden snitch from the storage room in the locker room. Would you like to change into training attire?" Riddle, being fastidious, declined with a shake of his head. Boleskine responded with utmost respect, "Please wait a moment, Chief. I shall retrieve it immediately." He then dashed off toward the locker room. Riddle surveyed the training environment, taking in the towering columns and assessing the spatial layout. Drake had dragged Andrei through the long gates and around a corner, before unceremoniously tossing him to the ground and turning to leave. Andrei, stunned by Drake's actions, had expected to be escorted to the infirmary. "Do not leave. I am still the Quidditch captain. I am still a member of the Shafik family," he called out softly, trembling on the ground, unable to rise, yearning for a moment of respite on a medical bed. "Captain, it is indeed unwise to offend you. But consider, would I dare to cross the chief? His gaze turned malevolent when you looked at me moments ago." Drake's expression was grave. He wished to return and prove himself. They had interrupted a potentially fatal situation. Perhaps they had thwarted Riddle's intent to kill. The mere thought of Riddle's murderous intent sent shivers down his spine. They had been too terrified to breathe. Recognizing that the most dangerous individuals at Slytherin or Hogwarts were no longer Dumbledore or the headmaster, but rather the chief himself. And Andrei had already crossed the chief. Drake hurried away, leaving Andrei gazing after him as he disappeared through the door. Andrei lay on the grass for a while longer, gradually emerging from the grip of fear. Realizing for the moment that he had survived, he propped himself against the castle wall, struggling to steady his trembling legs as he began to make his way towards the castle, contemplating how he had arrived at such a dire predicament, and why he had nearly perished in that moment. His expression turned frantic, and his voice quivered as he unleashed a torrent of curses. "A wretched bunch, you lot." Testing Riddle. Andrei's invectives were laced with vulgarity, utterly devoid of the noble grace expected of a pure-blood lineage. He felt utterly doomed, while those around him remained unscathed. Riddle's demonstrated prowess was already effortlessly comparable to Dumbledore's, yet the murderous intent he unveiled signaled his imminent demise. Riddle, enraged, would kill him without a second thought, potentially slaughtering his entire family. He had offended Riddle and could no longer hope to align himself with his power, having crossed Riddle. Today's display might very well lead to his assassination within the school. The Shafik family, though still one of the 28 sacred clans, had fallen into decline. And today he had merely been a pawn used by those affluent families, a group of purebloods testing the waters. If his family were to learn of Riddle's ruthless nature, understanding the implications of offending such a formidable adversary, they might even offer him as a sacrifice to Riddle. Even if he managed to conceal this from his family and sought to escape to another country, Riddle's influence would likely extend beyond the magical realm. There would always be those willing to trample over him, presenting his head to Riddle to curry favor with the powerful sorcerer. Andrei could no longer move. Standing frozen against the wall, contemplating a future that might lead to such a fate, he began to understand why Zess held Riddle in such high esteem. Reflecting on Zess, Andrei felt a flicker of hope. A hint of color returned to his pallid face. Zess now held a deep respect for Abraxas, and in this moment, it seemed the only viable path forward. A plan began to form in Andrei's mind. He would not head to the infirmary. Instead, he would seek out the common room. Racing to find Abraxas before Riddle returned, Andrei felt a glimmer of vitality return to his legs, abandoning the wall to run, stumbling yet determined, disregarding his dignity as he dashed toward the common room. Meanwhile, at the training grounds, Riddle had waited momentarily before observing Bolshegus and the individual he had previously indicated approach, carrying a large chest. Riddle raised an eyebrow, noting the efficiency of the operation. Bolshegus instructed Drake to prepare the golden snitch for release and moved beside the captain, where a teammate handed him a broom. Grasping the broom, Bolshegus turned to Riddle, inquiring, Shall we begin? Commence, Riddle replied, mounting his broom and soaring into the air with a deft flick of his toes. Bolshegus followed suit, circling above while signaling Drake to release the golden snitch. Both soared to a comparable altitude, Bolshegus habitually patrolling in circles as he began to fly around the training field. Riddle, meanwhile, focused intently on the golden snitch as it ascended, attuning himself to its magical fluctuations. He commenced a slow circular flight, taking in the spatial dynamics of the field, the magical energies of those surrounding him, and the snitch's own magical waves. The diminutive snitch darted about at remarkable speed, and Riddle calculated its probable flight trajectory. To capture it, one must pursue with a velocity that far exceeds its own. Moreover, the golden snitch might alter its course at any moment. However, its speed was outpaced by Riddle's broom. Analyzing the snitch's movement pattern, the obstacles in Bolshegus's flight path, and employing his six-eyed magical perception, Riddle's astute mind constructed a mental image of the scene, deliberately avoiding a direct approach to the snitch. He awaited the opportune moment, and it arrived. Riddle surged forward, tracing a swift arc to position himself before the golden snitch. After tailing the snitch for mere seconds as it began to execute erratic maneuvers, Riddle reached out at the precise moment it shifted direction, successfully seizing the golden snitch. He raised his arm, displaying the captured snitch, which gradually settled down under the sunlight. Bolshegus had yet to arrive, still a considerable distance away, while the onlookers below gasped in astonishment. The golden snitch had never before been captured so swiftly. Riddle perceived the snitch distinctly. Others saw only a golden blur, unable to discern its wing beats up close. Yet from a distance, Riddle could discern its rounded body, and up close, each flutter of its wings. Noticing the impending change in the snitch's flight direction, Riddle reacted with lightning speed. His physical prowess matched his magical abilities, and in an instant, he grasped the golden snitch. The entire endeavor lasted 7 minutes. 1 minute analyzing the snitch's flight path, 1 minute assessing the surrounding environment and obstacles, and 5 minutes awaiting the intersecting flight patterns before extending his hand to capture it. Riddle descended, in a buoyant mood, tossing the snitch to the ground at the feet of one of the observers as he awaited Bolshegus's arrival. Once Bolshegus had examined the golden snitch, the second round commenced. Riddle spoke again, taking flight on his broom. In less than 20 minutes, Riddle exited the training grounds, treading upon the grass with a light heart as he made his way towards the castle, his elegant broom shimmering with silver light beside him. Chapter 59. Only then did he realize he could not reach Abraxas. Riddle returned to the Slytherin common room with a buoyant step. Upon entering, he found the sofa devoid of Abraxas's presence, leaving Riddle somewhat perplexed. Scanning the room, he wondered, was Abraxas not in the common room? He hastened to Abraxas's dormitory, knocking on the door and waiting, but received no response. Riddle's expression shifted from elation to one of stoic neutrality as he quickened his pace towards the great hall. Pondering the improbability of it all, he had anticipated Abraxas would be waiting for him in the common room. However, it was also plausible for him to be dining at this hour, as it was nearly 6 o'clock. Upon arriving at the great hall, Riddle immediately directed his gaze towards the head table, which sat empty. He advanced, his eyes scanning the Slytherin table with palpable intensity. The movements of the dining serpents became rigid, and the sounds of conversation ceased as Riddle's penetrating gaze swept across the Slytherin table. His expression darkened, a surge of magic leaking from him, exuding an oppressive aura as he took his seat at the head table. Once seated, he began to fixate on the entrance, mulling over how to locate Abraxas, suddenly realizing that he had no means of communication. Previously, he had no need for a phone and communicated with his subordinates through thought alone, never considering the creation of alchemical devices for communication. Now he recognized this oversight, but it was too late to establish contact. Riddle propped his chin on one hand, the other tapping rhythmically on the table as he contemplated how to concoct a communication device. He recalled the transfiguration spell used in the Prophet, the notion of a two-way mirror, but found his thoughts faltering. He could not focus on these distractions, instead pondering what Abraxas might be up to. Once again, Riddle scanned the long table, searching for Goyle and Crabbe, but finding them absent. Perhaps they were off on some errand. Riddle, now agitated, began to drum his fingers on the table, keeping his gaze locked on the entrance of the hall. After a brief wait, Abraxas arrived, eliciting a smile from Riddle. However, upon noticing that not only Goyle and Crabbe were following Abraxas, but also Andre, Riddle's expression flickered with a moment of unease. He had intended to discern who else would enter and who had occupied Abraxas's time. Yet, upon seeing Andre, though he maintained a facade of joviality, a tempest of lethal intent surged within him. With Abraxas present, he concealed his murderous intent, though his aura intensified, exuding an oppressive presence. Riddle rose from his seat, feigning nonchalance as he approached Abraxas, converging near the third-year table. He beamed at Abraxas and walked alongside him, turning to fixate on Andre. A pang of regret washed over him for not having dealt with Andre sooner. This pest should have been eliminated at the earliest opportunity. The depth of Riddle's gaze bore a dangerous chill that left Goyle and Crabbe trembling in fear. The little snakes surrounding Riddle dared not breathe, while Andre stood frozen, shivering. As Riddle contemplated taking action or uttering a word, he sensed Abraxas turning his head and swiftly reined in his demeanor. With a radiant smile, Riddle turned to Abraxas. Abraxas. Having turned without detecting anything amiss, since the tension, not only was Andre quaking, but Goyle and Crabbe also wore expressions of dread. Abraxas grasped Riddle's hand, leaning in to whisper, "Tommy, you performed admirably this afternoon. Do not concern yourself with Andre. I shall explain everything shortly." "Very well," Riddle replied, returning the grip on Abraxas' hand, his expression masking any lingering malice, mirroring his prior demeanor. Goyle and Crabbe observed as Abraxas and Riddle departed, making their way to the long table for the third years, where they settled into their seats. Andre awkwardly squeezed onto their table, receiving disdainful glances from the duo, though he paid them no heed. As Riddle and Abraxas strolled hand in hand, Riddle's mood lifted considerably. Upon reaching the long table, Riddle merely gazed at Abraxas. His appetite evidently diminished. Abraxas, feeling unable to sway Riddle's disposition, sighed, relinquishing his cutlery to clasp Riddle's hand once more. Leaning in to elucidate, Andre approached me, offering something in exchange for his life. "We shall deliberate on his fate later. For now, let us dine, Tommy." With one hand holding Riddle's, Abraxas raised a cup of juice, intending to offer it to him. Riddle, leaning forward, took the cup directly from Abraxas' grasp. He lifted it to his lips, downing the juice in one swift motion before placing the cup down. "You praised my performance. I have ceased to concern myself with Andre. I simply felt disheartened upon not finding you upon my return," Riddle remarked, his expression still tinged with melancholy. Abraxas understood the underlying sentiment, feeling a pang of sorrow himself. He stood, taking Riddle's hand and guiding him away from the dining hall. Riddle, perplexed but compliant, followed. He contemplated that while he could forego the meal, Abraxas could not. "Abraxas, where are we going?" "You have yet to eat," he inquired. Abraxas, holding Riddle's hand, replied, "To the dormitory. The house elf shall bring dinner." An air of urgency enveloped Abraxas, and neither spoke as they traversed the corridor. Upon reaching the entrance to Abraxas' dormitory, they did not halt. He led Riddle inside. Once the door was closed, Abraxas enveloped Riddle in an embrace, gently inquiring, "You were unhappy not finding me?" "Indeed," Riddle murmured, returning the embrace. Abraxas soothingly caressed Riddle's back before pausing to remove his outer robe, allowing Riddle to hang it up. Abraxas then settled onto the sofa, summoning a house elf to arrange for their dinner. After hanging up his own robe, Riddle joined Abraxas on the sofa. Curiosity etched on his face. Was there something to be discussed over dinner? Instead of leaning against him, Abraxas positioned himself directly upon Riddle's lap, reclining comfortably against his shoulder in silence. Riddle wrapped his arms around Abraxas, sighing contentedly, intertwining their hands. Abraxas felt a twinge of guilt. Riddle had enthusiastically returned to find him, perhaps wishing to boast about catching the golden snitch, only to be disheartened by his absence. Abraxas had been waiting in the common room for Riddle's return when Andre approached him, claiming to have urgent matters to discuss. In the empty classroom, Andre disregarded Goyle and Crabbe's presence and knelt before Abraxas, pleading for his allegiance. He remained on his knees, eyes cast down, professing his willingness to serve. He offered not just servitude, but a vow of unwavering loyalty to both Abraxas and his companions, the terms of which Abraxas could dictate. Understanding the situation, Abraxas recognized that Andre, frightened by Riddle's recent actions, sought refuge in him. He was certain that Riddle would heed his words. A mere mention during their meal would likely seal Andre's fate. This presented a prime opportunity to gauge Riddle's response to Andre's predicament based on his subsequent actions. Indeed, Riddle had dismissed Andre's significance but had been disheartened by his inability to find Abraxas. Abraxas felt a pang of sympathy for Riddle, yet he could not help but be enamored by the avaricious Malfoy. At the dining table, laden with an array of dishes, Abraxas, having empathized with Riddle, withdrew his hand from Riddle's, signaling him to release his grip as he prepared to partake in dinner. Chapter 60. Abraxas is testing, yet Riddle perceives this as basic etiquette. The two moved to the dining area. During their meal, Abraxas engaged Riddle in light conversation, listening intently as Riddle recounted his afternoon activities. After finishing dinner, while Riddle savored his juice, Abraxas instructed the house elf to prepare tea. Transitioning to the lounge area, they settled onto the sofa, where the tea was already arranged. Abraxas relaxed with his cup of tea, and Riddle joined in. Setting his cup down, the porcelain clinked harmoniously against the tray. "Perhaps we should discuss the matter of Andre," Abraxas suggested, glancing at Riddle. Andre, what is there to discuss? What benefits could we gain by sparing him? As long as Abu is satisfied with the conditions he has provided, you simply need to express your contentment, and I shall spare him. Riddle appeared somewhat perplexed. Andre, what is there to negotiate about? Sparing him does not imply absolving him of consequences. Even if I overlook the initial affront in the training arena, daring to encroach upon Abu's time and causing him to lose track of me, Andre has another reckoning awaiting him. At most, I won't kill him. Abu narrowed his eyes, contemplating the situation. Tommy, let us begin by discussing why you harbor such animosity towards Andre, to the extent of wishing to eliminate him. Abu gently inquired of Riddle. I find myself curious. I wish to understand you better. Upon finishing, Abu smiled at Riddle, a smile that was breathtakingly beautiful. Riddle found himself momentarily entranced. Unable to look away, this smile, combined with Abu's inherent beauty, exuded an indescribable allure. Clearing his throat, Riddle pondered where to begin. Andre was probing me. He is an utter fool, lacking the requisite respect towards me. Initially, I dismissed him, but ultimately, he posed questions that were tinged with provocation. To deem him foolish is to recognize the expressions etched across his face, which revealed ulterior motives in conversing with a superior. Such behavior is indeed foolish. Riddle endeavored to articulate his views on intelligence and folly. Abu seemed to grasp the essence of his words. Any probing laden with intent was, in Riddle's eyes, an act of folly. A hint of amusement flickered across Abu's expression as he awaited Riddle's continued exposition. He should not harbor ulterior motives against the strong, nor should he dare to test me. Perhaps he has grown accustomed to Dumbledore, yet that too is unwise. Not all powerful beings are akin to Dumbledore. His failure to regard me as Grindelwald is indicative of his folly. Riddle earnestly conveyed his sentiments. Abu, smiling encouragingly, urged Riddle to proceed. From the outset, he was already vexing me. Yet, he continued to prattle on, which is inherently foolish. One should engage others with eloquence to cultivate goodwill. Yet his incessant chatter only served to irritate me further. He truly deserves to perish. Riddle lamented his own politeness, regretting that he had not acted sooner. I was already annoyed by his incessant talking on the way here, contemplating how I would deal with him once I became the Seeker. I could have easily concocted an excuse, such as responding a fraction of a second late, to make him aware that he should kneel while conversing with me. Riddle's expression conveyed a sense of resignation. Moreover, before we even reached the training ground, he questioned my prohibition of using the restroom as if jesting. My announcement is a command. I truly wished to eliminate him at that moment. Why would I jest with him? This individual is absurdly foolish. Had he come face to face with Grindelwald, he would have understood the necessity of kneeling. He would never dare to ask Grindelwald if he were joking. He should not treat me in such a manner. I perceive it as a provocation. Riddle genuinely believed he had been provoked, contemplating the notion of eliminating a few individuals at Hogwarts to demonstrate his formidable nature. However, he was reluctant to tarnish his school days with Abu. And Andre had merely survived by chance. I only let him go at that time because I still wished to attend Hogwarts. Had you not discussed him with me, Abu, he would indeed be dead. Riddle spoke a partial truth, withholding the specifics of Andre's potential demise. He had already devised a plan to eliminate him, take him to the Forbidden Forest, and eradicate all traces. He would instruct his subordinates to handle this task, ensuring that the body would be destroyed. He envisioned using a snake to inject ghostly blood, ending Andre's life that very night. He would command Andre to venture into the Forbidden Forest and self-destruct, turning to ashes. After the holiday, he would eliminate Andre and his family at their estate, sending a message to others that he was not to be trifled with. He would choose a method at random, according to his whims. Abu listened intently, nodding as he sipped his red tea, deep in thought. Riddle exemplified a remarkably domineering mindset typical of a powerful being. Compared to other formidable figures, he exhibited an even more extreme intolerance for any attempts to test his limits. Not merely probing, but any slight offense would invoke his wrath. His tolerance for others was exceedingly low, or rather, he seemed indifferent to others' perceptions entirely. This afternoon's antics would likely lead the inhabitants of the school to regard Riddle as a madman. Abu set down his tea, unable to suppress a smile. Riddle's double standards were rather ludicrous. He could not perceive Andre's attempts to test him, yet he would erupt at the slightest provocation from others. In his own eyes, he appeared composed, while to others he seemed utterly unhinged. In his perspective, they were mere errant dogs. Abu found himself laughing uncontrollably, tears glistening in his gray-blue eyes. After a moment, he gazed at Riddle with those shimmering eyes, his smile growing even more tender, akin to a honey trap. As he gently posed a question to Riddle, Tommy, if you detest being provoked so much, may I accept the gifts Andre has offered? In other words, what would you do if there was someone you wished to eliminate, yet I implored you not to? Riddle, captivated by Abu's gaze, felt those eyes surpassed even the finest of sapphires, and the smile was irresistibly alluring. It took him a moment to realize the implications of Abu's inquiry. If Andre offers you a gift, and you desire it, then perhaps you might let him off this once. Riddle, upon grasping the question, readily provided his initial answer. If I wish to kill him, but you advise against it, I would likely heed your counsel and refrain from taking his life, perhaps merely incapacitating him. Should the gift align with your preferences and bring you joy, I would consider sparing him, albeit only partially. Riddle cautiously glanced at Abu, observing no signs of disapproval. However, I would keep a watchful eye on him, orchestrating scenarios that would compel him to err, ensuring that when he next stumbles or offends me, I can eliminate him then. Riddle articulated his underlying thoughts, anxiously surveying Abu's reaction. Upon witnessing Abu's continued gentle smile, Riddle's apprehension waned. Although he bore a grudge, he also found himself more compliant. Abu was thoroughly pleased with Riddle's response, perceiving sincerity in his demeanor. His smile grew even softer as he reached out, attempting to pull Riddle onto his lap. However, the proximity proved slightly challenging. Riddle needed to adjust his position. Abu, with a playful grin, encouraged Riddle, "Come, lie down here." Before Riddle's mind could fully register the command, his body began to move, shifting to the other side and gradually leaning onto Abu's lap. Just before contact, he hesitated midair, but Abu's hand pressed him down, allowing him to feel the comforting embrace. Riddle closed his eyes, inhaling the familiar scent, too timid to meet Abu's gaze. Abu extended his hand, his fingers long and elegant. With delicate pink tips, he gently brushed Riddle's dark hair around his forehead, tenderly weaving his fingertips through the strands, caressing the roots with gentle strokes. Riddle opened his eyes to behold Abu from this novel perspective. The exquisite chin, the flawless contours, and the intricate features illuminated by the warmth in Abu's gray-blue eyes as they gazed affectionately at him, caressing his hair. Yet, Riddle's radiant golden locks were tied back, prompting his fingers to stir involuntarily. "Tommy, your response was truly remarkable, and I am entirely satisfied. Now it is time for a reward." Upon hearing these words, Riddle gradually relaxed a bit. He felt that his weight was unlikely to burden Abraxas, and as he eased into comfort, he propped his legs up on the armrest of the sofa, gazing adoringly at Abraxas, savoring the moment. However, Abraxas covered Riddle's eyes, letting out a soft chuckle. "Tommy, first close your eyes." Though reluctant, Riddle obediently shut his eyes, while Abraxas removed his hand and observed Riddle, who was resting against his knee, intently watching his reaction. "My dear, little Tommy, tell me who belongs to us and who is an outsider." Abraxas continued to stroke Riddle's hair gently. "You, me, my subordinates. Your father, these are our own. Jersey is still on probation, the rest are outsiders." Riddle once again provided an unexpected answer. Abraxas had sensed Riddle's sincerity, his attitude, and his favoritism, leading him to believe they could always remain together. Yet, he also contemplated that when it came to future decisions, should there be any disagreements, he might need to influence Riddle's choices. However, at that moment, Abraxas realized that he need not do anything. His emotions and opinions held more weight in Riddle's heart than even his own. If others angered Riddle to the point of murderous intent, Riddle would prioritize his own views over the act of killing. If he found satisfaction, Riddle would not harm Andre. It was only natural to think this way. There might be some actions later, yet Riddle would indeed overlook the initial offense. The final ranking, which Riddle instinctively provided, unveiled all the answers. His first instinct placed himself at the top, with Riddle as his second thought. Not only did he categorize all individuals in the world according to this hierarchy, but he also positioned himself at the apex. Abraxas, Riddle, Riddle's subordinates, the head of the Malfoy family. The rest were mere outsiders. Everything revolved around himself first, and only then would Riddle consider his own position. Abraxas felt a twinge of emotion, yet. Chapter 61. The principal is quite annoying, insisting on an assessment, making things difficult for the principal. The clock struck 7. The dinner in the Great Hall must have concluded by now. Riddle ascended the stairs towards the 8th floor principal's office, preparing to partake in the assessment scheduled for that evening. As the hour approached 7, Abraxas reminded him, urging him to go for the principal's assessment. He had completely forgotten about the evaluation, lost in a reverie of tenderness, hoping that Abraxas would provide him with more honey traps in the future. Although he would obey without the need for charm or temptation, he would express his genuine thoughts regardless. Nonetheless, he pondered that Abraxas could indeed employ such tactics more frequently. With this thought, a smile could not be contained on Riddle's face. Soon, Riddle stood before the stone gargoyle, yet he was unaware of the password for the day. As he contemplated uttering the password he had heard yesterday, the statue recognized Riddle and allowed him passage, revealing the spiral staircase behind it. Riddle, disinterested in further contemplation, ascended the stairs and quickly entered the principal's office. The principal's office remained arranged as it had been the previous day, but in addition to Principal Dippet, there were two others present, Dumbledore and Professor Mellis. Upon seeing them, Riddle inwardly cursed, recognizing they were all individuals he despised. Approaching the group, he found the principal and the two professors seated at a round table, engaged in tea and conversation. Upon his arrival, their gazes turned towards him. Dumbledore's eyes sparkled with warmth, as if he wished to engage him in discourse. Principal Dippet, noticing Riddle's entrance, beckoned him to sit and chat, while a teapot flew into the air, pouring a cup of red tea before Riddle. Riddle waved his hand dismissively, wishing neither to sit with these individuals nor to engage in conversation. Principal, may we commence the assessment? But why are these two professors conducting it? Where's our dean? Professor Slughorn. Riddle silently noted the timidity of his dean, who had been frightened and failed to show up for the assessment of his own students. Such cowardice was less than that of Jersey. Professor Slughorn stated that your potion-making skills are exceptional, and he has already assessed you, declaring you exempt from the examination, which is why he is absent tonight. Principal Dippet, noticing Riddle standing, rose to explain, while Professors Dumbledore and Mellis also stood to regard Riddle. Tonight, your assessment comprises little more than the presence of Dumbledore and Mellis for your evaluation. Dippet moved to his desk, retrieving several examination papers. Riddle followed, observing Dumbledore conjuring a long table and a chair beside the desk. As Riddle glanced at the papers, he felt puzzled by their apparent scarcity. Dippet placed the exams on the long table, and Riddle sat down, preparing to begin writing. He flipped through the papers: Transfiguration, Defense Against the Dark Arts, History of Magic, a Spell QA, and Herbology QA. It seemed there was no assessment for potions or divination. Riddle dismissed further thoughts and picked up the prepared quill to answer the questions. The room was filled solely with the crackling of the fireplace and the sound of Riddle's quill gliding across the parchment. At this moment, Principal Dippet took his seat at his desk, while Dumbledore and Professor Mellis returned to the round table to continue their tea, none of them fixating on Riddle as he completed the exams. Riddle swiftly finished one paper, setting it aside before moving on to the next. These straightforward examinations consumed little of his time, and soon he had completed them all. Leaning back in his chair, Riddle glanced at the two individuals at the round table and then at Principal Dippet at his desk. With a flick of his wand, he levitated the completed papers and sent them to the principal's desk. Dippet found himself both amused and bemused. He could discern that Riddle and the two professors were somewhat mismatched in energy. Dippet sorted the papers himself, keeping the herbology exam, while magically sending the Transfiguration and History of Magic papers to Dumbledore. The Defense Against the Dark Arts and Spell papers were dispatched to Professor Mellis. The three began to grade the exams, and soon Dippet completed his corrections first, turning to Riddle to initiate a conversation. He explained that several of Riddle's subjects were exempt from assessment. As for Professor Slughorn, he had already remarked that in your first year, you were an O, so you faced no evaluation whatsoever. Riddle, upon hearing this, felt that although Slughorn was timid, he was quite astute and indeed shrewd, compared to these assessments. He was now quite pleased with Professor Slughorn. As for the spell exam, you will also receive an O. For the spell you demonstrated in your first lesson, Professor stated that as long as you complete the exam, you will pass. At that moment, several papers flew to Principal Dippet's desk, which he perused. Excellent, a perfect score in History of Magic, thus an O in that subject as well, and full marks in the spell QA. You are required to demonstrate your proficiency in Transfiguration by passing Professor Dumbledore's assessment, as well as exhibiting your mastery of charms during Professor Marathot's evaluation in the first-year Defense Against the Dark Arts class. Headmaster Dippet gazed expectantly at Riddle, who nodded in agreement, though he perceived these two professors as overly meddlesome. Ultimately, Riddle performed the required spells for the first-year curriculum at their behest. After assessing Riddle's performance, Dumbledore and Professor Marathot exchanged pleasantries with Headmaster Dippet before departing the office. Riddle observed as Dippet diligently recorded his grades at the desk. Upon completion, Dippet beamed with delight, presenting the parchment to Riddle, who summoned it before his eyes. The first-year assessment report read: Student name, Tom Marvolo Riddle. Transfiguration, O. Defense Against the Dark Arts, O. Charms, O. Flying, O. Astronomy, O. Herbology, O. History of Magic, O. Headmaster's signature, Armando Dippet. Satisfied with the results, Riddle recalled that today was the day to discuss skipping a grade. Having contemplated the decision yesterday, he resolved, Headmaster, I wish to advance a grade. Dippet's face lit up with joy as he stroked his beard. Very well. To which year do you aspire to advance? He inquired nervously, hoping Riddle might leap directly to graduation, though he recognized that such a possibility was slim. I wish to enter the third year. And I also intend to self-study some of the third-year subjects, Riddle asserted, maintaining his desire to forego attending classes while demanding the privileges granted by the headmaster. Dippet, now fidgeting with his beard more frequently, pondered the situation. He yearned for Riddle to graduate early, and it was crucial that he progress to the third year. While you initially intended to enter the third year, we must conduct the second-year assessment. However, given your evident capabilities, I am aware of your proficiency, as are the professors. You may proceed to attend third-year classes and ultimately partake in the final examinations alongside them. Should you fail to achieve an O in any subject, you will be required to return to the second year. Nonetheless, it is widely acknowledged that you will undoubtedly pass. Does this arrangement suit you? Dippet was eager to facilitate Riddle's advancement. That is acceptable. And regarding the third-year classes? Riddle inquired, content yet seeking further clarification on class attendance. If you wish to self-study, you must complete the third-year final assessment. Upon passing, you may then proceed to the fourth year, Dippet explained, observing Riddle's reaction to gauge his interest. No, I refuse. I neither desire early assessments nor skipping grades, Riddle replied, his countenance growing cold. Who wishes to advance to the fourth year? I wish to attend classes with Abus. Headmaster. There are times when I do not wish to attend classes. Please devise a solution. Riddle decided to challenge the headmaster and observe his response. Dippet appeared troubled, but noting Riddle's confidence, he pondered his options. Would it be appropriate to subject Riddle to a second-year assessment? He sensed Riddle's impatience mounting. Ultimately, Riddle could likely secure an O in 5th and 7th grade examinations without attending classes. It would be more troublesome to refuse and risk displeasing Riddle. Thus, it seemed prudent to concede. In third year, should you wish to skip a class, you need only request a leave of absence. Ordinarily, the school did not permit students to take frequent leaves. However, given Dippet's awareness of Riddle's capabilities, he assured, I shall inform Professor Slughorn and the faculty of your situation. Though Dippet's expression conveyed some discomfort, he articulated this arrangement while still tugging at his beard. Riddle expressed his satisfaction with this outcome. Chapter 62. Abus's Second Test. Riddle remained oblivious to the nature of the assessment. Standing before the statue in the headmaster's office, he prepared to descend the staircase to the second floor, where an empty classroom adjacent to the defense against the dark arts room awaited him. Abraxas had informed him of the rendezvous location. Meanwhile, Goyle and Crabbe returned to the common room, casually settling onto a sofa near the fireplace, awaiting Abraxas's instructions. Having indulged in food and drink, they reclined comfortably, while Andre sat anxiously on a nearby armchair, restless in his anticipation of impending fate. The atmosphere in the common room felt oppressively tense to Andre. Each breath came with difficulty. He strained to hear the conversations around him, the crackling of the fire, yet the sound of footsteps in the corridor heightened his anxiety. Goyle and Crabbe exchanged glances at Andre's distressed demeanor, unsure of how to address him. Ever since Andre had knelt before Abraxas, pledging allegiance and vowing unwavering loyalty, the duo had felt a strong urge to chastise him. Yet, witnessing Andre's plight elicited a sense of pity, particularly as Abraxas had cautioned them that Andre's future as his subordinate hinged on Riddle's decisions that night. Goyle, observing Andre's state, recalled Riddle's formidable presence and began nudging Crabbe, gesturing toward Andre and silently communicating the potential consequences awaiting him. Understanding the implication, the two shared a laugh, realizing that their alignment with the Malfoy family stemmed from its current ascendance in power. The Malfoy family's influence in the wizarding world was deeply entrenched and formidable. While Riddle was indeed powerful, rumors of his destined supremacy as the most potent wizard left Goyle and Crabbe somewhat perplexed. Initially, they had merely perceived a union of strength that would bolster the Malfoy family's future. After all, they followed Abraxas's lead. However, witnessing the fifth-year Andre, a member of the Shafik family, trembling in fear of Riddle, made them realize the weight of Riddle's significance. Riddle appeared to be an even mightier ally than they had anticipated. Though Goyle and Crabbe were intimidated by Riddle, they felt secure as Abraxas's followers, believing that as long as they performed their duties with respect towards him, their fortunes would soon improve. The two were now playfully shoving each other on the sofa when Andre suddenly stood up. Goyle and Crabbe ceased their antics, following Andre's gaze as Abraxas approached them. They quickly rose, sensing that Abraxas exuded an even stronger aura than during the day. They stepped aside, awaiting his command. Andre, however, remained rigidly in place, awaiting his judgment. Follow me to the empty classroom we discussed previously. Riddle will join us once he completes his assessment, Abraxas stated casually, then turned without regard for Andre's reaction and exited the common room. Goyle and Crabbe hurried to follow, with Andre striving to keep pace. Abraxas had already gleaned all necessary insights, yet he wished to see if Riddle's actions and words would align when confronted with Andre. Of course, Abraxas felt utterly relaxed, for Riddle's sentiments towards him were abundantly clear. The recent exchange had left him unexpectedly satisfied. Regardless of Riddle's subsequent actions, they bore little significance. At worst, It would merely indicate a fleeting anger, a momentary outburst directed at Andre, or perhaps Andre's reaction might further provoke Riddle, leading to dire consequences. Yet, Abraxas had not uttered a word to Andre. Whatever fate awaited him was well-deserved. Had it not been for the purpose of testing young Tommy, Andre would have had no chance of survival. His loyalty was utterly devoid of worth. Young Tommy's subordinates were all his own, and the Malfoy family possessed numerous capable individuals. Andre was merely a tool for testing. Beneath Abraxas's elegant and flawless demeanor lay an unmistakable indifference. Soon, they arrived at the vacant classroom. After a brief interval, Riddle arrived. Pushing open the door to enter, Abraxas greeted Riddle with a smile, gesturing for him to stand before him. Riddle, returning the smile, approached, but upon noticing Goyle, Crabbe, and Andre nearby, his expression darkened, casting a malevolent glance at Andre. The atmosphere in the classroom shifted to one of palpable tension, mirroring Riddle's displeasure. However, Abraxas found Riddle's reaction amusing, chuckling softly, which dispelled the room's tension. Hearing the laughter, Riddle lost interest in the others, surveying the empty desks around him. He waved his hand, transforming a desk into an exquisite armchair, which he presented to Abraxas. Abraxas observed Riddle's actions with amusement as he took a seat, grasping Riddle's hand. Andre, how do you intend to handle this? Abraxas inquired. He had summoned Andre, so surely the resolution rested upon Abraxas's discretion. Andre, what have you offered? Are you satisfactory in Abraxas's eyes? Riddle decided to ask, eager to conclude this matter and return to his dormitory. He must pledge his loyalty to me. Even taking an unbreakable vow, Abraxas remarked, his mood buoyant as he playfully shook Riddle's hand. Riddle was taken aback. Could this foolish Andre truly be worthy? He was incapable of being a competent subordinate and was merely wasting Abraxas's time. Riddle fixed a hostile gaze upon Andre. Sensing Riddle's stare, Andre swiftly knelt before Abraxas, burying his forehead against the ground, awaiting his fate. In that moment of submission, Andre felt a strange sense of relief. Casting aside all thoughts and resigning himself to destiny's decree. Suddenly, Riddle recalled Abraxas's earlier good spirits during their conversation. Perhaps Andre could be spared. Yet, as a subordinate, Abraxas, I could let him live, but he is too foolish to be your subordinate. I believe he lacks the capability to serve. I should first teach him how to be a proper subordinate. Riddle gazed at Abraxas with a conflicted expression, hoping he might step out, allowing Riddle to discipline Andre. Abraxas perceived Riddle's dilemma but was reluctant to leave, holding Riddle's hand and gazing up at him with his striking gray-blue eyes. Riddle, confronted with Abraxas's beautiful and delicate features, found himself unable to voice his desire for Abraxas to step aside, feeling that uttering such a request would render him culpable. He sighed, turning to Goyle and Crabbe, instructing, "You two stand outside the door. If you see a professor in the corridor, knock." The two hastily exited, taking their positions outside, watching the corridor intently. With their departure, Abraxas smiled at Riddle, curious to see what he would do next. Once they were alone, Riddle conjured another chair, seating himself beside Abraxas, casting a fierce glance at Andre. Chapter 63. The professional qualities required of Riddle's subordinate. Abraxas was thoroughly entertained. In the abandoned classroom, they sat upon their opulent chairs, Riddle holding Abraxas's hand, his eyes cold as they regarded Andre. Abraxas, wearing a smile, looked on with keen interest, eager to see Riddle's actions. Andre remained prostrate on the ground, his forehead pressed against the floor, too close to the earth, the scent of dust filling his nostrils. Andre heard Riddle's scornful words, calling him foolish and unfit to be a subordinate, yet he dared not retort, silenced by the lesson of the day. As he listened to the retreating footsteps of Goyle and Crabbe, his heart raced anew. However, considering that Riddle had not opposed Abraxas's intention to make him a subordinate, he believed he had been granted a reprieve, and that alone was a blessing. Survival was all that mattered. Suddenly, a flash of red light flickered before Andre's eyes. Pain surged through him, disrupting his thoughts as he writhed in agony, collapsing to the ground, convulsing and trembling. Abraxas looked at Riddle with a hint of surprise. With Riddle's right hand held, he could cast spells without a wand, demonstrating the remarkable prowess that had captured Abraxas's admiration. The red light flickered and vanished as Riddle withdrew his hand, aiming to avoid death through torment, meticulously controlling his magical output and the intervals between spells. This method was rather uncomfortable. He reached for his wand. As Andre's body curled less violently and his muscles ceased their fierce trembling, a second flash of red light erupted. Riddle calmly directed his wand, casting quietly, his 6 eyes meticulously observing Andre's reactions. Andre's breathing steadied, the convulsions less severe, when another burst of red light illuminated the dim classroom. Goyle and Crabbe, standing at the door, noticed the flickering red light and began to sweat. Anxiously watching the corridor's end, Andre felt waves of pain wash over him, rendering him incapable of pleading for mercy. just as he caught his breath. The next wave of torment struck. After several repetitions, Riddle suddenly spoke amidst the intervals. Do you now comprehend the attitude required in addressing both me and Abraxas? Riddle's chilling voice resonated in the silence of the classroom. Andre struggled to rise and respond. The red light flashed once more, and Riddle did not permit him to stand. Thus, Andre remained on the floor, lamenting and convulsing, as the red light continued to flicker. Abraxas, somewhat astonished, tugged at Riddle's sleeve, urging him to look. Riddle ceased his actions, turning to Abraxas with a smile, his gaze filled with curiosity, as if inquiring why Abraxas had called him. Abraxas, both amused and exasperated, finally asked, Tommy, what on earth are you doing? I'm teaching him how to be a subordinate, Riddle replied earnestly. You've asked him only one question, and now you're inflicting torment. Do you believe he will learn through suffering? Abraxas inquired, struggling to contain his incredulity. Indeed, he is too foolish. Reasoning with him may be futile. Perhaps enduring more pain will help him remember, Riddle stated with a serious expression, firmly convinced of his approach. Andre, face down, seized the opportunity to breathe quietly. Refraining from uttering a single word, Abraxas pondered for a moment, deciding to delve deeper into the matter. Why do you think he would learn after enduring the Cruciatus curse a few more times? Because he is foolish, so foolish, in fact, that he cannot even articulate himself. Upon our first encounter, he arrogantly attempted to test my resolve. I believe that only through pain will such individuals grasp the rules. In Riddle's eyes, Andre is far too dim-witted. He must be punished until he comprehends his situation, awakening his will to survive and understanding what he ought to do. Dear Tommy, haven't you informed him of the rules? Abraxas gently inquired, holding Riddle's hand with a touch of exasperation. I believe he has already learned a bit. For he seems frightened now. Notice how he dares not interject. Riddle observed Andre's improved demeanor. He had become somewhat subdued. To be specific, it is about respect. He must behave like Jersey. Riddle elucidated, do not provoke my ire, and show you utmost deference. He pondered for a moment to articulate this explanation. I find his petty schemes tiresome, yet as long as he kneels in silence, he shall not irritate me. With that, Riddle cast a glance at Andre, who was still feigning insensibility. You are to show respect. Today, I shall not deal with him, but he remains oblivious to the fact that in your presence, he must kneel to respond. Only through pain will he learn to behave. Riddle even fancied himself performing a noble deed. After all, should he become your subordinate? A person filled with such trivial schemes might incite trouble, and by imparting this lesson today, perhaps his body will warn him against errant behavior in the future. As Riddle directed his wand toward Andre, the latter was dragged slightly closer. However, Riddle soon realized something was amiss. Andre rolled away from them, positioning himself over half a meter farther than when he had entered. A flash of red light illuminated the classroom. I merely praised this wretched creature. And yet he dares to roll away a bit. Does he still harbor some ulterior motives? Riddle, without needing Abraxas to prompt him, voluntarily explained. Abraxas could hardly contain his amusement. He comprehended Riddle's training methods. No coercion or temptation, just the Cruciatus curse from the outset. He is not worth your time, Tommy. Please teach him the rules swiftly. We must return to the dormitory. Abraxas tugged at Riddle's hand, eager to conclude this matter. Having learned all he wished to know, Abraxas no longer desired to waste time on Andre. Upon hearing the mention of returning to the dormitory, Riddle immediately seized the moment. Andre, there are 2 rules you must adhere to with your life. As the red light ceased, Andre, too afraid to lift his gaze, struggled to rise. Kneeling with his ears perked to listen. First, do not cause trouble for Abraxas. Perform your duties well. Should you fail, I will ensure Abraxas disciplines you appropriately. Second, you must show the utmost respect to Abraxas. Should I perceive or witness any lack of reverence, you will find yourself in my grasp. I will have my subordinates torment you before delivering you to the killing curse. As Andre attempted to respond, a flash of red light interrupted him. Riddle declared, if you can accomplish this, do it. If not, perish. Riddle then rose, pulling Abraxas with him as they prepared to leave the classroom. Abraxas also rising, followed as the two made their way toward the exit. Tommy, what are the rules you convey to your subordinates outside? Abraxas inquired curiously. For my external subordinates, there seem to be merely 2 rules, Riddle reflected, slowing his pace. First, I detest them gazing directly at my face. The rule is to kneel upon seeing me, and they are forbidden to raise their heads while standing. Any wrongdoing results in the Cruciatus curse. Second, should they fail to execute my commands, those with ulterior motives shall be laid off. Riddle opted for an euphemistic term. Lay off. Abraxas echoed, puzzled. Riddle chuckled softly, his laughter crisp and melodious. Kill. Abraxas grasped the implication this time and joined in a quiet laugh as they exited the classroom together. Hearing their footsteps fade, Andre finally exhaled a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the dust-laden floor of the classroom, gasping for breath. His pure-blood image had vanished. His complexion was pale, muscles twitching involuntarily, clothes soaked in sweat. Rolling around on the filthy ground, he appeared utterly disheveled. Upon exiting, Riddle spotted Goyle and Crabbe standing with their heads bowed outside the door and offered them a few warnings. If you fail to protect Abraxas or disobey in the future, I shall ensure he properly disciplines you. Riddle delivered this with a cheerful demeanor, chuckling softly. He was not overly intimidating. Nevertheless, Goyle and Crabbe were drenched in sweat. Nodding vigorously, Riddle found their presence somewhat bothersome, instructing them to escort Andre to his dormitory. He then happily led Abraxas toward the common room. Abraxas felt similarly elated, recognizing that Riddle was as he appeared. What he thought was what he expressed, and what he expressed was what he executed. Witnessing Riddle's treatment of his subordinates today, he noted the lack of unnecessary words, simply initiating with the Cruciatus curse. It was refreshingly straightforward, nearly provoking laughter from Abraxas. However, it was undeniably effective. Riddle had spared him the need to reprimand Andre later, who would likely refrain from harboring any further schemes. Little Tommy's performance today had indeed been commendable. Contemplating this, Abraxas unconsciously glanced at Riddle beside him. Walking hand in hand with the person he cherished through the deserted night corridor was a profoundly delightful sensation. The two strolled along the corridor, flanked by cold stone walls, inhaling the slightly chilly night air. Moonlight streamed through the towering arched windows, casting shadows across the empty corridor. Under the moonlight, Abraxas and Riddle ambled together. Pausing to admire the lunar glow, Abraxas turned his head to tease Riddle gently. I heard you descended from the observatory last night. As Abraxas gazed at Riddle, now bathed in moonlight, his features appeared even more radiant. The silhouette under the moon captivated many. Riddle tilted his head, regarding him with an exceptionally tender smile, his eyes sparkling with flecks of light, the corners of his mouth curling into a subtle grin, and his brows and eyes exuding an indescribable allure. Would you care to join me in the observatory to admire the moon? Riddle earnestly invited Abraxas. Can I enchant you? Riddle's eyes locked onto Abraxas's, revealing unmasked affection. Listening to these teasing yet alluring words in the stillness of the night, Abraxas distinctly heard his heart racing, a surge of exhilaration flooding through him. His smile blossomed into something radiant as he grasped Riddle's wrist, pulling him into an embrace, and the two laughed joyfully under the moonlight. Chapter 64. Riddle followed Abraxas back to the dormitory, parting at the door with some difficulty. Before the 9 p.m. curfew, they returned to Abraxas's room. He shed his outer robe and tossed it to Riddle, sinking into the sofa with a relaxed sigh. Riddle, having arranged their robes, joined Abraxas on the couch. Abraxas, with a resigned expression, raised his hand to his forehead, aware that sitting so close was becoming increasingly perilous. They were on the verge of losing control. He gestured towards the single armchair beside him. Riddle arched an eyebrow in curiosity, glancing at Abraxas. Placing his hand on the armrest of the chair, palm facing upwards, Abraxas began to entice Riddle to take hold of it. The expression on Abraxas's face conveyed a clear message. They must maintain some distance. Riddle chuckled softly and obediently moved over, grasping Abraxas's hand while reclining against the sofa, his fingers playfully exploring the elegant contours of Abraxas's slender hand, savoring the silky texture and caressing each joint. The subtle sensations coursing through Abraxas's hand sent tingles up his entire arm. In annoyance, he swatted at Riddle's hand. Noticing the unnatural look on Abraxas's face, which made Riddle temper his exuberance, now content to hold Abraxas's hand with one hand, Riddle reclined elegantly in the sofa, his long legs crossed and casually propped up, one hand resting on the back of the chair while the other held Abraxas's outstretched hand. A smile adorned Riddle's face, his gaze intently fixed on Abraxas, quietly absorbing the warmth radiating from his palm and the exquisite smoothness that graced his fingertips. Abraxas, choosing not to meet Riddle's gaze, sought to steer the conversation towards more pressing matters, yet he allowed Riddle to gaze at him unabashedly, permitting that warm, almost tangible gaze to linger upon him. What do you intend to do after contracting the Pippy demon? Abraxas broached the subject. As for the Pippy demon, I have no particular plans. It simply had the misfortune of attempting to play tricks on me and found itself captured. It then led me to the summoning room on the 8th floor, where it conjured an experiment table, and before I could even conduct any experiments, it was so frightened it was willing to sign a contract, Riddle explained casually. By the way, I intend to make it my servant, Riddle added, recalling how the Pippy demon had disrupted his plans. After speaking, Riddle produced the contract, placing the parchment inscribed with the agreement on the circular table before Abraxas. It claims it can walk through walls and spy on others, asserting its usefulness. Abraxas, do you think it might be of use to you? Riddle recalled the demon's capabilities and promptly conveyed them to Abraxas. You can keep this contract. Whatever I command it to do, it will not dare to refuse. Riddle grinned mischievously. All right, let me contemplate what tasks I can assign it. Abraxas took hold of the parchment, unfurling it to inspect the contract. After reading it, he chuckled, finding it amusing that a ghost would end up as a slave. It was indeed tyrannical. After a moment of mirth, Abraxas remembered that Riddle had been unable to locate him earlier that day, which dampened his spirits slightly. He looked up at Riddle and inquired, "How about I ask my father to prepare a two-way mirror for us on Saturday? Or perhaps I shall search the family treasury for something that might facilitate our communication." Abraxas wore a contemplative expression, pondering whether there might be any alchemical items at home that could serve that purpose. "No need. I can create one," Riddle replied, his expression brimming with pride, eagerly awaiting Abraxas's praise. "Wonderful. You can manage that on your own? When do you plan to do it?" Abraxas held Riddle's hand, his tone growing increasingly gentle. The smile on Abraxas's face deepened. He had returned to sit down while contemplating how to send Riddle out of the dormitory. The atmosphere was such that he had softened and brought Riddle back, but now figuring out how to make him leave was a significant dilemma. Often, Abraxas found himself at a loss due to Riddle's striking appearance. Seeing him pout with that captivating face made it hard to refuse any request. Today, having felt a pang of sympathy for Riddle due to earlier events, he tested Riddle again that evening, and Riddle, oblivious to what transpired, behaved exceptionally well. While Abraxas lacked a strong conscience, he acknowledged that Riddle indeed had it tough. However, he could no longer make any promises. If he retreated any further, Riddle would surely remain the knight. "How long will it take to create this alchemical item?" Abraxas inquired gently. "I can whip up a simple one tonight. And you shall have it by tomorrow morning. We can leave little messages for each other," Riddle stated nonchalantly, confident in his abilities. "Tomorrow, I will carve out time to design something more complex, a two-way mirror that allows for conversation and chat." Riddle's brow furrowed in thought, his mind brimming with ideas, contemplating how to incorporate the essence of a mobile phone into the alchemical design. "Although I am aware of the incredible nature of the alchemical ring you gifted me, I had not anticipated your prowess in creating other alchemical items," Abraxas remarked, showcasing the ring adorning his finger. Riddle's gaze fell upon Abraxas's hand, where the delicate and beautiful fingers bore the ring he had given, the pale skin glistening against the luster of the mithril. He felt a desire to present Abraxas with all the gemstone rings he possessed, eager to see how they would adorn those exquisite hands. Riddle tenderly grasped Abraxas's hand, inhaling deeply, his words imbued with promise. "Abraxas, I will create whatever you desire." Upon hearing this, Abraxas could not suppress his laughter, his slate-blue eyes nearly brimming with tears of mirth. "Does that include magical stones?" he teased. "I cannot create magical stones just yet, but if you wish for them, I can certainly research it. If I fail, I shall resort to stealing," Riddle declared with brazen confidence. Though Abraxas was well aware of Riddle's reckless nature, hearing him admit he would resort to theft if he could not accomplish something provoked another bout of laughter. "Very well, but as of now, I do not require any. Should I need them, I will inform you." Abraxas tightened his grip on Riddle's hand, signaling him to cease his playful provocation. Riddle raised an eyebrow, flashing a triumphant smile at Abraxas, yet his gaze now held an unusual depth, imbued with a certain emotion. Meeting that gaze, Abraxas felt the atmosphere grow tense. "Do not look at me with such eyes," he said, turning his face away, breath coming in short, labored bursts. "But I have always looked at you this way." Riddle replied innocently yet defiantly. "Now, return to your dormitory and create what I have requested. Come back tomorrow morning to deliver it to me," Abraxas commanded, feigning calmness. "Very well," Riddle acquiesced, still holding Abraxas's hand, his gaze softening as he quietly observed him without rising. After a moment of silence, Abraxas squeezed Riddle's hand gently in return. Chapter 65. Riddle was thoroughly satisfied with Abraxas' indulgence and was determined to continue striving for rewards. Abraxas reassured him for a while longer, and ultimately, Riddle willingly exited the dormitory, content. As he walked down the corridor, he reflected on Abraxas' indulgence and the expression that had graced his face. He also recalled the gentle embrace Abraxas had given him just before departing, imbued with a subtle, profound emotion. As he reminisced about how Abraxas had draped his robe upon him, he found himself yearning for Abraxas' assistance in adjusting his attire each and every day. Should such a life be his, stepping out with that sentiment would indeed allow him to perceive the beauty in the world. Riddle felt an inexplicable joy. Where he once anticipated each day at Hogwarts, he now cherished the entirety of existence. Before long, Riddle returned to his dormitory and made his way to the bathroom, shedding his garments along the way, leaving them scattered across the floor. Standing beneath the shower, the icy water cascaded down upon his bare skin. After his bath, he proceeded to the alchemy chamber, aware that only a cold shower could calm his mind enough to recall the intricacies of alchemy. Draped in silk pajamas, Riddle stood before the alchemical workstation, contemplating the creation of a particular alchemical item and the functions it might serve. He pondered what influences he could draw upon, recalling the applications of transfiguration and conjuration discussed in the Daily Prophet. If news were to change, the content of the newspaper would also transform throughout the day, likely employing various transformation spells. He thought of the magical coins from the original Harry Potter series, as well as the existing two-way mirror. Utilizing merely the techniques from the Daily Prophet, he believed he could devise a medium that allowed for reciprocal changes in the content of the paper. This would enable messaging, akin to texting or chatting, and he envisioned a penguin as a potential motif. Riddle began to outline the necessary spells: transformation spells, linking spells, vanishing spells, sensing spells, concealment spells, and bidirectional transformation spells. Feeling somewhat lethargic in his deliberations, he resolved to proceed with one attempt, trusting that if anything was amiss during the process, he could address it promptly. He contemplated the medium to be used if he were to create a final product akin to a mobile phone. He had a vision of its form. However, for this temporary creation, he found himself indecisive, considering what would be most convenient for Abraxas. The wizarding world lacked the custom of carrying mobile phones, and the notion of leaving notes in a newspaper seemed foreign. His gaze fell upon the alchemical parchment he had placed near the potion supplies. Riddle commenced the fabrication, taking a standard piece of parchment and adding a few alchemical materials, including mercury. He decided that the parchment intended for Abraxas should be somewhat ornate, yet not overly extravagant, as to draw too much attention. He opted for simplicity first, planning to inquire tomorrow if Abraxas desired a sheen of mithril. For now, he would forego its addition. In no time, a piece of parchment was ready. Not merely of a typical pale yellow, but imbued with a sheen of mercury, its texture pristine and faintly silvered. Riddle surveyed his creation with satisfaction. A touch of elegance was warranted for Abraxas. He began to inscribe intricate runes upon it, adding spells and fine-tuning the flow of magical energy along the paths etched into the parchment. Quickly, he adjusted the design to reflect a harmonious magical circuit, completing the task. He retrieved another sheet of parchment and followed the same procedure, ultimately calibrating both sheets to incorporate a circuit that recorded magical fluctuations. Upon testing, he noted that writing on one sheet would cause identical text to appear on the other. Perfect. Tomorrow, he would have Abraxas input magic onto the second sheet, ensuring that it would be exclusively for his use. Riddle evaluated his work with satisfaction, a smile gracing his lips. It seemed he could expect rewards come tomorrow. Yet, as a thought struck him, he inhaled deeply, his smile taking on an even more profound significance. Chapter 66. A shared probe, with results that yielded no return. At 6 o'clock, the Great Hall of Hogwarts was ablaze with light. Someone was observing Riddle's every move from the shadows, keenly aware of his actions. Abraxas entered the hall with Andre, engaging in conversation before taking Riddle's hand and departing. The observer continued to dine nonchalantly, before quietly exiting the hall. Meanwhile, in her third-year seat beside her sister, Walburga Black was also watching the unfolding scene, noting Andre's alignment with Goyle and Crabbe at the third-year table. She observed the terrifying intent emanating from Riddle towards Andre. A palpable aura of dread mirrored in Andre's expression, and exchanged a knowing glance with her sister. Like Horace Black subtly signaled her sister not to speak in the hall. Following their meal, the sisters slipped away silently, proceeding to their designated meeting place. Once seated, the classroom door was closed, secured with a charm. This classroom, though abandoned, was evidently well maintained, with a slightly damp atmosphere and functional seating arranged within. The occupants were clad in Slytherin robes, and had Abraxas peered in, he would have recognized several familiar faces. Walburga, unable to contain her impatience, scanned the room, eager to see who would break the silence, yet none seemed inclined to speak. Lycoris observed her sister's demeanor and the expressions of the others, noting their collective reluctance to initiate conversation. "We all know the purpose of our gathering here. Let us share what we know," Lycoris declared. "Let us discuss what transpired with Andre." Although her tone remained haughty, there was a flicker of uncertainty in her gaze. "Was it not under your directive that Andre sought to probe? What? Did he not report back on his findings? Is he not coming tonight?" Sophia Selwyn, a fifth-year prefect of the same age as Lycoris, responded with visible displeasure, directly challenging the organizer of the meeting. Walburga's expression betrayed her shock at Sophia's awareness of the situation. Lycoris was not particularly surprised. After all, Sophia wielded some influence within the school, her family standing not as lofty as the Blacks, yet she was a capable prefect with commendable skills. "Indeed, it was I who sent Andre to investigate. And it is I who summoned you all here tonight to discuss," Lycoris stated, surveying the reactions around her. "It appears Andre may be unreliable. He did not adhere to our agreement following flying class, failing to inform me of Riddle's character, and even avoiding my gaze in the Great Hall. She turned to Flint, the fifth-year prefect. Flint, did Andre say anything to you? Flint, though competent, was known for his lack of depth and strategy. And Lycoris aimed to gauge what he might know. How could he have shared anything with me? I am unaware of this incident, Flint replied, his expression one of confusion. Come now, do you dare claim you did not exert pressure on Andre? Lycoris fixed her gaze on him intently. After the news broke that the headmaster had specially permitted Riddle to join the Quidditch team, it was evident that all had conversed with Andre regarding this matter. Third-year Lestrange remained stoic, yet did not dispute the assertion. Yes, I did pressure him, but will he truly not be coming tonight? Flint, realizing the consensus against him, conceded and inquired further. Logically, the most influential among us fifth years had an appointment with him. Andre would not dare offend us all at once. Yet, now the time has come, and he has avoided us. He even chose to sit beside Goyle and Crabbe in the hall. Look at him. Lycoris's words trailed off. Yet the implication was clear. Andre had likely sought refuge with Malfoy or had chosen to align himself with that faction. Leclixia felt that Andre would not be coming, and it was time to consolidate the information. They needed to swiftly determine their stance towards Riddle. Do you know what transpired at the Quidditch pitch? Leclixia inquired directly of Flint. I have indeed gleaned some details. It is said that the head was incensed by Andre's actions. The head is formidable. To the extent that he contemplated ending Andre on the spot, Flint gradually revealed to the group. That's essentially it. He nearly took Andre's life. I was cautioned to avoid the head in the future or, at the very least, to bow respectfully in greeting, Sophia added. Leclixia was already aware of Riddle's formidable nature. Even the team members she had recruited whispered about the head's terrifying presence, noting that he had nearly killed Andre. However, as the gathering time approached, the team members clearly trembled in fear, hesitant to speak freely in the hall, especially considering the information they had just received. With Andre's absence, they found themselves powerless. Who among them dared confront Malfoy or provoke the head? Leclixia struggled to contain her mounting frustration. She surveyed the room, taking note of the individuals present. Flint, the fifth-year male prefect, Sophia Selwyn, the fifth-year female prefect, and Lestrange, a third-year student. Alongside herself and her sister, members of the esteemed Black family. They constituted four prominent pure-blood families, yet they found themselves at a loss with Andre. The true dilemma was not Andre himself, but rather the influence of Malfoy and Riddle lurking in the shadows. Initially, it was merely Malfoy who shielded Andre, but with the four of them spreading rumors throughout the school, it would only be a matter of time before someone took action against him. Yet, after Riddle's recent display of power against Andre, who would dare challenge Malfoy? The purpose of their assembly was to deliberate on the current head of Slytherin, to discern what manner of person Riddle was and how best to engage with him in hopes of gaining his favor. Instead, they had dispatched Andre as a probe, only for him to return empty-handed, revealing Riddle's terrifying fangs instead. Chapter 67. What have we gleaned? Now, what shall we do regarding Andre? Leclixia pondered that perhaps Andre need not be the focal point of their discussion. The primary concern should be how to approach Riddle. What do you propose we do about the head? Leclixia asked Sophia, acknowledging her capabilities despite their differences. Sophia's expression faltered, her brow furrowing in contemplation before she spoke slowly. We must emulate Jersey, heeding the advice of others, adopting a humble demeanor, and showing the utmost respect to avoid inciting his wrath. Jersey had evidently aligned himself with Riddle's faction. Previously, they had mocked him for his eagerness to follow Riddle so hastily. Sophia sighed, reflecting on the day's revelations and Riddle's menacing aura in the hall. No one would dare to ridicule Jersey's lack of resolve. In fact, admiration for his perceptiveness was now burgeoning. It was rumored that Jersey had been making moves recently, and that Clark, the sixth-year prefect, would likely follow in his footsteps, with Jersey poised to take charge of recruitment in the future. Sophia glanced at Leclixia as she shared what she knew. We cannot follow Jersey's path. We cannot compete with the sixth and seventh years, Leclixia replied, shaking her head slowly. The lower years still have the third and first years for Riddle to manipulate. The third years are a given: Malfoy, Goyle, and Crabbe. A bitter smile crossed Leclixia's face. The Malfoy family alone evoked envy, their connections too strong to be merely transactional. The first years included Avery and Knott. Leclixia strove to maintain her composure, suppressing her emotions. Assessing solely individual merit, without considering family affiliations, we hold little chance of being integrated. The upper years possess greater abilities, while the first years are more compliant. And the third years? Well, that is understood. They gathered here to deliberate on how to approach the head, hoping to preemptively align themselves before their families made any decisions, either to forge alliances or declare their allegiance. Leclixia continued, her expression somber. But after the events of tonight, The discussions we intended to hold regarding our attitude towards the head seem utterly ludicrous. The priority now is to align with this burgeoning power." As she spoke, Leclixia's expression tightened, the rapid progression of events overwhelming her. The opportunity for alliances had slipped away before it had even begun, and they were now faced with this precarious situation. The circumstances were multifaceted. Their head was undeniably potent, with Jersey having already pledged allegiance and preparing to draw in the upper years, while the Malfoy family had long since aligned themselves, solidifying this faction. Leclixia sighed as she recognized the gravity of the situation. Moreover, the head had shown complete disregard for them. Had he even exchanged a word with anyone present? She surveyed the group, her gaze landing on her sister, who, without needing to speak, confirmed the silence. Now, her sister looked at the others with hopeful eyes, particularly at Sophia, yearning for some encouraging news from the formidable woman. Sophia, catching the hopeful gaze, could only shake her head in response. Leclixia scanned the room, feeling increasingly despondent. Their attempts at probing and forming alliances had come to a standstill. And despite their efforts to send Andre as a scout, no fruitful information had emerged. All they had seen was Riddle's pure malice, a clear indication of his untouchable nature. Should Riddle pass by and not acknowledge her in the future, she would have to bow her head in submission. After contemplating, Sophia finally spoke. "Perhaps we should await direction from our families. Moreover, it is difficult to predict what Andre will communicate to Malfoy, or how the head will react to this situation." Sophia had witnessed the lethal intent in Riddle's gaze directed at Andre, which sent chills down her spine. Regardless of whether Andre successfully aligned himself with Malfoy or met his end at the head's hands, he would undoubtedly assert that it was they who had urged him to probe. Sophia's expression conveyed a hint of panic. Flint, upon hearing this, also felt anxiety creep in. Glancing at Sophia, who, with a subtle glance, gestured for him to look at Leclixia, Walburga busied herself adjusting her cuffs, while she sensed an ominous atmosphere. She had previously probed Malfoy and discussed Riddle, yet the current ambience deterred her from revealing her actions. Lestrange's eyes began to flicker with contemplation. Perhaps he could seize the opportunity to apologize and curry favor with Malfoy, thereby aligning himself with the head's camp more swiftly. Although Andre's probing had received their tacit approval, it was clear that his actions had crossed a line, prompting the head's murderous intent. They had not instructed him on how to conduct his inquiry. They merely expressed a desire to understand the head's character. Leclixia regarded the motley group of individuals, each with their own motives, and spoke with exasperation, attempting to extract everyone from their thoughts. Everyone nodded in agreement, wearing expressions that conveyed their alignment with her sentiments. Leclixia, observing the group, realized that no productive deliberation could be reached. She had initially hoped to devise strategies based on the insights relayed by Andre regarding Riddle's preferences, but now, the situation had shifted entirely. With no desire to continue the conversation, Leclixia offered a few terse remarks before the gathering dispersed, each member exiting the classroom in clusters. As Leclixia walked alongside Walburga through the castle corridors, she glanced around before softly instructing her sister. "Walburga, I implore you to refrain from provoking Malfoy, and even more so, to avoid inciting the chief. You are ill-equipped to contend with them. Do not allow thoughts of our lineage, the Black family, to cloud your judgment." Leclixia pronounced her sister's name with a sternness that left no room for misinterpretation. Initially, such admonitions were directed solely at Riddle, yet there was a palpable fear that her sister's actions might incite Malfoy's wrath, leading Riddle to a state of frenzy. Walburga Black, startled by the gravity in her sister's tone, responded earnestly, "Sister, I comprehend your words. I understand. Then enlighten me on what exactly you have grasped." Leclixia pressed, her concern for her sister evident. "I realize that our demeanor towards the chief must be one of caution and respect, ensuring he finds no fault with us. It is akin to the attitude one must adopt when encountering a dark wizard who could easily take one's life." Walburga had witnessed Riddle's murderous intent directed at Andre in the Great Hall and had come to this understanding. Indeed, one must regard the chief as a formidable entity capable of extinguishing your existence at will. Respect is paramount when dealing with the powerful. Leclixia spoke these words, yet her heart ached with sorrow. It was not merely the Malfoy family and Riddle whose interests were intertwined. They had invested early in Riddle, observing their interactions, which hinted at a significant likelihood of marriage. If Riddle desired such a union, the Malfoy family would find it impossible to intervene, and they would not wish to. When Abraxas and Riddle had clasped hands in the Great Hall, Riddle had merely showcased his formidable prowess. The murmurs among the crowd were filled with awe, acknowledging Riddle's exceptional talent, striking appearance, and formidable strength, foreseeing him as a potential champion of the wizarding world. The swift capture by Abraxas was merely a testament to the Malfoy family's decisiveness. Such a paragon of strength like Riddle was not bound by the conventions of gender. Moreover, Riddle had displayed an air of superiority since his first day at school, disregarding everyone around him, with his sole focus on Abraxas, rendering others invisible. Envy brewed within the onlookers, yet none could harbor resentment, for they understood the futility of their own aspirations. However, the events of the day on the Quidditch pitch, where Riddle's murderous intent was palpable, only intensified the envy directed towards Abraxas. How fortunate he was to ally himself with such a powerhouse. Initially, the expectation was for a union between the Malfoy family and a formidable wizard to dominate the magical realm. Yet, it appeared that the Malfoys were poised to act with impunity. Riddle was adept at killing, and his propensity for violence was evident. Offending the Malfoy family in daylight could lead to annihilation at Riddle's hands under Abraxas' directive come nightfall. True power indeed permits one to act without restraint. Gentle giants cannot govern the wizarding world. A being of Riddle's caliber, with such lethal intent, could easily eliminate dissenters and assert dominance over the magical community. Leclixia resolved to return to the dormitory and pen a letter, intending to dispatch it via the Ollery that very night to relay the urgent news to the Black family. Yet, contemplating their own powerlessness, she felt a deep frustration. In this scene, they found themselves unable to invest, and pursuing Riddle within the confines of the school proved to be fraught with challenges, with the 4 pure-blood families at a loss. What could the Black family possibly achieve? Should they ingratiate themselves with the Malfoy family, or strive to follow Riddle more diligently at school? It was only Thursday, the 5th day of the new student's arrival. How could such circumstances arise? Those who were destined to be together had already united, and those to be followed had been pursued to the fullest extent. She had not even had the chance to test the waters before being sidelined. As she walked, these thoughts consumed her, leading her to a bitter laugh, contemplating the absurdity of the world around her. Chapter 68. Alchemical Artifacts. Abraxas was thoroughly pleased with the rewards that awaited him. Friday morning arrived, and Riddle joyously met Abraxas at the threshold of his dormitory. Upon seeing Riddle's gleeful expression, Abraxas felt a wave of delight. If Riddle was happy today, then let that joy persist. Riddle's brows lifted in elation as he presented a shimmering piece of parchment to Abraxas. Behold, this is the alchemical item I perfected last night. It allows for messages to be inscribed. Riddle's face was alight with anticipation. Abraxas accepted the parchment with one hand, while the other instinctively hovered, yearning to caress Riddle's exquisitely beautiful visage. The pride and longing for praise evident in Riddle's dark eyes sparkled like a constellation. However, such sentiments were best reserved for a more appropriate hour. Abraxas grasped Riddle's hand, his voice imbued with warmth and a hint of amusement. Tommy, you are truly remarkable. This is splendid. To have crafted such an item overnight is impressive indeed. As Abraxas held Riddle's hand, a gentle smile crept across his lips, and his words were laced with admiration. Riddle, elated by Abraxas's praise, engaged in spirited conversation as they strolled towards the great hall. Upon traversing the common room, an oppressive atmosphere enveloped them. No one dared to meet their gaze. In the corridor, all who beheld them parted ways, bowing their heads in deference. As they walked hand in hand, the Slytherin students were taken aback. The sight of Riddle and Abraxas together sent tremors through the ranks of the young serpents. Riddle's recent actions had spread like wildfire within the house. He was deemed a volatile force, prone to unpredictable outbursts that could culminate in violence. Yet today, Riddle's demeanor revealed nothing of his tumultuous nature, which only heightened the trepidation surrounding him. No one dared to lock eyes with Riddle, fearing his perceptive gaze, while many surreptitiously observed Abraxas, their expressions rife with jealousy, reverence, and admiration. On one hand, they envied Abraxas for having secured such a formidable ally. On the other, they were in awe of his audacity to engage with someone so dangerously powerful, and he seemed to manage the situation with remarkable finesse. Truly, he embodied the qualities of a Malfoy heir, possessing abilities and courage that set him apart. As they entered the great hall, Riddle and Abraxas began their meal with an elegance that was undeniable. Today, however, Riddle seemed to be mimicking Abraxas's actions. Observing Abraxas apply butter to his toast, Riddle followed suit, methodically smearing butter on his own slice of golden brown toast. Noticing the peculiar shift in Riddle's eating habits, Abraxas cast a questioning glance his way. Riddle, with a playful arch of his brow, continued with his toast, relishing the flavors. Once Abraxas finished his toast, he sensed something amiss and inquired. Learning my ways again this morning, are you? What is it you seek? You imitated my juice consumption at the welcome feast. Did you find it to your liking? He paused, his fork poised midair, teasingly scrutinizing Riddle's reaction. Riddle paused momentarily in his chewing, contemplating how best to respond. On the very first night of his studies, Abraxas had caught him. Yet, given the nature of their current relationship, there seemed little harm in emulating him. After all, being scrutinized since that initial day held no weight now. The juice was delightful, Hesitating, Riddle cast a glance at Abraxas' lips before he began to articulate his thoughts. Initially, he had been curious to taste the juice that Abraxas savored, but upon being suddenly questioned, his mind wandered to Abraxas' mouth. Feeling a slight thirst, he licked his lips and took a sip of the juice before continuing. This morning, I was inspired to imitate you, as I've noticed you enjoy this daily. I thought it might be delicious. In truth, Riddle merely desired to share in the same experience and savor the same food. Abraxas chuckled lightly, expressing relief that Riddle's intentions were innocent. Resuming his elegant dining, Abraxas observed as Riddle finished his toast and began to eat normally. Once Abraxas concluded his meal and noticed Riddle still indulging in dessert, he retrieved the parchment Riddle had gifted him, eager to explore this peculiar material. Riddle's gaze remained fixed on Abraxas, and as Abraxas intended to utilize the parchment, Riddle conjured a quill and presented it to him. He produced another identical piece of parchment, sliding it beside Abraxas's. Then, channeling his magic into his own parchment, he demonstrated for Abraxas, watching with a smile to see what his first inscription would be. After a moment's contemplation, Abraxas, with the quill in hand, elegantly inscribed his name, Abraxas Malfoy. The graceful and ornate lettering manifested simultaneously on both pieces of parchment, identical in placement and style. "Wow!" Abraxas exclaimed, his surprise evident as his slate blue eyes sparkled with excitement as he turned to Riddle. Hearing Abraxas' exclamation and witnessing his gaze, Riddle felt his lips involuntarily curve into a smile. The ability to communicate instantaneously, unhindered by distance, was remarkable, though inspired by the Daily Prophet. Riddle was uncertain if it would function outside of Britain, yet within its borders, they could connect at any moment. With growing pride, Riddle began to elaborate on its features. Messages, if unnoticed, would remain stored on the parchment. Once unfurled, they would retain their message for 5 minutes, and upon concluding their conversation, one could simply tap the parchment with their wand to erase the text. Riddle had contemplated adding features akin to those of a quill, yet considering the current preference for letter writing, he believed this was merely a simplified substitute for communication. Abraxas, recognizing the opportunity and potential of this invention, joyfully grasped Riddle's hand, enthusiasm nearly spilling from his azure gaze, and smiled tenderly at him. "My dear Tommy, I adore this gift. This alchemical creation may very well transform the way wizards communicate. You have truly astonished me." Abraxas regarded Riddle with a warmth that brimmed with admiration and pride. Under the weight of Abraxas' gaze and gentle caress, Riddle wished time could freeze at that moment. His smile radiated brilliantly as he etched the scene into his memory. Abraxas chuckled softly, withdrawing his hand from Riddle's cheek to take hold of Riddle's hand, leaning in closely to whisper, "What do you plan to do this morning?" "I'm uncertain. What am I to do this morning?" Riddle replied, still lost in the reverie of the previous moment. Abraxas, upon hearing Riddle's response, could no longer contain his laughter. He mused that there was no need to coax Riddle into attending class today. Whatever he suggested, Riddle would comply. "Let us return to the third-year classes together next Monday. I have some tasks for you to undertake." Abraxas gently squeezed Riddle's hand, signaling him to refocus. "Very well, what shall I do?" Riddle responded, his attention returning to Abraxas, determination etched on his face, as though he would complete any task assigned to him. Observing Riddle's resolve, Abraxas felt his own emotions rising, yet they were in the hall. This morning, create several more pieces of parchment with the same functionality, ensuring to minimize the alchemical costs. Abraxas released Riddle's hand, wrapping his arm around Riddle's waist, drawing him in closely as he spoke gently. "At noon, I will visit your dormitory." Abraxas' gaze suggested he had more to convey. "All right, I shall await you in my dormitory." Riddle tenderly held Abraxas' hand around his waist, softly affirming his words. The other 3 houses observed this intimate gesture, marveling at their evident bond. The Slytherins were nearly speechless in astonishment. How bold they were to touch as they pleased. Setting aside all else, Riddle's visage, his charm, and his stature, Abraxas truly was fortunate. Chapter 69. The frantic pursuit of cost-cutting, rewards await. After departing the hall, Riddle made his way to his dormitory, sensing that Abraxas' final glance hinted at some forthcoming reward. A smile illuminated Riddle's face as he swiftly returned to his room, eager to embark on this cost-reduction experiment. However, upon entering his dormitory and shedding his outer robe, he reclined on the sofa, gazing at the ceiling. After a while, he roused himself and summoned a house elf for a spot of red tea. Cradling his teacup, he opened the door to the alchemical workshop, ready to commence crafting the parchment. Standing beside the materials cabinet, he willed it open, revealing the common alchemical ingredients within. Riddle meticulously selected and pondered the costs of these materials, analyzing what characteristics the parchment would require. The Daily Prophet was merely an ordinary newspaper, enchanted for preservation. Thus, The parchment needed to be crafted to retain the magical circuits effectively while ensuring durability. With a thought, several common materials floated from the cabinet to rest upon the alchemical table. Having finished his tea, he placed the cup on the circular table beside the sofa and approached the alchemical workstation. A dash of mercury could be beneficial, as previous concoctions had yielded satisfactory results. However, to minimize costs, he had to be judicious in its use. He added a hint of common materials, a touch of mineral oil, and a dash of animal-derived ingredients to experiment. With assistance from Sixth Eye, and through precise calculations in his mind, Riddle conducted several trials, adjusting the combinations of materials repeatedly. After creating numerous sheets of parchment, he deduced a combination that would yield a lower cost based on the properties of the materials. After a few more controlled experiments, he successfully produced a standard piece of parchment, which appeared slightly yellowed. Riddle felt that this version was nearly complete, so he began to inscribe runes onto the parchment, etching magical circuits. Once he finished, he decided to test it. Quite satisfactory. Riddle reclined on the sofa in the lounge, summoned his house elf, and ordered some pastries along with a cup of red tea. As he savored the sweets, he began to ponder the cost of the parchment. Riddle possessed an exceptional memory, yet he often chose to disregard trivial matters entirely. Now, he attempted to recall the worth of these materials, considering the expenses involved in creating a sheet of parchment. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to spare himself the trouble. He was only vaguely aware of which materials were inexpensive and which were precious. He had always only glanced at the total cost of the materials and had no real understanding of their individual values. Perhaps he could leave this matter to Abraxas. Focusing on what he could accomplish himself, he thought about simplifying the alchemical process, making it comprehensible for an ordinary alchemist, and finding ways to further reduce costs, leveraging his strengths to earn rewards. After finishing his pastries, Riddle stood up and resumed his work. The fusion of parchment and alchemical materials could be achieved through a soaking treatment. He devised a plan to transform some materials into the form of ordinary potions. The potion was successfully concocted in no time. He applied it to the parchment and proceeded with the next step of alchemy. The final product was satisfactory. Good enough, he thought. Based on the materials, he created another potion and meticulously documented the magical circuit, outlining each step of the process in a flowchart. Satisfied, Riddle examined the flowchart. Afterward, he returned to the lounge and lay down, glancing at the time. Abraxas would not return for another half hour. Riddle began to contemplate whether to wait on the sofa in the bedroom so that Abraxas would see him as soon as he entered, or to feign hardship at the alchemical workstation, hoping to receive praise. As he mused over these thoughts, a smile spread across his face, only to be replaced by a sudden shift in expression. He recalled their agreement to explore the Slytherin chamber during the day to capture a basilisk. Originally, he intended to attend class with Abraxas in the morning and venture to the chamber in the afternoon. He had planned to use the morning class to ponder how to access the lavatory, as he didn't actually need to pay attention in class. With only half an hour remaining before Abraxas returned, he realized that after lunch together, he would have no time to consider the chamber before their first class in the afternoon. He needed to think quickly about how to gain entry. He contemplated sending Peeves to check if anyone was in the girls' lavatory, but that wouldn't do. It could lead to a leak of information. Sending Peeves to cause a ruckus, there was also out of the question. He couldn't bring himself to issue such a command. Riddle was reluctant to test the girls' lavatory himself, and his mind began to race. Suddenly, he stood and walked towards the alchemical workstation, realizing he needed a device to detect life. He decided to create an alchemical item based on the principle of a periscope that could sense nearby living beings. Additionally, he would incorporate temperature sensitivity and life detection feedback, akin to a radar system. Riddle commenced his alchemical work with great urgency, aiming to complete it before Abraxas's return. He removed his alchemical bracelet, focusing intently on the task at hand. He retrieved some exceedingly rare materials and first created a device based on the periscope principle. Then, he began crafting according to the radar principle, swiftly adding the detection spells he had conceived. Before long, both devices were complete. Checking the time, he noted that Abraxas would return in just a few minutes. Riddle summoned his house elf with a call. With a resounding pop, the house elf Dobby appeared in the clearing. "Esteemed Mr. Riddle, do you require more pastries, or is there something else I can assist you with? Dobby is always at your service." Riddle glanced down at the two detectors in his hands, both responding positively. "I need you to clean the dishes from the bedroom and this room, and then prepare lunch for me in the kitchen. I wish to dine in my quarters." The elf eagerly complied, levitating the alchemical dishes and heading to the bedroom. Riddle remained focused, observing the reactions of the detectors in his hands. Excellent. As the elf left the bedroom, the red dot on the radar began to move further away, and the periscope indicated the presence of someone. He closed the door and checked the detector's response through it. It still indicated occupancy. Soon, the red dot vanished, and the periscope ceased to react. When Riddle opened the door, he found that the house elf had already departed. Perfect. Riddle secured his alchemical bracelet and began to tidy up his workstation, gathering the detectors, parchment, alchemical potions, and flowchart. He carried all these items to the bedroom and finally sank into the sofa, placing them on the round table before him in anticipation of Abraxas's arrival. He glanced at the clock. It was already time for class to end, and Abraxas should be on his way back. Chapter 70. Alchemical Rewards, Abraxas's Indulgence. Riddle reclined against the sofa, one hand pressed firmly against the armrest, his gaze fixed on the door, eagerly awaiting the sound of it opening. Yet, he felt a surge of impatience as he tightly gripped the sofa, feeling the texture of the leather beneath his fingertips. Sitting there felt like an eternity. Unable to contain himself any longer, Riddle rose without donning his outer robe, striding down the corridor to greet Abraxas on his return. Before long, the two of them walked hand in hand back to their quarters. Abraxas chuckled, bemused by Riddle's insistence on coming to meet him, yet he appreciated the gesture, understanding the sentiment behind it. Once inside, Riddle helped Abraxas remove his outer robe, his demeanor serious and his movements gentle as he assisted. Abraxas had been stirred by Riddle's playful antics in the dining hall earlier, and now, with Riddle helping him out of his robe, the atmosphere grew charged. After Riddle hung up the robe, Abraxas reached for Riddle's tie, slowly drawing him closer until their noses almost touched, sharing each other's breath as their eyes locked in a heated gaze. Abraxas, observing the growing intensity in Riddle's eyes, sighed and averted his gaze. Riddle's expression was unabashedly fervent, his eyes smoldering with a captivating intensity as he fixed his gaze upon Abraxas's face, his breath quickening as he stood still. Abraxas released the dark green tie and wrapped his arms around Riddle's waist, whispering softly in his ear, "On Saturday, there will be a surprise. Be patient, Tommy, just a little longer." His hand slipped beneath Riddle's shirt, gently caressing his back, offering comfort. Riddle chuckled softly, his throat moving as he sighed, resting his chin against Abraxas's neck, inhaling the faint scent of his hair. After a moment of pause, he turned his head to lightly kiss Abraxas's golden locks, whispering softly in his ear, "All right." Abraxas could feel Riddle's warm breath against his ear, imbued with both restraint and indulgence. Abraxas, after Riddle's acquiescence, allowed Riddle to extend his hand and delve beneath his clothing. Through the fabric of his shirt, Riddle's warm hands spread open, embracing Abraxas's waist, inching upward from the narrow confines, caressing every inch of skin, pressing him closer to Riddle. Their chests began to align intimately, a tingling sensation coursing through Abraxas's back, rendering him somewhat overwhelmed. He gently tapped Riddle's arm, signaling him to halt. Though Riddle's gaze remained fervent, he complied. Abraxas moved to the sofa, patting the single armchair while raising an eyebrow at Riddle, the implication unmistakable. Riddle, his facial expression now subdued, approached and sat beside him, taking hold of Abraxas's hand. With a playful smile, Riddle regarded Abraxas, noting the slight flush on his cheeks, the reddening of his ears, and the allure of his lips, which appeared to be nibbled upon. The lower lip tinged a deeper crimson. When would he ever? Abraxas caught the smile on Riddle's face and wished to glare at him, but upon meeting Riddle's eyes, he saw the underlying aggression, prompting him to quietly avert his gaze. "Tommy, think of a way," Abraxas urged, tapping Riddle's hand. "What kind of way?" Riddle replied, his tone elongated in a teasing manner, laughter evident in his voice. "Consider how we might calm ourselves. I still need to discuss matters with you shortly." Abraxas's voice was tinged with exasperation as he squeezed Riddle's hand, urging him to contemplate a solution. Riddle chuckled softly for a moment, then began to playfully toy with Abraxas's hand. "Then I shall summon the house elf to prepare lunch now. Let us start with some juice. Abraxas, have a sip of juice to help you relax." Riddle's mirth intensified, but fearing Abraxas might withdraw his hand in annoyance, he restrained his laughter. Having summoned the house elf, Riddle requested it to deliver some juice and prepare lunch. When the elf brought the juice, Abraxas observed it and the other items on the round table with curiosity. Noticing Abraxas's intrigue, Riddle released his grip, and the juice floated to Abraxas's side. Watching Abraxas elegantly lift the goblet to sip the juice, Riddle felt his own thirst and summoned another glass to himself. As he raised his cup, he noticed that Abraxas had already set his down, prompting Riddle to float a flowchart before Abraxas's eyes. Abraxas picked it up, focusing intently on the flowchart, while Riddle watched him, sipping on his juice with a smile. Abraxas soon became animated, noting the required materials, potion recipes, and the magical circuit diagrams needed for imprinting on parchment. The cost, the effects. He had sensed this was a tremendous opportunity earlier that morning. Merely suggesting to Riddle to minimize expenses had unexpectedly yielded him a significant surprise, although he was aware Riddle would share the profits with him. Receiving the flowchart directly was an unexpected boon. With a piercing gaze, Abraxas set down the parchment and approached Riddle, sitting squarely upon his lap, sharing the single armchair. As he settled, Riddle's arms instinctively encircled his waist. Abraxas took one of Riddle's hands and pressed it against his chest, embracing the arm. His fingers teasingly gliding over the back of Riddle's hand, akin to flirtation. Abraxas nestled comfortably against Riddle's shoulder, resting against his fair neck, inhaling the scent of Riddle. A smile of satisfaction creeping onto his lips, pride swelling within him for having such discerning taste. As his thoughts meandered, a mischievous glint sparkled in his slate-blue eyes. "My dear Tommy, will you be handing over the blueprints, or?" Abraxas playfully restrained Riddle's subtly moving hand, insinuating his intent. "All of it is yours. All future profits belong to you." Riddle tightened his embrace around Abraxas, emphasizing that the most crucial element was the person in his arms, rendering everything else inconsequential. Abraxas tilted his head back, gazing at Riddle, who looked at him with tender affection, his eyes brimming with adoration. Abraxas's heart swelled with joy. He had anticipated Riddle would grant him these benefits. Yet hearing it from Riddle's own lips stirred an uncontrollable elation within him, causing his heart to race fervently. He felt an overwhelming urge to showcase Riddle, but the thought of others observing Riddle's demeanor and their scrutinizing gazes held him back. Were it not for Riddle's resolute stance, ignoring all around him, countless admirers would surely have flocked to him. For now, he would wait. There would come a day when he could proudly display Riddle as his own. But for the time being, discretion was paramount. Abraxas relaxed further against Riddle, his eyes fluttering closed, breathing softly as he allowed Riddle to caress him. The heat radiating from Riddle intensified, and his increasingly audacious touches stirred a longing within Abraxas, igniting a warmth that coursed through him, awakening desires even through layers of fabric. Chapter 71. The secret chamber awaits, the slide awaits. In the dormitory, Riddle found himself alone. The dining table was laid out with lunch, untouched. The bed was in disarray as Riddle lay on his side, propped up on one hand, gazing at the door that had just closed behind Abraxas. Today, Abraxas had indulged himself a little too much, successfully luring Riddle to bed. As the atmosphere escalated, it became increasingly fervent until Abraxas had playfully kicked him away, issuing a stern warning to remain on the bed and not follow. Riddle was left lying there, watching Abraxas retrieve his sweater from the bedside and steady his breath at the door before donning his outer robe and exiting the dormitory. Now it was Riddle who remained on the bed, watching Abraxas depart. He recalled the sensations, the comfort of Abraxas' thighs, the sound of his moans, the sight of him reclining on the bed with his legs raised, and the expressions that adorned his face. Riddle felt his trousers tighten once more, glancing down at the curve beneath him with a sigh, contemplating whether to wait a while longer or take a cold shower. As the clock struck just past 2 in the afternoon, most students had gone to class. Riddle cast a disillusionment charm upon himself, equipped with a detector and a spyglass. He stepped out the door and began to float through the air. The girls' washroom was a place he dared not allow anyone to discover him, especially during daylight when he could hardly make a sound. Exiting his dormitory, he swiftly traversed the corridor and reached the common lounge, which was currently empty. He silently slipped out of the lounge, gliding towards the second floor of Hogwarts. Navigating the stairs with vigilance, he listened for the sounds around him, ever wary of the portraits and the specters that might appear. Soon, he arrived at the girls' washroom door, noting that it was class time, and the corridor was deserted. Riddle produced 2 detectors, glancing at their readings, confirming that the washroom was empty. After a moment's hesitation, a thought struck him. He could enter, but the exit was another matter. He dismissed the concern. After all, he had brought parchment with him, and finding another passage was futile. He would notify Abraxas when the time came. If all else failed, he could always sneak out during curfew. He could neither set ignoring charms nor confounding charms around the washroom during the day, preventing others from entering. If the students refrain from utilizing the lavatories on this floor and seek out those on other levels, such behavior is likely to be detected by the professors, or the portraits may uncover the issue upon inquiry. Riddle surveyed his surroundings, assessing the corridor and calculating the seconds he had to act, even if someone were to approach the lavatory. Swiftly, he slipped into the girls' restroom, quickly locating the sink, and arrived at the faucet adorned with a serpent engraving. Attempting to turn on the faucet, he found it dry, perfect, just as he needed. Gazing intently at the small serpent statue, he uttered words in parcel tongue, his voice hissing softly. Soon, the faucet responded, and the sink began to shift, slowly revealing a sizable opening as part of it sank away, presumably leading to Hogwarts' drainage system. Wide enough for a person to slip through. Riddle lunged forward, diving into the aperture. He had not cast any spells in the restroom, and though he had yet to hear any footsteps, he knew time was of the essence. Once Riddle vanished within, the sink returned to its original state, and the lavatory fell silent, as if nothing had transpired. Navigating the dark passage, Riddle glided effortlessly, thanks to his non-stick charm. But he still cast a shield charm for added protection, sensing the filthiness of the conduit. His urgency propelled him forward in a head-down position. Adjusting his posture, he leaned back, using the shield charm and his non-stick charm to treat the tunnel like a slide, gliding quietly through the obscured corridor. Before long, he was thrown onto the ground, relishing the thrill of the slide, albeit regretting that the entrance was in the girls' restroom. He languidly rolled twice on the ground before rising, dispelling the shield charm while maintaining his non-stick charm to survey his surroundings. The ground was quite damp, and the stone walls exuded moisture, with some sections even weeping liquid. Although Riddle possessed the ability to see in darkness, he still conjured a Lumos spell, a glowing orb materializing before him. He proceeded forward in search of the grand door, noticing scattered bones of various small creatures, while the remains of larger animals were scarce, suggesting the basilisk also needed to hunt. After traversing a distance, he stumbled upon a colossal snake shed. Having previously recognized it as such, he was not overly surprised. However, the enormity of the shed hinted at a serpent of 20 to 30 feet in height. This monumental creature of approximately 8 or 9 meters piqued Riddle's interest. Observing the vibrant green of the fresh shed, he collected it all, recognizing it as a valuable alchemical material, demonstrating his newfound frugality. Continuing onward, he reached the end of the path, encountering a massive mechanism adorned with serpent-like sculptures. Riddle began to converse with it in parcel tongue, commanding the stone wall to open. A low hissing sound resonated, and upon hearing the serpentine command, the stone door transformed and swung open. Entering the chamber, Riddle found himself in an immense room, with towering stone pillars intricately carved into serpentine forms, and a giant serpent coiled atop the columns. The chamber was shrouded in a grayish haze, suggesting an extended period of neglect, the ceiling stretching beyond visibility. In the silent crypt, Riddle advanced, soon arriving at an imposing statue. He tilted his head slightly to gaze upon the likeness of Salazar Slytherin. "Speak to me, Slytherin, the greatest of the 4 founders of Hogwarts," Riddle commanded in parcel tongue. His eerie hissing echoed throughout the desolate chamber, amplifying its foreboding atmosphere. As Riddle's words faded, the statue's mouth began to emit sounds, transforming into a vast opening. Moments later, a rustling noise emerged, and Riddle anticipated what would follow, watching the entrance intently. A colossal serpent soon slithered forth, crashing to the ground with a thunderous sound that reverberated through the chamber. The serpent, nearly 30 meters in length, displayed a robust form, and Riddle found its glistening green scales rather appealing. "Come here," Riddle beckoned as the basilisk, with eyes closed, advanced slowly towards him. "Close your eyes and do not open them," he instructed when he noticed the serpent's eyelids twitch. Obediently, the basilisk shut its eyes and positioned itself before Riddle, who had to tilt his head back to behold the entirety of the magnificent creature. This awe-inspiring sight filled Riddle with satisfaction. Placing his hand upon the serpent's immense scales, he savored the icy sensation. Chapter 72. Not a basilisk, but a hungry serpent. Several passages. The ominous chamber housed a gargantuan serpent, stirring a sense of exhilaration within Riddle. He eagerly ascended to the serpent's head, standing atop its colossal cranium, surveying the surroundings from this advantageous perspective. Settling cross-legged atop the serpent's head, he began to inquire, "What is your name?" The basilisk shook its head and hissed in response. "I do not know. I am hungry." Riddle frowned, pressing on with his questioning. "Where are the records left by your original master, Salazar Slytherin?" The basilisk stirred slightly, hissing once more. Deep within, "Master, hungry." Faced with the serpent's hunger, Riddle felt stymied. He descended from the serpent's head, rummaging through his spatial ring. Soon, he unearthed a few boxes. After assessing his inventory, he retrieved half of them. He began to unseal the freshness of the boxes, enlarging the preserved dragon meat within. The basilisk, catching a whiff of the blood, became restless, flicking its tongue and thrashing its tail against the ground. "Open your mouth," Riddle commanded, and obediently, the serpent complied. Using his wand, he levitated the dragon meat to the basilisk's maw, feeding it with one hand while unsealing the other boxes with the other. Riddle calculated how much dragon meat the creature would require, recalling that a dragon typically consumed a dozen goats, though he reasoned that dragon meat might not equate to that quantity. As he fed the serpent, he inquired, "How does the meat taste? Are you full yet?" The basilisk revealed its fearsome fangs, excitedly shaking its head and hissing, "Very delicious. I feel close to being full." As Riddle observed the basilisk devouring the meat with fervor, he sensed it had not been adequately fed before. Unable to resist, he continued to offer additional portions. When the frequency of the basilisk's feeding slowed, and it seemed reluctant to open its mouth, Riddle ceased his feeding. Then he fixated on the serpent's sharp, venomous fangs, contemplating whether to extract one. Riddle gazed at the fang, finding it exceedingly beautiful, envisioning it transformed into a dagger, a splendid adornment for his chamber. It would indeed look magnificent, albeit somewhat perilous. Gifting it to him might also prove delightful. The basilisk, with its eyes closed, sensed an impending chill and began to curl up. Riddle reached a compromise. First, he would procure some venom, and next time, he would prepare a goat to feed it before extracting a fong as payment. Reveal your fangs. I require your venom. Riddle conjured numerous large flasks from his spatial ring, levitating them before the serpent. Complying with his command, the basilisk opened its mouth wide, allowing Riddle to successfully collect a substantial amount of venom. He then began conversing in parcel tongue, inquiring, "Now that you are satiated, how long can you slumber?" The basilisk hissed, "I can slumber for a very long time." Riddle perceived that the basilisk was not particularly intelligent or articulate. He felt a tinge of exasperation, yet resolved to attend to the matter at hand. "Lead me to your resting place," he commanded. The basilisk slithered toward the mouth of the Slytherin statue, and Riddle soared directly to the top of the creature's head. It guided him deeper into the hidden chamber. Upon arrival, the basilisk coiled beside a stone door and lay down. Riddle leaped from the serpent's head and addressed the stone door in parcel tongue, commanding, "Open." The door emitted a series of creaks before yielding. Riddle stepped inside, revealing a study that was rather austere in its furnishings. Upon entry, one would immediately notice Slytherin's emblem adorning one wall and the statue of Slytherin on another. Shelves filled with books and neatly arranged parchment manuscripts lined another wall, presumably Slytherin's magical tomes and research notes. Riddle began to gather the items, for soon Slytherin would be left with nothing. He intended to take it all away. Observing the grim covers of the tomes, he prudently donned dragonhide gloves and began to levitate the books and manuscripts into his spatial ring without restraint. Occasionally, he would glance through the volumes, assessing whether their contents matched their ominous titles, encountering terrifying illustrations and manuscripts chronicling dreadful, dark magic experiments. Riddle concluded that these materials could not be shown to others, while he had no desire to become a dark wizard himself. He knew that anyone who perused them would inevitably be drawn into that dark path. After tidying up Slytherin's chamber and leaving it immaculate, he approached the basilisk once more. He had another task to accomplish, to seek out other passages leading into Slytherin's lair. Riddle inquired in parcel tongue, "Where can the passages of the lair lead?" The basilisk hissed in response, "The Black Lake, the Forbidden Forest. The previous master once exited from the study." Riddle felt that the dragon meat had been worth the investment. The basilisk had clearly become much more intelligent after its meal, even providing information about the exit from the study. Riddle was now less anxious, as he would not need to excavate a passage himself. The route to the Black Lake was undoubtedly impassable, and the journey to the Forbidden Forest would consume considerable time. He turned back into Slytherin's study, ready to search for any hidden passages. As he walked, he cast a spell to check the time. It was now 3:15 p.m. Abraxas had herbology, history of magic, and charms classes this afternoon. He should currently be in history of magic, which would conclude at 3:45 p.m. Regardless of whether he found a passage, he had already prepared parchment, and he intended to communicate during the break. Riddle smiled at the thought. He meticulously examined the study, which was nearly emptied. Only 2 items remained, Slytherin's emblem and the statue. Riddle moved closer, employing his 6 eyes observation to discern where mechanisms might be hidden and where magical fluctuations might occur. To his surprise, he discovered that the mechanism was not located on either of the 2 items. After circling the study, he noted that the wall beside the Slytherin statue exhibited magical energy. He examined the engravings on the wall and found a serpent-shaped carving. Riddle deliberated for a moment before resorting to the universal parcel tongue. He commanded the carving, "Open." The wall before him began to shift, revealing a door. Riddle pushed it open, revealing a dim passageway. Before departing, he instructed the basilisk to remain still in the chamber, permitting it to sleep as it wished. Having arranged the basilisk, he ventured into the passage, which sloped upward. After walking for about 10 minutes, he encountered another stone wall. Riddle cast a disillusionment charm upon himself, and then used parcel tongue to command the wall to open. Upon emerging, he found that to his left lay a dead end, while to his right was a familiar corridor leading to the Slytherin common room. The stone door behind him had sealed shut, reverting to a wall. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a very small serpent carving in an inconspicuous spot on the wall. Tentatively, he commanded it to open using parcel tongue, and the wall yielded once more. Seeing that no one was around and that the dead end lacked portraits, he dispelled the disillusionment charm, casting a confundus charm and an obliviate charm upon himself as he made his way toward his dormitory. Chapter 73, Communication. Is quite spicy, contemplating what to do. Riddle returned to his dormitory and reclined on the sofa. Checking the time, he noted it was now 3:32 p.m., and he would need to wait a little longer for Abraxas's class to conclude. He rummaged through his snack cabinet, retrieving some Honeydukes candies and placing them on the round table before him. Summoning a house elf, he requested a cup of red tea. He took out a piece of parchment, laying it on the table as he pondered what to write. Whatever he inscribed would serve as a message. The house elf soon delivered the red tea, but Riddle was too preoccupied to sip it. Instead, he took a fresh sheet of parchment and began drafting. After several revisions, he neatly transcribed the following. I successfully located the lair, and I also discovered other paths. After dinner, I can take you to see the gift I have for you. How was your afternoon class? Did you think of me up? Upon finishing, Riddle beamed with delight, placing the parchment atop the table as he indulged in candies. Feeling a bit bored, he propped his feet up and sipped his tea when the message began to transform before his eyes, and he watched as words gradually materialized. Dear Tommy, you did wonderfully. We shall discuss the gift at dinner. Riddle brought the parchment closer, fixated on it as each word was inscribed. The afternoon class was fine. Did I think of you? By this point, Riddle felt a flutter of nerves. I still miss you. Abraxas's writing was somewhat slow but resolute. After reading it, Riddle felt overjoyed, and just as he prepared to respond, he noticed that Ub was still writing. After Charms class, we can meet in the Great Hall. To prevent you from feeling too bored, Tommy, may I assign you some tasks? Riddle blinked at the message. Yours lovingly, Abraxas. Riddle found himself momentarily devoid of thought upon reading the words, and promptly sought a piece of parchment to transcribe the phrase. After securing the parchment with a protective spell, he began to smile as he crafted a reply. With a flick of his wand, Riddle inscribed upon the blank parchment, very well. Ub, what would you have me do? Although he yearned to express his affection by signing off as Riddle, who loves you, he resolved to reserve such declarations for a more opportune moment. Riddle endeavored to maintain control over his hand, reluctant to see the elegant script vanish from the parchment. Might we enhance our letters with additional features, Tommy? Let our words coexist upon a single sheet. Upon contemplating this, Riddle recognized the merit in this enhancement. No problem. Ub, I shall make the improvements forthwith. Finding the task of merely tapping the parchment with his wand cumbersome, Riddle contemplated further enhancements, aspiring to exceed expectations and earn a reward. If I devise a superior function that surpasses your anticipations, will there be a reward? He wrote slowly, a smile tinged with hesitation. I will give you a reward. Watching the letters materialize, Riddle could no longer suppress a grin that spread across his face. Dear Ub, be prepared for a reward. Perhaps tonight you shall bestow one upon me. His laughter took on a hint of mischief. Shut up. The sight of that phrase elicited an uncontrollable laugh from Riddle, filling the room with his mirth. He penned a few more lines, but when Ub did not respond, he tucked away the parchment and swiftly made his way to the alchemy chamber, removing his alchemical bracelet along the way. He soon emerged just before dinner. Glancing at the time before fastening the bracelet back on, a knowing smile gracing his lips, he had succeeded. As Riddle approached the Great Hall, anticipation surged within him for the evening that lay ahead after dinner. He settled into his usual spot at the long table, propping his head on one hand and tilting it toward the entrance. It was Friday, with no classes the following day. Abraxas would likely be retrieving his textbooks for the dormitory, providing Riddle with the perfect excuse to intercept him. As dinner commenced, Abraxas entered, and Riddle quickly rose to greet him, approaching with a charming smile. He extended his hand to obtain textbooks from Goyle and Crabbe, swiftly acquiring them. Hastening to catch up with Abraxas, Riddle noted an air of reserved elegance about him, reminiscent of their first meeting. Although Abraxas offered fewer smiles today, Riddle understood the underlying reasons, recognizing the long-lost demeanor that had resurfaced. Riddle gleefully positioned himself before Abraxas, his gaze unwavering. Under the weight of Riddle's adoring stare, Abraxas found himself unable to resist glancing back. Encountering Riddle's eager smile and the intensity of his gaze, Abraxas felt a sense of helplessness. His expression softened slightly as he cast Riddle a warning glance, urging him to behave. They took their seats together, and Riddle placed Abraxas's textbooks at one end of the table before beginning his meal. Observing Abraxas commence his dinner, Riddle carelessly sampled the dish before him, only to realize it was a meat sauce lasagna. Maintaining his composure, Riddle began to eat, finding the meat sauce delightful and the cheese aromatic. Yet, he could not shake the memory of Abraxas's earlier expression, so haughty and elegant, contrasted sharply with the look he had received earlier in bed. Riddle took a sip of juice, breathing softly as he sought to regulate his blood. After finishing the lasagna, he moved on to other dishes, concluding his main course with cake and ice cream. Upon finishing one ice cream, he eagerly reached for a second. As he prepared to grab a third, Abraxas could no longer contain himself. Little Tommy, what are you doing? You usually only have 2 ice creams. You can't indulge in so many. Abraxas's tone carried a hint of concern. Exasperated, Abraxas took Riddle's hand, sensing that their lack of conversation during dinner had left Riddle feeling neglected, leading to his current antics of devouring ice cream to elicit worry. Riddle blinked and reciprocated the grip, wearing an innocent expression. He simply felt warm and craved something cool, assured of his own health, yet appreciative of Abraxas's concern. He obediently halted his quest for ice cream, his eyes sparkling as he focused intently on the delicate features of Abraxas's face. Abraxas, exasperated, rubbed his forehead, realizing Riddle had ceased his antics and was now gazing at him with an intensity that made his ears flush crimson. The gray-blue of Abraxas's eyes bore into Riddle's, delivering a serious warning against such scrutiny. Riddle's grin broadened as he composed himself, nodding earnestly. Abraxas had been indulgent lately, having promised a reward. Thus, he knew to temper his behavior in the Great Hall, reassuring himself they would return to the dormitory soon. With a slight itch in his teeth, he bit his tongue, allowing his expression to settle as he began chatting with Abraxas. Riddle could assume a ghostly form, his crimson eyes featuring slitted pupils and sharp teeth. He could even manifest fangs independently, though he currently exercised restraint, opting only to occasionally nip at his tongue. Chapter 73. Engaging in conversation, impudent gazes, and Abraxas's teasing. Abraxas refrained from discussing anything of substance with Riddle in the Great Hall, preferring to save certain matters for their dormitory. Following Riddle's encounter with Andre, the curiosity in some gazes intensified. Abraxas and Riddle exchanged casual remarks about their classes, noting that Riddle seemed to have lost his appetite. With that, Abraxas elegantly rose, tugging at Riddle's hand to signal it was time to return to the dormitory. Riddle stood eagerly, summoning Abraxas's textbooks, and, hand in hand, joyfully followed him out of the Great Hall. Observers at the table quietly witnessed the entire exchange, their murmurs resuming once the pair departed. Riddle's demeanor today was one of cheerful anticipation as he welcomed Abraxas, ensuring he walked beside him, even assisting with the textbooks as they left the hall. Did I misremember yesterday? He did seem rather intimidating with that cold expression. You did not misremember. Abraxas appeared rather stern before arriving yesterday, and his aura was indeed formidable. Though Riddle wore that frosty expression, he did not direct it toward Abraxas. Why the surprise? I heard of Andre's unfortunate fate. Riddle can indeed be rather temperamental. Look at the Slytherin table. While Slytherin is inherently graceful, conversations have dwindled there in recent days. It seems Riddle has instilled fear in his peers. I find myself curious about what Riddle did to Andre. You have Slytherin friends. Do you have any insight? I remain uncertain about the precise events that transpired. Slytherin exhibits an unusual sense of unity. Although Riddle seemingly refrained from issuing a gag order, there exists an implicit agreement among all to withhold details regarding the situation. Consequently, those prone to gossip could not help but cast their glances toward the Slytherin long table. As one nears the upper years at the table, an air of silence prevails. Conversations dwindle into mere exchanges of knowing looks. Yesterday, when Riddle cast his gaze upon Andre in the Great Hall, the angle was such that only a few Slytherins, who had been observing Riddle intently, could discern it. Now, the expressions of these individuals are profoundly intricate. They grapple with Riddle's madness, while simultaneously struggling to suppress their own desires. The more perilous, the more potent, such ruthless actions, embodied by a leader both formidable and cruel, aligned perfectly with their expectations. Most remained unperturbed by Riddle's murderous intent. Upon reflection, they recalled that Jersey was unharmed, and Riddle had behaved normally in the presence of Abraxas. Even when Andre sought out Malfoy, he emerged unscathed. Their leader appeared in high spirits, at least when in the company of Abraxas. The young Slytherins, each with their own motives, prepared to display their talents, gravitating towards Jersey, seeking ways to engage with Riddle or curry favor with Malfoy. Upon exiting the Great Hall, Riddle felt an unsettling impatience to draw closer to Abraxas, though he managed to suppress it throughout the journey. Following Abraxas to his dormitory, Riddle's breathing quickened as he fixated on Abraxas removing his outer robe. Noticing the intensity of Riddle's gaze, Abraxas irritably tossed the robe onto Riddle's face. Regaining a semblance of composure, Riddle proceeded to hang their robes properly. Observing Abraxas' gesture for him to take a seat on the single sofa, Riddle stood resolutely. Unwilling to sit, his eyes fixed on Abraxas. Abraxas raised a hand, a warning glint in his eyes, cautiously withdrawing his hand. Without hesitation, Riddle grasped Abraxas' hand, still refusing to occupy the single sofa, instead crouching before him and gazing upward. Abraxas found himself overwhelmed. Riddle's striking visage was simply too captivating. The allure of Riddle's beauty sought to ensnare him, yet the prospect of sharing a seat or embrace would render any serious discourse impossible. With his eyes half closed, Abraxas tightened his grip on Riddle's hand, promising that they would sit on the sofa and discuss the new functionalities of the parchment before any rewards could be claimed. Upon hearing this, Riddle smiled contentedly, his gaze becoming unabashed as he leaned against the sofa with an elegant demeanor. His golden locks shimmered under the light, enhancing the beauty of his exquisite features, pale and delicate skin, a slender neck, and the finely tailored lines of his physique concealed beneath luxurious garments. As Abraxas felt a sudden warmth, he opened his eyes, a flicker of wariness crossing his gray-blue irises. He glanced at Riddle, who was now seated, feigning nonchalance. Abraxas found himself amused by Riddle's audacity as he began to hold his hand, caressing it while stealing a glance at the curve beneath Riddle's hips. Abraxas inwardly cursed. What new advancements had Riddle made to the parchment that inspired such confidence in claiming a reward? He chuckled at the thought, realizing that should he challenge Riddle, such a reward would surely vanish. An impressive feature, one you might not have anticipated, Riddle remarked, playfully toying with Abraxas's hand while his gaze remained fixed on the round table. Riddle produced 2 sheets of parchment from his space ring and handed them to Abraxas. Initially, Abraxas examined the parchment before shifting his gaze to Riddle's space ring, seemingly grasping how Riddle concealed his wand and belongings. Noticing that Abraxas had not taken the parchment, Riddle glanced up, catching Abraxas's eyes fixed intently on his space ring. Instinctively, Riddle removed the ring and offered it to Abraxas. Upon receiving the beautiful obsidian ring, Abraxas studied it, only to discover that he could not use it. He turned his gaze back to Riddle, who appeared momentarily taken aback as he realized that once infused with magic, the space ring could only be utilized by its creator. This alchemical item, once charged with magic, can only be wielded by one individual, Riddle clarified. Abraxas smiled at Riddle, his eyes glinting with playful mischief, his expression akin to that of a petulant child anticipating a treat. "Will you give me one?" he inquired, his tone imbued with gentle humor as he tugged at Riddle's hand, his gray-blue eyes locked onto Riddle's. "I am prepared to present it to you. However, this gift must possess an element of ceremony," Riddle articulated in a fragmented manner, believing Abraxas had comprehended that this was the ring he intended to bestow upon him. Abraxas chuckled, the implications of his thoughts becoming increasingly profound. He slipped the ring onto his finger, glancing at Riddle, who was fixated on the act of donning the ring. Abraxas offered a soft smile to Riddle before removing it and returning the ring to him, his fingertip teasingly brushing against Riddle's palm. Riddle watched in awe as the elegant fingers, with their pale complexion, delicately placed the black ring into his hand, the sensation of the soft fingertip gliding over his skin sending shivers down his spine. He lowered his gaze to his palm, momentarily oblivious to the ring resting within it. Upon raising his eyes to meet Abraxas's gaze, he found a gentle smile, yet within those gray-blue depths, he detected a hint of playful mockery. With a resigned smile, Riddle adorned himself with the ring, observing Abraxas retrieving the previously set-aside parchment for inspection. Chapter 75. Riddle expresses gratitude to the predecessors of Earth. Can a cunning merchant expect a reward? After sufficiently teasing, Abraxas scrutinized the parchment, reflecting on Riddle's obedience and the precious ring he had prepared. Abraxas pulled at Riddle's hand, indicating they should sit on the sofa together. Shortly thereafter, Riddle complied, and Abraxas leaned in closer, wrapping his arms around Riddle's waist. "I have added a new feature. It now resembles not merely a letter but a sort of message board," Riddle explained. Inhaling the enticing scent of Abraxas's presence, his mood lifted. Desiring to avoid the use of his wand for message deletion while also wishing to facilitate communication, Riddle crafted a new version modeled after a chat dialog box. The top of the parchment bore the Slytherin crest, with several horizontal lines below, the bottom right corner designated for signatures. One could inscribe their name, and the 2 sheets of parchment would serve as a dialog box for the 2 individuals. "Give it a try," Riddle encouraged, producing a quill and extending it to Abraxas. "First, inscribe your name at the bottom, and then you may leave a message," Riddle instructed. Abraxas penned his name on his sheet, while Riddle's sheet already bore his signature. Subsequently, he began to write in the blank space beneath the horizontal line. "What distinguishes it?" A line of text appeared on Riddle's parchment. "What is different?" Abraxas Malfoy, upon seeing it occupy only a single line, seemed to understand and soon resumed writing. He also discovered that his name would only appear in the signature section of Riddle's parchment. As soon as he began to write, the names would swap positions. Before long, Abraxas had inscribed several words beneath each line, filling the parchment to capacity. However, he noticed that the topmost line of text automatically shifted upward, with the 7 lines transforming into a square at the topmost line. Continuing to write, he found that as long as he filled it again, it would revert to a frame. When Abraxas lightly tapped the frame with his quill, the entire parchment instantly transformed to display the contents of those 7 messages. He turned to Riddle, seeking an explanation on how to revert it back. Riddle smiled, grasped Abraxas's hand, and guided it with the quill to make a sweeping motion from left to right along the margin devoid of lines and letters. This was a feature modeled after chat interface functionalities. Soon, Abraxas experimented repeatedly until he comprehended the mechanism. Yet he remained puzzled about what to do once the messages were full. What would happen when they all turned into this frame? Could he continue writing? Abraxas inquired of Riddle with curiosity. The 7 messages will merge into a single one, occupying one space. Once these 7 boxes are filled, the topmost messages will disappear. Riddle explained. He acknowledged that he could not replicate all of Penguin's features in such a short time, so he opted for a compromise. For aesthetic appeal, the parchment was designed with 7 lines to accommodate 7 messages. It could store a maximum of 49 messages, and any additional writings would delete from the top down. Even with magic and imaginative prowess, Riddle realized he could not develop a robust storage function in under an hour. He also noted that by pressing the quill against the right side of a message line, 2 options, yes or no, would pop up. Selecting yes would delete that message. The same applied to the dialog box. Clicking outside the frame would yield the same options, and choosing yes would erase all 7 messages. Riddle observed as Abraxas began to experiment with the features. Naturally, he retained the effect of using a wand to make all the text on the enchanted parchment vanish. Regardless of whether the ink was erased, the storage duration was capped at 3 days. Riddle concluded his explanation, feeling a bit anxious, yet reassured that it was merely a piece of parchment. There was not much more that could be done with it. He wrapped his arm around Abraxas's waist, anxiously watching him engage with the parchment, his expression appearing quite satisfied. Abraxas, delighting in his interaction with the parchment and exploring its capabilities, felt quite pleased. The previous version was already impressive, allowing for instant communication, something the magical world could only achieve with the costly two-way mirror. Although many messages required someone to oversee the correspondence, the convenience and speed of communication far surpassed that of the magical owl. Quick, efficient, and affordably priced, it could potentially attract the attention of wizards worldwide if offered at a reasonable cost. Just then, Riddle presented him with another surprise. The current features were even more remarkable. Resembling a combination of long letters and messages, the 3-day storage function was also commendable. While some might argue that 49 lines were insufficient, they could simply purchase additional sheets. Lost in thought, Abraxas chuckled to himself, already contemplating how to develop this alchemical item, which might become a sensation throughout the magical realm, akin to the widespread use of flue powder. Once he finished experimenting, he set the parchment aside and tilted his head to glance at Riddle, pondering whether to reward him. What do you think could help me earn even more, my dear Tommy? I hope you can come up with an excellent idea. Your future depends on it, Abraxas remarked, a teasing glint in his eyes as they seemed to hook onto Riddle. Riddle gazed at Abraxas, longing to embrace him and engage in something more, yet he restrained himself, his mind racing with thoughts. We could offer 3 tiers, the most affordable option for low-cost sales, maximizing volume. Riddle began to speak slowly, casting a casual glance at Abraxas before refocusing on the parchment. He recalled how predecessors on Earth had approached similar ventures, silently apologizing to Penguin for his borrowed ideas. He continued, the mid-tier would be the silver parchment I create for you. Its quality far exceeds the lowest tier, catering to a segment of discerning customers. This price can be set higher, appealing to those of status and wealth. Riddle then turned his gaze to Abraxas, elaborating, for the highest tier, we could claim it is crafted with mithril and dragon's blood. I could devise the process for you. A mere touch of these 2 elements would enhance its functionality immensely. At this juncture, Riddle's entrepreneurial instincts ignited, and he grew increasingly animated, gently caressing Abraxas's waist. We could even promote that the parchment turns mithril-colored with the addition of mithril, or golden with the infusion of gold, though I would certainly not use much, and embellish it with gemstones, allowing for custom family crests. We can market this as a premium product, selling to pureblood families at a lavish price, akin to luxury gemstones. The more we emphasize its uniqueness and high cost, the more they will desire to purchase it. Riddle concluded his enthusiastic pitch, but abruptly sensed Abraxas regarding him with narrowed eyes, a hint of skepticism evident. Of course, I'm merely speaking hypothetically. I've observed this type of commercial strategy in the Muggle world. The specifics of execution will rely on you, Abraxas, Riddle hastily added. Abraxas pondered what kind of person Riddle truly was. He initially believed he had grasped his essence. Riddle typically operated with intellect, yet seldom applied it, now seemingly dangling a reward before him. Yet he displayed shrewdness with others, and it appeared only he perceived Riddle as less than clever. Abraxas reflected on Riddle's actions, realizing that while he excelled outwardly, he only employed his intellect in their intimate moments. He chuckled at the thought, amused by Riddle's apparent simplicity. However, this dynamic was quite agreeable. If both were overly cunning, they would find themselves entangled in mutual scheming. A smile began to grace Abraxas's face, feeling liberated from the need for calculation. With Riddle's evident favoritism towards him, a mere beckon would prompt Riddle to go to great lengths to procure whatever he desired. Chapter 76, Everyday Matters. Abraxas rose with a smile, and Riddle made no move to restrain him, merely watching as Abraxas approached. Abraxas gazed deeply into Riddle's eyes, reaching out to caress his cheek, ultimately lifting his chin with a gentle finger along his jawline. As Riddle met his gaze, Abraxas gradually leaned closer, narrowing the distance between them. With a soft breath brushing against Riddle's face, he spoke in a hushed tone, flirtatiously murmuring, "I shall reward you. But you are just a tad short." As Abraxas spoke, he flicked his crimson tongue across his lips, a fleeting flash of red. Riddle's eyes nearly transformed into crimson slits. Overwhelmed by the stimulation, and he struggled to contain his urge to shift into his spectral form, his teeth clenched to suppress the emergence of fangs. Noticing a peculiar change in Riddle's gaze, Abraxas stood up straight, creating a slight distance while observing Riddle's fervent stare directed at him. With an elegant smile, Abraxas cast a glance at Riddle, unable to suppress a soft chuckle at the sight of that particular expression. "In these past few days, we have shared various experiences. You may select one as a reward." As he spoke, Abraxas gazed into Riddle's profound eyes, his breath slightly quickening as he articulated his words in a fragmented manner. Riddle seized Abraxas's wrist, drawing him into an embrace, panting as he replied, "I wish to understand why we cannot kiss now. And you should already know which option I prefer." His cheek brushed against Abraxas's ear, hot breaths escaping his lips as they grazed the sensitive edge of Abraxas's ear. He tightened his hold around Abraxas, watching as he closed his eyes, nuzzling against Abraxas's cheek with repeated affection. Riddle cupped Abraxas's face, grasping his chin as he leaned down. Abraxas covered his lips with his hand, yet Riddle pressed a kiss to the back of Abraxas's hand. Taking a deep breath, he turned to plant another kiss on Abraxas's cheek. "Are kisses forbidden?" Riddle inquired softly, his lips brushing against Abraxas's cheek. Abraxas lowered his hand from his lips, pressing Riddle's hand down gently, his head bowed as he let out soft moans and gasps. "After Saturday, or only if you gift me a ring," Abraxas managed to utter amidst his labored breaths. Riddle's chest rose and fell with fervor. If kisses were off the table, then perhaps other forms of intimacy could suffice. He swept Abraxas into his arms, heading toward the bed. Abraxas wrapped his arms around Riddle's neck, allowing himself to be carried in that direction. Riddle tenderly laid Abraxas onto the bed, beginning to remove his shirt, captivated by the sight of Abraxas lying there in a white shirt. Too shy to meet his gaze, an image he could gaze upon endlessly, though he would prefer to see Abraxas without it in the future. Riddle positioned himself above Abraxas. His legs entwined with his. Nestled against his neck, he took a deep breath, confirming his intentions. The midday hour was fleeting, yet this time, he would not remove clothing. Instead, he would explore other avenues. After speaking, Riddle supported himself as he gazed at Abraxas, who turned his head away, eyes closed, long lashes fluttering. A blush gracing his pale cheeks, his ears already flushed from prior teasing. Abraxas opened his eyes, casting a glance at Riddle, his gray-blue irises shimmering with myriad emotions, devoid of resistance. Riddle understood and smiled, leaning down to kiss Abraxas's chin, the alabaster skin of his neck, his hands wandering over Abraxas's thigh. He began to unbutton the first button of Abraxas's shirt, noticing him glance towards him. "I shall only unfasten one, Abraxas," Riddle murmured gently. After speaking, Riddle resumed kissing the enticingly pale neck of Abraxas, struggling to restrain his desire to bite him, yet unable to refrain from nipping along his neck, lightly grazing his earlobe. Riddle heard a short gasp escape Abraxas, burying his face in the fair expanse of his neck, the sound of water echoing from the area of his collarbone. Abraxas, too, was only able to breathe in short, labored gasps, occasionally using his slender fingers to weakly grasp Riddle's dark hair. Chapter 76, A Busy Night. Not only was Riddle himself occupied, but his subordinates were also toiling tirelessly. Before curfew, Riddle exited the lounge, preparing to ascend to the 8th floor, walking briskly towards the room of requirement. The indulgence Abraxas had shown him in recent days, coupled with the mention of Saturday and the ring, left Riddle with a sense of foreboding. He did not wish to be the one to receive Abraxas's confession. While he had been somewhat prepared, intending to introduce Abraxas to his subordinates on Saturday, then teleporting to his estate to give Abraxas a tour, having magically prepared the estate, this plan now seemed insufficient. He needed to make additional arrangements. Riddle's astute mind began to whirl with thoughts, contemplating how to manage the flowers. Soon, he arrived at the room of requirement, standing opposite a tapestry, focusing his attention as he silently recited his need for a study containing books on magical fireworks. He paced before the empty wall, and after his third unspoken wish, a stone door materialized before him. Riddle sighed. If the desired book was not inside, he would resort to a nocturnal visit to the library. Upon entering, Riddle made a beeline for the bookshelf, quickly locating what he sought. A triumphant smile spread across his face. Indeed, the room of requirement could conjure books from the library. He took a seat at a nearby desk, diligently studying the contents. Reviewing the magical fireworks creation process, he found it manageable, confident in his alchemical prowess. He examined the materials, gunpowder, magical components, and metals, discovering that various combinations could yield different colors and effects. The raw materials posed no issue, as his spatial ring contained some, and he had previously experimented with gunpowder, which should also be available within the spatial confines. After reviewing the material list, he noted that the alchemical storage cabinet contained several corresponding magical components. Riddle retrieved the necessary items from his spatial ring and was about to begin crafting when he remembered the flowers required immediate attention. Leaning back in his chair, he closed his eyes and began to contact his subordinates. With a mere thought, he sensed Alec's presence. "Whatever you are doing, set it aside. I have a task for you." At that moment, Alec was in his bedroom, and upon receiving the message, he knelt in place, awaiting Riddle's command. "I need you to procure some flower seeds, ensuring the roses fill the estate. Additionally, what flowers do you think would be pleasing? Alec, do you have any suggestions?" Alec, drenched in sweat, was aware that his master rarely sought his opinion. "Roses? Suggestions?" He suppressed his thoughts. This felt significant, yet he forced himself to respond respectfully. "Master, your servant Alec is indeed too dull to know what other flowers might be appealing. Your decision is always the most correct." Riddle pondered, believing roses were indeed appropriate. Yet planting only roses seemed rather cliché. However, foregoing them would diminish the meaning of the occasion. "Alec, whether you go to Diagon Alley or Nocturne Alley, or visit the herbology master to acquire seeds, or venture to the rose cultivation estate, you must obtain them." Alec understood that he had to secure them at all costs. "You must bury the seeds in the designated areas by noon tomorrow." Riddle transmitted a mental image, providing a map of the specific areas of the estate that required planting. Alec replied, "Understood. I will ensure the task is completed." Alec felt as though he were on the brink of death. His master had never compelled him to undertake such daunting tasks, typically indifferent to most matters. The initial command to rule overturned Alley had not instilled the same dread as this current edict. The warning that failure would result in death was a stark reminder that his master believed in his capability. The finality of death loomed ominously. In the past, when dealing with trivial matters, there had been no such threats. Failure merely resulted in excruciating consequences. Although today's command did not explicitly forewarn of death, the implications surrounding the roses and the deadline of midnight suggested that failure would yield consequences far graver than mere death. Riddle, attuned to Alec's thoughts, found himself impressed by Alec's cleverness. "Go ahead and act," Riddle instructed. "I shall complete my tasks and reach out to you. Perhaps I will observe as you bury the rose seeds." With that, Riddle severed the connection, silently observing Alec's frantic preparations. Alec was seen pacing in his bedroom, desperately contemplating his next steps before summoning his subordinates to strategize, dispatching several of them to procure supplies. Observing Alec's progress, Riddle deemed it satisfactory and redirected his focus to crafting magical fireworks. He summoned an alchemical zone, then entered it, removing the alchemical bracelet from his wrist to begin his work. Before long, he completed the first creation and requested the alchemical zone to expand into a vast, lofty space. Soon, Riddle ignited the fireworks, admiring their splendid forms. They were indeed fine creations. He began to ponder the heights they would soar and the breadth of their explosion. As he perused books and crafted simultaneously, he experimented occasionally, immersing himself in the fervent creation of fireworks. Having produced a multitude of colors, he prepared to return to his chamber to utilize the materials there for further creations. However, before rising, he decided to check on Alec's progress, observing his endeavors closely. Alec, alongside his subordinates, had gathered in a room filled with several bags of seeds, having sent his aides away. Riddle began to probe Alec's thoughts once more. Alec was consumed with anxiety, realizing he had no knowledge of planting flowers. If he planted too densely, he would face the agonizing curse. If too sparsely, the aesthetic would be unsatisfactory, and he would meet his demise. He could not afford any seeds that failed to germinate. In a desperate bid for his life, he resolved to visit a renowned herbalist to ascertain the quality of the seeds he possessed and to procure additional rose seeds. Riddle, pleased with Alec's cleverness, anticipated the herbalist's seeds and any valuable advice she might offer. Would she possess any rare blossoms? Riddle chuckled to himself, leaning back in his chair to watch Alec's performance. Alec materialized outside a garden fence, where a vibrant array of flowers flourished. As he approached the fence, he could see the colorful blooms within. Riddle contemplated commanding Alec to draw closer, but decided against it for the moment. Alec began to call out the herbalist's name, ringing a bell affixed to the fence, creating quite a commotion. Before long, the door swung open to reveal an elderly, slightly plump witch, swathed in a thick robe, exuding a benevolent demeanor. She regarded Alec with surprise. Despite their previous dealings, a late-night visit was unexpected. Alec proclaimed his intent with a loud voice. "Madam Core, my master has commanded me to seek rose seeds. I have procured some already and come to you for identification and to purchase additional rare varieties. His tone was earnest, devoid of hostility, as he spread his arms, indicating the absence of a wand. Madame Core brandished her wand, pointing it at Alec, testing his reaction. Noticing his eagerness but lack of aggression, she felt reassured. Though the situation seemed absurd, she sensed no malice from Alec. The witch waved her wand at the fence, dispelling the enchantments, and the gate creaked open, revealing a pathway. Alec stepped inside, craning his neck to survey the flowers in the garden, seeking the most exquisite specimens. Observing his fascination, the witch sighed and beckoned him. Come in. She entered the cozy room first, adorned with fresh flowers and filled with the aroma of various herbs. Madame Core settled into a chair by the fireplace, inviting Alec to sit across from her, where a magical teapot had already prepared tea for both. Some plants in the garden are quite perilous, she explained as Alec took his seat, placing his bags of seeds upon the table. These rose seeds require identification. What is their quality? He inquired, revealing his purpose. I also wish to purchase some seeds from you, and may I request a guide on rose cultivation? I am about to plant roses. Alec articulated his requests. Madame Core, a seasoned herbalist, was accustomed to late-night visitors seeking assistance, though such requests for rose seeds at this hour were unprecedented. Smiling, she engaged Alec in conversation. A powerful wizard like yourself, with your own influence in Overturned Alley, seeking to purchase rose seeds at this hour? Were it not for our prior transactions of rare herbs and your solid reputation, I might have taken a more aggressive stance tonight. Is it truly your master who desires these rose seeds? I have not heard of you having a master. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, tinged with gossip. Alec, feeling somewhat exasperated, realized he could not disclose his masteress' identity. Yet, he could not deny that it was indeed his master who sought the roses for their purpose. I do have a master. He spared my life, and I pledged my loyalty to him, Alec confessed, his expression tinged with resignation. It is he who requires the rose seeds and instructed me to plant them. Please, I implore you to show me the seeds. I must plant them tonight. Madame Core chuckled at Alec's urgency as she took her wand and began examining the seeds in the bags. I will jot down the cultivation methods for you. It appears you are not merely planting roses for a declaration of love. Your desperation suggests that if you fail to procure these seeds, your master might not be so forgiving. Soon, she assessed the viability of the seeds, selecting some that were slightly less vigorous. These will grow, albeit a couple of days slower than usual. Given your apparent urgency, I assume you have high standards for the quality of the seeds, she remarked, prompting Alec to nod in agreement as he outlined the planting area he required. Lady Cole summoned a parchment, upon which a quill began to inscribe words autonomously. Indeed, I shall need to provide you with additional seeds. According to the area you specified, this should suffice. Lady Cole had completed her assessment and, with a flick of her wand, summoned a small, inconspicuous bag that extended without a trace. She examined the quantity, separated half, and placed it into Alec's bag. Do you wish to purchase more flowers after seeing the ones in my garden? Lady Cole inquired regarding Alec's needs. Yes, please present the most exquisite and precious blooms. Alec replied, his gaze resolute as he looked towards Lady Cole. Understood, please wait a moment, she responded, making her way to another room where her portable greenhouse resided. Observing this, Riddle felt compelled to take action. A thought struck him, and a new command was transmitted to Alec's mind. Gather precious roses. Procure as many as you can. Upon receiving the directive, Alec's face lit up with relief. Had he not come to Lady Cole, he would be hastily scouring the surroundings for flowers. At that moment, Lady Cole magically levitated a plethora of roses into the room, their fragrance permeating the air. What do you think of these roses? She asked Alec. Wrap them all up. Alec exclaimed in his eagerness, not pausing to inspect them closely. Then, he began to scrutinize the roses in detail. Each bloom was resplendent, glistening with dew. White roses, pink roses, red roses, and blue roses adorned the space. Suddenly, Alec noticed a particular bouquet where the vivid red petals sparkled with flecks of light. Contemplating the roses, Alec inquired, are there any more roses? How many more do you have aside from these in the room? I wish to acquire as many as possible. I am not a professional rose cultivator. These are all the magical roses I possess. I can offer you one more batch at most, Lady Cole stated, revealing the limit of her inventory. That is acceptable. I shall take everything. Alec resolved to take all that was available. Rose seeds are not particularly expensive, but the roses I have nurtured are indeed quite valuable, Lady Cole inquired before preparing to package them. I will take all of them. Let us settle the payment, Alec declared, retrieving his inconspicuous money pouch, which he had prepared prior to his visit. Soon, the transaction was completed, and his pouch grew noticeably lighter. Lady Cole smiled broadly, escorting Alec to the gate. Alec carefully levitated the roses, employing protective and preservation charms upon them. He then apparat to Riddle's estate with the precious blooms. Upon arrival, Riddle observed Alec meeting with the butler. Though the butler was taken aback, he promptly began organizing matters with precision. Noticing Alec tending to the rose seeds on the parchment, Riddle felt assured that this diligent individual would manage to plant them in a timely manner using magic. Thus, he turned his attention elsewhere. After completing the fireworks, Riddle glanced back at Alec to assess his progress. It was already 11 o'clock at night. He stored all the fireworks in his spatial ring, cast a disillusionment charm upon himself, and exited the room of requirement, making his way towards his chambers to continue crafting fireworks of different colors and other necessary items. Chapter 78, Riddle Meets the Parents. Saturday, September 7th, 1938, 8 a.m. Riddle was punctual, awaiting outside Abraxas' dormitory. He began to mentally inspect his spatial ring. Counting the items he had prepared, he produced 2 meticulously wrapped gifts, standing quietly at the door. Before long, Riddle spotted Abraxas approaching. Today, Abraxas was not donned in Hogwarts robes, but rather wore a finely tailored emerald green velvet cloak, which shimmered magnificently under the light. In the interplay of light and shadow, the deep green appeared almost black. His platinum hair was secured with a silver band at the back of his head, a golden sheen glimmering under the illumination, surpassing even the elegance of his attire. He carried a black cloak in hand. Riddle gazed at Abraxas, captivated by his extraordinary poise and elegance. Abraxas, noticing Riddle, observed him clad in a splendid black robe adorned with lavish accessories, his demeanor serious and somewhat aloof. His normally beautiful dark hair was accentuated today, revealing more of his striking features, which appeared even more enchanting. Feeling a slight dryness in his throat, Abraxas swallowed and lowered his gaze to the gift box in his hands. "I haven't seen you so earnest in a long time, Tommy. It's a nostalgic sight," Abraxas teased, unable to resist looking up at Riddle again, recalling the last time he had seen such nobility in his expression, just 2 days before the term began. As Abraxas draped the cloak around himself, Riddle lowered his gaze to help him adjust his hair and attire. "So, you're this serious about meeting my father today?" Abraxas asked, taking one of Riddle's gifts, preparing to unwrap it. "Yes, I am somewhat anxious," Riddle replied slowly, his tone lacking its usual lightness. He found himself contemplating the Malfoy patriarch, the day of the week, the ring, subordinates, the estate, and matters of confession. Although seeing Abraxas had lightened his mood somewhat, he still felt a tinge of melancholy. Abraxas opened the box to reveal a mithril ring, adorned with a serpent emblem. "Tommy, is this intended for my father?" Abraxas questioned, noting that he already possessed one. "Indeed, but I am uncertain whether it is appropriate to present it. I leave the decision to you," Riddle confessed, his spirits still dim. Perceiving the emotion in Riddle's voice, Abraxas glanced up, contemplating offering comfort, yet their recent interactions had been fraught with tension. "I will pass it along to my father when the time comes," he reassured, diverting his gaze and returning the gift box to Riddle, gesturing for him to hold on to it while he grasped a much larger box. "All of this is for me," Abraxas exclaimed, his voice tinged with surprise as he looked at the gift, unable to suppress his smile. Upon opening the box, the gemstones sparkled alluringly in the light. Inside, diamonds, rubies, yellow sapphires, and blue sapphire cufflinks were arranged with care, alongside a magnificent diamond brooch. The interplay of mithril and gemstones created a dazzling array of jewelry. "Indeed, one cannot solely bestow gifts upon your father. These are trinkets I crafted for you recently. Each piece possesses basic protective enchantments to shield you from minor mishaps in daily life," Riddle said, his expression softening as he earnestly spoke to Abraxas. In that moment, Abraxas joyfully embraced Riddle, each holding a box, sharing a brief moment of affection. Abraxas, placing a hand on Riddle's waist, suggested that he don a cloak. Riddle chuckled helplessly, retrieving a splendid cloak from his spatial ring. Abraxas adjusted Riddle's collar, eliciting a smile from him, while Abraxas appeared increasingly cheerful. Releasing Riddle, Abraxas gestured for him to hand over the box. Riddle obediently held the jewelry box aloft, inviting Abraxas to begin selecting his treasures. Abraxas began to select his accessories with great delight, despite the occasion not necessitating such formality. He cherished the gift bestowed upon him by Riddle. Among his choices, he picked a magnificent diamond brooch, resplendent in its beauty, crafted from mithril and adorned with diamonds in the shape of a flower. At its center lay a flawlessly cut, oversized diamond, with petals also composed of diamonds, and elongated tassels embellished with mithril and smaller diamonds. The entire brooch shimmered with an astonishing brilliance. The mithril glowed, the diamonds sparkled, and the tassels, when in motion, refracted light beautifully, rendering the brooch extraordinarily dazzling under the illumination. It was so exquisite that it left Abraxas in awe. Abraxas gestured for Riddle to assist him in fastening it. Riddle, having tucked the box away, lowered his gaze to the accessories on the cloak, finding a suitable spot to gently affix the brooch onto Abraxas. At that moment, Abraxas observed an inscrutable expression on Riddle's face, his gaze tinged with complexity. Riddle, understanding the sentiment behind Abraxas's look, acknowledged that it was Saturday and that rewards would have to wait. He merely cast a deep glance at Abraxas' attire before extending his hand, inviting Abraxas to take it. Thus, they strolled hand in hand towards the hall, astonishing onlookers along the way. Although many were aware of their close bond and frequent hand-holding, the duo's attire today captivated everyone's attention. Upon arriving at the hall, Riddle sensed the lingering gazes upon Abraxas and himself. He began to scan the surroundings casually, his piercing gaze sweeping across the crowd, instilling an air of intimidation. No one dared to meet Riddle's eyes, yet whispers of astonishment filled the room as individuals speculated in hushed tones. Abraxas, the embodiment of elegance and allure, donned a lavish cloak that subtly revealed the glimmering velvet robe beneath. His accessories, highlighted by the extravagant brooch, paled in comparison to his own radiance. His platinum hair glistened with a golden hue, complemented by his pale complexion, refined features, and gray-blue eyes. He stood tall, exuding the pride of his pure blood lineage. His presence today utterly magnificent. In stark contrast, Riddle emanated an air of cold nobility. His expression was one of aloofness, with brows that suggested he was untouchable. The cloak hung casually open, revealing a fitted black robe made from luxurious fabric that accentuated his form, exuding a distinct allure. Though his earlier demeanor had been one of chilling authority, it only heightened the intrigue surrounding them. They were not clad in formal attire, yet together they exuded an aura of unattainable grandeur, leaving others feeling as though they belonged to an entirely different echelon. The hall buzzed with chatter, filled with gasps of admiration, whispers of awe, and soft sighs of astonishment, all converging into a symphony of murmurs. Subtle glances were cast towards the pair, eyes filled with admiration, envy, longing, and reverence, as a multitude of gazes converged upon them. Chapter 79. Arrival at Malfoy Manor. Soon, the two arrived at Professor Slughorn's office, but they were greeted by Jersey, who informed them that Professor Slughorn was temporarily away and had asked him to entertain them. Riddle remained silent, his expression icy, while Abraxas engaged in conversation with Jersey about capable upperclassmen. A glance towards Riddle revealed he was distracted by the office's decor, his mood still less than cheerful. Was a visit to Malfoy Manor to be this mundane? Abraxas understood that only by being close to him could Riddle's spirits lift. Yet he continued discussing matters of substance with Jersey. Gently, Abraxas paused his conversation with Jersey and turned his soft gaze towards Riddle. I suddenly feel that the sapphire cufflinks you gifted me this morning are rather splendid. Since we find ourselves with nothing to do, why not come over and help me change my cufflinks? His tone was remarkably tender. Hearing Abraxas's gentle voice and the prospect of changing the cufflinks brought a hint of joy to Riddle's face. He lowered his gaze to retrieve the box, searching for the sapphire cufflinks, and stepped forward, lifting Abraxas's wrist slightly as he bent to change the cufflinks. Jersey observed the scene with an unchanged expression, though his pupils were internally shaken. Having already been put in a difficult position by the headmaster, he found himself alone with Riddle's displeasure. Fortunately, Master Malfoy was present. Had he not been, Jersey would have sought an opportunity to depart swiftly. Yet, Abraxas engaged Riddle in conversation about followers, seemingly disregarding Riddle's icy demeanor. Remarkably, Riddle softened as he assisted in changing the cufflinks, his actions careful and tender, his mood noticeably improved. Abraxas' status and demeanor astonished Jersey, who found himself increasingly respectful towards Abraxas. Riddle removed Abraxas' gleaming serpent-shaped cufflinks, replacing them with the sapphire ones he had crafted himself. He admired Abraxas in his splendid emerald velvet robe, adorned with the exquisite diamond brooch, before stepping to the other side and gently lifting Abraxas' wrist to change the cufflink. Jersey realized he had underestimated Master Malfoy. After completing the exchange, Riddle removed his own cufflinks and busied himself with switching to Abraxas'. Abraxas cast a satisfied glance at Riddle. Having concluded their conversation, Abraxas stepped to the fireplace, grasping a handful of flue powder and tossing it into the flames. Green flames erupted. Malfoy Manor. Riddle watched as Abraxas stepped into the flames, his figure vanishing. Riddle quickly followed suit, tossing his own handful of flue powder into the fireplace and clearly enunciating, Malfoy Manor. Jersey observed as both figures dissolved into the fireplace before turning to exit the headmaster's office. After a brief moment of disorientation, Abraxas emerged from the fireplace in the grand hall of the manor, neglecting to brush off the flue powder that clung to him, and turned to face the fireplace. Soon, Riddle appeared, looking up at him with a smile as he approached. Abraxas chuckled at the dust on Riddle's cloak. Riddle used magic to tidy them both of the flue powder. Abraxas raised his hand to remove his cloak, which Riddle deftly caught, his gaze fixed on Abraxas, his eyes drifting to his waist. Abraxas smiled, saying nothing, as he stepped closer to Riddle, lowering his head to unfasten the diamond brooch from his cloak and placing it back into Riddle's hand. Riddle raised an eyebrow in response to Abraxas' smile, returning it with one of his own as he lifted the cloak, preparing to adorn Abraxas with the brooch. "Miller," Abraxas called, summoning a house elf that squealed in delight at the return of its young master. "Please take care of our cloak." The house elf quickly whisked away the cloak, vanishing from the drawing room. Riddle continued his task, fastening the dazzling diamond brooch onto Abraxas. Once secured, he admired Abraxas clad in the luxurious emerald velvet robe, proudly displaying the magnificent brooch beneath the light. Master Malfoy was destined to adorn himself with such opulent jewels. The union of beauty and jewelry was indeed harmonious. Abraxas caught sight of Riddle's admiring gaze, which lingered on him with an air of fascination, even as his father awaited him in the study. Abraxas surrendered himself to Riddle's embrace, and the two of them erupted into laughter, stumbling together towards the sofa in the parlor. Riddle nestled against Abraxas' neck, inhaling his intoxicating fragrance, bestowing gentle kisses upon the golden strands of hair, his hands wandering in an unrestrained manner, caressing his waist. Abraxas could only restrain Riddle's wandering hands. "Tommy, be a good boy. My father wishes to see me. Please, take a moment to peruse my family's collection, and after my meeting with my father, I shall await you in my room," Abraxas whispered tenderly into Riddle's ear. Upon hearing this, Riddle released his hold, watching as Abraxas stood, casting him a glance filled with an alluring charm. Riddle could only lean against the armrest, propping his chin with a sense of reluctant admiration as he observed Abraxas ascend the staircase. Inhaling the rich and luxurious aroma that enveloped the room, Riddle discerned the scent of amber among the fragrances. It seemed that the woody scent emanating from Abraxas was indeed reminiscent of amber. As Riddle pondered this realization, he listened to the crackling of the flames in the nearby fireplace. He began to survey the parlor, noting the lavish carvings upon the walls, the magnificent crystal chandelier that adorned the ceiling, and the exquisite decor that displayed opulence in every detail. Bored, Riddle glanced downwards, keen to examine the intricately woven carpet that covered the entirety of the seating area, curious about the patterns it depicted. At that moment, a house elf suddenly appeared in the parlor. "Esteemed Mr. Riddle, I shall guide you to the library," it announced. Traversing the lengthy corridor and passing by the sculptures on display, they ascended the staircase, reaching the elongated hallway on the second floor, where sunlight streamed through the windows. Riddle gazed outside, captivated by the splendid view, the neatly trimmed lawns, the gardens, the grand fountain, and the surrounding woods in the distance. Along the corridor hung portraits of the Malfoy ancestors, all of whom turned their gazes toward Riddle, curious to witness how he would respond to such an estate. Riddle, in turn, greeted each portrait with a gentlemanly nod. After the portraits acknowledged him with a slight inclination, they observed as the house elf led Riddle towards the library. After a short while, Riddle arrived at the library, where the house elf presented a platter of fruits, delicacies, and tea before taking its leave. Riddle stood before the bookshelves, idly picking up a spell book to peruse, yet he found himself lingering on the thought of Abraxas, who awaited him in his room.